Chapter 1. Choosing education over the underworld, unafraid of thunder's wrath. Quick, look. The young master's heart rate has begun to rise. Look, his fingers are moving. Look, his trousers are rising. Yay! In Yanhai City, at the Lu family villa, a dozen doctors clad in white coats surrounded a young boy on a hospital bed, their faces brimming with joy. These physicians were not ordinary. They were among the elite medical practitioners in the Dragon Country, capable of winning accolades in international medical competitions. The boy on the bed was no ordinary individual either. His great-grandfather was an arms dealer, his grandfather a notorious underworld boss, and his father had transformed this illicit trade into a legitimate enterprise, elevating the Lu family to the pinnacle of power within the nation. However, the crux of the matter was that Lu Chen was the sole heir of the Lu family, destined to inherit the Lu group. Should he perish, the century-old Lu clan would likely face extinction at that moment. Lu Chen lay on the hospital bed, his consciousness still shrouded in a haze. Who am I? Where am I? Wasn't I just in a massage parlor? How did I end up as a vegetative state? Just then, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! The system has been activated. Greetings, host. I am the Yuan guidance system. As long as you study diligently and promote positive energy, you will not only earn astonishing rewards, but also extend your lifespan. Upon hearing this voice, Lu Chen realized he had traversed into another realm, merging with the memories of the host. What an impressive background. A great-grandfather who sold arms, a grandfather involved in the underworld, a father who managed to legitimize the family business. And here I am, a waste of space. With such a legacy, studying? What a joke. Promoting positive energy? Once I wake up, I'll visit every massage parlor in the country. And studying. I refuse to study, even if it kills me. Get lost, you useless system. You want me to read? What if I refuse? Ding, you will die. In the next moment, a countdown appeared before Lu Chen's eyes. Remaining lifespan, 4 minutes, 23 seconds. What the hell? Meanwhile, in the living room, beep, the heartbeat monitor emitted a pleasant sound. Lu Chen's vital signs once again plunged into a critical state. Upon witnessing this, the elite physicians tensed up. They had been warned by the head of the Lu family that if they failed to revive the young master, they would be sent to Africa to pick cotton. Quick, heart rate scanner. Young master, don't sleep. Young master, wake up. The living room erupted into chaos once more. Just then, a robust man with a resolute face, clad in a bathrobe and exuding an aura of dominance, approached. He was Lu Zhixiong, the head of the Lu family and Lu Chen's father. Seeing the doctors frantically scanning Lu Chen, Lu Zhixiong furrowed his brow and scolded. What are you doing? What's wrong with my son? After a series of desperate attempts, a doctor despondently replied, Lu family head, the young master may not survive the night. I see. Lu Zhixiong responded calmly, nodding slowly. He then asked, are you saying my son will be able to get out of bed and walk tonight? The doctor was taken aback, hurriedly clarifying, no, I meant the young master may not make it through the night. Then he should go to bed early and not stay up late, right? Lu Zhixiong continued to inquire. The doctor internally lamented the lack of education, wondering how such a person had reached this stage. Lu family head, may I have a word with the madam? As soon as he finished speaking, a fashionable woman draped in furs, adorned with jewels, and exuding elegance rushed in. This woman was Lu Chen's mother. Oh, my son, what happened? Open your eyes and look at your mother. She leaned over the bed, tears streaming down her face. The doctor approached, trembling as he said, Madam, the young master may not survive the night. Upon hearing this, the woman broke down in tears. Please don't abandon your mother. I will never scold you again. I won't interfere with your life anymore, not even when you visit the massage parlor. Just as she finished speaking, suddenly, beep, the heartbeat monitor miraculously came to life. The previously lifeless Lu Chen sat up abruptly. Mom, I'm awake. With wide eyes, Lu Chen declared. Indeed, Lu Chen had submitted to the system that a true man can bend and stretch first. Let me study hard and extend my lifespan by a few hundred years. After that, what system? I won't recognize you. This unexpected turn of events startled everyone around. Moments later, expressions of overwhelming joy spread across their faces. Oh, my son, you scared your mother to death. You little rascal, pretending to be dead. Do you see how worried your mother and I are? Young master, you're finally awake now. You won't have to go to Africa to pick cotton. Young master, I know the best massage parlor. Take me with you. Lu Chen looked at his weeping mother and vowed, "Mom, rest assured, I will study diligently and strive to become an exemplary student, giving back to society in the future." The system granted him an additional week of life, and he needed to study fervently within this time frame to survive. What Lu Chen did not anticipate was that upon uttering these words, his mother, who had been crying, suddenly froze. She first touched her forehead and then Lu Chen's. Subsequently, she threw herself into Lu Zixiang's arms, her sobs growing louder. "Oh dear, our son has lost his mind. He actually said he would study hard." Lu Zixiang gently patted her back, reassuringly saying, "It's all right, my dear. Even if I have to scour the world for doctors, I will ensure our son's mind is restored. If not, I will send all the doctors to South Africa to drill for oil." The doctors, Lu Chen, "Mom, my mind is perfectly fine." With a swift motion, Lu Chen jumped to his feet. The surrounding doctors were dumbfounded. What kind of medical miracle was this? The boy who had been a mere breath away from death was now dancing with exuberance. After getting out of bed, Lu Chen approached his parents earnestly, saying, "Dad, Mom, perhaps I have caused you much trouble in the past, but this time I am serious. I will study diligently and aim for a prestigious university." What a heart-wrenching moment, as the saying goes. A prodigal son's return is worth more than gold. Having faced the specter of death, the young master of the Lu family underwent a profound transformation, resolved to embrace a new path. Even the surrounding doctors were moved by this scene. Lu Zixiang, witnessing his son's sincerity, felt an immense sense of relief. He then slowly withdrew a seven-wolf belt from his waist. Following that, a thunderous cacophony of scolding echoed throughout the Lu family villa. "You little brat, choosing education over the underworld, are you not afraid of thunder striking you? Studying hard? What nonsense! You might as well die. If you dare to take studying seriously, just watch me blow up your school." Chapter 2. This world has become absurd. Lu Chen realized this world had turned upside down, edging closer to the realm of abstraction. Inside the Lu family villa, the doctors had all departed. Lu Chen knelt on the living room floor, enduring his father's stern family discipline. Lu Zixiang wielded the seven-wolf belt with fervor, his proficiency reminiscent of Neza wielding the universe ring. As he struck Lu Chen, he berated him. "How dare you utter such shameless words about studying? Did your great-grandfather study? Did your grandfather study? Did I study? If your grandfather knew that you had become such a useless person, he would rise from the grave in fury. I only wanted you to go to school to obtain a degree. Why not spend some time engaging with the family business and accompanying your mother? With hundreds of hotels and thousands of bars across the nation, which subject you study could be applied here? Having grown up, why must I bear the burden of everything alone? Can't you share the load? Damn it. This is infuriating." Looking at his flushed father, Lu Chen vowed he had never witnessed such a scene in his life. What a niche vocabulary. What an absurd expectation. Did he not yearn to be a carefree young master? The issue was whether the system would permit it. Should he tell his father that he was a time traveler, and if he did not study, he would perish? "Dad, I realize my mistakes." On Lu Chen's face, there was a hint of melancholy, a touch of speechlessness, an air of abstraction, and a bitter smile. "I will certainly strive to fail. I won't even pass the vocational exams and will drop out after high school." Lu Chen spoke earnestly. Seeing this, his mother hurried forward to comfort him. "All right, the child understands his mistakes. You shouldn't get angry. It took so long for him to regain consciousness. What if you knock him unconscious again?" Hearing this, Lu Zixiang finally calmed down. He reattached the seven wolves to his waist and remarked, "Humph, knowing one's faults and correcting them, you're still my good son. And don't forget the tasks I assigned to you. Avoid excessive contact with that Wang family's so-called genius. All he does is chase women and frequent bars, which is not beneficial. Your current task is to win the hand of the Bai family's heiress and marry her. With the Bai family as your backing, I can confidently hand over the family business to you. Do you understand?" Lu Chen nodded vigorously. "Understood, Dad. Now go." "All right." Leaving the living room, Lu Chen dejectedly returned to his bedroom. They say that normal people cannot achieve great things, and it seems that is indeed the case. His father barely touched the concept of normalcy. Upon entering his room, Lu Chen suddenly discovered a plethora of unread messages on his phone. When he opened them, he was taken aback. There were more than a dozen messages, all from a girl named Bai Wanyue. Opening the chat, a myriad of words appeared before him. "Bai Wanyue, Lu Chen, have you died? That would be ideal. Just the thought of marrying a good for nothing like you makes me nauseous. A family alliance? How ridiculous. I know your father, like mine, is forcing you to approach me. I often think that any man would resist and maintain distance. Yet you have not done so. Therefore, every time you invite me out, I only hold you in greater contempt. Lu Chen, having gone so long without a reply, you must be beyond saving. Nonetheless, I have finally expressed everything I wish to say. I feel much better now. Lu Chen, farewell. According to the original host's memories, Bai Wanyue's background was quite remarkable. Although she currently studied in Yanhai City, her family's influence was widely spread in the capital. Especially her grandfather, a prominent figure in the capital, wielding significant power. Thus, her father made marrying Bai Wanyue Lu Chen's top priority. And Lu Chen was indeed peculiar. To accomplish his task, he gathered a gang of followers to block the school gate during peak hours, presenting flowers. He even stormed into the school broadcasting station, publicly confessing his love to Bai Wanyue for an hour in front of the entire student body. Such brazen behavior, for someone born into a family of privilege like Bai Wanyue, was akin to publicly defecating. It was utterly repulsive. Therefore, it was no wonder that Bai Wanyue not only harbored no affection for Lu Chen, but also found him disgusting. And no wonder he inherited Lu Zhixiong's excellent genes. He truly doesn't act like a normal person. Lu Chen shook his head and turned off his phone. Now that he had traversed worlds, who would play the role of a sycophant? At present, accumulating lifespan and striving to survive was of utmost importance. Learning. I must learn. To Lu Chen's surprise, despite his parents' strong opposition to his studies, the bookshelf was filled with books. Oh, a rare find at 99 completion. However, when he pulled out a few books, he was left dumbfounded. The 18 Techniques of Seduction, How to Avoid Fatal Strikes in Combat, 10 Secrets to Enhancing Male Abilities. Lu Chen. This was utterly absurd. Were these truly books for high school students? Fortunately, after flipping through for a while, he finally discovered a book titled Martial Arts of the Dragon Nation. Clutching this book, Lu Chen felt as if he had struck gold. Who understands the joy of digging for gold in a cesspool? Lu Chen spat on his fingers and began to flip through quickly. At that moment, something miraculous occurred. Beep. Detected that the host is reading Martial Arts of the Dragon Nation. Lifespan 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute martial arts ability 1. What? Could it be that reading certain books not only increases lifespan, but also grants corresponding abilities? Immediately, Lu Chen glanced at 10 Secrets to Enhancing Male Abilities. A smile, reminiscent of Sly Fox, crept onto his face. He flipped open a page and began to read intently. Beep. Detected that the host is reading 10 Secrets to Enhancing Male Abilities. Truly shameless, truly shameless, truly shameless. Lu Chen's vision darkened. Damn it. 2 hours later, Lu Chen finished reading Martial Arts of the Dragon Nation. As he closed the book, the system's voice echoed again. Beep. You have completed reading Martial Arts of the Dragon Nation, and your reading duration was 2 hours. Extra reward. Lifespan, 6 hours. Extra reward. Martial Arts ability, 1,000 points. Total lifespan gained. 5 days and 6 hours. Total martial arts ability gained. 8,200 points. Following this, a virtual panel appeared before Lu Chen, visible only to him. Host, Lu Chen. Remaining lifespan, 13 days, 5 hours, 36 minutes, 48 seconds. Martial arts proficiency LV1, 37 experience. Beginner. This is quite impressive. Merely by finishing one book, he had nearly gained a week of lifespan and acquired additional knowledge about martial arts. Wait, a brilliant idea struck Lu Chen. Could he repeatedly read this book to continuously accumulate lifespan? He began reading the book again, and the system notification sounded. Beep. Detected that the host is reading Martial Arts of the Dragon Nation. Martial Arts ability 1. The system notification only increased his martial arts knowledge and no longer granted additional lifespan. Damn system, you're ruthless. Lu Chen cursed softly, then resumed reading with great interest. Learning some martial arts for self-defense would be quite beneficial. Born into such a family, enemies are scattered across the nation. Who knows when a few assassins might not suddenly appear to deal with him? The night grew late, and it was now 10 p.m. Lu Chen had read Martial Arts of the Dragon Nation at least 7 times. He could see this moment. His martial arts proficiency had significantly improved. Martial Arts Proficiency LV4, 27 experience. Proficient. Not bad. Lu Chen lay on his bed, forming a wood character with his body, silently vowing. Starting tomorrow, I will become a diligent student. Just as ancient tales speak of stealing light through walls, Lu Chen will steal knowledge. Even if I lose my parents, nothing shall hinder my pursuit of learning. Time to sleep. Chapter 3. Enough. You're distracting me from my studies. Behold, the man known as Lu Chen awakens each morning in his expansive bedroom. Upon rising, he is attended to by dozens of servants who cater to his every need, dressing, grooming, and serving breakfast, all seamlessly orchestrated. Once everything is prepared, it is time for school. Several attendants escort Lu Chen to a Rolls Royce, and before he departs, one of them gently reminds him, "Young master, once you arrive at school, do remember to heed your father's instructions. Do not take the classes seriously, nor should you focus on studying. The priority is to pursue romance and successfully win over Miss Bai." What madness! Lu Chen chuckles wryly and waves goodbye as the vehicle pulls away. 10 minutes later, at Yuhai City's 13th Middle School. This institution is notorious for its poor environment, mediocre teaching staff, and a prevailing atmosphere of misconduct. Delinquents roam freely, while teachers and the principal turn a blind eye, resulting in a higher pregnancy rate than graduation rate. One might wonder how someone of Lu Chen's esteemed background could find himself at such a dismal school. The answer is simple. It was a deliberate arrangement by Lu Zhixiong. He intended for Lu Chen to develop in this harsh environment, gradually becoming as unhinged as himself. Moreover, the presence of Bai Wanwei, a scion of a powerful family, raises further questions. Why would she also attend this school? The answer is similarly straightforward. It was orchestrated by the Bai family patriarch. While the education of offspring is undeniably crucial, it pales in comparison to the interests of the family. Throughout history, many have viewed their children as pawns in their familial strategies, especially in families with numerous offspring, as is the case with Bai Wanwei. Nevertheless, Wanwei finds herself in the most distinguished class of the school, surrounded by top-performing peers. Furthermore, the Bai family has invested heavily in renowned tutors to ensure her academic excellence remains unblemished. Take care, young master. May your studies be lackluster, but your romantic endeavors flourish. The driver cheerfully wishes as Lu Chen alights from the car. Without a moment's pause, Lu Chen grabs his backpack and dashes away, internally screaming, "I long to return to the world of the sane." "Lu Gu, you're back? How wonderful. I was so worried about you." Upon reaching the school gate, a group of colorfully haired delinquents surrounds him. Lu Chen scans the group, recalling from the original host's memories that these ruffians are his subordinates at school, frequently skipping classes, surfing the internet, and engaging in fights. Disrupting classroom order and defying teachers is a common occurrence, with the school's 2-meter-high walls often scaled by this gang. Such depravity. Noticing Lu Chen's silence, one of the yellow-haired delinquents points to the marks on Lu Chen's body left by a 7-wolves belt and exclaims, "Wow, Lu Good. Your wolf head tattoo looks amazing. Where did you get it? Recommend it to me." The others quickly echo his enthusiasm. Oh my, the wolf head tattoo is undeniably striking. Despite its chaotic design, each one brimming with an inexhaustible aura of menace. It must be said, Lu Gu possesses exquisite taste. I am left utterly speechless. Upon hearing such accolades, Lu Chen responded with a smile, "My father whipped me with a belt. If you desire, I can arrange for you all to be inked as well." The moment those words escaped his lips, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd. The atmosphere plummeted to a chilling low. Observing the smile on Lu Chen's face, each thug felt a shiver run down their spine. It was no jest. Were it any ordinary individual, they would likely brush off such comments. But Lu Chen was no ordinary person. He was the sole heir of the Lu family, the singular successor of the Lu Corporation. The foundation of the Lu Corporation was no mystery to these individuals. Otherwise, they would not have acknowledged Lu Chen as their leader. Lu Gu, my apologies, it was just a slip of the tongue. Please do not take it to heart." One of them stammered. "Who claims this wolf head tattoo is stylish? I'd slap him into oblivion." "Lu Gu, does it still hurt? Allow me to fetch some ointment for you." Seeing the fear etched upon the faces of his peers, Lu Chen remained unfazed. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Everyone disperse. Class will commence shortly. Why linger here? If you do not wish to adorn yourselves with wolf head tattoos, return to the classroom at once." "What?" Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, the small-time delinquents were momentarily taken aback. This was decidedly peculiar. Since the semester commenced, they had frequented the classroom far less than they had the internet CAF. Each time, It was Lu Chen who had led them in skipping class. Had he taken leave of his senses today? However, they dared not voice their opinions, one by one. They turned and hurried back to the classroom. Once he had sent the group away, Lu Chen slung his backpack over his shoulder and made his way to class. His classroom was the first on the left after entering the school gate, belonging to the senior class, Class 8. Upon reaching the classroom, he rummaged through the drawer, pulling out all the books within. To his astonishment, it appeared that more than half of the semester had passed, yet the books were all in pristine condition. One would think he had just begun the new term. Gazing at the mathematics, literature, and English textbooks, as well as those for physics, chemistry, and biology, Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with delight. These were treasures that could extend one's lifespan. I shall study. Just as he was about to open the mathematics book, eager to immerse himself in the sea of numbers, a girl appeared by the window. Her presence quickly captured the attention of the male students in the classroom. Who is that girl? She's stunning and exudes such elegance. Are you serious? That's Bai Wanwei, the daughter of the Bai family. No way. She is the top student in every exam, with a prestigious background. Even Lu Chen admires her. Her beauty and figure are indeed extraordinary. What brings her to our class? I'm curious too. It was always Lu Chen seeking her out, but today it seems the roles have reversed. Listening to the murmurs around him, Lu Chen lifted his gaze toward the window. Indeed, there stood a youthful girl, her skin as smooth as jade, with flowing long hair cascading down her shoulders. An enchanting figure, and an exquisite demeanor. At that moment, her captivating eyes were fixed intently on Lu Chen. A delicate visage was veiled in a layer of frost. What do you mean, Lu Chen? Bai Wanwei inquired with an unfriendly tone. Lu Chen responded, what an outrageous opening statement. Have I uttered anything? I believe not. You approach me questioning my intentions. He wondered what she meant by that. Is there something you need? Lu Chen asked indifferently. This time, Bai Wanwei appeared perplexed. Yesterday, she had sent Lu Chen countless messages, and upon receiving no reply, she concluded that he was unable to awaken. Back when they were students at the 13th high school, her family had coerced her into nurturing a relationship with Lu Chen. Now that he had not awakened, she saw an opportunity to escape this confinement and transfer to a better school, focusing on her preparations for the college entrance examination. However, when she visited today to complete her transfer procedures, her family suddenly called to inform her that Lu Chen had regained consciousness. Consequently, her plans to transfer were thwarted. The thought that this man she so despised was the reason she could not secure a favorable learning environment filled Bai Wanwei with resentment. Why did you not respond to my messages upon awakening? Do you understand the anguish of instilling hope in someone, only to have it transform into despair? How I long to free myself from you, to escape this school. Why did you have to awaken? Acknowledging that her true feelings were now laid bare, she continued, Lu Chen, you are an incorrigible wastrel. A person like you will achieve nothing in the future. I, Bai Wanwei, will never marry someone like you. Even if you were the last man on earth, I would prefer to live a life of solitude. Are you even listening to me, Lu Chen? After a barrage of words, Bai Wanwei suddenly realized that Lu Chen was engrossed in his book, utterly indifferent to her. She furrowed her brow, convinced he was merely feigning ignorance. He can read? A pig might as well climb a tree. Have you finished your tirade? After a moment, Lu Chen closed his book and, with evident impatience, remarked, step aside, you're disturbing my studies. At his words, Bai Wanwei was instantly taken aback, her eyes widening. Her beautiful face etched with disbelief. Chapter 4, The Ape God. Activate. Well, Lu Chen, you certainly know how to play this game. Bai Wanwei's face flushed with anger. In the past, every school day before the morning reading session commenced, Lu Chen would seek her out in the classroom. Wherever she went, he would follow, seemingly eager to remain at her heels for an entire day, impossible to shake off. Yet today marked the first time in 3 years that Bai Wanwei had taken the initiative to approach Lu Chen. To her surprise, he responded with this frosty demeanor. A little kindness and he becomes arrogant, playing games of pretended indifference? She was not one to fall for such tactics. Lu Chen, I hope you maintain this attitude and never again appear in my world. Farewell. No, it should be a definitive, never to meet again. Having uttered those words, Bai Wanwei turned on her heel in a huff. Lu Chen caught a glimpse of her departure from the corner of his eye and gently shook his head. What nonsense. What is so special about the daughter of the Bai family? Is the knowledge in my books not precious? Your face bears no inscriptions. Why should I fawn over you? Women merely impede my pace of study. I seek to extend my lifespan. His heart remained unperturbed as he continued to immerse himself in his mathematics textbook. The boys in the class observed this scene, their excitement palpable. I told you, Lu Gu is merely toying with Bai Wanwei. How could the sole heir of the Lu family settle for being a sycophant? Indeed, if Lu Gu truly desired romance, what kind of woman would he not have at his disposal? Yet, one must admit, Lu Ji's concentrated demeanor while reading does resemble that of a serious student. Naturally, Lu Ji's acting prowess eclipses that of any youthful heartthrob. Meanwhile, as Bai Wanwei reached the staircase, she feigned nonchalance and glanced back, only to find that Lu Chen had not pursued her. This left her somewhat perplexed. Was it not a game of pretended indifference? Was he genuinely seeking to sever ties with her? Bai Wanwei clenched her small fists. Well, perhaps this is for the best. Without this scoundrel's interference, I can finally focus on my studies. With that thought, she vanished from the staircase. Just as Bai Wanwei departed, a female teacher holding a mathematics textbook approached. This teacher, adorned with light makeup, possessed an enchanting beauty that was simply captivating. Her devilishly alluring figure was perfectly proportioned, a feast for the eyes. Particularly striking were her ample bosom, which seemed on the verge of bursting forth from her buttons. Her presence rendered the male students and even the male teachers nearly spellbound. Under the nearly frenzied gaze of the onlookers, the female teacher strode directly into Lu Chen's classroom. Hello, everyone. I am your new homeroom teacher, Lu Yun. With only 3 months left until the college entrance examination, I will be accompanying you during this remaining time. Although our time together will be brief, I wish to express my eagerness to meet you all, and I hope for your cooperation. Upon seeing Lu Yun at the podium, the boys in the classroom erupted with enthusiasm. Words such as "You are so beautiful, teacher," and "I love you, teacher. I wish to spend my life with you," flooded the air. Listening to the jubilant cheers, Lu Yun remained unmoved. Her gaze shifted to Lu Chen, the only student in the class engrossed in his reading. With an air of determination in her eyes. Do not misunderstand, she was not captivated by Lu Chen's studious demeanor. Rather, she had arrived with a sacred and solemn mission. Lu Yun, a doctoral candidate at the Police University of Longhua, had embarked on her first assignment upon graduation, which entailed dismantling the Lu family, a century-old dynasty. However, the Lu family was deeply entrenched, wielding significant power both politically and socially. Despite their criminal undertones, they managed to present a facade more pristine than the reader's own pockets. An in-depth investigation conducted over an entire year yielded little more than evidence of the Lu family's philanthropic endeavors and their commitment to global peace. In light of this impasse, the organization sought an alternative approach, deciding to find a breakthrough through Lu Chen, the future heir of the Lu family. Rumors circulated that this young master of the underworld was a notorious troublemaker, arrogant and unruly, embodying the very essence of a squanderer. Thus, Lu Yun was appointed as the homeroom teacher for Lu Chen's class, intending to leverage him as a means to gradually dismantle the Lu family's stronghold. Yet, as she observed Lu Chen, who was so diligently focused on his book, Lu Yun felt a flicker of doubt. Despite her prolonged presence at the podium, he had not cast a single glance in her direction, so absorbed he was in his reading. This fervor for study hardly resembled that of a carefree scoundrel. Could it be that the organization had erred in their assessment? At that moment, Lu Chen, who had been studiously reading, suddenly flung his hand out, tossing his textbook onto the floor with a resounding thud. He began to stomp on it while cursing vehemently, "Damn it, F.A. F.A. F.A." Lu Yun was taken aback. Lu Chen was seething with frustration. After poring over his books for so long, he had discovered that there were no rewards to be had. Upon inquiring, the tutoring system had informed him that he needed to shout Yuan God, activate, from the depths of his heart to unlock the system and earn rewards while studying. How could such a crucial detail be withheld? With only a few days of life left, was he merely wasting precious time? And what was this Yuan God? Bah! As Lu Chen's outburst unfolded, his classmates exchanged glances that clearly indicated their belief that he was merely pretending to study. Meanwhile, Lu Yun felt a wave of relief wash over her. It seemed he was indeed a good-for-nothing wastrel. The organization's decision to seek a breakthrough through Lu Chen was undoubtedly correct. With this thought in mind, Lu Yun cleared her throat and adopted a serious expression. Addressing the raucous students below, her voice rang out with authority, "Please maintain silence and refrain from excessive noise. It has been nearly a minute since my arrival, and you have yet to quiet down. Are you all still in elementary school, requiring a teacher to enforce classroom discipline personally? I am straightforward in nature. So let me give you a heads up. As your teacher, I wish to cultivate a good relationship with each of you, but do not make it difficult for me. Otherwise, do not blame me for losing my temper." Her words reverberated throughout the room, and the previously boisterous classroom fell into an unprecedented silence. So quiet that a pin drop could be heard. The male students gazed at Lu Yun, who had transformed from a gentle speaker to an irritable presence in the blink of an eye, rendered speechless by the drastic change in her demeanor. Observing their astonished expressions, Lu Chen could not help but feel a sense of secret pride. Years of rigorous training at the police academy had forged her into a poised and assertive woman. Each time, she first captivated others with her stunning appearance, only to later astonish them with her formidable personality. The exhilaration brought by such contrasts provided her with immense inner satisfaction. However, this was the notorious 13th middle school, and the class where Lu Chen was enrolled was filled with students of considerable background and rebellious spirits. Even the principal occasionally found himself losing a few strands of hair during class. Moments later, the previously quiet classroom erupted into noise once more. Wow. The teacher's personality is truly fierce. That's definitely a plus. I like you even more. Teacher, how well do you teach biology? I wish to learn from you. Ms. Lu. I often find myself daydreaming in class. What do you suggest I do? Teacher, I've heard that those with explosive tempers often harbor deep-seated depression. Is that true? Ms. Lu. Are you always this assertive, no matter where you are? The students were not deterred. Instead, they grew more enthusiastic, bombarding her with questions. Lu Chen, initially pleased, found herself momentarily taken aback by this barrage of inquiries. Were these students genuinely serious? What kind of upbringing had led to such questions? Normally, she would have swiftly delivered a reprimand, teaching them a lesson about propriety. Yet now, she was a teacher, a homeroom instructor, and she bore the weighty task of dismantling the Lu family's influence. Realizing this, Lu Chen quickened her breathing, striving to regain her composure. She must endure. It was essential to maintain her poise. A moment of weakness could jeopardize her greater plans. However, the subsequent remarks from a few students shattered her resolve. The teacher has a fantastic figure. I wonder if it's natural development. That's a given. It must be her boyfriend's doing. As she overheard their banter, Lu Chen's fair complexion began to flush a deep crimson, her entire being suffused with warmth. Chapter 5. Do you dare to call this a spoiled brat? Lu Chen stood at the podium, a faint wisp of white smoke curling above her head. In the next moment, she raised her right hand and brought it down with force upon the pure wooden desk. A resounding crash echoed through the room as the desk split in two. Flying out of the classroom, the sudden spectacle silenced the previously raucous class. All the students gazed at Lu Chen in astonishment, their faces etched with fear. Satisfied with the effect she had achieved, Lu Chen clenched her sore fist and coldly declared, I kindly ask all students to maintain silence. Should anyone dare to pose impolite questions again, do not blame the teacher for being ungracious. At that moment, a student timidly stood up. Teacher, he stammered. Lu Chen offered a benevolent smile. What would you like to say, dear student? Initially displaying a frightened demeanor, the student suddenly quickened his pace of speech. Teacher, vandalizing public property is illegal. What you did will surely provoke the righteous principal to punish you. I heard about a female teacher who accidentally damaged a flower bed while wearing high heels. She was confined to the office for 3 days for her misdeed before returning to class, trembling. However, given your beauty, the principal's wrath might be even greater. You could be punished for a month, so I hope you can endure and not be broken. Laughter erupted throughout the class at the students' remarks. Some boys looked at Lu Chen with a mischievous glint, as if they were already envisioning her in a pitiful state after enduring the principal's wrath. Lu Chen, observing these students, felt utterly flustered. What kind of students are these? They insult their teacher, show no respect for authority, and are utterly fearless. The mockery flowed from their lips. Having lived for over 20 years, she had never encountered such a situation. It was outrageous. What to do? Why you all? Stop laughing, Lu Chen exclaimed, her composure faltering. Yet, her reaction only fueled the students' antics, and the laughter grew louder. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. Assigned to this place by the organization, she could not even manage a group of students. How could she possibly accomplish the task entrusted to her under such circumstances? It was daunting, far too daunting. Just as Lu Chen was at a loss, a resonant voice suddenly pierced through the chaos. Everyone, be quiet. As soon as the words were spoken, the once noisy classroom fell into an eerie silence. The students who had been laughing heartily now lowered their heads, adopting a seemingly obedient demeanor. Lu Chen was taken aback and quickly turned toward the source of the voice. There stood Lu Chen, his eyes scanning the class like a predatory tiger. His expression conveyed an intensity that was almost palpable, emanating an inexplicable aura of authority. How could he not be angry? The time wasted due to the system not being activated weighed heavily on him, in a fervent desire to seize the moment and immerse himself in the world of literature. He found himself thwarted by the incessant clamor of his peers. Despite his earnest intentions, he had not absorbed a single word for an extended period. At home, his parents imposed restrictions on his reading, while at school, the environment proved equally inhospitable to his studies. Was this a relentless push towards despair? If they were to deny him the chance to thrive, he warned, they should not be surprised by his ire. Lu Chen, with righteous fervor, declared, "What do you all intend to do? Cause an uproar? Pretend to be impressive? I will elevate you. This school exists for your education, not for frivolity. The nation invests a substantial sum each year to provide you with a conducive learning environment, allowing you to study free of charge. Yet here you are, squandering this opportunity and wasting national resources. How many children in the mountains yearn for an education but lack the means? If you are disinclined to learn, why not step aside and allow those who truly need this chance to take it? Do you honor your school, your party, your country? Do you honor the parents who nurtured you? As youth, we ought to diligently acquire knowledge, contributing to the great rejuvenation of our homeland, rather than becoming a malignant tumor. I firmly state this. Should anyone dare to disrupt other studies again, do not expect me to be courteous." With that, Lu Chen sat down, plunging back into the delightful ocean of knowledge. The students at neighboring desks felt overwhelmed by his authoritative presence, realizing they had stirred the ire of the Lu family. Perhaps they could still seek Lu Chen's favor, given their shared experiences of skipping classes and indulging in leisure. However, confronting Lu Chen was a perilous endeavor. His father, Lu Zhixiang, was notorious for his fierce protection of his son. Who would dare to seek leniency from him? Has Luga taken a wrong turn today? He is usually the instigator of chaos, one student remarked. Indeed, something feels off today. We best not speak further. If Luga hears us, we may find ourselves in dire straits. In a corner, several boys whispered among themselves, while on the podium, Lu Yun reflected on Lu Chen's earlier words, utterly astonished. What profound insight! What remarkable awareness! This patriotic sentiment embodied the very essence of an exemplary youth. Yet, upon deeper contemplation, a sense of unease crept in. Wasn't he the sole heir of the Lu family, destined to inherit the Lu group? How could a so-called prodigal son articulate such sentiments? Lu Yun furrowed her brow, pondering whether the mission had been compromised. Was Lu Chen's speech a deliberate performance aimed at her? Such a possibility could not be dismissed. The Lu family, a century-old dynasty, wielded influence across the nation. Even infiltration into their organization was not beyond the realm of possibility. It seemed prudent to seek an opportunity to report this incident to higher authorities. Classmate, your speech was truly commendable. I hope everyone can learn from this exemplary student. Moreover, the teacher's tone earlier was rather unkind. I hope everyone can find it in their hearts to forgive. Now, let us commence the lesson. Please open your mathematics textbooks and turn to. Having just experienced that incident, Lu Yun understood that this task presented formidable challenges. To achieve success, it was imperative to temper her temperament. Only through careful deliberation and methodical advancement could she hope to dismantle the formidable Lu family. With Lu Chen's authoritative presence, the students exhibited exemplary behavior, no longer daring to disrupt. At that moment, a system notification resonated in Lu Chen's mind. Ding! You have successfully promoted positive energy. Your actions have influenced a total of 50 individuals. Reward, 5 hours of lifespan. Reward, mysterious gift pack 1. Lu Chen, engrossed in his reading, was momentarily taken aback. What? A mysterious gift pack? Chapter 6, Has the chicken foot been exposed? Lu Chen felt a slight surprise. It turns out that promoting positive energy could also extend one's lifespan. Moreover, there were mysterious gift rewards involved. Well, it seems that in the future, I should assist an elderly lady across the street or something similar. I aspire to be a youth full of positive energy. Open the mysterious gift. Lu Chen mused inwardly. Beep. The gift has been successfully opened. Received mysterious reward. Perfect potion 1. Oh. Upon seeing this potion, Lu Chen immediately clicked to use it. In the next moment, a warm current surged through his body. Instantly, Lu Chen felt his lungs no longer itch, and his kidneys were no longer weak. His already handsome visage now radiated even more charm. The body's original owner had frequently indulged in smoking and drinking, accumulating a plethora of ailments at a young age. Now, not only had he healed completely, but his overall demeanor had also significantly elevated. What a wonderful item! Lu Chen inwardly marveled. After his moment of reflection, he lowered his gaze and continued to peruse the mathematics book in his hands. The teacher at the podium was delivering her lecture, while he focused on his own studies. Both pursuits were not mutually exclusive. Beep. Detected that the host is reading Mathematics Volume 1 compulsory. Lifespan 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute. Mathematics Knowledge Ability 1, 1, 1. As time passed swiftly, Lu Chen completed reading the entirety of the first volume of the mathematics textbook. Beep. You have read the entire Mathematics Volume 1 compulsory. This reading session lasted for 1 hour. Additional reward. Lifespan 3 hours. Additional reward. Mathematics Knowledge Ability 1,000 points. Total lifespan gained. 2 days 15 hours. Total Mathematics Knowledge Ability gained. 8,200 points. Subsequently, Lu Chen took out Mathematics Volume 2. Beep. Detected that the host is reading Mathematics Volume 2 compulsory. Lifespan 1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute. Mathematics Knowledge Ability 1, 1, 1. For an entire day, regardless of the subject, Lu Chen solely focused on mathematics. The teachers, upon noticing, became indifferent. After all, as long as Lu Chen was not causing trouble, they felt fortunate. Moreover, when the teachers discovered Lu Chen engrossed in reading, their eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Is the sun rising from the west? He rarely attended class, yet now he is seen studying? After class, the teachers gathered to discuss whether Lu Chen had lost his mind. As for Lu Chen, he had reaped abundant rewards throughout the day. He perused all mathematics books from the first to the third year of high school, adding several days to his lifespan. His mathematics knowledge level had also reached its peak. Host, Lu Chen physical condition, perfect remaining lifespan, 29 days to 6 hours, 49 minutes, 21 seconds. Martial arts mastery, LV4, 27 experience. Proficient, mathematics knowledge ability, LV10. Max, world class, system prompt. The mathematics knowledge ability has reached its maximum. You may obtain significant lifespan and mysterious rewards through the following methods. 1. Participate in mathematics competitions. 2. Impart mathematical knowledge. 3. Engage in mathematics examinations. Upon reaching the pinnacle of his level, Lu Chen discovered a new method to unlock rewards. The phrase mysterious rewards piqued his curiosity, especially given the substantial benefits he had reaped from the enigmatic potion. It seemed imperative that he seize future opportunities to teach others mathematics or partake in competitions. In September, even as school hours drew to a close, the sky remained bright. Observing the dwindling days of his life, Lu Chen whistled cheerfully as he strolled toward the school gate, reveling in the prospect of living a few more days. However, upon arriving at the entrance, he suddenly noticed a girl in a white skirt standing nearby, clutching a pink backpack and trembling in fear. Surrounding her were several unruly youths with brightly dyed hair, leering at her with a frivolous demeanor, occasionally whistling in a most distasteful manner. "Little sister, just agree to accompany your brother to watch a movie," one of them leered. "I hear the newly released Jin Ping Mei is quite thrilling, with intense fight scenes that leave clothes in tatters. If you agree, I promise no one at Shursen Middle School will dare to bully you." One youth with green hair pledged earnestly. The others chimed in with bravado. "Indeed, though my elder brother is merely a freshman. Several formidable seniors at our school have his back, some of whom are good friends with the young master of the Lu family. If I were you, I would have already donned some black stockings to join him for the movie." "What nonsense, black stockings. White stockings are the most exquisite." Another scoffed. "Who cares about black or white? Nothing at all is the most alluring." They laughed heartily, exchanging crude banter. The girl's face flushed crimson as she clutched her backpack. Her voice trembling, I'm sorry, I'm busy. Please don't approach me again." Her words elicited a swift change in the expressions of the thugs. One of them raised his hand, ready to strike. "How dare you refuse? You're asking for trouble. We'll just drag you into an alley." Terrified, the girl stumbled back, tears streaming down her pristine cheeks. "I'm so sorry, truly sorry. My mother is in the hospital, and I need to work part-time to earn money. Please, I beg you, spare me." Due to Lu Chen's late departure from his studies, the school entrance was nearly deserted. In this scenario, the thugs grew increasingly brazen, ignoring the girl's pleas. "What job are you doing? Just tell your brother how much it costs for a night. I'll buy your first time." Ha ha ha. As the girl found herself cornered, a Volvo SUV parked at the school gate observed the unfolding scene. After finishing work, Lu Yun was preparing to drive away when she caught sight of an unexpected scene in her rearview mirror. The conversation among a group of unruly individuals reached her ears quite clearly, inciting her fury. "These uncultured ruffians. I simply cannot let this pass." As she observed the delinquents, her mind wandered back to the earlier classroom discussions among the boys, igniting Lu Yun's temper. She swiftly changed into a pair of flat shoes and swung open the car door, determined to confront them. Just then, a voice called out, "Oi, what are you guys doing? Take me along." Turning towards the sound, Lu Yun saw Lu Chen standing behind the group of troublemakers, a playful smile adorning his face. Bathed in the warm glow of the orange sunset, the gentle breeze tousled his hair, accentuating his handsome profile. Lu Yun was momentarily taken aback. How did he appear so much more attractive than during the day? Yet, her heart swelled with delight. Was Lu Chen finally revealing his true colors? Wasn't he quite the pretender earlier, professing loyalty to the party and the nation, claiming to contribute to the construction of the motherland? And now, he was audaciously proclaiming his desire to join them. With this thought in mind, Lu Yun promptly activated her camera, pressing the recording button, intending to document the scene before her as evidence of school bullying to present to the authorities. Chapter 7. Am I also a part of your play? At the school gate, a few delinquents cast disdainful glances at Lu Chen. Had they been seniors, they would have approached him with deference, offering cigarettes with a smile. However, these boys were newcomers to the 13th middle school, still in their first year of high school. Having only heard of Lu Chen's notorious reputation without ever having seen his face. One of them, sporting green hair, spat contemptuously and sneered, "Who is this pretty boy? Get lost and don't disturb your father's enjoyment." The girl's eyes brightened, as if she had seen a glimmer of hope, but she quickly lowered her gaze. Feeling disheartened, she understood the gravity of the situation. The green-haired thug had taken several fierce seniors as his brothers, ruling the campus with an iron fist, leaving the freshmen in fear. She did not wish for anyone to suffer misfortune on her behalf. "Classmate, you should leave. This does not concern you," she said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Did you hear that? My girlfriend wants you to scram." The green-haired thug chuckled mockingly. With that, the group of delinquents turned back, advancing towards the girl with wicked grins. Suddenly, a soda can soared through the air. Crack! The can arced gracefully in a perfect parabola, striking the green-haired thug squarely on the head. Ouch! He yelped in pain, clutching his head in agony. Turning around, he saw Lu Chen casually brushing his hands together. An expression of feigned apology on his face. "My apologies, I slipped." At this moment, the delinquents were thoroughly enraged. "You've got to be kidding. You're asking for a beating. I'll make you regret this today." One of them bellowed. "You dare to act tough in front of me? Not even a god can save you now." With that, the three thugs charged at Lu Chen like unleashed wild dogs. Inside a nearby car, Lu Yun, who had been secretly documenting the scene, was taken aback. Something was amiss. Was Lu Chen supposed to join them? This seemed more like a brawl. Should she, as their homeroom teacher, intervene? Just as she hesitated, she was astonished to see that the three thugs had been swiftly dealt with by Lu Chen. They were now sprawled on the ground, clutching their bodies and howling in pain. "Ow, my stomach, it hurts." One cried. "Who dared to hit me? Do you know who my brother is? Call Black Bear. Get some help." Lu Yun was left speechless. They couldn't even handle one person. Yet they threatened to call for backup? And they thought they could be tough? Nonetheless, Lu Chen's skills were indeed remarkable. He appeared slender and weak. Yet in the blink of an eye, he had knocked them all down. At the school gate, Lu Chen approached the girl and said softly, "Classmate, let me escort you away from here." While the girl gazed at Lu Chen's handsome face, momentarily at a loss for words. Her previously flawless complexion was now tinged with a rosy hue. Unlike the embarrassment she felt when the thugs harassed her, this time, it felt as if a little deer was prancing wildly in her heart. Thank you." The girl stuttered softly, her voice gentle and delicate. "No need to be polite." Lu Chen replied succinctly. After speaking, he turned with the girl to leave. At that moment, the three thugs lying on the ground struggled to rise. "Damn it. You can't leave. Thought you could just act tough and run away? Stand there." Lu Chen ignored them, resolutely moving forward. Seeing this, the blonde thug immediately issued a harsh threat. "If you dare to leave today, I'll toss that girl's disabled mother into a well." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen paused, then turned to look at the thugs, his eyes filled with disdain. "Call for help." He coldly uttered 4 words, then stood still, unwavering. In the car, Lu Yun observed the scene with growing curiosity. This heir of the Lu family had some spirit. He didn't flee after the fight. Instead, he awaited the opposition to call for reinforcements. Quite commendable, indeed. As she mused, Lu Yun took out her phone and dialed 110. What a joke. If they summoned a dozen people, wouldn't Lu Chen be beaten to a pulp? Even if she rushed to help, her fists would be no match for a multitude. At this moment, calling the police was undoubtedly the wisest choice. At the school gate, the girl noticed Lu Chen had halted, her expression somewhat dazed. Then, as if she had made a firm resolution, she stood her ground beside Lu Chen, her gaze becoming resolute. What the hell? The green-haired thug seethed, feeling humiliated. The girl he fancied was not only being rescued by another, but was also playing out a melodrama of tragic love, as if they would die together. The thought of becoming a mere pawn in their play drove him nearly to madness. Before long, the originally clear sky began to darken with ominous clouds, creating an atmosphere thick with foreboding. Soon, a large group approached from the west side of the school, a sea of faces. Lu Yun, sitting in the car, estimated the crowd and was astonished to realize there were no fewer than 100 people. Her heart raced in disbelief. What on earth is happening? Is this still in the country? The 13th middle school hasn't been liberated yet? It's the 21st century. How can we still see remnants of the past? Are they filming a gangster movie? She was immensely relieved that she had called the police. Otherwise, Lu Chen would surely have been beaten into submission. Haha. My big brother is here. Brace yourselves. The green-haired thug exclaimed with excitement, throwing out a taunt before eagerly heading towards the approaching crowd. Brother Black Bear, you finally arrived. That little brat over there hit me. He pointed to Lu Chen, who stood with his back turned to the crowd, reporting to his leader. Brother Black Bear, towering at nearly 2 meters tall, with a robust build and dark skin, certainly embodied his nickname. Following the direction of the green-haired thug's finger, Black Bear glanced over and found the figure somewhat familiar. Yet, without uttering many words, a resounding series of slaps echoed, smack, smack, smack. Each of the 3 individuals received a blow, leaving them resembling swollen pigs. The one with green hair, clutching his puffy face, lamented, Brother Black Bear, why did you strike me? Black Bear, pointing at them, berated, what a mess. One person managed to reduce the 3 of you to this pitiful state. And you still dare to claim that you are my little brothers. Having said that, he waved his hand with a commanding voice. Come. Let me see who is so foolish as to lay a hand on my people. With those words, a throng surged towards the school gate. Soon, 100 or so individuals encircled Lu Chen, leaving him with no escape. The girl, observing the surrounding crowd, trembled with fear. She clutched the hem of Lu Chen's shirt, her delicate fingers quivering. You are quite bold, daring to touch my little brother. Who do you think you are? Black Bear ignited a cigarette, fixating on Lu Chen's silhouette. However, the more he gazed, the more peculiar it seemed. That attire, that posture, how reminiscent it was of someone he knew. Green Hair, noticing Lu Chen's lack of movement, shouted, Hey, are you deaf? My brother is speaking to you. Yet, as Lu Chen gradually turned to face them, Black Bear's expression shifted dramatically. The instant he laid eyes on Lu Chen's face, he froze in shock, his mouth agape in disbelief, nearly dropping his jaw to the ground. After a few moments of stunned silence, Black Bear stammered, Lu, Brother Lu? Chapter 8, Are you out of your mind? In your lifetime, have you ever risked everything for someone else? The Black Bear has, and it is happening right now. Gazing at the expressionless Lu Chen before him, the Black Bear felt a wave of darkness wash over his eyes, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Cold sweat drenched his back. A thought to eliminate the green-haired youth crossed his mind. How foolish it was to provoke the most formidable individual in the entire school. Was he not digging his own grave? Setting aside Lu Chen's background, which could crush them effortlessly like squashing ants, from a practical standpoint, he was still Lu Chen's subordinate. Lu Gu, is that you? Ah, heh, a misunderstanding. Truly a misunderstanding. The Black Bear, trembling, fumbled for a cigarette and offered it to Lu Chen, all the while scrutinizing Lu Chen's subtle facial expressions, terrified that he might turn hostile at any moment. Behind them, the majority were seniors, and how could they not recognize Lu Chen? Thus, everyone simultaneously shouted, Lu Gu. The roar was deafening. At that moment, the green-haired trio was left utterly dumbfounded. Even if they were dull-witted, how could they fail to discern who stood before them? In the entire 13 high school, there was no one else who could command the Black Bear's utmost respect and bore the surname Lu, except for that distinguished young master. Lu. The green-haired youth was drenched in sweat, stammering without managing to utter a single coherent word. The Black Bear, unable to contain himself, slapped him hard. Are you blind? Did your eyeballs migrate to your backside? Who do you think you can provoke? If you seek death, don't drag me into it, damn it. In the next moment, the trio of green-haired youths rushed forward, fervently bowing their heads in apology. Lu Gu, it was our folly. We failed to recognize the mountain before us. Please, show mercy and do not hold our ignorance against us. Lu Gu, we are truly sorry. Had we known it was you, we would not have dared offend you even at the cost of our lives. Lu Gu, we acknowledge our mistakes. Please forgive us. The arrogance they once displayed had vanished entirely, their demeanor now exuding sincerity. The Black Bear and all the seniors watched silently, none daring to intercede on their behalf. What a joke. They knew precisely whom they had provoked and had no desire to invite disaster upon themselves. Nearby, a girl gazed at Lu Chen, utterly astonished. Was he truly the legendary young master? Yet, he didn't seem as terrible as the tale suggested. At that moment, Lu Chen spoke. His tone icy, to bully female classmates in broad daylight. And to threaten to toss another disabled mother into a well. Was that the purpose for which your parents brought you into this world? From now on, I do not wish to see any of you three in Yuhai City. Transfer, leave this city, and get lost. Upon hearing those final words, the black bear secretly breathed a sigh of relief and then shouted, Did you not hear what Lu Gu commanded? Why are you still standing there like fools? The green-haired youth nodded vigorously, like garlic being crushed. Yes, thank you, Lu Gu. Thank you, Brother Black Bear. We shall transfer schools first thing tomorrow morning. With that, the three of them turned their backs and fled in shame. Hardly had they departed when a notification sound echoed in Lu Chen's mind. Ding! You have successfully spread positive energy. Your actions have influenced a total of 108 individuals. Reward, lifespan 10 hours. Upon hearing this announcement, Lu Chen felt a surge of joy within him. Although there was no mysterious gift to be claimed, those 10 hours of life were equivalent to the time it would take him to read several books. Promoting social positivity is our undeniable duty. As the matter concluded, the black bear, seeing that Lu Chen had no intention of pursuing the issue further, was about to offer a heartfelt apology. Just then, a familiar female voice rang out from a distance. Lu Chen, are you bullying someone again? As these words left her lips, everyone turned their gaze toward the source. There stood by Wanwei, her backpack slung over her shoulder as she strode out of the campus. She approached Lu Chen directly and coldly remarked, What's wrong? Unable to maintain the facade any longer? Weren't you supposed to be a diligent student today? The events of the morning had left Bai Wanyu seething with anger. She had taken the initiative to confront him, yet he had dismissed her completely, fabricating excuses to avoid her. Such a flimsy excuse was no different from an insult to her intelligence. Now, witnessing Lu Chen bully someone again, she was determined not to let this opportunity for reprimand slip by. Lu Chen, is it your only pleasure to prey upon the weak? Do you not find yourself utterly ridiculous? A person like you, hoping to be my boyfriend? Let me make it clear we will never, ever be. Bai Wanwei delivered her words with emphasis, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. The black bear, seeing this unfold, rushed forward to explain. Sister-in-law, please don't misunderstand. Brother Lu is not bullying, but he was cut off mid-sentence by Lu Chen, who interjected, Stop right there. From now on, no one is to call her sister-in-law. Is that understood? This declaration left everyone bewildered. What was happening? It was common knowledge throughout the school that Lu Chen was pursuing Bai Wanwei. He had gone to great lengths to win her affection, leaving no stone unturned in his pursuit, even to the extent of trying to bring down the moon for her. Especially when he heard his friends refer to her as sister-in-law, it brought him genuine joy. Yet today he had suddenly changed his stance and forbade it. Could it be? Everyone's gaze shifted to the girl standing beside Lu Chen. Was it because of her presence? Feeling the weight of countless eyes upon her, the girl's face flushed crimson. Bai Wanwei too noticed her, realizing that the girl's beauty, figure, and poise were no less remarkable than her own. Instantly, an inexplicable feeling of inadequacy washed over her. If that were the case, her earlier tirade would only make her appear foolish and overly sentimental. The thought of embarrassing herself in front of so many people made Bai Wanwei's cheeks redden. However, she quickly recognized something amiss. Given Lu Chen's notorious flirtatious nature, such girls are plentiful around him. Yet, why at this moment does she appear before his eyes? It is well known that during this time, Lu Chen would usually be reveling with a group of friends. Meanwhile, due to the impending college entrance examination, he would typically study late into the night before returning home. Bai Wanwei came to a realization. Lu Chen was deliberately orchestrating a chance encounter, seeking to evoke jealousy by bringing another girl into the mix. Indeed, he was playing the game of feigned indifference. With this thought, Bai Wanwei gently smiled and said, Lu Chen, do not presume that your actions can sway me in any way. They merely render you ridiculous and juvenile. I kindly ask that you refrain from disturbing me in the future. Let us not meet again. With that, Bai Wanwei departed without a backward glance. A heavy silence fell upon the crowd. Such cruel and unfeeling words. Although Bai Wanwei had consistently rebuffed Lu Chen in the past, she had never displayed such resolute conviction. Brother Lu. He Xiang was about to step forward to offer some comfort, only to find Lu Chen entirely indifferent. In fact, he shook his head and shouted in the direction of Bai Wanwei's retreating figure, Crazy. Chapter 9. Is this what you call specialization? After Bai Wanwei departed, the girl turned to Lu Chen, her face flushed with a hint of nervousness. Classmate, thank you for saving me today. My name is Li Jingya. and I will certainly repay you in the future. Repay? Lu Chen waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. No need for thanks. I am the sort of person who performs good deeds without seeking recognition. Hey Xiang, Li Jingya, a group of subordinates. Is recognition really necessary? Just moments ago, over 100 people were calling you Brother Lu. As long as one isn't lacking a few marbles. Who wouldn't know you were Lu Chen? Brother Lu. He Xiong leaned closer, a look of shame on his face. It's all my fault today. I failed to discern my companions when recruiting. Please, punish me as you wish, and I shall bear it without complaint. Lu Chen glanced at He Xiong and the rowdy crowd behind him, cleared his throat, and proclaimed, as upright men, we are all pillars of our families. I have no other demands of you, but I hope you refrain from bullying the vulnerable. At the very least, strive to be individuals filled with a sense of justice. Huh? Upon hearing Lu Chen's declaration, the crowd was taken aback. What has gotten into Brother Lu today? He must have either forgotten his medication or taken the wrong one. You, who usually engage in the most nefarious deeds, now wish for us to embody a sense of justice? Everyone knows your father is the largest gangster in the country. Of course, these thoughts remained unvoiced, confined to their minds. He Xiong then shouted to those behind him, Did you all hear Brother Lu's words? From today onward, we shall all strive to be individuals filled with a sense of justice. As these words left his mouth, over 100 people raised their hands in unison, erupting into a resounding cheer at the school gate. Justice, 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 justice. Righteousness, righteousness, righteousness. Hysteria, hysteria, hysteria. Wait. As they chanted, the slogans began to sound awry. At that moment, an elderly woman of 80, leaning on a cane and stooped with age, happened to pass by. Glancing at the exuberant youths, she shook her head. Silly children, why choose to be hysterical? This is a condition one only acquires at my age. The crowd fell silent. Just then, the distant sound of police sirens pierced the air. However, the young ruffians were not panicked as one might expect from a television drama. For with Lu Chen shielding them, why should they fear? Nonetheless, considering the implications, Lu Chen waved his hand, signaling everyone to disperse. Within moments, only Lu Chen and Li Jingya remained at the school gate. Creak. 2 police cars came to a halt by the roadside. Several uniformed officers, equipped with body cameras, emerged from the vehicles. However, upon spotting Lu Chen, one of the officers, appearing to be the leader, subtly gestured, and the others promptly turned off their cameras. Xiao Chen, have you stirred up trouble again? The captain approached with a smile. Lu Chen recognized this man. Li Fu, once merely a grassroots police officer, later found himself in dire straits after reporting his superior for embezzlement, thus incurring the wrath of influential figures. He was not only beaten severely and dismissed from his position, but also wrongfully imprisoned under fabricated charges. Ultimately, it was his father, Lu Zhixiang, who intervened, clearing Li Fu's name and facilitating his ascent to the rank of captain. Strange, who called the police? Lu Chen pondered aloud. At that moment, an SUV door swung open, and Lu Yun emerged, elegantly clad in high heels. It was I who reported the incident, she declared. The crowd turned to her, and she approached with a charming smile, explaining, Officer, I am Lu Chen's homeroom teacher. I witnessed him being bullied, which prompted my call to the authorities. Upon hearing her explanation, Li Fu and his fellow officers exchanged amused glances. Lu Chen being bullied? What a peculiar notion. In the 13th school, it was a miracle if he was the one doing the bullying. With the situation evidently not severe, Li Fu nodded. Well, since there is nothing amiss, we shall take our leave. He then reminded Lu Chen, return home early so as not to worry your parents. Understood, brotherly, Lu Chen replied. Once the officers departed, only Lu Chen, Lu Yun, and Li Jingya remained in the vicinity. Let me give you a ride home, Lu Yun offered, waving her car keys with a smile. Considering the attractive figure of his homeroom teacher, Lu Chen found no reason to decline. The original owner of his body, after all, had a habit of lingering with a group of ruffians post-school, returning home only in the dead of night. Hence, the family driver was merely tasked with drop-offs, not pickups. The trio settled into the car, and during their journey, Lu Chen learned of Li Jingya's unfortunate background. To summarize her plight succinctly, it could be described as tragically harrowing. Her father, a compulsive gambler, and her mother, paralyzed, had left her with a shattered family. Following her father's ruinous gambling, which resulted in insurmountable debts, he ultimately succumbed to despair, taking his own life. With her mother incapacitated and incapable of work, all the family's burdens fell upon Li Jingya's shoulders. Despite her overwhelming responsibilities, which included working part-time to repay debts while caring for her ailing mother, Li Jingya still excelled academically, frequently ranking in the top 10 throughout her first year of high school. Lu Yun, moved by this revelation, remarked, "Jingya, tomorrow is Saturday, and there will be a mathematics competition in the city. The first prize is a substantial reward of 200,000 yuan. I am one of the adjudicators and have several registration forms. Would you like to participate?" Upon hearing of the monetary incentive, Li Jingya's eyes lit up as she eagerly responded, "Really, teacher? I wish to take part." Almost immediately, Lu Chen raised his hand as well, exclaiming, "Teacher, I want to join too." Lu Yun raised an eyebrow, amused. Li Jingya excels in her studies and possesses remarkable mathematical prowess. Participating in the competition might yield her a prize. But you, a frivolous playboy, have hardly cracked open a book. What are you trying to achieve? Lu Chen was aware of Lu Yun's disdain for him. Yet, unbeknownst to her, his mathematical knowledge had reached its zenith. Participating in the mathematics competition not only offers the prospect of substantial rewards, but also mysterious prizes. Such a splendid opportunity lies before him. How could he possibly let it slip away? "Teacher, you have no idea. I struggle significantly with mathematics. In every exam, despite my poor performance in other subjects, my mathematics score is surprisingly high." Lu Yun couldn't help but feel intrigued. "How high?" Lu Chen replied, "Take the last monthly exam for instance. I scored 24 in Chinese, 13 in English, and 29 in physics and chemistry, yet I achieved a remarkable 30 in mathematics. This is a serious discrepancy." Li Jingya stifled a laugh. Lu Yun retorted, "Mathematics is scored out of 150, with multiple choice questions accounting for half of it. You call that a discrepancy? Scatter some rice, let Kunkin step on it, and it would surpass that. Furthermore, with only 24 in Chinese, aren't you concerned about being mistaken for a spy?" However, upon reflection, she considered that since they needed to find a breakthrough within the Lu family business through Lu Chen, it might be beneficial to engage with him further. "All right. You two fill out these forms." Lu Yun produced 2 sheets and handed them to the pair in the back seat. When Lu Chen returned home, it was already 9 p.m. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of his father sitting ominously in the living room, flanked by dozens of servants. The atmosphere was palpably tense. A sense of foreboding crept into Lu Chen's heart. Sure enough, as soon as he stepped inside, Lu Zhixiong coldly remarked, "I hear that Bai Wanwei sought you out at school today, and you treated her with disdain under the pretext of studying, even associating with another girl in her presence." With a sweeping gesture, Lu Zhixiong summoned a nearby servant. "Fetch Lu Chen's backpack." The servant complied, respectfully handing over the bag to Lu Zhixiong. In the next moment, Lu Zhixiong violently upended the contents of the backpack. Aside from several scattered books, a mathematics competition registration form tumbled onto the floor. Seeing this, Lu Chen's heart sank. This was bad. He was in for another round of punishment. Chapter 10. Capture the evidence of crime. Evidence of crime. Gazing at the scattered textbooks and the registration form for the mathematics competition on the floor, Lu Zhixiong's expression was as dark as a stormy sky. The surrounding servants dared not utter a sound, internally lamenting the recklessness of their young master. Despite their father's explicit instructions to prioritize study and self-improvement, the foremost task was to win the affections of the Bai family's daughter. Yet, Lu Chen dismissed Bai Wanwei with a cold demeanor in the name of study, an act that flouted both mandates. Given Lu Zhixiong's temperament, it was likely that Lu Chen would face severe repercussions tonight. Prepared for the inevitable punishment, Lu Chen knelt on the ground, saying, "Father, I was wrong. Please, punish me." However, the next scene left everyone dumbfounded. Lu Zhixiong's grim visage suddenly brightened, and he erupted into laughter while helping Lu Chen to his feet. "Ha ha. You truly are my son, clever as ever." As Lu Chen slowly rose, he was taken aback. Lu Zhixiong lit a cigar, a beaming smile upon his face, proclaiming, "What a brilliant strategy of feigning disinterest. You see, I employed the very same tactic to win over your mother." He reminisced about his relentless pursuit of her for 3 years. Although she harbored feelings for him that could not break through the final barrier. In desperation, he resorted to enlisting another woman to feign indifference. Upon learning of this, your mother was furious, rallying hundreds of people to chase him down the streets. I ended up in the hospital for several months, bearing numerous scars. Yet, those wounds were well worth it. When she saw my condition, she could no longer contain her tears. Thus began their official relationship, leading to courtship, marriage, and ultimately, the birth of you, my mischievous child. Haha. After absorbing his father's narrative, Lu Chen was nearly speechless. It seemed his father mistakenly believed he was employing a similar tactic on by Wang Yue, but that was far from the truth. To claim he felt nothing for her would be a falsehood. Who could resist the allure of a beautiful and well-endowed heiress? However, at this moment, his primary focus was on accumulating longevity, not on pursuing a romantic partner. Moreover, his mother had been quite formidable in her youth, leading hundreds in a fierce pursuit. Just imagining it was exhilarating. Before Lu Chen could respond, Lu Zhixiang picked up the mathematics competition registration form again. Taking a deep puff of his cigar, his expression filled with satisfaction. I heard from the Bai family that Bai Wanwei will also participate in this mathematics competition tomorrow. Exactly. To pursue a woman, one must be strategic. How could you hope to succeed by only courting her within school? You must gradually transition to the outside world to deepen your connection. Now, go wash up and get some rest. Remember to dress handsomely and make a good impression tomorrow. With that, Lu Zhixiang extinguished his cigar and sauntered out of the living room. Scratching his head, Lu Chen realized why his father had not reacted negatively to the mathematics competition form. It turned out that Bai Wanyue would also be attending the very same event. Truly, fate had a way of intertwining paths. However, it must be said that it was thanks to her participation in the competition that I was spared from a beating today. Otherwise, if my father discovered my diligent and proactive efforts in studying, it would undoubtedly have resulted in a storm of chaos. Upon returning to my bedroom, I exclaimed, "Activate the primal god," and resumed my reading of Martial Arts of the Dragon Nation. The events that transpired at the school gate in the evening made me acutely aware of the significance of martial prowess. Had I not tirelessly elevated my mastery of martial arts to level 4 last night, I might not have been able to contend with those 3 ruffians today. Ding. The system has detected that the host is reading Martial Arts of the Dragon Nation. Martial Arts Ability 1. 1. 1. As I listened to the system's notification chime, I gradually submerged myself in the ocean of knowledge. Meanwhile, in a modest apartment in Yuhai City, Lu Yun had just finished her shower and donned a fresh set of pajamas. Despite their loose fit, they could not conceal her alluringly curvaceous figure. She then sat at her desk and opened her laptop, revealing a video conference with a dozen participants. All of them were key figures in the campaign to dismantle the Lu Group. "Lu Yun, how goes the progress of your mission, codenamed Hunting the Lu?" A man with a square face and an air of righteousness inquired from the screen. The term Hunting the Lu cleverly played on the phonetics of Lu. Lu Yun hesitated slightly before responding. Reporting to the superior, "I have successfully secured my position and documented all of Lu Chen's actions and statements today." However, according to organizational requirements, she had installed a pinhole camera in her clothing to capture Lu Chen's every move, aiming to gather evidence of his misdeeds at school. Yet, to send today's footage would not only lack incriminating evidence, but would instead appear to exonerate Lu Chen. The man frowned. No need for further discussion. Upload the video to the conference room immediately. With no other option, Lu Yun complied and uploaded the footage. Soon, the conference room began playing the video she had recorded throughout the day. Everyone took notes, intently watching the screen to glean evidence. The first segment featured a classroom scene, where classmates hurled insults, their words laced with cruelty and disdain. Lu Yun, incensed, struck the wooden table, leaving her peers in shocked silence. At this, her colleagues chuckled, remarking, "Lu Yun's temper remains as fiery as ever." Indeed, a mere display of her prowess had left those immature students dumbfounded. However, as they continued to watch, it became evident that the students not only remained undeterred but escalated their hostility, leaving Lu Yun at a loss. Silence enveloped the room as they realized that these students were not only poorly behaved but also audacious and articulate. One could only imagine how they would fare if they were the ones standing at the podium facing such a rowdy crowd. Just as the sense of helplessness began to settle in, subsequently, Lu Chen abruptly rose to his feet, unleashing a tempest of fury. "What on earth are you all thinking? Are you attempting to overturn the very fabric of our society? The nation invests vast sums each year to establish 9 years of compulsory education, granting you the privilege of attending school without charge. Yet, what do? You squander this opportunity, neglecting your studies and wasting the country's resources. Can you, one and all, truly justify your presence in school, your allegiance to the party, and your loyalty to the nation? As young individuals, we ought to diligently pursue knowledge, contributing to the future rejuvenation of our homeland, rather than becoming a malignant tumor upon society." His voice resonated powerfully, with each word striking deep within the hearts of those present. Who could have anticipated such profound rhetoric emanating from the lips of a mere teenager? He was, without doubt, a paragon of contemporary high school students. At that moment, a forthright and spirited team member could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "Well said." That was truly remarkable. However, as soon as the words escaped his lips, a chill ran down his spine as he realized the gravity of the situation. Well, what a ridiculous notion. We are here to gather evidence against Lu Chen, not to indulge in patriotic discourse. The commanding officer displayed a look of exasperation. Hadn't they agreed to film evidence of Lu Chen's transgressions? Instead, everyone was engrossed in note-taking and the ideals of youth education. A profound silence enveloped the conference room. After a lengthy pause, the officer sighed and instructed, "Let us proceed to the next video." Chapter 11. A majestic image lasting mere seconds. The second video is incomplete. After all, school had already concluded, and Lu Yun was preparing to leave for home. Thus, the footage begins with Lu Chen fiercely beating 3 ruffians. Following this, when the core members heard Huang Mao threaten to throw Li Jingya's disabled mother into a well, a chill surged through everyone's hearts. Is this truly the behavior of high school students? What kind of dreadful environment must exist to cultivate such predatory individuals? Shortly thereafter, Huang Mao summoned his gang. He Xiong arrived with over 100 subordinates. Lu Chen merely showed his face, causing the adversaries to flee in terror. The trio of Huang Mao frantically admitted their faults, leading to a lecture from Lu Chen in broad daylight. Bullying female classmates and boasting about throwing someone's disabled mother into a well. Were your parents so intent on raising you for such earth-shattering deeds? I ask for nothing else. Everyone has their minor faults, yet I hope you refrain from preying on the vulnerable. At the very least, strive to be individuals with a strong sense of justice. 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 Upon the conclusion of the video, an eerie silence enveloped the conference room. With not a soul daring to speak, the screen remained as silent as the grave. The sound of a falling needle could be heard. The reason is simple. The portrayal of Lu Chen in these 2 segments starkly contrasts with everyone's expectations. Where is the debauched young master they anticipated? Where is the villainous behavior they predicted? This is, quite frankly, overflowing with positive energy. It is no exaggeration to call him a model youth of the new era. The chief sighed, breaking the silence. First, the task of hunting the deer is far more challenging than anticipated. Lu Chen is clearly putting on an act, leading us to suspect the presence of an undercover agent from the Lu family within our ranks. Upon hearing this, the core members nodded in agreement. Lu Yun concurred. After Lu Chen delivered that speech in class, I sensed that the deer hunting task had been compromised. I recommend a thorough investigation to unearth the mole. The chief nodded. After this meeting concludes, I shall promptly establish an inspection team dedicated to resolving this matter. Having said this, the chief made a gesture of affirmation and continued. Second, the management of Yunhai City No. 13 Middle School is chaotic, with delinquent youths running rampant. However, these troublemakers share a common trait. They all look to Lu Chen as their leader. Therefore, I propose that Comrade Lu Yun shift her focus to these ruffians. Should they cause trouble, Lu Chen might step in to resolve the issues. By capturing evidence of Lu Chen shielding his subordinates, we can gradually seize the initiative. This could serve as a valuable breakthrough. Upon hearing the chief's remarks, Lu Yun's eyes brightened. Such is the wisdom of a leader. While others lamented the daunting task ahead, he had already discovered a new avenue for progress. Indeed, Chief, Lu Yun responded with an air of excitement. As a family with a century-long legacy, the Lu family is steeped in heinous deeds and possesses deeply entrenched influence, akin to an exceedingly stubborn nail, which calls for collective effort to address this formidable issue. Following the leader's remarks, the discussion regarding the hunting mission came to a close. The leader then shifted his focus to Lu Yun, stating, additionally, there is an urgent task that requires your collaboration with the local police. Lu Yun's expression turned serious as she replied, please, give your orders. The leader nodded and continued. Just yesterday, we uncovered a case of child trafficking that occurred over a decade ago in the capital. Upon investigation, we discovered that the suspect is currently in Yunhai City. Tomorrow, the suspect will accompany a child to participate in a mathematics competition held in Yunhai City. I am aware of your passion for mathematics, and you have independently registered to serve as a judge for this competition. Therefore, you might as well take part in it, and it will count towards your achievements. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun confidently patted her chest and assured, rest assured, I will do my utmost to cooperate with the local police to fulfill this mission. With the meeting concluded, Lu Yun shut her laptop and kicked off her slippers, flopping onto her bed. She opened her phone, and with a sound of T-I-me, she began her moment of relaxation for the day. Strongest bronze rank 4, beautiful, sweet-voiced, and good-tempered. Any gods willing to team up with me? Lu Yun chirped in a high-pitched voice in the world channel. Not long after her message, a male voice responded, brothers, don't believe her. Last time I played with her, She berated me for an hour just because I gave away a kill. What's more, she even threatened to find me in real life. Lu Yun's face turned crimson at an observable rate. No longer speaking in a high pitch, she retorted furiously, "How dare you slander me? Give me your address, and I'll take you down." Meanwhile, at the Lu family's villa, the clock struck 23:56. After finishing a book, the subsequent readings significantly accelerated his reading speed. During this period, Lu Chen had read Dragon Kingdom martial arts dozens of times. Martial arts mastery, LV10, max. World class, system notification, martial arts mastery is at its peak. High longevity and mysterious rewards can be obtained through participating in competitions, using violence to counter violence, or martial arts professional examinations. Hearing this notification, Lu Chen stretched lazily and thought, finally maxed out. With world-class martial arts mastery, there are few who can match me in close combat. This realization greatly enhanced his sense of personal security. Content with this thought, Lu Chen reclined on his bed and soon fell into a deep slumber. The night passed swiftly, and before he knew it, morning arrived. At 6:49, before the alarm could ring, Lu Chen awakened to his father's gentle calls. "Get up already. What time is it? Can you be a bit more attentive? With your attitude, how do you expect to complete the tasks I've assigned you? Do you still wish to pursue by Wanwei?" In the rural setting, even the dogs seem unworthy. Lu Chen rubbed his drowsy eyes, astonished. He had not anticipated that Lu Zhixiang, despite entering middle age, would exhibit such discipline, rising before 7 a.m. It appears that this inexpensive father possesses qualities worthy of emulation. However, Lu Zhixiang grumbled, "Sang karaoke all night, and I haven't slept yet. I'm about to collapse from exhaustion. I'm off to bed, damn it." Lu Chen, truly, a remarkable individual. The grand image Lu Zhixiang held in Lu Chen's mind shattered within mere seconds. After rising, Lu Chen, attended by the servants, completed his morning rituals, washing up, brushing his teeth, having breakfast, selecting his attire, and arranging his hairstyle. Stepping out of the Lu family villa as he settled into the Rolls-Royce. Dozens of servants formed two lines and chorused, wishing young Master Lu a victorious journey. May you successfully wed the daughter of the Bai family and father a brood of plump, healthy children. What? Witnessing the imminent collapse of his newly formed worldview, Lu Chen hastily exclaimed, "Quick! Driver, let us go? Right away, young master. Please hold on tight." As the words left his lips, the car engine roared like a ferocious beast. Amidst billowing smoke, the vehicle surged forward, darting towards the venue of the mathematics competition like a rocket. Chapter 12. Cheers. Let us go, brothers. In the bustling city of Yunhai, at the heart of the Oscar shopping mall, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement as early as 8 a.m. A throng of people had gathered, eagerly anticipating a nationally renowned mathematics competition. Although the event was not of the highest caliber, it represented an unmissable challenge for every mathematics enthusiast. Moreover, the grand prize was a staggering 200,000 yuan, a sum that could sustain an ordinary family for a year or two. As Lu Chen alighted from his vehicle, a gentle feminine voice called out, Lu Chen? Turning to investigate, he was met with the sight of Li Jingya, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush, dressed in a pink short-sleeved shirt and white shorts. Her unadorned face radiated a pure and innocent beauty. "What a coincidence, Li Jingya!" Lu Chen exclaimed, flashing a charming smile. Li Jingya nodded shyly and replied, "Yes. Quite a coincidence. Would you like me to accompany you to the competition venue? I used to work part-time at this mall and know a back-end trance we can use." Lu Chen glanced towards the main entrance, where a massive crowd had already formed, making it nearly impassable. He nodded in agreement, and together they made their way to the back door. As the saying goes, fate is capricious. Just a few steps into their journey, they encountered Bai Wanwei, flanked by 4 or 5 bespectacled individuals, each cradling several books, exuding an air of scholarly superiority. Bai Wanwei's gaze fell upon Lu Chen and Li Jingya, her brow furrowing as she approached with palpable hostility. "Lu Chen, are you being excessive? Even the actors have come to this place?" Lu Chen was taken aback, pondering the nature of humanity. In the past, even when he had endeavored to ingratiate himself with Bai Wanwei, she had scarcely engaged him in conversation. Now, despite his disinterest, she seemed relentless in her provocations. Her comments, though unkind, would have delighted him in earlier days. "Bai, I'm here to participate in the mathematics competition, not for you," Lu Chen retorted, unable to stifle his irritation. He had no desire to lower himself to her level, yet she continued to press on, each encounter marked by her sharp jibes. "I owe you nothing. Why must I tolerate your antics?" Upon hearing this, Bai Wanwei became incensed. "Lu Chen, I do not wish to expose you. Have some dignity. With your meager knowledge, how dare you claim to be participating in the competition? Have you even read a book? Moreover, mathematics competitions typically require a team. Where is yours? Unlike ordinary examinations, mathematics competitions predominantly feature world-class problems. They employ a format of open-book exams combined with collaborative discussions, with even AI teams participating. Under such circumstances, almost every participant has their own team. Some are formed by classmates or teachers, while those with better resources may hire renowned experts for support. Bai Wanwei belongs to the latter category, as the 5 individuals beside her are top-tier mathematics masters she has engaged. Lu Chen felt a sense of disdain. Does one truly require a team to possess world-class mathematical knowledge? Even Einstein would defer to him. While he understood this concept, Lu Chen was still irked. He turned his gaze towards the 5 esteemed tutors beside Bai Wanwei and inquired, "How much did she pay you?" "I am willing to offer double the price for your services." Bai Wanwei was momentarily taken aback. This scoundrel was trying to poach her team right in front of her. How shameless. Fortunately, the 5 masters exchanged glances, not one of them acknowledging Lu Chen. Seeing this, Lu Chen raised 5 fingers, 5 times the price. Bai Wanwei gritted her teeth in anger. She had spent 500,000 on these 5 individuals. Multiplying that by 5 amounted to 2,500,000. Bai Wanwei had yet to graduate from high school, and her monthly allowance was merely a few thousand. The 500,000 was savings she had painstakingly accumulated over a long time. She was determined to find a job and become self-sufficient after gaining admission to university. And under no circumstances would she ask her family for money. If these 5 individuals were tempted, Bai Wanwei would be left with no recourse. Lu Chen was well aware of this, which is precisely why he offered such a high price to entice them. At that moment, one of the masters sneered, "Child, you are truly humorous. We have dedicated ourselves to mathematics for many years. The amount of money is inconsequential. What matters most is our reputation and integrity. Therefore, please refrain from insulting us with monetary offers. Such behavior is rather childish." "Thank you." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's expression remained stoic. He rummaged through his pocket and produced a black gold dragon card. "With 50 million within," he stated, "if you agree, each of you may take 10 million. If you truly do not wish to, then so be it. I never compel anyone." After saying this, Lu Chen intended to return the card to his pocket. However, he suddenly realized it was no longer in his hand. Looking up, he found the black gold dragon card had mysteriously appeared in the possession of one of the masters. Lu Chen was taken aback. Goodness, what a thief. Do mathematicians possess such swift hands? The 5 masters gazed at the black gold dragon card, their faces lighting up with joy. "We may not be fond of money, but your sincerity has moved us. The field of mathematical research greatly needs patrons like you to offer support. Rest assured, handsome. We are all professionals and will certainly assist you in securing first place in this mathematics competition." Witnessing the expressions of the 5 individuals, Bai Wanwei was utterly infuriated. Her face flushed like a ripe plum. "Lu Chen, you are the most shameless, despicable scoundrel I have ever encountered." Lu Chen replied expressionlessly, "Now that I have a team, do you believe I am here to compete?" What a satisfying retort. Li Jingya, standing nearby, was left dumbfounded. Is this the world of the wealthy? Earning merely a few dozen coins after toiling for an hour felt exasperating. Did Lu Chen truly bestow 50 million just like that? She had never been so extravagant even with ghost money. Just as Bai Wanwei was seething with the impulse to strike someone, a sudden whirring sound of helicopter blades reverberated through the air. The commotion was so pronounced that it drew the attention of all bystanders. A helicopter circled above them all several times before gracefully descending onto a nearby lawn. When the cabin door swung open, an extraordinarily charismatic young man emerged. "You are," he called out, his voice resonating towards Lu Chen's direction, and he promptly dashed over. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Bai Wanwei looked closely and instantly wore an expression of joyful surprise. "Bagu." The moment they met, they conversed animatedly as if they were long-lost friends. "Bagu, aren't you studying in the capital? What brings you here?" she inquired. "Must you ask? I heard you were competing in a mathematics contest. So I flew over on a helicopter overnight," he replied, thumping his chest with confidence. "Rest assured, with me around, securing first place in this competition will be a breeze." Bai Wanwei exclaimed with excitement. "Thank you, Bagu. I still remember how you taught me those challenging math problems when we were young." Bagu replied with pride. "Of course, I taught you then. I'll teach you now, and I will continue to do so in the future." Meanwhile, Lu Chen regarded this man with a sense of familiarity, though he couldn't quite place him. At that moment, 5 esteemed educators approached Bagu, their faces displaying disbelief. You are the one who has won the global mathematics competition for 3 consecutive years, the mathematical prodigy known as Bug? One of the educators exclaimed with excitement. Bagu smiled modestly and said, "Ah, you've recognized me correctly. I am indeed Bug." The 5 were taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment, "Good heavens. As researchers in the field of mathematics, your name resonates profoundly with us. It is overwhelming to meet you in person. Please allow me to take a photo with you later." Bagu waved his hand nonchalantly. "Of course, no problem." Shortly thereafter, the 5 educators turned in unison towards Lu Chen, producing the earlier presented black gold dragon card. "Young man, I'm afraid we cannot assist you in this mathematics contest today. If you aim for first place, I advise you to reconsider. With Bug participating, the outcome is already determined, and we do not wish to tarnish our professional reputations." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen expressionlessly accepted the card back. "Well, I intended to spend a little money to vent my frustrations. Now, it seems I've saved 50 million instead." For Lu Chen, the presence of these 5 esteemed educators was inconsequential. He was confident in his ability to secure first place. It was not that he was particularly fixated on the champion title. Rather, he surmised that higher rankings would yield more substantial system rewards. This was an excellent opportunity to extend his lifespan, and perhaps he might even acquire mysterious rewards akin to the perfect potion. Who is this?" Bagu inquired, gesturing disdainfully towards Lu Chen. He had just circled above in a helicopter several times, all in search of Bai Wanyue's figure. Yet, upon spotting her standing alongside a rather handsome man, a wave of jealousy surged within him. Considering the image he held in Bai Wanyue's heart, he refrained from expressing his discontent immediately. However, the moment had finally arrived. This individual was inconsequential. Bai Wanyue remarked with a hint of pride, "Intentionally bringing a woman before me and poaching the esteemed mentor I had invited." At that moment, Lu Chen's strategy of feigned indifference was thoroughly dismantled, shattered. But Bagu was relentless. "Oh, my heir, do introduce him. I would like to get to know the person beside you." In response, Bai Wanyue could only introduce him with resignation. "This is Lu Chen, the future heir of the Lu Group." Upon hearing this, Baji's heart sank. Filled with hostility, "Oh, so he is the good-for-nothing scion who covets my heir. Though his status appears lofty, he is merely an ill-mannered scoundrel with a bit of wealth. Do not mistake a little money for greatness. Not everything in this world can be purchased with it. For instance, the first prize in this competition, and even more so." U.S. heart. Bagu sneered, the word mockery etched across his face. Nevertheless, Lu Chen remained unfazed. He suddenly recalled who this Bagu resembled. "Oh, you are Bagu. I recognize you. Your reputation resonates quite loudly online," Lu Chen exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Upon hearing this, Bagu beamed with pride. "I never expected that a slacker like you would have heard of my name." Lu Chen promptly took out his phone and played a video. "Your earlier masterpiece became a national sensation. How could I not know?" Bagu scoffed, but out of curiosity, leaned in closer. The video featured a man strikingly similar to him, with a heavenly eye tattooed on his forehead, squatting beside a latrine. In the next moment, the man in the video shouted, "Today, I, Old 8, will perform a little show for you all. Let's do this, brothers." He then reached back, grabbed a handful of excrement, and shoved it into his mouth. Ugh! Accompanied by the sound of retching, Bagu was initially stunned, but his face quickly morphed like a frostbitten eggplant. Alternating between green and purple, his entire being trembling with rage. Chapter 13. The number 91 is indeed auspicious. Bai Wanyue could hardly fathom that her refined companion, Beige, would, in the next moment, erupt with an expletive that embodied the quintessence of national pride. "Damn it!" Beige cursed vehemently, his face flushed with indignation. Who could possibly endure such an affront? From the moment of his birth, he had been enveloped in an atmosphere of adoration, revered like royalty, particularly after showcasing his mathematical prowess. Now, however, Lu Chen had the audacity to humiliate him with a video featuring an internet celebrity engaging in a distasteful act. Such a disgrace was intolerable. To make matters worse, the man in the video bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Were it not for the repulsive behavior displayed, he would have considered confronting his father with the footage, questioning whether he had ever been seen in such a light before. "Beige, you." Bai Wanyue gazed at him in disbelief. How could her typically gentle companion suddenly resort to such vulgarity? She quickly turned her attention to the video on her phone. However, upon viewing its content, she immediately covered her mouth, her expression one of nausea. Subsequently, her gaze towards Beige became increasingly complex. Sensing the shift in Bai Wanyue's demeanor, Beige struggled to suppress his rage and hurriedly explained, "You heir? You must believe me. The man in the video is undoubtedly not me. He merely resembles me." Bai Wanyue was well aware of this fact. Yet even so, recalling the video's content alongside the striking resemblance, an astonishing 99 had an undeniable impact on her feelings. "Be Beige. Let us hasten to the competition venue and ignore such uncouth individuals," she implored, having regained her composure. She recognized that while her Beige was indeed clever, when it came to swordplay and mischief, Lu Chen was unparalleled. Once Beige had calmed his emotions, he pointed an accusatory finger at Lu Chen, declaring, "I sincerely hope you are here to compete. Once we reach the arena, I shall make you aware of the chasm that exists between us. Filthy rodent from the sewers. Simpleton." With that, he strode alongside Bai Wanyue, departing with an air of determination. Observing their hasty retreat, Lu Chen couldn't help but chuckle. This fellow's appearance was truly a testament to fate's ironic sense of humor. Turning to Li Jingya, he suggested, "Let us also enter. The competition is about to commence." Li Jingya nodded, yet her innocent visage was now overshadowed by a cloud of worry. Lu Chen, puzzled, noted that he had not shown her the offensive video that could tarnish one's view of the world. As they walked inside, he inquired, "You seem troubled?" Li Jingya, not one to conceal her feelings, candidly revealed, "I had initially hoped to strive for a first prize, perhaps to contribute to my family's finances. However, that bug truly is formidable, having secured the first prize in global mathematics competitions for 3 consecutive years. Moreover, prior to that, he had amassed a plethora of awards, with prestigious universities worldwide clamoring to offer him special admissions. Thus, I pondered, the prospect of securing the first prize seems rather bleak. However, obtaining the second prize would still be quite commendable, as it is undoubtedly less strenuous than toiling for a living." Li Jingya offered a faint smile, seeking solace in her thoughts. Lu Chen nodded in agreement. The second prize indeed comes with a monetary reward, yet it pales in comparison to the first prize of 200,000 yuan, being a mere half at 100,000 yuan. Lu Chen understood that for a resilient girl like Li Jingya, presenting her with money would be akin to an affront to her dignity. Therefore, Lu Chen proposed, "How about this? You team up with me, and I will lead you to the first prize." Upon hearing this, Li Jingya lifted her gaze to Lu Chen. Her cheeks flushed as she replied, "Lu Chen, I must admit, I do admire your character. Sometimes I think, if only I possessed half of your unwavering confidence." Lu Chen remained silent. It was not entirely unfounded for Li Jingya to express such thoughts. After all, Lu Chen had earned a notorious reputation as a scoundrel during his school days, displaying a complete disregard for his studies. Nevertheless, Li Jingya agreed to form a team with Lu Chen. The two proceeded to the back entrance, navigating through the throngs of people until they arrived at the competition venue. At that moment, it was 9:35 a.m., leaving merely 25 minutes before the competition commenced. The venue was teeming with spectators, the atmosphere rife with noise. A large electronic screen loomed in the center of the mall, visible from every angle. Below the screen stood hundreds of square tables, each accompanied by a few individuals representing various teams. Per the instructions, Lu Chen and Li Jingya were to collect their team number tags. Upon reaching the collection point, they found Lu Yun seated there. She wore a black professional outfit on her upper half, complemented by form-fitting shorts, her long legs elegantly encased in black stockings. The 2 male judges beside her were visibly captivated. Li Jingya approached politely, saying, "Teacher Lu, we are here to collect our team number tag." Lu Yun looked up, surprised to see Li Jingya, and then glanced at Lu Chen, exclaiming, "Are you two forming a team?" Lu Chen nodded, affirming, "Yes, teacher." Lu Yun appeared contemplative before cautioning, "Lu Chen, you are aware of Li Jingya's family circumstances. Once the competition begins, do not distract her from her tasks." Lu Chen gestured with an OK sign, reassuring her, "No worries." Before long, after completing the formalities, Li Yun handed them a sleek electronic number tag, prominently displaying the number 91. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction, remarking, "Ah, this number is quite auspicious." Lu Yun, perplexed, asked, "How is 91 considered auspicious?" Li Jingya shared her confusion, believing that numbers like 66 or 88 would be deemed more fortuitous. Lu Chen smiled enigmatically. "Haven't you heard of the 91 deity? This number signifies that I am the master of this mathematical competition." At this revelation, the 2 male judges nearby were momentarily taken aback, their faces twitching in disbelief, while Lu Yun and Li Jingya remained bewildered. Clearing his throat, Lu Chen decided against elaborating further, recognizing that in this era, a pure maiden is rarer than gold. At that moment, Two individuals approached from behind. Judging panel, we are here to collect our team number plates. The voice was quite familiar. Lu Chen turned around and chuckled again. Who else could it be but Bai Wanwei and Bagu? You again! Bagu exclaimed upon seeing Lu Chen, his expression filled with animosity and his demeanor fierce. What a coincidence, Bagu, Lu Chen replied with a mischievous grin. A smile that exuded mockery from within. Bagu, enraged, gritted his teeth and raised a finger to retort, but Bai Wanyuan nudged his arm and said, No need to pay him any mind. The competition is about to begin. Let us quickly collect our number plates. Bagu shot a furious glare at Lu Chen before proceeding with the collection process. Upon receiving his number plate, he glanced at it, number 92. Then he looked at Lu Chen's plate, which read 91. It seems that fate had conspired to ensure they would cross paths today. Bagu, glaring at Lu Chen and Li Jingya, coldly declared, Kid, today you shall learn the true meaning of despair. Just then, Lu Chen unexpectedly turned and raised his arm, cheering. Let us give it our all. Go for it. At this, Ba Ji's expression shifted dramatically. Damn it. Chapter 14. What? There are other experts? The competition is about to commence. Lu Chen and Li Jingya, clutching their numbered placards, locate their designated table. Adjacent to them sit Bai Wanwei and Beige, separated by a mere 3 meters. This distance allows for hushed discussions regarding problem-solving strategies, undetectable by the neighboring team. At that moment, a gentleman from a team ahead tightened his clothing and shivered, exclaiming, on such a hot summer day, why does it feel so chilly behind me? Turning around, he noticed Beige from Team 92 glaring with palpable hostility at Lu Chen from Team 91. It's just a competition. Is there really such animosity? The gentleman remarked without restraint. Upon hearing this, Beige felt the temperature rise in his body, reddening considerably. As the clock struck 10 in the morning, the competition officially began. Thousands of spectators in the audience erupted in silent cheers. Simultaneously, this event was being broadcast live across numerous platforms nationwide. Within a few minutes, the number of online viewers had surged to over 2 million. Soon after, the judges began to announce the competition rules. Lu Yun, with her slender hands holding the microphone, stated, This competition comprises 10 questions, with an examination duration of 8 hours, employing a buzz-in scoring system. The questions will be displayed on the large screen in ascending order of difficulty, one by one, to the participating teams. Should any team arrive at an answer, they must promptly press the answer button. At that moment, your placard will turn green, and the 3 judges will verify the correctness of your answer. The first team to submit the correct answer will earn 10 points, and that question will be rendered void, with the screen automatically advancing to the next question. Once all 10 questions have been answered, or the examination time has elapsed, the team with the highest score will receive the grand prize of 200,000 yuan. I hereby declare the competition open. With Lu Yun's elucidation, the central screen flickered, and the first mathematics competition question appeared. According to the rules, the questions are arranged from easiest to most challenging. Thus, the first question was the simplest. Nevertheless, being a competition, even simple questions require extensive calculation. Just as the question was unveiled, the team hastily pressed the answer button. Lu Yun, taken aback, glanced at the system data and remarked, The team that pressed the answer button is Team 92. Upon hearing this, everyone's attention swiftly turned to Table 92. There stood Beige, maintaining an air of calm as he gazed at the question on the large screen. Beside him, Bai Wanwei appeared bewildered, stammering, Beige, I haven't even grasped the question. And you've already answered? Beige, however, shook his head and deliberately proclaimed, No, I am still calculating. The judges will take approximately half a minute to arrive. And during this time, I will have solved the first question. Upon hearing this, all the surrounding teams were collectively stunned. Wow, that's incredibly arrogant, isn't it? For an ordinary person, finishing the question in half a minute would be a challenge. Not only can he finish the problems, but he can also arrive at the correct answers. It was at this moment that people around began to recognize the identity of the prodigy. Oh, isn't he that mathematical genius, Bug? Wow, it really is him. My goodness, how could such a low-level competition feature someone like Bug? There must be some mistake. Impossible to be mistaken. Bug is my idol. I would recognize him even without his clothes. Bug is so handsome, so talented. I love you, oh my. Wow. Since Bug is here, what chance do I have? The first place is definitely gone. It doesn't matter. Being able to compete alongside Bug provides ample bragging rights in the future, as the crowd recognized the identity of the genius. The atmosphere among all the contestants in the audience became electric. Moreover, in the backstage studio, The director was equally astonished, staring at the young man on the screen. He never expected the renowned Bug to appear at such a competition. He immediately shouted to the staff beside him, "Quick! Call the relevant departments and request additional live broadcast channels. Wherever BUG is, there is traffic. This time we will surely break the record for online viewers." The staff promptly responded, "Yes." Within the competition arena, under the scrutiny of millions of eyes, Lu Yun, adorned in towering heels, approached table 92 step by step. During this time, Bug's gaze remained fixed on the big screen, his brow furrowed. As Lu Yun drew closer, he let out a sigh, his expression easing into one of relaxation. "Team 92, please state your answer to the first question," Lu Yun said with a smile, her eyes bright. As a seasoned mathematics enthusiast, she was well acquainted with Bug and was indeed a fan of this young man. However, she regretted not recognizing him when he picked up his number and missed the opportunity for a photo. It's all Lu Chen's fault, she thought, her attention completely drawn to the auspicious number 91. Bug took the microphone and declared, "The answer to the first question is 13. The problem was ingeniously designed. It began with an unusual integral to derive the necessary parameters, then applied the Lagrange mean value theorem to ascertain the limit of the curve, ultimately employing a simple matrix calculation method to easily arrive at the final answer. While the calculation was extensive, with the right approach, even the most challenging problems could be effortlessly resolved. Here, I would like to inform all contestants that in mathematics, one must maintain flexible thinking. Do not get stuck in a rut. When one path proves unfruitful, it is essential to leap to a different perspective and reconsider the problem." Originally, he was merely supposed to state the answer, yet he launched into an impromptu lesson. Such ostentatious behavior would likely have drawn harsh criticism for anyone else, but not for Bug. His reputation was too illustrious. He was known for his brilliance without any blemish. The name of Bug resonated far and wide. Lu Yun smiled faintly as she took the microphone and announced, "Congratulations to Team 92 for deciphering the correct answer and securing the first question, earning a commendable 10 points. After her statement, she praised, "Truly, Bug is remarkable." Upon hearing this commendation, the atmosphere at the venue reached a crescendo. "Incredible! Bug is phenomenal." Completing the question within half a minute and calculating the correct answer in their mind is astonishing. Not merely astonishing, it is downright extraordinary. Indeed, only Bug could exhibit such a commanding approach to answering questions, successfully garnering admiration. Ultimately, Bug remains unparalleled. The title of champion for this competition has already been claimed. Listening to the surrounding cheers, Bug could not conceal the smile on his face. He turned to cast a glance at Lu Chen, his eyes brimming with disdain and contempt. The expression on his face seemed to convey, "Do you see this? This is my prowess. And what do you have to compete with me?" Lu Chen appeared utterly indifferent. This Bug certainly possesses swift reflexes. Before he could even react, Bug had already pressed the answer button. "Since you wish to show off, do not blame me for doing the same later." At that moment, Li Jingyao murmured, "Bug, truly impressive." Lu Chen laughed heartily. "No worries, let them have one question first." His voice resonated loudly, directly transmitted through the microphone. All contestants and spectators turned in unison towards the 91st table where Lu Chen was seated. Feeling the intense gaze of the crowd, Li Jingya shyly lowered her head, her face flushing crimson. The director also shifted the video feed to Lu Chen, eager to identify the speaker of those words. However, upon seeing the unfamiliar face, they all found themselves perplexed. Who on earth is this? Chapter 15. Please reveal your correct answer. Who is this person? I do not recognize him. He is an unknown figure in the realm of mathematics. A nameless junior daring to flaunt his bravado before the esteemed Bug? He is probably just a sycophant boasting in front of the ladies. Such a pitiful sycophant, showing off at the wrong moment, unaware that Bug would undoubtedly crush him. How unfortunate for the girls around him. All eyes turned to launch an assault on Lu Chen. It is essential to note that everyone present, both competitors and spectators, are ardent mathematics enthusiasts. Individuals with even a modicum of renown in the mathematical community are well known to all. Yet, Lu Chen, a stranger, audaciously proclaimed that he could challenge Bug on a problem. Who else could they scold if not him? Within the competition arena, upon hearing Lu Chen's declaration, Bug let out a snicker. He shook his head and remarked, "Indeed, a wealthy fool devoid of intellect." No sooner had he spoken than the central screen flickered to life, revealing the second problem. As the new challenge appeared, all participating teams hastily grabbed paper and pens. Engrossed in their writing, the atmosphere once again descended into silence. Although the first problem had been relatively straightforward, subsequent questions would undoubtedly escalate in difficulty. It is no wonder they were allotted 8 hours to tackle just 10 problems. Even Bagu, hailed as a genius, began to employ his tools. The tip of his pen dancing across the page. Within the venue, nearly every team engaged in fervent discussion. At table 91, Li Jingya found herself overwhelmed by the problems. While Lu Chen appeared nonchalant, Lu Yun sighed at the sight. Deep down, she hoped Li Jingya would secure the first prize. Alas, her teammate was Lu Chen. Her gaze then strayed to the competing team in front of Lu Chen, the one that had previously sent a chill down her spine, led by the disheveled middle-aged man. This team, apart from the bearded man, comprised only a high school-aged girl. According to the information provided by the authorities, this man was a trafficker accompanying his daughter to compete. The directive was clear: allow him to accompany her until the end of the competition, then apprehend him the moment it concluded. As Lu Yun pondered this, a sound echoed, ding. A team pressed the answer button. All competitors inhaled sharply, instinctively believing it was Bagu. Could it be? The complexity of the problem was overwhelming, yet someone managed to solve it in an instant? Indeed. The waves of the Yangtze River pushed the waves ahead, leaving the previous generation in the sand. However, as all eyes turned towards the table occupied by Bug, they were met with a startling sight. Bagu wore an equally bewildered expression, scanning the room for the team that had pressed the button. The competitors were in shock. It was not Bug who had pressed the answer button. Then who could it be? They searched the room, perplexed. In a surprising turn of events, the individual who pressed the answer button was none other than the audacious Lu Chen. Lu Chen, you. Li Jingya was utterly bewildered. She had just completed her solution and had yet to fully grasp the question. To her astonishment, Lu Chen had directly pressed the answer button. Lu Yun, noticing the commotion, inquired with a hint of dissatisfaction, Lu Chen, did you accidentally hit the button? Lu Chen flashed a broad smile, raising his hand, and proclaimed, no, I intend to answer. Upon hearing this, the nearby Bagu couldn't help but chuckle. What a fool, truly a fool. I relish your sheer absurdity. The audience both on-site and in the live stream erupted in laughter at Lu Chen's response. Where did this abstract contestant come from? It's utterly hilarious. What a ridiculous buffoon. You think you can mimic my extraordinary button-pressing skills? You think you're worthy? What a pretender. If he manages to answer, I'll eat 3 tons of excrement. Dude. Dare to make a bold claim. If he manages to answer, I'll help my roommate. Hey upstairs, can we be friends? I want to be your roommate. The barrage of comments in the live stream flooded in, filled with ridicule, as no one believed Lu Chen was genuinely attempting to answer. Almost everyone assumed he was merely showing off. In the competition arena, Lu Yun sighed, turning to Lu Chen, each team only has one opportunity to answer each question. If the answer is incorrect, that question is no longer relevant to you. Lu Chen, are you certain you wish to proceed? She hoped he would decline. The earlier questions were relatively simple, and Li Jingya still had a chance to score solo. However, as the competition progressed, the difficulty of the questions escalated sharply. How could Li Jingya compete against a team alone? I am certain, Lu Chen replied resolutely. The audience responded with a synchronized gasp. Lu Yun shook her head in resignation. As Lu Chen's homeroom teacher, she had already afforded him an opportunity. If he continued to disregard the established protocol, she risked violating her role as a judge. Very well. Team 91, please state your answer. Lu Yun handed the microphone to Lu Chen. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, the answer to the second question is 9. As his words echoed, Lu Yun lazily glanced at the official standard answer. The moment her gaze met the screen, her eyes widened in astonishment. Meanwhile, the other competing teams were still fervently answering, having completely forgotten about Lu Chen, whom they regarded as a mere clown. Suddenly, the voice of Lu Yun resonated throughout the competition arena. Congratulations to Team 91 for arriving at the correct answer and securing 10 points for the second question. At this announcement, the arena fell silent. A hush enveloped the space. Moments later, the entire competition arena and the live stream erupted in chaos. Chapter 16. Can't? Allow me to teach you. In disbelief, one exclaimed, is this for real? He actually got it right? Such a feat seemed impossible. After all, the problem, which had yet to be unraveled, was far too complex. It was clear that he had not even put pen to paper, so his answer must have been sheer luck. How fortunate he must be to have guessed correctly amidst such challenging circumstances. Could the event organizers not devise a trickier answer? After all, a single-digit number is far too easy for a novice to guess correctly. Where is that fellow who just boasted about eating a ton of dung? Step forward. I happen to have a bit of a stomach ache. The live chat was inundated with comments. Every viewer was convinced that Lu Chen had merely guessed his answer. The calculation required for the second question was several times greater than that of the first. Many competing teams had filled numerous sheets of paper, their calculators nearly overheating. Yet they had not arrived at a final answer. And here was Lu Chen, without even moving a muscle, arriving at the solution through mental arithmetic? At table 91. Lu Yun displayed an expression of utter disbelief. After a lengthy pause, she finally responded, "You, my friend, are incredibly lucky." She then swiftly changed her tone. "Just be careful with the next question. Don't say I didn't warn you." Lu Yun had indirectly cautioned all competitors that the next answer would not be so straightforward, urging them not to harbor any false hopes. "Lu Chen, you are remarkable. How did you manage to answer that?" Li Jingya exclaimed, her innocent face reflecting sheer astonishment. "Oh, it was nothing," Lu Chen replied with a chuckle. Meanwhile, Ba Ge seethed with frustration, gnashing his teeth as he mentally cursed Lu Chen numerous times. He had finally been close to calculating the correct answer, only to see Lu Chen stumble into it by chance. It felt akin to laboring tirelessly throughout one's life, nearly saving enough to purchase a home for one's child, only to have another win a house in a lottery, one located right next door. Wouldn't that infuriate you? Beside him. By one way consoled, don't fret, Ba Ge, luck cannot favor the foolish forever. His good fortune this time does not guarantee perpetual luck. Let us adjust our mindset and focus on answering the questions. Ba Ge, however, remained unperturbed. Having participated in countless competitions, his mentality had been forged through fire. Such trivial matters did not sway him. "Ah, young man, you have had your share of luck. May it continue," Ba Ge sneered at Lu Chen, embodying the demeanor of a conqueror looking down upon the vanquished. "Get lost," Lu Chen retorted, casting a dismissive glance in his direction. Before he could utter any further retorts, Ba Ge exhaled deeply, his expression gradually clearing. He understood that maintaining composure was essential at this juncture. Anger would only hinder his calculation speed. At that moment, the large screen flashed, revealing the third question. All competitors focused intently on the screen, their minds racing at an astonishing pace. The sounds of flipping pages, clattering keyboards, and scribbling filled the air, merging into a harmonious symphony within the competition venue. Lu Chen glanced at the problem before him, and instantly, a myriad of formulas and concepts danced before his eyes. Each potential approach, each method of resolution unfolded in his mind. All of it appeared in his mind. After about half a minute, Li Jingya suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no! How could the value I calculated for this step be 0? 4? That shouldn't be the case." Lu Chen, while mentally computing, replied, "Isn't it quite normal to have a decimal point?" Li Jingya blinked her large eyes and said, "But I was calculating the number of passengers on the bus." Lu Chen. He re-examined the problem, and just as he was about to enlighten Li Jingya, he heard the mocking laughter of Ba Ge nearby. Indeed, in the face of true prowess, luck is utterly fragile. Don't know? I'll teach you. Try replacing arcsin with arctan and see how it goes. Li Jingya, somewhat skeptical, followed his suggestion and switched the function. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she politely said, "I obtained an integer. Thank you." Witnessing this scene, Bai Wanyue furrowed her brow, not out of anger at Ba Ge for assisting a rival, but rather because Li Jingya appeared genuinely intent on participating in the competition. Was it possible that Lu Chen's association with her was not merely to provoke her jealousy? Or was it not a case of feigned indifference? A fleeting doubt crossed her mind. Bai Wanyue dared not dwell on it further and hurriedly refocused her attention on the test questions. Meanwhile, following Ba Ge's previous assistance to Li Jingya, the atmosphere around them began to shift subtly. The teams that had been whispering amongst themselves now occasionally raised their voices to pose questions. "Oh dear. Why does the calculated limit of the bus's speed not match the reverse result?" Upon hearing this, Ba Ge recognized it was time to showcase his knowledge. He cleared his throat and declared loudly, "That's because you neglected to account for the friction between the tires and the ground." Before long, the inquirer responded with delight. "Thank you, Ba Ge." Almost immediately, another question arose. "Oh no. What?" Ba Ge interjected. "That's because." "Thank you, Ba Ge." Questions came in rapid succession. What once was a solemn and dignified examination now resembled a lively QA session. The viewers in the live stream were astonished, their comments flooding in. "Heavens, what am I witnessing? Ba Ge is actually assisting other teams in solving problems? Ba Ge, that's our Ba Ge. A genius boy, truly deserving of the title." In stark contrast, what was Lu Chen? Just a useless individual, sitting quietly like a mute, too afraid to take a risk? This is the chasm that separates the divine from the mediocre. A mere fortunate fool, audacious enough to claim a single question from Ba Ge, utterly shameless. While the netizens praised Bago, they simultaneously berated Lu Chen, labeling him a mere opportunist who relied on luck. Within the competition venue, Bago reveled in the admiration of those around him, his vanity reaching its zenith. A sense of superiority surged within him. How exhilarating! High intelligence is indeed impressive. Those who fall short of his brilliance could only gaze up at him in awe, as if looking up at a deity. He merely needs to offer a modicum of generosity, and the masses respond with gratitude and exuberant praise. This is the fundamental law of existence in our world. It is only those formidable individuals, like him, who are worthy of standing atop the pyramid, surveying all below. Bago cast a glance at Lu Chen, his heart sinking. It was a pity that this dimwit had inadvertently answered one question correctly, thereby undermining his flawless victory plan. Otherwise, he could have flaunted his superiority before Bai Wanwei. At last, the answer has been calculated. At that moment, Bai Wanwei danced with joy. Bago, with a disdainful expression, remarked, "This question is truly child's play." Just as he was about to raise his hand to press the button and answer, suddenly, beep. Lu Chen had preempted him by pressing the button first. He had already deduced the correct answer but had delayed responding out of a desire to afford the other contestants a sense of engagement. Bago, with an amused demeanor, said, "Surely you do not believe I would be angered?" How naive! He perceived Lu Chen's preemptive action as a deliberate attempt to provoke him. Yet, what did it matter? He was confident he had already calculated the answer. The result was exceedingly intricate. He did not trust that Lu Chen could stumble upon the correct solution. The audience present, both in the venue and the live stream, witnessed the scene and likewise believed Lu Chen was intentionally causing trouble, leading to a chorus of insults directed at him. "This fool is merely here to irritate us. How dare he target our Bago? Come on, brothers and sisters, let us give him a piece of our minds." No, I believe Lu Chen is seeking fame, willing to sink to any depths for attention. What a tragic existence. No worries. The host mentioned that the answer to this question is highly complex and cannot be guessed. Once he reveals the wrong answer, the score will ultimately still belong to Bago. So let us all maintain our composure and refrain from insults. That would merely grant him more attention. The analysis from above was sound. The best approach to someone desperate for fame was to ignore them. Many in the audience concurred that Lu Chen was merely seeking notoriety, and thus they should disregard him. True to their word, the barrage of insults directed at Lu Chen diminished significantly. Within the competition arena, Lu Yun approached Lu Chen and calmly stated, "Team 91, please provide the answer to the third question." She understood that once Bago pressed the button, it would signify he had arrived at the correct answer, rendering the question moot. Since Lu Chen sought to seize the spotlight, she would allow him to do so. Amidst the scornful gazes of the onlookers, Lu Chen gradually articulated his answer. Chapter 17. There must be a hidden agenda. The answer to this question is E13, Lu Chen stated, his expression devoid of emotion. Upon hearing this response, Lu Yun's cherry lips formed an A shape, her face a canvas of astonishment. Prior to this moment, she had seen the answer, and it matched exactly what Lu Chen had just declared. Congratulations to Team 91 for arriving at the correct answer and successfully tackling the third question, earning themselves 10 points. Lu Yun announced, her excitement nearly rendering her speechless. Upon realizing the answer was indeed correct, both contestants and spectators alike were left utterly dumbfounded, the arena erupting into chaos. How could he have guessed correctly again? No, I refuse to believe he could arrive at such a complex answer by mere chance. Could it be? He truly is an unparalleled genius, surpassing even a bug in capability? Impossible. Lu Chen did not even touch a pin throughout this ordeal. If he could solve such a challenging competition problem solely through mental calculation, is he even human? Unless there is indeed an underlying conspiracy? At table 92, Beige wore a look of terror, his expression blank. His body temperature surged dramatically. He could not bring himself to acknowledge the reality unfolding before his eyes. There must be a hidden agenda, Beige shouted, clenching his fists. Lu Chen of Team 91 has not touched a pen, nor has he utilized any calculating tools. By what right does he claim the correct answer? I ask all the math enthusiasts worldwide, could any of you arrive at such a solution without writing it down? With these words, the competition venue transformed into a bustling marketplace, as everyone fervently debated the situation. Lu Yun began to sense something amiss. As a seasoned mathematics researcher, she was convinced that such a challenging problem could not be solved solely by mental arithmetic. Was it another stroke of luck? This seemed even more improbable. The odds of randomly guessing such a complex answer were less than 1 in 100 million. Could it be? Lu Yun furrowed her brow. Is there really an insider connection? It was indeed a possibility. The Lu family wielded immense influence across the nation, particularly in Yuhai City, where they could command the winds and rains. For the Lu family, pulling strings was as simple as child's play. Just then, from the audience, someone shouted, "I'm a local. And I know this Lu Chen. He is the sole heir of the Lu group, the future successor. Surely he has connections and memorized the answers in advance." As this statement echoed through the hall, the entire venue and the live stream exploded with uproar. Who in the country was unfamiliar with the Lu group? It was the most powerful family in the realm of colors. With Lu Chen's identity unveiled, the comments in the live stream flooded the screen like a torrential downpour. No wonder he could state the correct answers without moving a pin. It was all a result of favoritism. How could this privileged scion, who relied on familial influence, possibly compare to us mere mortals? He should be disqualified. Perhaps this entire competition is sponsored by the Lu family, lacking any familial background. Lu Chen is hardly deserving of even the most menial regard. Bai Wanyue cast a scornful glance at him, remarking, "Ah, Lu Chen, you remain as unimpressive as ever, relying solely on the influence of your family and resorting to sordid tactics to survive in this world." The disdain was unmistakably etched upon her visage. The prior confusion dissipated in an instant. Intentionally appearing at the school gate with other girls to form a team for the mathematics competition, poaching 5 esteemed teachers with lavish sums, and utilizing backdoor channels for answers, all these machinations were merely to capture her attention. As the vitriol online escalated, mounting pressure bore down upon the event organizers, leaving the head administrator bewildered. Lu Chen using backdoor methods? He was utterly oblivious. Had he known that the young master of the Lu family was to participate, there would have been no need for Lu Chen to seek answers clandestinely. The first prize would have been awarded to him outright. Without any evidence of impropriety, it was evident that Lu Chen had independently derived the correct answers, completely detached from the organizers. With the audience's fervor intensifying, the head administrator instructed the judges to handle the matter at their discretion. Following this directive, Lu Yun approached Lu Chen with a microphone and inquired, "Team 91, would you be so kind as to elucidate your reasoning for the solutions?" The answers may be easily memorized, yet the thought processes were far more intricate. The third question encompassed foundational mathematics from junior and senior high school, alongside advanced topics from universities such as higher mathematics, discrete mathematics, and probability. She doubted Lu Chen's ability to articulate anything coherent. Upon hearing the host's words, the audience erupted in applause, exclaiming their approval. "Bravo! How splendid!" A mere answer memorizer could hardly expound on a solution's rationale. The audacity of the judges was commendable. They dared to confront the Lu family head-on, earning admiration from the crowd. Netizens lauded Lu Yun's actions. Should Lu Chen fail to convey his reasoning, his shameless reliance on memorized answers would unravel. "Let us see how you extricate yourself from this predicament," sneered Ba Ge. Lu Chen, uninterested in idle banter, seized the microphone. Under the gaze of all present, he articulated, "There are 13 methods for solving this problem. The most straightforward being to initially calculate the maximum speed of the bus using indefinite integrals to determine the limit, then apply Leibniz's formula." In an instant, his voice resonated throughout the vast competition hall. Not only did Lu Chen enumerate all 13 methods, but he also elucidated each formula in detail with utmost clarity. Especially when confronted with each step requiring extensive calculations, Lu Chen exhibited no hesitation, delivering the correct results with instantaneous precision. His formidable computational prowess, logical analytical skills, and adept application of formulas left the entire assembly in stunned silence, their mouths agape in astonishment. Above are all the known approaches to solving this problem. When Lu Chen set down the microphone, an astonishing stillness enveloped the competition arena and the audience in the live broadcast. Every individual gazed at Lu Chen with expressions of sheer shock, as silence reigned supreme, leaving no one to utter a word. The surroundings were enveloped in an eerie hush. Chapter 18. The defense is breached. The heat is on. This is simply unbelievable. The clarity of thought, the simplicity of steps, and the fluid application of mathematical formulas surpass even the standard answers in perfection. With a multitude of problem-solving methods laid bare, not a single detail is amiss. This is truly terrifying. Is there a possibility that he has memorized all the solution steps? I find that rather implausible. With 10 competition questions, each possessing numerous solving methods, the sheer volume of memorization would be staggering. I concur with the sentiments expressed above. Even if Lu Chen had indeed memorized everything, his memory would be nothing short of extraordinary. Have we misjudged him? Could Lu Chen truly be a genius? As an onlooker, I believe there is no such thing as impossibility in this world. While 10 questions may seem daunting, with several months or even a year of preparation, one could certainly memorize them. The barrage of comments erupted into fervent discussion. Some believed Lu Chen to possess genuine talent, while others speculated that he might have begun memorizing the answers several months or even a year in advance. At the competition venue, a notification chimed in Lu Chen's mind. Ding! You have successfully conducted on-site teaching, assisting others in mathematics. Your actions have positively impacted 485 individuals. Reward, 48 hours of lifespan. Hearing this voice in his mind, Lu Chen felt a surge of joy. How could he have forgotten this? Upon reaching maximum proficiency in mathematical knowledge, one could also earn rewards through teaching. However, it seems that, according to the system prompt, rewards could only be obtained through live teaching. Conducting online courses would not suffice. Meanwhile, at the adjacent table 92, Ba Gu was drenched in cold sweat, fists clenched, teeth nearly ground to dust. He never anticipated that Lu Chen would not only articulate the problem-solving approach, but also unveil all possible methods for solving this question. This is impossible. He must have memorized the steps in advance. Ba Gu would never concede. How could he lose to someone he deemed beneath him? At that moment, Lu Yun, holding a microphone, spoke in a somewhat flustered tone. Attention, contestants and esteemed audience, an unexpected incident has occurred. The Academy of Sciences of the Dragon Kingdom has requested that we nullify the remaining 7 competition questions. Instead, several professors from the Academy will present new questions on the spot. As her words fell, the large screen in the center of the venue flickered to life. 3 venerable, scholarly figures appeared before the crowd. Upon sighting these 3 elderly gentlemen, both the audience and contestants erupted in excitement. Wow! Isn't that Professor Zhang from the Academy of Sciences of the Dragon Kingdom? My goodness, and there's Professor Li, a recipient of the Nobel Prize in Mathematics. Professor Wu is also here. Good heavens, all 3 giants of mathematics in the Dragon Kingdom have arrived. This is an extraordinary lineup. The titans of the mathematical world are all present. Who would have thought to witness these 3 in such a modest competition? What a fortunate occasion. These esteemed elders are indeed titans of the mathematical realm in the Dragon Kingdom, having garnered countless accolades on the international stage. Even a prodigy like Beige was nurtured by them. Teacher Zhang, Teacher Li, and Teacher Wu. Upon seeing his 3 revered mentors, Beige resembled a wronged child encountering his parents, nearly bursting into tears. At that moment, the aged voices of the 3 professors resonated from the large screen. Greetings, esteemed friends. We are but ordinary individuals among the myriad of math enthusiasts. We have heard of a mathematical competition held in Yuhai City, which has raised concerns regarding its fairness. Therefore, we 3 are willing to craft questions on the spot, contributing modestly to the preservation of our domestic academic environment. We hope for your understanding should we cause any disruption. Upon hearing such words, admiration surged among the crowd. Such emotional intelligence, such vision. Truly, they are the luminaries of the mathematical realm in Longhua. Kid, you are doomed this time. Beige cast a cold smile at Lu Chen. Since new questions would be posed, all of Lu Chen's previously memorized answers would be rendered obsolete. He was eager to see how Lu Chen would navigate this competition thereafter, given that crafting questions requires greater skill and time than solving them. The organizers turned off the large screen, allowing the 3 professors to focus on their task. At this moment, within the Longhua Academy of Sciences, Professors Li, Gao, and Wu were racking their brains to formulate questions, their indignation palpable. What of the future heir of the Lu family? I shall not grant him this favor. Indeed, how could there possibly exist such a genius capable of solving all computational problems in an instant? Haha, Old Li remains as straightforward as ever. This time, we are united in thought. Anyone daring to tarnish the sanctity of mathematical scholarship will find themselves in a predicament today. If I had not witnessed this live broadcast, that child, Bug, would have undoubtedly been left with a shadow in his heart. The disciples we have taught must not be defiled by capital. They viewed Lu Chen as a frivolous young man who leveraged power to gain unfair advantages. Through their concerted efforts, the first test question was soon devised. When the large screen flickered back to life, the audience collectively gasped at the sight of the new question. Originally intended as a modest mathematical competition, with most participants being high school students, the difficulty of the questions designed by the 3 professors rivaled that of a world-class contest. Many teams found themselves in disarray, grappling with material far exceeding their knowledge base. Some were disheartened, while others reveled in the challenge. Beige, having participated in numerous world competitions, could not suppress a laugh. Although the questions were daunting, for him, it was merely a matter of time. Without hesitation, he seized a pen and began to write fluidly on paper. At table 91, Li Jingya glanced at the question and promptly surrendered, exclaiming, "Lu Chen, this is too difficult. I can't even comprehend the question." Yet, turning her head, she was astonished to find Lu Chen intently focused on the screen. "No worries. Leave it to me," he replied nonchalantly. Li Jingya gasped in surprise. Could it be that Lu Chen genuinely possessed the capability to solve it? Approximately 2 minutes later, at that moment, the voice of Bai Wanwei emanated from table 92. "Beige, do not rush. Take your time." It was evident that Beige's brow was furrowed. His eyes fixated on the draft paper, and his writing instrument had come to a halt. Clearly, he was encountering difficulties. Upon hearing Bai Wanyue's words, Beige hurriedly attempted to feign nonchalance, saying, "It's nothing, merely a minor inconvenience." He continued, "I shouldn't be unable to solve this using double integrals." That doesn't make sense. No sooner had he spoken than a voice resonated around him. "This problem is replete with hints that suggest it should be solved using double integrals. In reality, it is a trap, lacking the necessary parameters. Continuing down that path leads to a dead end. Why not attempt to utilize the most fundamental knowledge from middle school, breaking through this barrier with a quadratic equation?" Upon hearing these words, Beige immediately lifted his head. Who had spoken? Turning around, he discovered Lu Chen, with a smile plastered across his face, gazing at him. It was evident that the earlier suggestion had originated from Lu Chen. Beige's face flushed crimson. As he glanced at the draft paper, he realized that indeed, the quadratic equation could yield the desired value. In an instant, he felt as though he had been struck by lightning. All his arrogance, superiority, and pride in his intelligence were, in that moment, thoroughly shattered and trampled by Lu Chen. "Shut up. I do not require your guidance," Beige yelled hysterically. The volume of his outburst startled Bai Wanwei, causing her beautiful visage to pale in shock. Chapter 19. An explosive teaching scene. Bai Wanwei was bewildered. In her memory, the typically refined Beige had uttered profanities 3 times in a single day, a significant blow to his image in her eyes. "Ding. You have successfully conducted on-site teaching, assisting others with mathematics. Your actions have impacted a total of 1 person. Reward, 2 minutes of lifespan." Witnessing Beige's breakdown, Lu Chen found amusement. Did he wish to prevent him from teaching? That was out of the question. He was counting on earning more time through this endeavor. Clearing his throat, Lu Chen's robust voice resonated throughout the competition venue. This problem seems rather challenging. However, upon closer examination, it is merely a comprehensive application question integrating knowledge from high school and university. Where shall we begin? It appears that using double integrals is quite suitable. Yet, after performing the calculations, it became evident that double integrals were a trap. The correct method was to directly substitute into a quadratic equation. Consequently, we derived the first necessary parameter, and then we utilized this parameter in the subsequent steps. And, upon hearing Lu Chen's analysis, the contestants were momentarily taken aback. What did this mean? Why was he shouting so loudly when they could simply solve the problems? But upon reflection, they realized Lu Chen was teaching them how to approach the problems. What followed was a scene that left everyone astonished. The contestants, initially floundering like headless flies, began to diligently write down their solutions after hearing Lu Chen's insights. With every one of Lu Chen's thoughts, they moved their pens in unison. There had never been such synchronization even during military training. As they wrote, they expressed their admiration. "Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant." Contestant 92 exclaimed, while Bug, equally impressed, exclaimed, "What the heck? This is truly remarkable. How could it be so ingenious?" With a high level of enthusiasm, Bug cursed while vigorously waving his pen. Fearful of lagging behind Lu Chen's line of thought, he yearned to pause, yet his body remained uncontrollable. His passion for mathematics compelled him to unravel the difficult problem before him. Bai Wanyue observed Beige, who was fervently scribbling, and then glanced at the incessantly vocal Lu Chen. She realized Lu Chen had no ulterior motives, nor was he deliberately provoking her, nor was he seeking shortcuts for answers. He had genuinely come to participate in the competition. The events that had transpired, the encounters by the classroom window, at the school gate, and within the competition venue, were merely her own misinterpretations. It appeared that Lu Chen truly had no intention of pursuing her. In the past, Bai Wanwei would have been elated to the point of losing her mind, but now, confronted with Lu Chen's extraordinary mathematical aptitude, an inexplicable sense of loss welled up within her. Though slight, it was undeniably present. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream was equally stunned. No one dared to question Lu Chen's capabilities any longer. Good heavens. Am I seeing this correctly? Lu Chen is actually teaching Bug how to solve problems? I cannot believe it. My goodness, This world is utterly chaotic. I need to take a moment to compose myself. It now appears that Lu Chen did not resort to any underhanded tactics. All his answers were derived through his own mental calculations. I must admit, I am thoroughly impressed. This young scion of the Lu family is indeed remarkable. Not merely remarkable, but likely on the verge of transcending the very notion of a flaw. Poised to become the foremost figure in the realm of mathematics and langue. Truly, the resources afforded to the children of the affluent are unparalleled, nurturing prodigies one after another. The scene unfolding within the arena completely captivated all spectators. With 3 professors from the Longhua Academy of Sciences presiding, the integrity of the competition was beyond dispute. Lu Chen solved the initial 2 problems solely through his own efforts. On the screen, the expressions of the 3 professors from the academy were one of disbelief. They had invested considerable thought into designing this particular problem, only to have it swiftly unraveled by Lu Chen. How is it possible that this young master of the Lu family possesses such a nimble intellect, instantly discerning the traps we devised? Moreover, his problem-solving approach was not only rapid but also the optimal solution, showcasing a reflexive acuity that is beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Indeed, while a flaw could also have tackled this problem, in terms of efficiency, Lu Chen undoubtedly outshines. It seems we have misjudged him previously. At this moment, Professor Gao shifted the conversation, stating, "Such a genius must be personally nurtured by the 3 of us, guiding him onto the world stage." Professor Li nodded affirmatively. In my view, Lu Chen will surpass even the flaw, producing 2 mathematical prodigies consecutively. At that time, our names will be etched in the annals of history. Upon hearing the phrase etched in history, Professor Wu became so exhilarated that he sprang to his feet. I will immediately book a flight. Once the competition concludes, we shall head directly to Yuhai City. Professors Li and Gao nodded in agreement. The 3 elderly gentlemen, having lived a substantial portion of their lives, had not felt such excitement in quite some time. Meanwhile, within the competition arena, Lu Yun gazed at Lu Chen's handsome visage, his analytical voice echoing in her ears. A flicker of admiration glimmered in her eyes, recollecting the previous day when the entire class was in a state of restlessness. Only Lu Chen was engrossed in his mathematics book, articulating such classic patriotic sentiments. Lu Yun could not help but feel perplexed. Could it be that this lad is truly a diligent student? Has the task not been exposed? Is there no spy within the organization? No, this cannot be correct. Lu Yun shook her head. She firmly believed that the intelligence provided by her superiors was indisputable. Moreover, prior to the commencement of the task, Lu Yun had covertly observed Lu Chen for an entire week, 7 days in total. This lad had only set foot in the school once. And that was after an all-nighter at an internet CAF, returning to class to catch up on sleep. Given these circumstances, Lu Yun found it utterly implausible that Lu Chen could possess such a profound understanding of mathematics. Could he truly be a genius? A self-taught savant? Lu Yun furrowed her brows, realizing that this was perhaps the only explanation. It is a pity that he was born into the wrong family. The Lu family is destined for downfall. As a descendant of the Lu clan, Lu Chen similarly cannot escape his fate. Had an ordinary individual possessed such extraordinary talent, Lu Yun, as a devoted enthusiast of mathematics, would undoubtedly be inclined to deepen their relationship. Alas, fate is unkind. With a heavy sigh, Lu Yun shifted her gaze towards the suspect seated at table 91. To her astonishment, she observed the suspect glaring fiercely at Li Jingya. A sense of foreboding washed over Lu Yun. As a police officer, her instincts alerted her to the palpable hostility the suspect harbored towards Li Jingya. But what could be the reason? Meanwhile, Lu Chen continued to articulate his problem-solving approach with fervor. Ding! You have successfully conducted on-site teaching and assisted others in mathematics. Your actions have positively impacted 484 individuals. Reward: 48 hours of lifespan. Upon hearing this notification, Lu Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes in delight. Oh yes, 2 more days to live. This extension of life seems too easily acquired. However, as Lu Chen persisted with his explanations, the system ceased to issue any further rewards, indicating that one could only earn lifespan from each problem once. Lu Chen felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Earning lifespan proved to be quite a challenge. Given this, he saw no reason to squander time continuing his discourse. He promptly pressed the answer button. Beep. The sign for table 91 illuminated with a green light. Chapter 20. Oh no. The persona is crumbling. As the contestants observed Lu Chen opting to answer the question, expressions of despair etched across their faces. Yinzi. How are we supposed to tackle this problem without your input? At that moment, Beige was drenched in sweat, his eyes bloodshot and his demeanor bordering on madness. For a fleeting instant, Beige felt as if the past decade had been lived in vain. Lu Yun, microphone in hand, skipped over to Lu Chen. Beaming as she announced, Team 91, please reveal your answer. Under the watchful gaze of the audience, Lu Chen took the microphone and declared, the answer to this question is e raised to the power of 12. A profound silence enveloped the room, as no one could ascertain the correctness of his response. Lu Yun turned towards the three professors displayed on the screen and respectfully inquired, esteemed professors of the Academy of Sciences, could you please confirm the accuracy of Team 91's answer? Professor Li promptly responded, correct. Absolutely correct. Moreover, Team 91's problem-solving approach, the utilization of formulas, and the speed of their calculations are nothing short of impeccable. I believe the championship of this competition rightfully belongs to Team 91. With this declaration, the venue erupted with fervor. Everyone wholeheartedly concurred with Professor Li's statement. The rationale was simple. The competition had transformed into a masterclass led by Lu Chen. Who could possibly challenge him for the title? The other contestants fell silent, realizing that without Lu Chen's guidance and elucidation, they would have merely scribbled down a solution. Suddenly, a contestant shouted, I believe we should directly award the championship to Team 91. This singular voice ignited a wave of agreement, and soon all contestants joined in. Team 23 agrees. The championship should go to Team 91. Team 34 concurs. Team 51 supports this. The chorus of agreement resonated throughout the competition hall. The organizers, taken aback by this unprecedented occurrence, swiftly convened all judges and staff for an emergency meeting. Approximately 10 minutes later, Lu Yun returned to the competition stage. With a microphone in hand, she exclaimed excitedly, Dear contestants, after discussions among our higher authorities, we have decided to directly award the championship to Team 91. Upon hearing this announcement, the hall erupted into applause and cheers. Every individual present gazed at Lu Chen with envy, fully aware that a new generation of mathematical brilliance was about to emerge. Hooray! We are the champions. This is fantastic. Lu Chen, you are truly remarkable. Li Jingya joyfully leaped into the air, resembling a butterfly dancing among blossoms, adorable, vivacious, and beautiful. Lu Chen smiled gently, stay composed. Suddenly, a notification sound resonated in his mind. Ding! You have successfully secured the championship in the mathematics competition. Event Level B. Reward, 7 days of lifespan. Reward, Mysterious Gift Pack 1. 7 extra days of life? And the long-awaited Mysterious Gift Pack? Hooray! Lu Chen leaped with exuberance, soaring 3 feet high. Li Jingya, observing Lu Chen's impressive jump, couldn't help but chuckle softly. What happened to her earlier composure? At the adjacent round table, Bai Wanyue gazed at the excited duo with a heavy heart, enveloped in silence. This sensation was akin to being pursued fervently by a reckless youth on a motorcycle, someone she held in disdain, continuously challenging at every turn, wishing for his disappearance from the world. Then, one day, he transforms into an unparalleled genius, receiving recognition, admiration, and praise, making her feel unworthy in comparison. However, Lu Chen had not dyed his hair yellow, and his steed was not a motorcycle, but a Rolls-Royce. On stage, Lu Chen and Li Jingya stood side by side, smiles illuminating their faces, while the surrounding lights sparkled and cheers echoed endlessly. Bai Wanyue watched this scene, reminiscent of a fairy tale, with a dazed expression. At that moment, 2 staff members approached, one holding a bank card, and the other bearing a trophy emblazoned with the words first prize. Lu Yun, holding a microphone, cheerfully announced, Congratulations to both of you for winning the grand prize of 200,000 yuan. Afterward, Lu Yun lowered the microphone and whispered to Lu Chen, Have you considered distancing yourself from your father? Lu Chen, taken aback, retorted, Do you hear yourself? Shouldn't I be giving an acceptance speech? How can one win an award and simultaneously lose their father? Realizing she had inadvertently spoken her mind, Lu Yun felt a pang of anxiety and quickly amended, Oh, I meant, have you thought about sharing this good news with your father? The event supports real-time video calls, allowing him to witness your moment of glory. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen hastily shook his head. No, that's absurd. My father has always thought I was pursuing Bai Wanyue. If he learns that I didn't win or over yet secured the first prize, he might just break my legs. Noting Lu Chen's refusal, Lu Yun nodded and redirected the opportunity to Li Jingya. Without hesitation, Li Jingya initiated a video call with her mother. As the video connected, a modest home came into view, starkly bare and impoverished, leaving an impression of hardship. Gradually, a woman in her 50s, worn and weary, appeared on the screen, lying languidly on a bed. The image quality was dismal, likely from a cheap, outdated smartphone. Upon learning that her daughter had won the championship, along with a prize of 200,000 yuan, tears streamed down the woman's face. Before the audience and millions of viewers in the live stream, she lamented, "I have been bedridden for years, unable to care for myself. My husband, burdened by insurmountable gambling debts, took his own life. All the household expenses, debts, and tuition have fallen upon my daughter. My daughter attends school during the day, works at night, and returns home exhausted to care for her seemingly useless mother. At that time, she was merely 11 years old. Each day after school, during parent-teacher meetings, while other children had their mothers and fathers by their side, my daughter remained perpetually alone. Yet, she never complained, always smiling as she told me she felt no envy. I knew she was lying. What child does not yearn for the presence of their parents during their formative years? Many times, I contemplated ending my life to alleviate her burdens. However, my daughter insisted that without me, she could not discern the purpose of her existence, and she too would cease to live. My dear daughter, you are still young. Yet to experience university, to fall in love, and you possess boundless youth and beauty. I yearn for you to continue living, to witness the splendor of this world. My daughter, I love you dearly. You are the strongest, most remarkable, and most dutiful daughter in the world." As her voice reverberated throughout the venue, silence enveloped the audience both present and online. Each word, each sentence, struck deeply into the souls of all who listened. What an extraordinary girl she is. Still in the tender age where one seeks the affection of their parents, yet bearing the weight of this fractured household during her most vulnerable moments. Some could not help but weep openly. When the video call ended, the room erupted in thunderous applause. It was evident that this ovation was not in celebration of the championship, but rather a tribute to the resilience of Jingya, this remarkable girl. As the applause subsided, Li Jingya, tears streaming down her face, turned to Lu Chen and expressed, "Here, I wish to thank my classmate Lu Chen. It was he, upon learning of my family's hardships, who insisted on partnering with me. It was his unwavering support that enabled me to secure this first prize. Without Lu Chen, it would have been utterly impossible for me to win the championship." After speaking, Li Jingya bowed deeply to Lu Chen, saying, "Thank you so much, Lu Chen." When the audience heard her words, thunderous applause erupted once again. "Well done, Brother Lu. No points lost. Who would have thought that Lu Chen, a scion of privilege, possessed such kindness, completely reshaping my negative perceptions of the elite? Could it be that Lu Chen sought the prize money for himself? The naysayers upstairs must be foolish. Just search for the Lu group online. Do they truly believe he lacks for money? Brother Lu is incredible. Absolutely phenomenal." Hearing the praise around him, Lu Chen felt a tightening in his chest. Oh no, this doesn't bode well. Why did it feel as though his carefully crafted persona was on the verge of collapse? If his father were to discover others lauding him for his kindness, would he not be reduced to a mere shadow of himself? Chapter 21. Filming? Allow me to star in an episode. After the award ceremony concluded, the competition was still fervently underway, as the selection of the third and second places was yet to be determined. Only Lu Chen and Li Jingya departed from the venue. At the entrance of the shopping mall, Li Jingya expressed her gratitude. "Lu Chen, I truly appreciate your help today. Let me treat you to a meal." Holding her bank card, she spoke with genuine delight, having received a total of 200,000 in prize money, all of which Lu Chen had generously given to her. As she was in dire need of funds and Lu Chen was not lacking in wealth, Li Jingya accepted his goodwill without pretense, silently resolving to repay him once she earned her own money. "All right then, I shall graciously accept. Let us grab a bottle of Pepsi," Lu Chen replied with a smile. He understood that this resilient girl possessed a strong sense of pride. Rejecting her kindness would likely be perceived as an act of charity. Upon hearing Lu Chen's agreement, Li Jingya's face lit up with a heartfelt smile. "Wonderful. Follow me. I often work part-time here and know which restaurants are clean." Thus, under Li Jingya's guidance, the two made their way towards the food court on the B1 level of the shopping mall. Not long after their departure, a gloomy-faced man wearing a cap appeared at the same spot. He glanced in the direction of Lu Chen and Li Jingya before shoving his hands into his pockets and quietly following them. This man was the criminal suspect identified by the police from the table where Lu Chen had been seated. Meanwhile, within the competition arena, Lu Yun continued to host the event. Suddenly, she realized that the suspect she had been monitoring had vanished. A wave of concern washed over her as she communicated through her miniature earpiece. "This is bad. The suspect has disappeared, leaving only his daughter in the competition. A voice swiftly responded through her Bluetooth earpiece. Received. All personnel, please check your surroundings for any appearance of the suspect. Approximately half a minute later, a report came in. I have located the suspect. He is following the winning duo to the B1 level of the shopping mall. I am discreetly tracking them. Upon hearing this news, Lu Yun's heart raced. She recalled the way the man had been watching Li Jingya with chilling intensity, and an ominous premonition began to stir within her. Do not alert him. I will head over immediately. With that, she handed the microphone to another judge, hastily concocting an excuse to leave for a moment. She quickly changed her attire and rushed towards the B1 level of the shopping mall. In the B1 level of the mall, known as the food court, it was essentially a corridor lined with small eateries. At noon, the bustling atmosphere was palpable with patrons enjoying their meals. The two found a ramen shop and chose a table. Wang Shu, 2 bowls of ramen, with eggs and sausages, and 2 bottles of chilled Pepsi. Li Jingya waved her hand with a grand flourish. Wow, Jingya, is this your boyfriend? He is quite handsome. The owner remarked, showering compliments on Lu Chen. The vendors around hurried out. What? Jingya has a boyfriend? What does he look like? Let me see if he is trustworthy. A boy who can win Jingya's affection must be a good one. Li Jingya's face flushed crimson, and she quickly waved her hands at the crowd, exclaiming, No, no. He is just an ordinary friend. The vendors exchanged knowing glances and then laughed as they dispersed. Lu Chen teased. You seem to get along well with everyone here. The blush on Li Jingya's face had yet to fade as she shyly replied, Yes. I've worked part-time in nearly every shop. They all know my family situation, so they take special care of me. Lu Chen nodded in understanding. At that moment, he suddenly remembered he had a mysterious gift pack yet to be opened. Seizing the opportunity while the ramen was being prepared, Lu Chen thought to himself, Open the mysterious gift pack. Immediately, a system notification chimed. Ding. Gift pack opened successfully. Reward acquired. Golden Eyes 1. Oh. Lu Chen clicked to use it. In the next instant, an invisible gas flew into his eyes. Suddenly, he felt a cool sensation. A wave of inexplicable comfort spreading through his optic nerves. He closed his eyes, then opened them again. Lu Chen could distinctly feel his field of vision expand significantly. Everything he gazed upon was laid bare before him. Even through a wall, everything became crystal clear. What? I can see through things? Lu Chen was taken aback. The mysterious gift pack never failed to impress. Since Li Jingya was sitting directly opposite him, Lu Chen, caught off guard, inadvertently glanced at something he shouldn't have. Oh my. His face turned beet red as he quickly averted his gaze. Lu Chen, what is wrong? Li Jingya asked, noticing his face flushed like a monkey's bottom, intrigued. Is it just because the vendors teased you a bit? Why are you more embarrassed than I am? And no, I just suddenly feel a bit warm. Lu Chen stammered, fanning himself vigorously, as if his hand might detach. Huh, but I feel a bit cold, Li Jingya remarked, growing even more curious. The air conditioning in the mall was quite low, and she could clearly feel a chill. Could it be that Lu Chen's warmth was too intense? Just as Li Jingya pondered this, a man wearing a baseball cap approached her from the right. In his hand, he held a glimmering triangular dagger. With his expanded field of vision, Lu Chen swiftly turned 90 degrees to look at the man. The man paused, clearly surprised that such an odd angle could reveal him. Realizing this, he decided to drop the pretense. Suddenly, he raised the dagger and charged towards Li Jingya. Watch out, Lu Chen shouted, then leaped into action, executing a flying kick aimed at the man's arm. Ah! The man grimaced, letting out a pain cry. The dagger slipped from his grasp and crashed heavily onto the floor, creating a tremendous noise. All the diners around turned their gazes. What a spectacle. As if filming a movie. What film is it? Let me star in an episode. No pay required. Several onlookers jested. The man picked up a triangular bayonet from the floor, his icy stare fixed on Lu Chen, disbelief flickering in his eyes. He had not anticipated that a high school student could possess such remarkable skills. What on earth is happening? Li Jingya stood up in alarm, utterly perplexed. Without turning his head, Lu Chen commanded, Stay away from here. Through his keen observation, he discerned numerous scars adorning the man's body, along with bullet wounds. Coupled with the calluses on his palms and the triangular bayonet, an unforgiving close combat weapon used in the military, Lu Chen was at a loss. How could the impoverished Li Jingya have provoked such a man? Freeze, police. Don't move. At that moment, 3 plainclothes officers surrounded them from different directions, each wielding a dark handgun. The man, however, remained unfazed. With so many diners around, should anyone dare to fire? A single dodge could result in a bullet striking an innocent bystander. The officers were undoubtedly aware of this. One of them proclaimed, "Officers are conducting an investigation. Everyone must leave immediately." No sooner had he spoken than a dusty onlooker retorted, "Leave? I've toiled all morning carrying cement at the construction site. And I finally get a chance to eat lunch, and you want me to leave? Who is going to pay for my meal? I'm too exhausted to work now. Who will be responsible for the delay? I suggest you filmmakers choose a less crowded time for your shoots." At this, the rest of the crowd chimed in, "Exactly. This is absurd." The three officers stood speechless. Chapter 22. In moments of silence, one truly finds themselves at a loss for words. Not a single soul had departed from the scene. The officers, with no other recourse, reluctantly holstered their firearms and brandished their crackling stun batons. "Li Zhenghua, you are surrounded. I urge you to surrender and lay down your weapons immediately. Think of your daughter. It's not too late to regret." The two officers proclaimed with booming voices. "What a klitsch plot," scoffed a worker hauling cement. Li Zhenghua, merely a suspect, hesitated for a brief moment upon hearing the mention of his daughter. However, a sudden realization seemed to ignite within him, and his gaze once again brimmed with murderous intent. "Ah!" he screamed, rushing madly towards Lu Chen, who stood protectively in front of Li Zhenghua. The three officers swiftly moved to intercept him. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, as they closed in, Li Zhenghua dispatched them with a flurry of blows, leaving them sprawled on the ground. The three officers lay on the floor, their expressions twisted in pain. Not far away, Lu Yun was concealed in a corner, silently observing the unfolding chaos. As an undercover agent, he could not reveal his identity before Lu Chen. "What? A triangular bayonet?" Lu Yun gasped upon spotting the lethal weapon. Recalling the earlier scene where Li Zhenghua had taken on three officers, he hastily activated his miniature communicator. His tone tense, "All comrades, expedite your support. This suspect is formidable. He appears to be a retired Special Forces soldier. He possesses a triangular bayonet. And it is unsafe to discharge firearms in the vicinity. Everyone, please exercise caution." Voices of shock echoed through the Bluetooth earpiece. What? A retired Special Forces soldier? How could a soldier have been involved in the abduction of young girls over a decade ago? Lu Yun too found himself perplexed by this question. Yet there was no time for contemplation. The paramount concern was to bring the criminal to justice. If someone like him were to become frenzied, the entire B1 level of the mall might transform into a veritable slaughterhouse. Within the food court, after Li Zhenghua had incapacitated the three officers, his icy gaze turned once more towards Lu Chen. "Ah!" he shouted again, charging forward with renewed ferocity. Just as Lu Chen prepared to deliver a kick to send him flying, another officer rushed in from behind, pulling Lu Chen to safety. "Child, it's dangerous here. Quickly, get away." Without hesitation, the officer charged towards Li Zhenghua. With a thud, the moment they collided, Li Zhenghua landed a punch squarely on the officer's face, rendering him rigid as he crumpled to the ground. "What a powerful punch," Lu Chen remarked nonchalantly. Li Zhenghua lifted his head, his eyes ablaze with fury as he fixed a cold stare on Lu Chen, his voice icy. "I do not wish to harm the innocent. Leave, do not interfere." Lu Chen merely smirked. "I won't leave." At this, Li Zhenghua faltered momentarily, then rage consumed him as he bellowed, "Leave." His voice rang out so loudly that it startled the nearby cement worker, causing him to drop his chopsticks. This worker, known for his short temper, pointed an accusatory finger at Li Zhenghua and shouted, "You damn fool. Yelling like that while I'm trying to eat. Are you looking to get yourself killed?" In the face of such insults, Li Zhenghua chose to remain indifferent. Noticing that Lu Chen showed no signs of yielding, he brandished his weapon and launched a third assault. "If you don't roll away, you'll die." Nearby, Lu Yun was nearly beside herself with anxiety. Despite knowing Lu Chen's remarkable skills, he was still merely a high school student. Compared to a well-trained Special Forces soldier, he was akin to a helpless infant attempting to combat a grown man. Victory was impossible. "Lu Chen, you fool. What are you trying to prove at a time like this?" Lu Yun scolded while frantically calling for reinforcements. However, the nearest comrades would take another 2 minutes to arrive. As it appeared that Lu Chen was on the verge of being overwhelmed, Lu Yun could no longer remain passive. She drew her sidearm and aimed it at the assailant. If exposure was inevitable, she could not bear to witness Lu Chen being murdered. As a police officer, it was her duty to protect every citizen until proven otherwise. Just as Lu Yun was about to pull the trigger, an astonishing scene unfolded before her eyes. Lu Chen, confronted by Li Zhengua's charge, swiftly dodged the attack with a rapid sidestep. Then, bending his body, He swung his fist with blinding speed towards Li Jinghua's abdomen. A resounding thud echoed through the air. Ah! Li Jinghua cried out in agony, his body soaring like a kite severed from its string, hurtling towards a nearby public dining table. At that table sat a worker who had just picked up his chopsticks and was about to savor a steaming bowl of noodles. Suddenly, with a crash, Li Jinghua collided violently with the table, sending dishes flying and soup splattering everywhere. The worker, momentarily stunned with his chopsticks raised, finally regained his senses. His face flushed with embarrassment. He hurled the chopsticks aside and pointed at Li Jinghua, ready to unleash a torrent of curses. What the hell, ah? Before he could finish, Li Jinghua executed a swift maneuver, kicking the worker away effortlessly. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone realized they were not watching a film. This was a genuine police operation in pursuit of a criminal. Run! In an instant, hundreds of bystanders scattered in all directions. Your punches are rather solid, but unfortunately, they cannot touch me. Li Jinghua stood up, his words trailing off as he looked up in astonishment, seeing Lu Chen leaping through the air, legs intertwined, descending upon him, like a crow in flight. With a furious shout, Lu Chen's size 43 Nike shoe struck Li Jinghua squarely in the face. The impact was so forceful that it slammed Li Jinghua's head into the ground, rendering him completely unconscious, his face marked with the unmistakable Nike logo, accompanied by the words, "Just do it." Lu Yun was left utterly dumbfounded. Could this young man truly be so formidable? A special forces soldier who had proven too much for 3 police officers had been effortlessly subdued by Lu Chen in just 2 moves? It is known that Lu Chen possesses extraordinary mathematical prowess. Could he also be a natural-born martial arts prodigy? Upon witnessing the criminal suspect faint, Lu Yun felt a sense of relief wash over her. At that moment, several police officers arrived on the scene, bewildered by the chaos and the unconscious suspect before them. The officers were left in utter disbelief. Wasn't it said that the adversary was highly skilled? How could he be lying on the ground, asleep? Ding! You have successfully promoted positive energy through your actions of retaliating against violence. Your behavior has influenced a total of 103 individuals. Reward: 10 hours of lifespan. Have you ever offended anyone? Lu Chen inquired of Li Jinghua. She immediately shook her head. No, everyone here has been very kind to me. I have not had any conflicts with anyone. Hearing this, Lu Chen stroked his chin, perplexed. Then how curious it is that this person aimed to harm you. He was targeting me? Li Jinghua exclaimed, pointing to herself in astonishment. Lu Chen remained speechless. It was indeed baffling how this intelligent young woman could fail to grasp the gravity of the situation. At that moment, a police officer approached. "Excuse me, students. Would it be convenient for you to accompany us to the station to provide a statement?" Lu Chen sighed, realizing that his plans for a lavish bowl of ramen that day were thwarted. He and Li Jinghua nodded in agreement, replying, "Of course." Shortly thereafter, they were seated in a police vehicle, arriving promptly at the local precinct. In the conference room, Lu Chen recounted the events as they transpired. The officer responsible for taking the statement nodded and remarked, "Our preliminary assessment suggests that this suspect was after the 200,000 yuan cash in your card, intending to commit theft in broad daylight. However, during the act, he was caught by you, prompting the suspect to resort to desperate measures, thereby developing a motive to kill." After conveying this information, the officer closed the report, visibly shaken. "I must say, your skills are indeed impressive. This suspect is not only a wanted criminal, but also a former elite soldier, and several of my colleagues have ended up in the hospital due to his actions." Lu Chen scratched his head and chuckled. It's merely a trivial skill. Once the statement was completed, Lu Chen and Li Jinghua exited the precinct. At that moment, a dignified senior officer approached them. "Lu Chen, have you finished your statement? Is everything all right? Would you like me to arrange for someone to escort you home?" Lu Chen instantly recognized him as the station chief. Having encountered such situations before, he responded politely, "No need, uncle. I can return by myself." "That's good to hear. Please send my regards to your father," the chief said with a benevolent smile. Just as he was about to leave, Lu Chen suddenly remembered something. He turned to the chief and asked, "Uncle, could you possibly drive my classmate back to the mall? She has a part-time job there. If possible, could you also send someone to ensure her safety?" Lu Chen was certain that Li Jinghua was not after money. His intentions were far more sinister. It appears that Li Jinghua harbors some unknown secrets. Upon hearing this, the director responded with a generous demeanor. "No problem at all. Our police officers are scheduled to patrol that area, so they can conveniently assist. After all, we are here to serve the people." Li Jinghua, feeling a bit shy, bowed graciously and said, "I apologize for the trouble, Dear officer. With all arrangements in place, Lu Chen strolled back home. As he pushed open the grand door of the Lu family villa, a series of firecracker explosions erupted from either side of the entrance. Before him stood dozens of servants lined up in formation, with a festive red carpet laid out beneath his feet. Various flowers adorned the pathways, and a large banner hung overhead proclaiming, "Welcome young Master Lu and Miss by home." Lu Chen, stepping onto the red carpet, was utterly bewildered. What is the meaning of this? It feels as though a wedding is about to take place. Just as Lu Chen pondered this, his mother's warm voice resonated from within. "Ah, Lu Chen and Heir have returned." He beheld his mother, Lu Guilan, linking arms with Lu Zhixiang, both radiating smiles as they emerged from the living room. They were dressed exceptionally formally. One might assume they were heading to a grand banquet. However, upon seeing only Lu Chen at the entrance, the smile on his father's face vanished instantaneously, replaced by an expression of sternness. "Why have you returned alone? Where is Bai Wanyue?" Bai Wanyue? Lu Chen suddenly grasped the situation. No wonder the occasion was so grand. They must have thought he was bringing her along. "I never mentioned that I would bring her back," Lu Chen muttered. "You fool. You met her outside of school and couldn't even bring her home? How could I have raised such a foolish son?" Lu Zhixiang berated him vehemently. Lu Guilan quickly intervened. "Oh dear, one must not rush when pursuing a girl, especially one from the Bai family. Have you forgotten how you courted me? It took you 3 years to utter your first words to me. 5 years before I agreed to a date, and 10 years before we confirmed our relationship. Compared to you, our son is making swift progress." At this, Lu Zhixiang scoffed. Unable to shake off the memory of being chastised for 10 years by Lu Chen's grandfather for his foolishness. "Well, just do your best," he concluded with a wave of his hand, signaling the matter was settled. The surrounding servants sighed in relief, grateful that the storm had been averted. Whenever Lu Zhixiang unleashed his fury, it often resulted in a flurry of broken items that they would have to tidy up for hours. Just as the air settled, Lu Zhixiang's phone rang. "I haven't been the big brother for many years." He glanced at the caller ID, furrowed his brow, and pressed the answer button. "Hello? Who on earth is this?" An elderly voice, filled with excitement, responded from the other end. "Master Lu, congratulations. I am Wu Zhongxiang, a mathematics professor at the Academy of Dragon Country. Your son has excelled in this mathematics competition, not only securing the championship but also proving to be a kind-hearted child. You have given birth to a wonderful son. I intend to take him as my disciple and nurture him diligently. He is bound to shine brilliantly in the realm of mathematics in the future." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen, who was nearby, immediately felt a tightening sensation, realizing he was in for trouble. Chapter 23. The celestial deity shall not be seen. Yet, she must be seen. As anticipated, upon hearing the news, Lu Zhixiang's face flushed crimson with rage as he bellowed, "Apprenticeship? Nonsense. If you dare come to Yuhai City, I shall ensure you never return." After his tirade, he raised his phone and smashed it violently to the ground. Crash. The 8848 platinum phone shattered into 2 pieces. The servants stood in stunned silence, realizing they had perhaps celebrated too soon. Meanwhile, Professor Wu, perplexed by Lu Zhixiang's outburst, exchanged bewildered glances with Professors Zhang and Li. What was this esteemed figure's reaction? Most would be overjoyed to learn of their child's exceptional talents and the recognition from a professor at the Dragon National Academy of Sciences. Yet, Lu Zhixiang was not only displeased but unleashed a torrent of curses. Their dreams of historical acclaim lay shattered. Within the Lu family villa, the atmosphere in the courtyard was suffocatingly grim. All the servants stood with bowed heads, afraid to make a sound. Lu Zhixiang had comprehended the entirety of the situation. Grasping a Seven Wolves brand product, he pointed it menacingly at his son, Lu Chen, who knelt on the ground, fuming. "How dare you deceive your own father? I have told you repeatedly that your foremost duty is to win over Bai Wanyue. Yet you, under the pretense of pursuing her, have the audacity to compete in a contest? You even helped that girl, Li Jingya, secure the championship? How dare you? Today, I shall punish you, ungrateful son." As he spoke, Lu Zhixiang raised the Seven Wolves brand item, poised to unleash his wrath. Lu Guilan, recognizing the futility of intervening in her son's education, chose to retreat to her room to indulge in her favorite dramas. Just as the object was mere centimeters from Lu Chen, a panicked servant rushed in through the door. "My lord, a distinguished guest is seeking the young master." The servant, sweating profusely, bowed deeply. "A distinguished guest? Can't you see I'm in the midst of educating my son? Even if the celestial deity were to arrive, they would not be seen." Lu Zhixiang retorted with exasperation. However, the servant trembled as he replied, "It is It is the Bai family's esteemed daughter, Bai Wanyue. At this revelation, Lu Zhixiong was momentarily taken aback. The fury on his face dissipated at an astonishing rate, quickly replaced by a beaming smile. Ah, splendid. The celestial deity may not be seen, but she must indeed be received. In the blink of an eye, Lu Zhixiong shifted from a stance of aggression towards Lu Chen to one of support, lifting his son with a look of paternal pride. How astute you are, my son. You have truly outsmarted me. I should have thought to prepare answers in advance for the competition and stage a performance with a few professors. How delightful it is. You have clinched the championship. Bai Wanyue, unable to contain her excitement, has come seeking you. Ha ha, Lu Chen remarked. This old man is as fickle as a dog, changing at a whim. His imagination is boundlessly rich, conjuring up plots that simply do not exist. Although Lu Chen was oblivious to Bai Wanyue's intentions, he was at least spared from a painful encounter. Gui Lan, come out to meet our daughter-in-law. Lu Zhixiong joyfully called out from within the house. Soon, Lu Zhixiong, Lu Guilan, and Lu Chen appeared at the entrance of the Lu family villa. Uncle Lu, Auntie, greetings. I have come to see Lu Chen, Bai Wanyue said with utmost politeness. Lu Zhixiong beamed with joy, exclaiming, Ah, Wanyue, how considerate you are. Should anything arise in the future, do not hesitate to let me know, and I shall send this little rascal Lu Chen to you. It is rather lacking in masculinity for a grown man to allow a young lady to take the initiative to visit. Lu Guilan added her praise. Wanyue, you are truly beautiful. Having a friend like you is indeed a blessing for our Lu Chen. Come, let us discuss matters inside. Do not linger outside. Upon hearing the invitation to enter, Bai Wanyue did not decline and nodded, saying, Then I shall not impose. Oh, not at all. Feel free to come at any time. Consider this your second home. Lu Zhixiong and Lu Guilan welcomed her with warmth. The three of them moved toward the living room, conversing and laughing like a family, while Lu Chen trailed behind, feeling like an outsider. Upon arriving in the living room, Bai Wanyue, somewhat shy, said, Auntie, Uncle Lu, I have something to discuss with Lu Chen privately in his bedroom. At these words, Lu Zhixiong and Lu Guilan exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. Go to the bedroom? Alone? Their smiles widened almost to the point of splitting. Very well. The bedroom is ideal, quiet for your conversation. Take your time, no need to rush. Indeed. Dinner will be served here. If it gets too late, you might as well stay the night, Lu Zhixiong continued. Ah, Wang the steward. Please arrange the evening meal and prepare a room for Wanyue. Understood. As Bai Wanyue and Lu Chen entered his bedroom and closed the door, Lu Chen, with a stoic expression, said, What is it that you wish to discuss? Seeing Lu Chen's demeanor, Bai Wanyue fell silent for a moment. After a lengthy pause, she slowly began to speak. Chapter 24, The Unremarkable Man. What a disappointment. Lu Chen, I have come to seek you out on behalf of Bago. He wishes to become your disciple and study mathematics under your guidance, Bai Wanyue stated. Following the conclusion of the competition, Bago faced a tremendous setback. However, instead of succumbing to despair, he fervently pleaded with Bai Wanyue to approach Lu Chen on his behalf. As long as Lu Chen agreed to be his mathematics mentor, Bago was willing to accept any condition. Upon hearing this request, Lu Chen fell into contemplation. He had considered establishing an offline mathematics tutoring class to extend his lifespan. It is worth noting that reading a book typically takes about 1 to 2 hours, yielding merely 3 to 6 hours of life. Yet, by teaching with 100 students, every problem he elucidated could grant him 10 hours of life. Coupled with the time spent reading, he could potentially solve countless problems. Moreover, the more students he had, the more his lifespan would increase. The two pursuits were fundamentally incomparable. If he wishes to study mathematics with me, that is acceptable. He may await my response. As for taking him as a disciple, that is not my practice, Lu Chen replied coolly. Upon hearing this, Bai Wanyue nodded and continued, Lu Chen, your mathematical talent is exceptional. I hope you can make the most of it and become a person of value to the nation. Do not continue as before, aimlessly drifting and idly squandering your potential. Those who rely on their family's influence while living off their past glories are forever beneath my esteem. Lu Chen thought to himself, this Bai Wanyue always adopts a condescending demeanor when addressing me. Whether through mockery or critique, she has taken it upon herself to lecture me. Do not concern yourself with my affairs, he replied, somewhat impatiently. Noticing Lu Chen's demeanor, Bai Wanyue furrowed her brow, her temperament shifting to that of an indignant young lady. With a confrontational tone, she retorted, Lu Chen, do not presume that your mathematical talent renders you extraordinary. If you persist in your previous lackadaisical ways, Your talent is of no consequence. I had hoped you would change after the competition, but alas, you will always remain as you are." At these words, Lu Chen's temper flared. Upon reflection, it was hardly worth his anger for her sake. With an impassive expression, he said, "If there is nothing else, you may take your leave." Bai Wanyue, infuriated, clenched her teeth and insisted, "Do you think I wish to be here? Had it not been for Ba Gu pleading with me for 2 hours and transferring from the capital to Yunhai City just to learn mathematics from you, I would not have sought you out." Ba Gu transferred to Yunhai City? It is astonishing that this fellow would go to such lengths for the sake of studying mathematics. But what does that have to do with me? Lu Chen's gaze turned icy as he replied, "Goodbye." No sooner had he spoken than the bedroom door was forcefully kicked open. Lu Zhixiong, who had been eavesdropping, stormed in wielding a club, fuming, "You little brat. How dare you converse with Yue? If you are to leave, then do so. Clear this room for Yue. From this day forth, I shall no longer recognize you as my son. You are replaced by my daughter, Bai Wanyue." Mother Lu Guilin leaned against the doorframe, cracking sunflower seeds. Her tone dripping with disdain. What a typical man, utterly disappointing. Lu Chen, visibly exasperated, interjected, "Dad, Mom, how could you eavesdrop on our conversation?" Indeed, in Longhua, no matter the family dynamic, children are perpetually devoid of privacy in the presence of their parents. Upon hearing Lu Chen's query, Lu Zhixiong paused momentarily before responding. "Isn't it simply a matter of ensuring you harbor no ill intentions towards Yue? If you were to wrong her on her first visit to our home, how could I, as her father, explain that to others?" Lu Chen was rendered speechless. Was there not a more absurd excuse to offer? He would rather something transpired between himself and Bai Wanwei. At that moment, Lu Guilin pulled Bai Wanwei to her side, cheerfully stating, "Yue, come. Accompany me to the living room for a chat. It's dreadfully dull facing these two dense men all day. No one engages me in conversation." Bai Wanwei initially intended to decline, for her purpose in coming here had already been fulfilled, rendering further stay unnecessary. However, Lu Guilin offered her no opportunity to protest, firmly linking arms and dragging her into the living room for idle chatter. Once the two women departed, Lu Zhixiong muttered quietly, "You foolish boy. Your attempt at feigned indifference has backfired. If I hadn't intervened in time, all your previous efforts would have been in vain. When it comes to courting women, you still have much to learn from your old man." Lu Zhixiong wore an expression of smug satisfaction. Lu Chen remained silent, under the enthusiastic hospitality of his parents. Bai Wanwei had not once been afforded the opportunity to express her desire to leave. Time swiftly passed to 7 in the evening, signaling the commencement of the dinner. In the resplendent living room, the dining table overflowed with an array of exquisite delicacies. Lu Guilin and Lu Zhixiong tirelessly served Bai Wanwei, where "This king crab was airlifted from the island just an hour ago. Do try it and tell us how it tastes. And this matsutake mushroom is said to enhance brain function and promote beauty. Be sure to eat plenty." In less than 2 minutes, a small bowl of rice had been piled high like a Christmas tree. Bai Wanwei, struggling to balance her bowl, awkwardly remarked, "Thank you, Uncle and Aunt, but I can manage on my own." In stark contrast, Lu Chen gazed at his empty bowl, bewildered. "Dad, Mom, where's my rice?" he queried. Lu Zhixiong retorted sternly, "Serve it yourself. You can't even engage in conversation and still dare to let Yue leave. This is your punishment." With a sigh, Lu Chen contemplated the gravity of the situation. If he were to truly marry Bai Wanwei, how lowly would his standing be within his own family? After dinner, Lu Guilin insisted on taking Bai Wanwei for a leisurely walk to aid digestion, with Lu Chen naturally accompanying them. He was well aware that his mother was simply seeking to stir jealousy with her antics. Before long, the trio found themselves in the most bustling area of Yunhai City, the resplendent Lujin Street, where glittering jewelry stores lined both sides of the road, creating a dazzling spectacle. Moreover, there exists a multitude of lottery shops and gambling stone establishments. Outside these gambling stone venues, throngs of gamblers congregate, yearning for overnight wealth, thus recklessly squandering their fortunes. However, the majority find themselves facing ruin, often resulting in the disintegration of their families. "Oh, what a lively scene. Where, let us take a look at that shop," Lu Guilin suggested, pointing towards one of the establishments. After spending some time together, Bai Wanwei no longer felt awkward and nodded in agreement. The mother and Bai Wanwei linked arms as they walked ahead, with Lu Chen quietly trailing behind. As the trio passed by a gambling stone shop, Lu Chen suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Inside the establishment, Li Jingya was seen handing a 200 yuan bank card to the proprietor of the gambling stone shop. Chapter 25. The debt must be repaid. Indeed, boss. There are 200,000 yuan in my bank account, which is sufficient to settle my father's debts. Outside the stone gambling shop, Li Jingya handed her bank card to the proprietor, her face radiant with joy. The thought of repaying the debts alleviated much of the pressure she had been feeling about life. Li Jingya was overwhelmed with excitement, and the future began to shimmer with promise. The shop owner was a portly middle-aged man, adorned with a large gold chain and a small watch, exuding an air of the underworld. He took the bank card with skepticism and instructed a nearby employee to verify the balance. Upon confirming the existence of 200,000 yuan, a grin spread across the owner's face. Haha, Jingya, you are far superior to your father. At such a young age, you have earned this much money. Do tell me, how did you manage it? He leered at her, his gaze laden with unwelcome intent. Feeling uncomfortable under his lascivious stare, Li Jingya suppressed her unease and responded. I earned it through a mathematics competition. Uncle, I have repaid the total amount my father owes you. Our family no longer owes you anything. And I kindly ask that you refrain from sending anyone to our home again. Goodbye, uncle. With that, she turned to leave. However, the owner's voice grew cold, commanding. Stop. Who said you have repaid everything? This 200,000 yuan has been outstanding for quite some time. Surely, I must collect some interest. Li Jingya's heart sank at his words. Yet, upon reflection, she reasoned that how much interest could there truly be? At worst, she could continue working to pay it off. She turned back and asked, Uncle, how much interest do you wish to collect? The owner flashed a gesture of victory and replied with a grin, 200,000. In an instant, Li Jingya's eyes widened in fear, her face etched with panic. She clenched her fists, indignantly retorting, I owe you only 200,000 in total. Even if it has been 4 or 5 years, the interest cannot possibly equal the principal. The owner revealed his gold teeth as he laughed. The money I lend. I dictate the interest. I will accept this 200,000, but remember to repay the remaining 200,000 promptly. Otherwise, it will turn into 400,000. With that, he and his employees erupted into laughter. Hearing this, Li Jingya felt tears welling up in her eyes, her voice trembling. This is fraud. It is illegal. At her words, the owner's expression darkened, his tone turning icy. Little girl, one may indulge in food, but not in reckless speech. The loan agreement is here, written in black and white. Dare to accuse me of illegality, and I might just mar your pretty face. He brandished a watermelon knife menacingly. Li Jingya recoiled in terror, her face pale. The owner scoffed, Get out of here. If you dare to refuse repayment, I will bring people to smash your and your mother's home. Spit. You wretched creature, earning money from competitions, I suspect you are merely a product of the trade. Continue selling. When will the debts transform from white to black? And when will my money finally be repaid? The street of gilded gold is bustling with people. Such a cacophony draws a crowd to witness the scene. Upon seeing the pitiful Li Jingya, several compassionate onlookers stepped forward to advise her, Little girl, you should leave quickly. Why provoke him? Indeed, Lu the gambler is notoriously known as a tyrant. Despite merely being the proprietor of a stone gambling establishment, he holds dominion over the entire gilded street. It is true. A young girl cannot stand against him. It is best to accept your fate. At that moment, a voice resonated from within the throng. Accept? Why should one accept? A mature man in his 40s extorting a minor. Do you even deserve to be called human? Upon hearing these words, all eyes turned to the source. There stood Lu Chen, Lu Guilin, and Bai Wanyue. Ding. You have successfully promoted positive energy. Your actions have impacted a total of 75 individuals. Reward, 7 hours of lifespan. Lu Chen did not expect a casual outing would grant him an extension of life, yet his heart was heavy. The earlier scene had ignited a fire of fury within him. The image of Li Jingya video calling her mother during the math competition lingered vividly in his mind. He understood well the immense effort and hardship Li Jingya endured to repay her debts. Classmate, don't cry. Wipe your tears, Bai Wanwei said as she approached Li Jingya, offering her a tissue. The sight of Li Jingya during her video call with her mother had deeply moved her. She recognized Li Jingya as a resilient girl facing significant challenges. Thank you, Li Jingya replied, her eyes reddened. Just then, her mother, Lu Guilin, stepped forward with a smile, saying, Boss, you hardly seem like someone in need of money. Since the child has returned your funds, why not let her off the hook? Why must you force a young girl into despair? Such actions are unbecoming of a man. Lu the gambler furrowed his brow. After years of navigating the underworld, he could discern that these three individuals were not to be underestimated. Their attire, grooming, and demeanor clearly indicated they were not ordinary folk. However, as the leader of the street, with numerous subordinates observing, he felt compelled to uphold his dignity. With a slight bow, he stated, "It is only right to repay debts. Her father signed a loan of 200,000 with me before he jumped off a building. As his daughter, she bears the obligation to repay." Upon hearing this, Lu Guilin immediately displayed her impatience, waving her hand dismissively. "Enough with your theatrics. I am aware of your methods. You will not relent until you have drained someone dry. How about this? She can repay you the interest according to the highest national bank standards. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, Lu the gambler's dissatisfaction surged. Collecting based on bank standards? Why would he remain in the underworld if he could simply work at a bank? A glint of menace flickered in his eyes. Yet he maintained a facade of politeness. "This matter is a private affair between me and this girl. It does not concern you. I kindly urge this lady to depart promptly and refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern her." Upon hearing these words, Lu Guilin felt a surge of anger, her eyes widening as she proclaimed, "I shall take charge of this matter today." In an instant, Lu Guilin emanated an inexplicable aura of authority. This formidable presence left the gambling stone dealer Lu and the surrounding onlookers utterly astonished. At that moment, everyone speculated about the true identity of this woman. As the atmosphere around them grew increasingly tense, Lu Chen stepped forward and declared, "How about this? I will cover the interest of 200,000, but I would like one of your stones as a complimentary gesture." Were he alone, he would have unhesitatingly taught that owner a lesson and sent him to the police station. However, with his mother, Li Jingya, and Bai Wanyue by his side, and the presence of numerous henchmen, he feared that escalating the situation might endanger his family. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Lu Guilin, Bai Wanyue, and Li Jingya all looked at him with bewildered expressions, while the gambling stone dealer Lu beamed with delight. He had initially planned to concede, intending to investigate Lu Guilin's identity before proceeding. To his surprise, this fool was willing to offer money willingly. "Oh, this handsome gentleman is truly magnanimous. No problem. I wholeheartedly agree with your proposal. You may choose any stone from the shop." The gambling stone dealer exclaimed joyfully. All of the stones in his shop were of inferior quality, unworthy of even 200. Since this foolish young man was willing to spend 200,000, he might as well let him choose. Under the puzzled gazes of his mother, Li Jingya, and Bai Wanyue, Lu Chen decisively selected a small stone. Its surface was exceedingly rough, and under the illumination, one could vaguely discern the impurities within. If it were not displayed in the gambling stone shop, it would be cast aside on the street. "This one, please cut it open," Lu Chen instructed, clapping his hands. "All right." The gambling stone dealer chuckled, feigning respect, while inwardly berating Lu Chen as a foolish spendthrift. "Why did you agree to give him money? Does this not foster a corrupt society?" Bai Wanyue questioned. Lu Guilin also expressed her confusion. "Child, when did you become so accommodating?" Lu Chen smiled mysteriously without responding. The onlookers wore expressions of disappointment, having expected these three to possess some significant influence, only to realize they were rather ordinary. Just as everyone believed there was nothing more to see and began to disperse, the next event left them all in astonishment. When the stone chosen by Lu Chen was cut open, the crowd beheld the vibrant green luster within, rendering them speechless, their mouths agape in disbelief. After a prolonged silence, an onlooker shouted, "Imperial green! It's imperial green!" At this declaration, the departing crowd surged back, once again encircling the scene. Everyone was astounded as they beheld the green hue revealed by the stone's cross-section. "Goodness, this is indeed imperial green. It's the first time I've witnessed such a sight in my lifetime. The brilliance and smoothness of the color were simply exquisite. Can someone enlighten me? Is imperial green truly remarkable?" Imperial green is the most precious and rare material in the realm of stone gambling. A mere fragment like this could fetch at least 20 million. How much? 20 million? I have never seen such a sum in my life. Goodness gracious. This 200,000 was worth every penny, yielding a staggering 100-fold return. Incredible! I am utterly envious. Lu Guilin and Bai Wanyue exchanged incredulous glances. Coming from prestigious families, they were well versed in gemstones. How could they not recognize the value of imperial green? "I never imagined my son possessed such discerning taste," Lu Guilin remarked, perplexed. When did her dear son acquire such skills in stone gambling? "Lu Chen's luck is truly unparalleled," Bai Wanyue mused. With a mere slice of stone, he earned 20 million. If not for the spectacle unfolding before her, she would have suspected Lu Chen was being supported by some hidden benefactor. Meanwhile, Li Jingya appeared somewhat dazed. Was this the very imperial green her father had always raved about? Inside the shop, Lu, the stone gambler, and the staff member responsible for cutting the stones were utterly bewildered. They rubbed their eyes, convinced they must be mistaken. Yet upon confirming the undeniable truth of the imperial green, they were left completely dumbfounded. This establishment had been in operation for decades and had never encountered such a significant find. Conventionally, an imperial green rough stone could sell for no less than 300,000. Yet this stone appeared so unremarkable, it was deemed low quality and discarded into the shop. Who would have expected? The staff member glanced at the owner, unsure of what to do. Damn it, Lu's face flushed crimson. Only moments ago, he had berated Lu Chen as a fool with too much money. And now? The stone had transformed 200,000 into 20 million. To add insult to injury, he had sold a rough imperial green, typically worth 300,000, for a mere 200,000. Not only had he incurred a loss of 100,000, but he also settled Li Jingya's debts, rendering his losses unimaginable. If word of this circulated among his subordinates and peers, how could he ever maintain his standing on Golden Street? Outside the shop, Lu Chen smiled knowingly. He had already discerned the imperial green material within the stone through his unique ability. Otherwise, why would he have spent 200,000 on it? Boss, is my stone ready? Lu Chen inquired cheerfully. This young master, Lu, the stone gambler, gritted his teeth in frustration, forcing a smile. It seems I have decided to forego the interest from Li Jingya. Consequently, our contract is null and void, and this stone is no longer yours. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen furrowed his brow. Was this some sort of game being played at his expense? Then you have indeed found the right person. Chapter 26. Someone wants our lives. Do you care? Seeing Lu the gambler's demeanor, the onlookers felt a chill run down their spines. It was as if the 20 million was already lost. Those familiar with him knew too well. Once Lu the gambler decided to renege, no one could help. I anticipated this outcome. If he had unearthed a stone worth only a few thousand, perhaps the young man could have walked away with something. But for a 20 million imperial green, he would likely get nothing. Lu the gambler was just that way. Alas, although the young girl had settled her account, the 20 million that had seemed so close had vanished into thin air, leaving a bitter taste. The spectators were collectively disheartened, as if they had lost the 20 million themselves, each lamenting the unfortunate turn of events. Lu Chen smiled gently and remarked, Boss, a gentleman's word is his bond. You wouldn't intend to default, would you? Lu the gambler snorted derisively and retorted, Kid, do you think I'm a gentleman? From the beginning, I've been more than courteous to you all. Be wise and don't force my hand. With that, a sinister expression crossed his face. Just moments ago, he might have backed down, but with the enticing 20 million before him, he would never relinquish it, even at the cost of a piece of flesh. At this moment, Lu Guilin furrowed her brow and said, Boss, is it really acceptable to bully us like this? We agreed on 20,000 for the stone. Can you really take back what you've spat out? Upon hearing Lu Guilin's words, Lu the gambler's face flushed with anger as he growled, Enough of your nonsense. Don't test my patience. If I get riled up, I won't spare any of you. After uttering these threats, he gestured to his underlings, who promptly scattered towards various jewelry stores. It was evident he was calling for reinforcements. Witnessing this, Lu Guilin's demeanor transformed. The gentle woman was replaced by the fierce aura of a formidable queen. She glared fiercely, her presence commanding, and shouted, How dare you meet my gaze? If this were 10 years ago, I would have cut you down. Today, this stone is mine, and anyone who dares to obstruct me will find themselves in grave peril. With a disdainful sneer, she added, You, Lu the gambler? I dare you to cross me. The intense energy radiating from her rendered the onlookers silent, each feeling an inexplicable sense of dread. Bai Wanwei looked on in shock at Lu Guilin, unable to reconcile the fierce woman before her with the kind and she had always known. Lu the gambler was no exception. He stared at Lu Guilin, speechless, as cold sweat trickled down his back and his fingers trembled. Yet, despite his fear, he refused to concede. You've successfully provoked me, old woman. Congratulations. Today you and your 3 children won't leave Lu Jin Street unscathed. And for all the onlookers, if you wish to live, you better leave now. The onlookers felt a sudden tension. They understood that once Lu began to clear the scene, matters would become serious. Consequently, everyone hastily dispersed in all directions. Within a minute, the once bustling gambling stone shop stood empty, leaving only Lu Chen, Lu Guilin, Bai Wanwei, and Li Jingya Observing the situation, Lu Guilin could no longer remain calm. Aware of her advancing age and the years spent as a devoted wife and mother, she realized she was no match for a fight. With 3 children by her side, she could not allow them to be harmed. With this thought in mind, she swiftly took out her phone and dialed Lu Zhixiong. At that moment, in the Lu family villa, Lu Zhixiong sat on the sofa, puffing on a cigar, a broad smile plastered on his face. He was in high spirits today, as his son Lu Chen was one step closer to marrying Bai Wanwei. Once these 2 children wed, with the Bai family as their backing, the Lu family's position in Long Nation would become even more secure. At that point, he could confidently hand over the Lu group to Lu Chen, retreat into seclusion, and enjoy a life of ease. "Master, the new phone has arrived," the butler announced, approaching with the recently purchased 8848 Platinum phone. As Lu Zhixiong activated his new device, he declared, "Everyone performed admirably today, and I am quite pleased. Later, please visit the finance department to collect a bonus of 100,000 yuan each." Upon hearing this, the butler and all the servants expressed their overwhelming gratitude. "Thank you, master," they chorused in unison, with his legs crossed. Lu Zhixiong had just inserted the SIM card when he abruptly received a call from his wife, Lu Guilin. Without hesitation, he answered, "Hello, dear. If you see any jewelry you like, just buy it. Don't you have billions in your account? Why are you calling me?" Lu Zhixiong took a deep puff of his cigar. However, Lu Guilin's subsequent words caused his jovial demeanor to evaporate instantly, replaced by a deep crimson fury. "Lu Zhixiong, there's a ruthless boss on Lu Jin Street who intends to kill me and Chin'er. Wanwei's here too. Are you going to do something or not? They've sent for help, and if you don't come soon, our lives will be forfeit." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhixiong's cigar fell from his mouth. He sprang to his feet, his anger surging to new heights, nearly igniting the villa in flames. "Which fool dares to threaten you? Don't worry. I'll be there immediately." With that, he dashed towards the garage while frantically making calls. "Hey, Black Tiger, is Lu Jin Street under your jurisdiction? How can you call yourself a big brother if my wife and son are about to be harmed there? If they lose even a hair, I swear I'll have your head. Hey, Money Leopard, gather all your brothers and meet me at Lu Jin Street. Someone is threatening your sister-in-law and Chin'er." "Hello, Eagle. What are you doing? Getting a massage? Get your act together and bring your men over now. Your sister-in-law is in danger." "Hello." Lu Zhixiong made over a dozen calls. Each recipient was a leader from various districts of Yunhai City. Shortly after these calls were completed, at the same moment, groups of SUVs, vans, and trucks began to depart from different areas and streets of Yunhai City. The destination of these vehicles was unequivocally the same: the most bustling street in Yunhai City, where Lu Chen was situated, Golden Street. Chapter 27. What is Dimensionality Reduction Attack? At the entrance of the gambling stone shop, Lu Guilin had just finished a phone call when a group of men wielding clubs and weapons surged out from various gold shops. Each bore a fierce and menacing countenance. Surrounding Lu Chen, Lu Guilin, Li Jingya, and Bai Wanyu. At that moment, the owner of the gambling stone shop, Lu, emerged with a sinister grin and taunted, "You old hag, do you dare provoke me? Do you now regret it?" In response, Lu Guilin pointed an accusatory finger and retorted, "Regret? I regret your entire lineage. When I was indulging in these activities, you were nowhere to be found, yet you dare to play these games with me." Upon hearing this, Lu's expression darkened considerably. Being berated in front of dozens of his underlings at his own doorstep felt akin to having a foul substance dumped on his head. "You old hag, you refuse to heed my warning. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. Beat her to a pulp," Lu commanded with a wave of his hand, his tone menacing. As tensions escalated and a confrontation seemed imminent, Lu's phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, his expression shifted dramatically. The call was from none other than his superior, the influential He Hu, a man he seldom had the privilege to meet. "Hu Gu," Lu stammered as he answered the call, his voice trembling. On the other end, a commanding male voice resonated. "Lu, do you realize who you are targeting? She is from the Lu family. If you haven't yet laid a hand on her, cease immediately. Otherwise, no one can save your wretched life." The mention of the Lu family sent chills down Lu's spine, nearly causing him to drop his phone. Those 2 words were as formidable as the heavens themselves. Even with 1,000-fold courage, he would not dare to disrespect them. "Everyone, stand down. No one move," Lu bellowed. Subsequently, before the astonished crowd, he approached Lu Guilin and, with a thud, fell to his knees. While slapping his own face, he wept, "I apologize. I was blind. I deserve this. I truly was ignorant of the gravity of my actions. Had I known your true identity, I would not have dared to offend you. Even with 100 lives. The sudden turn of events left everyone in shock. Just moments ago, he had been shouting threats. Yet now he was kneeling and striking himself in remorse? Lu Gu, why kneel to this shrew? Just take her down, shouted a red-haired thug, brandishing a machete. The mention of taking her down nearly caused Lu to explode with fury. What kind of imbecilic ally was this? His kneeling was a clear sign that the woman before him was not to be trifled with. Shut your mouth. Come over here and apologize. Lu snapped. His face flushed with anger, directing all his ire towards his misguided companion. The red-haired thug's face darkened, his eyes gleaming with malice. Gusher Lu. I have long lost patience with you. How could a coward, whose eyes are blinded by greed, ever be worthy of leading us? The red-haired thug said coldly. Upon hearing these words, all the underlings turned their gaze, sharp and predatory, towards Gusher Lu. Each face contorted with malice, revealing their ill intentions. Witnessing this unsettling scene, Gusher Lu's heart sank, panic gripping him as he stammered. What do you intend to do? The red-haired thug pointed a machete menacingly and sneered. Brothers, let us take care of Gusher Lu and these few individuals. Once I ascend to power, I assure you, none of you will be left wanting. Tomorrow, we shall tell Brother Hu that it was merely a scuffle, resulting in some unfortunate deaths. Surely, he won't mourn for a few worthless lives. At this proclamation, several underlings emitted chilling laughter, brandishing their blades as they advanced toward Gusher Lu and Lu Chen. Faced with the glinting steel, Gusher Lu trembled uncontrollably. Collapsing to the ground, immobilized by fear. He never anticipated that his own subordinates would turn against him. Beside him, Lu Guilin furrowed her brow, astonished. Having navigated the treacherous waters of the underworld for years, she had encountered such betrayals before, yet never expected it to unfold on this very day. Mother, you and the others step back. When the moment arises, make your escape, Lu Chen declared, standing resolutely in front. By Wan Yu and Li Jingyi gazed at Lu Chen's imposing figure, an inexplicable sense of security flooding their hearts. Could this be what it feels like to be safe? Son, do not be reckless. Your father is on his way, Lu Guilin worriedly cautioned. The red-haired thug scoffed. Leave? Not a single one of you shall escape today. Slash them to death. As his words echoed, 3 underlings quickened their pace, raising their machetes towards Lu Chen. Just as they closed in, a cacophony of car horns blared from both sides of the street. Honk! Honk! Everyone, halt! A deep masculine voice rang out. Instantly, the thugs at the gambling stone shop froze, their attention shifting to the street. Before them, a procession of trucks and freight vehicles rolled into Golden Street, each one brimming with individuals wielding machetes, cleavers, and spiked clubs. The sight was overwhelming, a serpentine convoy stretching beyond the horizon. In mere moments, the entire Golden Street was filled with vehicles. With a swift motion, everyone aboard leapt down, flooding the street with hundreds, if not thousands, of armed individuals, blocking all passage. Despite Gusher Lu and the red-haired thug's extensive experience in the underworld, they had never witnessed such a grand spectacle. In that moment, fear immobilized everyone, rendering them silent. Then, the door of a leading SUV swung open, revealing a tall man exuding an aura of menace, adorned with a back tattoo of a descending tiger. With the arrival of this man, an instant chill swept over Lu the Gambler, Huang Mao, and the group of thugs. This individual was none other than Black Tiger, one of the key figures within the Lu group. Those who held such titles within the Lu family were truly formidable characters. It was rumored that Black Tiger, armed solely with a knife, once pursued and dispatched a dozen men across several streets. Such audacity and presence were beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Before anyone could regain their composure, the sound of car doors echoed as several vehicles opened once more. The likes of Money Leopard, Eagle, and other prominent figures emerged in unison. Each of these men carried a wealth of astonishing tales, any one of which could subdue the most unruly of street thugs. The appearance of these leaders was nothing short of a dimensional blow to Lu the Gambler and his cohorts. All present trembled in fear, their legs quaking as though they were caught in a frantic dance, their weapons nearly slipping from their grasp. Yet, a more daunting presence was yet to come. As these leaders stepped forth, in the shadows, Lu Zhixiong emerged, cigar in hand, seemingly materializing from nowhere. Xiongyi, Xiongyi. Upon seeing Lu Zhixiong, Black Tiger, Money Leopard, Eagle, and the other leaders bowed in reverence. Lu Zhixiong nodded slightly, exuding authority without the need for anger. His somber visage, shrouded in darkness, was particularly unsettling. Upon seeing that face, Lu the Gambler and the other thugs were rendered utterly paralyzed with fear. Their eyes became vacant, cold sweat streaming down their faces, as their weapons began to slip from their fingers as if coated in oil. Some, unable to withstand the immense pressure, collapsed to their knees with a thud. Xiong! Xiong! Xiong Yi! Lu the gambler quavered from the ground. Unbeknownst to them, a pool of water had begun to form beneath them. Chapter 28. Suddenly, an important matter came to mind. Lu Zhixiong did not spare him a glance and walked straight toward Lu Guilin and Lu Chen. Upon seeing his family safe and sound, he let out a long sigh of relief. At that moment, the black tiger kicked the gambling stone loose several meters away, cursing. Go to hell. All you do is cause trouble for me. Anyone dares to provoke me. I see you must be tired of living. You might as well just die. Gambling stone Lu was sent flying, but he dared not voice a complaint. He hurriedly scrambled to his feet, weeping, Brother Tiger, I didn't touch Madame Lu or them. It was Red Hair who turned against us, threatening to kill them and me. Red Hair, already terrified, immediately pleaded for mercy. Brother Tiger, I was wrong. I truly didn't know they were from the Lu family. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to offend them even if you beat me to death. I beg you. Spare my life. I swear my loyalty to you, Brother Tiger. Upon hearing this, the black tiger glanced at Lu Zhixiong. His meaning clear, he wished to know how Lu Zhixiong intended to handle the situation. Lu Zhixiong coldly snorted, his tone frigid, according to the rules. Deal with it as it should be. If you fail to manage it well, I shall deal with you. Hearing this, the black tiger's heart tightened. No matter how powerful, arrogant, or well-connected he was, before Lu Zhixiong, he resembled a mere chick. Power, status, wealth, none of these were not granted to him by Lu Zhixiong. In other words, whoever the Lu family designated as the boss would indeed be the boss. Immediately, the black tiger waved his hand, summoning several subordinates. Bind them all, and take them to the docks. Yes, Brother Tiger. The subordinates responded in unison. Upon hearing this, Gambling Stone Lu, Red Hair, and a group of small-time thugs were struck with terror, pleading desperately, tears and snot flowing freely. Yet, no amount of begging would avail them. Before long, all those involved in the Gambling Stone incident were stuffed into burlap sacks and transported to the docks. What awaited them at the docks was undoubtedly an immersive experience they could only partake in once in a lifetime. After dealing with these ruffians, Lu Zhixiong turned to Lu Chen, scolding, It's all your fault, you wretched child. Instead of focusing on family business, you insist on attending that damned school. If you had shown your face more often, would Gambling Stone Lu not have recognized you? If he had known you were my son, would this incident have occurred tonight? Not only did it nearly implicate your mother and Ware, but we also lost so many brothers. Tomorrow is Sunday. You will take care of the situation. Hearing his father's reprimand, Lu Chen pouted. He understood that part of his father's words were indeed a scolding directed at him. While some were meant to save face for the black tiger, the world of the underbelly is not merely about violence. It is also about human relationships. After all, the black tiger was a local leader, and having dealt with his subordinates, he deserved some consideration. As expected, after Lu Zhixiong finished speaking, the black tiger smiled and advised. Oh, Suang, why blame young Chen? It's those few subordinates who are at fault. I've told them before that our Lu family only engages in legitimate business, never resorting to bullying or extortion. Not only did they refuse to listen, but they also escalated their actions, inevitably leading to significant trouble. In my opinion, Xiao Cheng's efforts to rid his family of misfortune deserve commendation. Truly, a seasoned elder brother adept in the ways of the world, his few words transformed criticism into praise. With an unparalleled mastery of social niceties, who else could fulfill the role of the elder brother but him? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhixiong laughed heartily and declared, All right, I have reserved a private room at Yunding Manor. Let us indulge in feasting and merriment tonight. I shall cover all expenses. As soon as these words were spoken, the elder brothers such as Black Tiger and Money Leopard raised their hands in approval. Subsequently, a throng of people departed in jubilant procession. Before long, only a few dozen remained, tasked with guarding Lu Cheng and his companions. As Li Jingyao approached, witnessing the return of tranquility to Lu Jin Street, she expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Andy, Lu Qing, by Wanwei, I am immensely thankful to you all for tonight. Without your assistance, I would have been at a loss. Lu Guilin, having watched the footage of the math competition, recognized Li Jingya as a compassionate yet resilient girl. She replied gently, Dear girl, there is no need for thanks. I would have stood up for anyone in your position. However, if you truly wish to repay me, I do have a favor to ask. Upon hearing this, Lu Cheng and Bai Wanyue exchanged puzzled glances. Why would a distinguished matron from the Lu family The partner of a notorious figure. Seek the help of a high school student? Li Jingya was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded earnestly. Annie, please tell me what I can do to assist you. I will do my utmost. Her heart overflowed with gratitude. Lu Chen had just come to her aid yesterday at the school gate. Today he helped her secure a prize of 200,000 yuan in the math competition. And he bravely fought off assailants to save her life in the mall. Now, he had also intervened to resolve her debts. Such kindness was a debt she felt she could never repay in her lifetime. Lu Guilon gradually spoke. Our family business is busy, and a hotel of ours is in urgent need of a waitress. I heard you are looking for part-time work to support your family. I wonder if you could help me with this pressing matter? She reassured her, you may set your own working hours. It will not interfere with your studies. As for the salary, it's 20,000 a month, plus a year-end bonus. Li Jingya's jaw dropped in astonishment upon hearing these terms. Lu Chen and Bai Wanwei understood Lu Guilon's intentions. This was not merely a request for help. It was a significant opportunity for her. In Yuhai City, the average monthly salary barely reaches 6,000, and the average wage for a waitress is less than 4,000. Yet Lu Guilon was offering her 20,000 a month, along with a bonus at year's end, and with flexible hours. Such an opportunity was one that could not be found even if one searched high and low. Annie Li Jingya was moved to tears. Her large, glistening eyes gazed at Lu Guilon, her emotions rendering her speechless. Lu Chen had already provided her with so much assistance. And now his mother was extending her hand as well. She found herself at a loss for words. Lu Guilon chuckled softly, my dear girl, life is replete with challenges. As you transcend your difficulties and glance back, you will discover that your former self shone resplendently. It would be wise to return home early and rest. Here is the address of the hotel, and do remember to check in punctually tomorrow. Lu Guilon handed her a business card. Li Jingya gazed at the card in her hand, nodding fervently in gratitude. She expressed her thanks to Lu Chen and Bai Wanwei once more before turning and vanishing into the inky darkness of the night. What a wonderful girl, Lu Guilon remarked, observing Li Jingya's retreating figure. At that moment, a warm sensation surged within Bai Wanwei as she looked at Lu Guilon. A rather daunting thought crossed her mind. What if she were to marry Lu Chen and become part of the family? Having a mother like Lu Guilon might not be so bad. But the notion barely lingered for a few seconds before Bai Wanwei dismissed it. No, she would never become a mere tool for a familial alliance. Nor would she marry a man like Lu Chen, who lacked ambition. Her partner must be exceptional, must love her, and possess a righteous worldview coupled with an optimistic disposition. She yearned to break free from the Bai family. She aspired to take control of her own life. After Li Jingya departed, Bai Wanwei insisted on returning to her own home. At that moment, the Bai family's driver arrived in a Mercedes-Benz van, accompanied by 7 or 8 bodyguards. Auntie, I'm passing by your home on my way back. Why not join me in my car? Bai Wanwei warmly invited. Lu Guilon, of course, was more than willing and eagerly pulled Lu Chen into the vehicle. However, just as the car was about to start, Lu Guilon suddenly leaped out. Son, I've just remembered something important. You should accompany Wanwei back. Lu Guilon wore a mysterious smile. Lu Chen's expression soured as he realized his mother was trying to create an opportunity for them to be alone together. Oh dear, I too have suddenly recalled something important. Let Bai Wanwei return alone, he declared, attempting to exit the car. Upon seeing this, Lu Guilon's face darkened. She raised her foot and kicked him back into the seat. Then, with a swift motion, she slammed the car door shut. Safe travels. Lu Guilon smiled and waved. Through the window, Lu Chen felt a mix of emotions. On the verge of tears. Truly, this was a typical mother. Chapter 29. Set a small goal first. As October arrives, the night breeze gently caresses, carrying a hint of chill. In the evening, the city of Yunhai is ablaze with lights, a spectacle of illusion and opulence. In the back seat of a moving Mercedes-Benz van, Lu Chen and Bai Wanyu sit in an atmosphere that is both peculiar and silent. They are separated by half a meter. Were it not for the confines of the car window, Lu Chen might well have perched himself outside. Lu Chen, after a prolonged silence, Bai Wanyu miraculously takes the initiative to speak. Lu Chen responds with a faint tone, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Whenever they meet, it is either mocking or lecturing, which has left Lu Chen with a form of PTSD. As expected, Bai Wanyu continues, if you would heed my advice, I sincerely hope you refrain from engaging in any family business. Your mathematical aptitude is remarkable. You could easily navigate this world relying solely on that talent. Have you ever considered what would happen if your family were to fall into ruin one day? Without that support, how would you survive in this world? How would you provide for your aging parents? Upon hearing this trio of deathly inquiries, a mask of anguish appears on Lu Chen's face. It is starting again. Is this a game of nurturing? Attempting to brainwash a scion of the underworld into a paragon of positivity? The emotional toll she exacts is indeed substantial. Compared to this psychological torment, Lu Chen would prefer to endure a few lashes from his father. Fine, I won't participate in the family business. I will strive to rely on myself. Lu Chen concedes. Regardless of the complexities, he decides to agree for the moment to avoid an endless sermon. Upon hearing Lu Chen's response, Bai Wanyu's eyes brighten. Really? She exclaims in disbelief. Really, Lu Chen replies with a stoic expression. Do you have time tomorrow? Bagu wants to consult you about mathematics, and I would like to join for a review. Bai Wanyu says, unusually pleased. Without a second thought, Lu Chen responds. I'm unavailable. My father has asked me to oversee the venue tomorrow. Bai Wanyu is left speechless, exasperated. What is this nonsensical reply? Just a moment ago, he agreed not to engage in family business, and now he is being assigned to oversee a venue? It is as if he has completely disregarded her words. Disappointment wells within Bai Wanyu. Indeed, a dog can never change its ways. A wastrel will always remain a wastrel. However, Lu Chen's willingness to oversee the venue serves his own purpose. At home, he is constantly under surveillance by servants. If he dares to read a book related to his studies, he is sure to receive a punishment from his father. Even that book on martial arts was purchased under the guise of self-defense. But overseeing the venue is different. There, he is the boss, unrestrained. Free to indulge himself for a while. Bai Wanyu remains oblivious to Lu Chen's true thoughts, believing that he is simply a hopeless case. She turns her face away, gazing out at the passing scenery, choosing to remain silent. This, to Lu Chen's satisfaction, grants him a much-needed peace for the remainder of the journey. Soon, the vehicle arrived at the entrance of the Lu family villa. As Lu Chen alighted, a resounding bang echoed behind him as the door slammed shut, nearly causing him to wince. Crazy, Lu Chen muttered under his breath as he strolled towards his home. Upon returning to his bedroom, Lu Chen flung off his shoes and collapsed onto the bed, opening the system panel. Host, Lu Chen physical condition, perfect remaining lifespan, 40 days to 8 hours, 34 minutes, 43 seconds. Martial arts mastery LV10 max, world class. Mathematical knowledge LV10 max, world class. Gazing at his information, Lu Chen fell into deep contemplation. In just a single day, he had consumed 11 days of his lifespan. However, that 40-day span would merely carry him through the college entrance examination. It seemed imperative to devise a strategy tomorrow to extend his lifespan further. His aspirations were modest. He would set a small goal for himself, aiming to live for several hundred years. I truly wish to live another 500 years. He hummed a tune as he made his way to the bathroom, turning on the faucet for a refreshing shower. Afterwards, he lay on his bed and instantly fell asleep. Meanwhile, at the Bai family estate, Bai Wanyu had just returned home. The pug eagerly approached her, inquiring, So, where did Lu Chen agree to teach me mathematics? Due to the pug's impending transfer to Yunhai City and the amicable relationship between their families, he was temporarily residing with the Bai family. Hearing this, Bai Wanyu pouted, replying, He said to wait for news. That's wonderful, the pug exclaimed, his imagination already conjuring the splendid scene of Lu Chen imparting his lifelong knowledge to him. Then, seemingly recalling something, he continued, By the way, heir, I heard from my grandfather that your sister seems to have been located, and she is currently in Yunhai City. At this revelation, Bai Wanyu's heart jolted with surprise and delight. Is that true? Where does she live? How is she doing? Indeed. The traffickers who abducted Bai Jingying have been apprehended, but the pug's tone shifted as he sighed. The trafficker stubbornly refuses to reveal her location. And before the police could interrogate him for long, he bit his own tongue and committed suicide. Based on age estimates, if Bai Jingying had enrolled normally, she should be in high school by now. Alas, what kind of enemies did your family make back then for them to be so ruthless? Bai Wanyu felt a wave of despondency wash over her upon hearing the pug's words. Growing up, she had endured a solitary existence, neglected by her parents and elders. The only companion of her childhood was her younger sister, who was 2 years her junior. Little did she expect that one day her sister would be abducted by traffickers. That separation had lasted over a decade. Consequently, she harbored resentment towards her parents for not dedicating more time to their daughters. Had they shown her a modicum of care, the traffickers might not have found an opportunity. With the seeds of hatred sown, Her life took a turn when the Bai family arranged a marriage alliance with the Lu family. Upon realizing that she was merely a pawn within her family, she began to conceive the thought of extricating herself from the Bai family. The burdens of domestic affairs would be bearable, but to have a host of adversaries lurking outside was intolerable. Lacking the ability to confront this reality, it was ultimately we who would suffer. Bai Wanhua chuckled lightly. Baba wished to offer comfort, yet found himself at a loss for words. The two of them walked silently towards the living room. The following morning, at 7 o'clock a.m., in the Lu family villa, Lu Chen remained ensconced in slumber until jolted awake by the incessant ringing of an alarm. What on earth? What time is it? Why am I still in bed? He muttered to himself. Rubbing his eyes, he reached out to silence his father's custom-made alarm. After rising, washing up, and enjoying breakfast, Lu Chen settled into the Rolls-Royce. "Young master, where shall we go today?" the driver inquired. Lu Chen waved his hand dismissively and replied, "To 0 Bar, today. I shall oversee the venue." The driver, filled with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "Young master, are you finally willing to engage with the family business?" Lu Chen nodded, "Of course. I have always enjoyed overseeing the venue." The mere thought of reading in the bar ignited a thrill within him. It would soon become a splendid place to spend his after-school hours and weekends. "Very well, young master, please make yourself comfortable," the driver responded eagerly. With a swift press of the accelerator, the engine roared to life, and the car sped towards the city center, leaving behind a trail of thick smoke. Chapter 30. How is watching the venue interesting and learning? Yuhai City, downtown. 0 Hour Bar. This establishment is the largest and most capacious bar in the city, boasting the highest investment. Even in the morning, patrons continue to stream in, forming long queues that stretch into the distance. As Lu Chen stepped out of the car, the manager greeted him at the entrance, flanked by all the staff. A banner hung overhead, and a red carpet adorned the floor. "Welcome, young master," everyone exclaimed in unison. Lu Chen frowned slightly, questioning the necessity of such pomp. Was it not merely a matter of overseeing a venue? "Please refrain from such ostentation in the future. I prefer a more understated approach," he remarked coolly. Following this, he produced his wallet and distributed red envelopes containing 1,000 yuan each, while the manager received 10,000. The sight of the cash brought radiant smiles to the faces of those present, who shouted in unison, "Young master is generous." The manager, a man in his 40s clad in a suit and sporting a large gold watch, had a somewhat disheveled appearance and a rather dubious demeanor. He regarded Lu Chen with utmost respect, saying, "Young master, Master Xiong has already briefed me. Should you have any uncertainties on your first day overseeing the venue, do not hesitate to speak up. Please, feel free." Politeness? Lu Chen scoffed at the notion. This bar belonged to him. Who would be courteous in their own home? He strode confidently ahead, with the manager and staff trailing behind in a grand procession into the bar. Before even reaching the dance hall, the overwhelming noise reverberated throughout the building. As they advanced further, vibrant lights illuminated the scene, where a fashionably dressed DJ was energetically spinning records on stage. In the dance floor, young men and women were lost in a frenzy of movement, while booths and tables overflowed with revelers, some toasting drinks and others shaking their heads wildly. Lu Chen grimaced. How can one learn in such cacophony? He gestured toward the DJ booth, signaling for a reduction in volume. The manager, noticing this, brightened and promptly spoke into his walkie-talkie. The contents of his communication were drowned out by the noise. Moments later, the DJ ceased the music and took up the microphone, announcing loudly, "Today, all expenses are on young Master Lu." A chorus of screams erupted in response. As the patrons turned to face Lu Chen, they erupted into applause. Lu Chen thought to himself, what the hell? Just to lower the volume, I've become the scapegoat? However, he shrugged off the concern. Ultimately, this money would find its way back to his own accounts. Is there a VIP room available, one that is relatively quiet? Lu Chen leaned in to whisper to the manager. Yes, indeed. Right this way, young master. The manager responded enthusiastically, gesturing with fervor. Soon, under the manager's guidance, Lu Chen arrived at an opulent VIP room. Although the sounds from the stage could still be faintly heard, it was a significant improvement over the external clamor. Young master, do you have any further instructions? The manager inquired with great eagerness. Nothing else for now. You may all leave, Lu Chen replied. Lu Chen stated, and then suddenly recalled something, continuing, oh right, I have a shipment arriving shortly, please remember to help me move it. Upon hearing this, the manager was momentarily taken aback. But he quickly nodded in agreement, saying, understood, young master. After the other party departed, Lu Chen glanced around to ensure no one was watching and discreetly unbuttoned his shirt, slowly extracting a physics book from within. What is the point of merely keeping watch? Is it not far more significant to immerse oneself in reading? He opened the cover of the first page, engrossed in his reading. Ding. Host detected reading High School Physics Volume 1. Lifespan 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute. Physics Ability 1, 1, 1. This is the sensation. Exhilarating. At that very moment, outside the room, the manager wiped the sweat from his brow, visibly anxious from earlier. A subordinate quietly inquired, "Why did young master suddenly come to oversee the bar? Is there something amiss?" This question struck a chord with the manager, who harbored similar doubts. The 0-hour bar had been thriving since its inception. Why would they suddenly send the heir to preside over it? Could it be that the higher-ups were dissatisfied with the establishment's performance? Contemplating this, the manager promptly declared, "You must summon all the resting female employees back to work immediately. Today's revenue must double." The subordinate, taken aback, exclaimed, "Doubling the revenue? Even if we call everyone back, it might not be enough. We simply do not have that many hands." Aside from the few who were hospitalized last night, there were also several who had resigned recently. Hearing this, the manager's frustration boiled over. Truly incompetent. What use are you to me? Though he scolded them, the situation still required resolution. After a moment of contemplation, the manager suddenly had an idea and said, "You all keep an eye on things. I will go borrow some help." The subordinates were left bewildered. Borrow people? Before they could voice their confusion, the manager had already rushed off in haste. Next to the 0-hour bar lay the 0-hour chain hotel. As a property of the Lu Group, it is the most luxurious and prestigious hotel in Yuhai City. The hotel boasts over 80 stories, reaching high into the sky. Seemingly endless. Li Jingya, holding a business card, arrived at the hotel lobby following the address provided. "Excuse me, you are urgently hiring waitstaff, correct?" she inquired of a young lady at the front desk. Upon hearing this question, the young lady's expression shifted to one of seriousness as she asked, "Is your surname Li?" Li Jingyao nodded yes. The young lady's demeanor grew solemn as she activated her intercom, saying, calling the supervisor, the girl you mentioned has arrived." No sooner had she finished speaking than the supervisor dashed over with remarkable urgency. Upon arrival, he immediately extended his hand for a handshake, warmly welcoming her. "Ah, welcome, Miss Li, to the 0-hour hotel. It is truly an honor to have you here." Li Jingyao was left momentarily speechless. Despite coming to apply for the position of a server, it felt as though she were undergoing an inspection by a superior. Without waiting for Li Jingyao to speak, the manager enthusiastically introduced, "Your role is quite demanding, requiring you to access the hotel's service management system daily. If you fail to do so, the entire hotel cannot function." Upon hearing such a job description, Li Jingyao felt puzzled. What exactly did it entail to access the service management system? Noticing her confusion, the manager elucidated, "For instance, with this machine, you merely need to press the power button, and thus, our hotel's service management system will be activated." Li Jingyao responded, "Is that all? Just pressing a button? 20,000 a month, along with year-end bonuses? So, operating a computer is considered work?" Under the supervisor's guidance, Li Jingyao entered an office containing a desk, a chair, and a computer. "This will be your workstation moving forward. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to ask me," the supervisor warmly stated. Still bewildered, Li Jingyao inquired, "Supervisor, have you made a mistake?" "I applied to be a server." To her understanding, servers were responsible for cleaning and providing services to guests, were they not? Hearing her question, the supervisor chuckled, "Indeed, you are a server, albeit with different responsibilities. While servers cater to guests, you will be serving the server's work. It is all service, would you not agree?" Lu Guilin had previously informed the supervisor to protect Li Jingyao's dignity and ensure she faced no slight. Thus, the supervisor had refrained from sleeping the previous night, awaiting Li Jingyao's arrival. Now that everything was arranged, he could finally indulge in some much-needed rest. Li Jingyao felt utterly befuddled by his convoluted explanation. Just as she intended to ask further questions, she noticed the supervisor had vanished. Left with no choice, she settled down and commenced what was deemed her work. At that moment, the hotel lobby doors swung open, and the manager of the 0-hour bar strode in. "Hey, you at the front desk. Announce over the intercom to gather all female servers in the lobby. I'm a bit swamped and could use some assistance," the manager huffed. Given the proximity of the bar to the hotel, along with both being under the Lu Corporation, the leadership and staff were familiar with one another. "Oh, Manager Jiang. Business is booming. Perhaps I should come work for you someday, the front desk attendant jested. Manager Jiang appraised the young woman's figure and shook his head. You're not suitable. You're too petite. Get lost. Before long, prompted by the intercom announcement, all female servers gathered in the lobby, including Li Jingya. Manager Jiang conducted a thorough inspection, and when his gaze fell upon Li Jingya, he brightened, saying, You there, young lady, step forward. Upon hearing this, Li Jingya emerged from the crowd. Manager Jiang displayed a satisfied smile and remarked, The situation is as follows. Our neighboring bar is in need of waitstaff, and we would like to enlist your assistance. Rest assured, you will not be shortchanged. Each of you will earn 1,000 yuan per hour, paid daily. The work is quite similar to what you currently do, serving drinks and maintaining cleanliness. Upon hearing this, all the female servers became agitated. It is worth noting that each of them earned less than 4,000 yuan a month, earning 1,000 yuan an hour, even if they worked just 4 hours, would amount to what they earned in an entire month at the hotel. Under such temptation, all the female servers eagerly began to sign up. Li Jingya was also taken aback. In her previous part-time jobs, she had only earned a few dozen yuan each day. The receptionist, noticing Li Jingya was selected, frowned slightly. She approached Manager Jiang and whispered, This girl seems to have an extraordinary background. Our supervisor specifically instructed us to take good care of her. Upon hearing this, Manager Jiang appeared unconcerned. No problem. I will have a word with your supervisor later, he replied nonchalantly. When he laid eyes on Li Jingya, he knew she was someone he had to take along. With such looks and figure, she would undoubtedly captivate those wealthy young men with her presence. The day's revenue was assured. The receptionist, seeing this, chose not to press the matter further. Soon, under Manager Jiang's selection, a dozen young female servers were chosen to assist at the 0-point bar. Shortly after, Manager Jiang led the group of girls into the bar, Lu Yun. Accompanied by several comrades dispatched from the capital, dressed in plain clothes, arrived at the bar's entrance. Reporting to the chief, we have arrived at the mission site. Lu Yun whispered. A voice from her concealed Bluetooth earpiece responded. According to our investigation, this 0-point bar, under the protection of the Lu family, operates with impunity. They not only provide illicit services to customers during the day but also engage in public selection of brides and other numerous illegal activities. This layer of protection has rendered their awareness of law enforcement exceedingly weak. Therefore, the difficulty of this mission is not high. We merely need to capture evidence of their illegal activities within the bar. This will be a significant step toward dismantling the Lu family. The chief spoke with confidence. Rest assured, Chief, we will ensure the mission's success, Lu Yun vowed earnestly. Considering the mission's importance, the chief decided to employ a live streaming method, allowing Lu Yun to capture real-time footage of the situation inside. All members of the Zhu Lu team would watch online and analyze frame by frame. Subsequently, Lu Yun activated the pinhole camera concealed in her clothing and entered the bar. After providing the pre-reserved phone number, she was guided by the staff, slowly making her way toward the dance hall alongside her colleagues. Chapter 31. Indeed, this outfit is perfect. At the 0-point bar, in the VIP room on the second floor, Lu Chen was engrossed in his physics textbook. Just then, an employee entered and respectfully announced, Young master, 2 individuals claiming to be your friends have come to see you. Friends? Lu Chen felt a spark of curiosity. He had few acquaintances in Yanhai City. Let them in, he said, intrigued. He was eager to discover who possessed the ability to locate him here. As the door to the private room swung open, in walked Beige and Bai Wanwei, side by side. Lu Chen, a day apart feels like 3 years, Beige exclaimed. I had to plead with Heir for hours before she agreed to inquire about your mother's connections to your new position. I never imagined I would find you in a bar, but that's inconsequential. It won't hinder my pursuit of mathematics alongside you. Upon entering, Beige promptly pulled out several mathematics books. Lu Chen was left utterly speechless. Was Beige truly so obsessed with mathematics that he ventured to a bar just to study with him? Bai Wanwei crossed her arms, irritation evident on her face. Lu Chen, you have chosen to wallow in mediocrity, insisting on engaging in family affairs, which is of no concern to me. However, Beige is here today to learn mathematics. I hope you exercise restraint and do not lead him astray into complacency. Here we go again, Lu Chen sighed. The moment she saw him, it was as if the air crackled with tension. Did I steal your dog in a past life? Or perhaps I blew up your family's outhouse? What could possibly warrant such animosity? Besides, wasn't it you who sought me out for lessons? You make it sound as if I was desperately begging you to come. In previous encounters, Lu Chen would have unceremoniously sent them packing. But today was different. He was scheming a grand plan, one that would benefit from additional participants. Please, take a seat. I have matters to attend to at the moment, but once I am finished, we can discuss mathematics, Lu Chen stated coolly. Upon hearing this, Beige beamed with delight, eagerly finding a sofa to settle into. Bai Wanwei shot a fierce glare at Lu Chen. However, upon noticing the physics book on the table, her expression transformed into one of surprise. Meanwhile, in the adjacent VIP room, the backstage area was bustling with youthful and glamorous hostesses preparing for their evening. Quickly, change into your work attire. Shortly, you will all take the stage. Whoever captures the attention of the big boss will be handsomely rewarded. Manager Jiang instructed the group of female servers borrowed from the neighboring hotel. The girls exchanged puzzled glances at Manager Jiang's words. Wasn't it said that the work here was similar to that at the hotel, merely involving cleaning and serving drinks? What did he mean by being chosen on stage? When they laid eyes on the work attire, comprehension dawned upon them. The outfits were scanty, consisting solely of lingerie and panties. The total fabric less than the size of a palm, revealing even more than typical intimate apparel. If one were to don this attire, every blemish on their skin would be laid bare. Furthermore, there exists a leash akin to those used for dogs, which, without question, is also meant to be fastened around them. The majority of those who work as servers in hotels are young women from rural areas, often lacking education, yet striving to establish themselves in the bustling metropolis. Among them are impoverished souls like Li Jingya, who toil diligently during their holidays to earn some tuition fees. These girls typically possess conservative mindsets and simple natures. Not only can they not accept such revealing garments, but the very notion of that leash exceeds the limits of their psychological endurance. I cannot wear these uniforms. I'm sorry, boss, one would plead. You promised cleaning and serving tea. How can you deceive us? Another echoed. Had I known this was the nature of the job, I would not have come. With that, they turned to leave. Observing this, Manager Jiang smirked coldly and pulled out several bundles of cash from his clothing. For anyone who remains, I will pay a day's wage in advance, 10,000 yuan. Moreover, if chosen by a customer, an additional 10 commission will be rewarded. Given that the bar's minimum expenditure is 1,000 yuan, the commission amounts to 100 yuan. In light of patrons who may spend millions, a 10 commission could translate into hundreds of thousands. Consider how long one must toil to earn such sums. Upon hearing this, a divorced single mother felt a surge of temptation. Young and naive, she had fallen prey to a scoundrel and birthed his child. After the divorce, she bore the burden of raising her child alone in Yuhai City, living a life fraught with hardship. Now, the opportunity to earn a substantial income lay before her, and she did not wish to let it slip away. I will stay, she declared. Manager Jiang nodded with satisfaction and looked at the others. Who else wishes to remain? Yet, the other girls exchanged glances, ultimately shaking their heads and preparing to leave. Witnessing this, Manager Jiang grew anxious. The young master of the Lu family was present, and he was eager to prove his worth. Should he fail to satisfy his superiors and face dismissal, he feared he would find no footing in all of Yuhai City. Suddenly, Manager Jiang revealed his true nature, his expression contorted with malice. You wretched harlots, pretending to be innocent before me? Do you think this is a public restroom, where you can come and go at will? Whoever dares to exit this door today will crawl out. As soon as he finished speaking, a dozen menacing thugs armed with weapons encircled the entrance, leaving no room for escape. The girls, upon witnessing these ruffians, turned pale and recoiled several steps. At that moment, a bold girl stepped forward, scoffing. I do not believe you would dare to act against me in broad daylight. It is the 21st century. Do you still wish to force virtue into vice? Is there no law left? With that, she bravely walked towards the door. Manager Jiang's countenance darkened as he rushed forward, yanking the girl by her hair and dragging her back. She cried out in pain, stumbling and falling to the ground. Manager Jiang dragged the girl into the room as if sweeping the floor. In front of the glaring eyes of the crowd, he struck her face twice, cursing. How dare you speak of the law? In this bar, I am the law. After delivering 2 slaps, he disregarded the girl's tears, pointing at her and exclaiming, You enjoy serving tea and water, don't you? Strip her bare and send her to serve drinks to the guests. You dare to defy me. This is the consequence of resisting my authority. Witnessing this horrifying scene, all the girls trembled in fear, utterly at a loss. Li Jingya, overwhelmed by anxiety, accidentally fell to the ground. In an instant, all eyes turned towards her. Manager Jiang also glanced at Li Jingya, exposing his gold teeth in a sinister grin, saying, Someone, help her up, change her clothes, and send her on stage. If she dares to struggle, strip her naked and make her serve drinks to the guests. Two henchmen nodded in agreement. Yes. As the two thugs approached, reaching for her clothing buttons, Li Jingya felt tears welling up in her eyes. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the entrance. What is going on? Everyone turned to look. It was Lu Chen, swaggering into the room. Initially, he had intended to study. But the commotion next door, compounded by the presence of Bai Wanyue and Beige, made it impossible to concentrate, so he came to investigate. Ah, young Master Lu. What brings you here? Manager Jing quickly donned a facade of cordiality. Lu Chen did not respond but surveyed everyone in the room. Upon noticing Li Jingya, he paused momentarily. This girl, she doesn't seem to be one of our bar staff, does she? Shouldn't she be working at the hotel introduced by her mother? How did she end up in a bar? Manager Jiang appeared slightly taken aback. He had not anticipated that Lu Chen would grasp the bar staff dynamics so swiftly after only a brief visit. He dared not conceal the truth and recounted the entire sequence of events. After listening to the account, Lu Chen nodded and inquired, "And what is the story with the clothing and the rope?" Manager Jiang smiled as he explained, "Young master, it is your first day overseeing the venue, and there are things you may not understand. We dress them in these outfits and use leashes for the convenience of the guests in selecting them. Just think, if they weren't dressed provocatively, how would the guests choose them?" Having said that, Manager Jiang pointed at Li Jingya, flattering. For instance, this girl, look at her figure. Her beauty. If she were to wear such attire and be leashed, standing on stage, at that point, she would surely captivate wealthy patrons. The manager displayed an exceedingly lewd smile. Lu Chen smirked. "I must say, I never imagined you would go to such lengths for profit. Impressive." Upon hearing Lu Chen's praise, Manager Jiang initially grinned but then paused, sensing something amiss in the tone. He brushed aside his unease and continued, "Young master, the show is about to begin. Why not allow these young ladies to change into their attire and promptly take the stage, so that we may all relish the performance together?" Lu Chen, with a smile that did not quite reach his eyes, nodded and replied, "Certainly, I can hardly contain my anticipation." Upon hearing this, Li Jingya felt a jolt of disbelief. She gazed at Lu Chen with an expression of incredulity, her demeanor one of astonishment, her eyes brimming with shock. Chapter 32. Oh. Within the dance hall, the lights flickered incessantly and the music surged with fervor. At that moment, the DJ, microphone in hand, proclaimed, "Welcome to the Midnight Bar. Next up is the eagerly anticipated segment of selecting new candidates for the consort." Upon hearing these words, an excited roar erupted from all the patrons. The next instant, with a series of clicks, all the lights extinguished and the doors of the bar shut tight. The entire venue was plunged into an impenetrable darkness, where not even a hand could be seen before one's eyes. In booth number 44, Lu Yun's expression grew grave. "It's about to commence." According to intelligence provided by higher authorities, the so-called selection of new consorts involved the bar recruiting several new female employees daily, clad in exceedingly revealing attire, to be auctioned off to the highest bidder. The one who placed the highest bid would gain the right to their companionship. Setting aside the fact that such activities bordered on illicit transactions, it was paramount to note that most of these girls were not participating of their own volition, but were coerced under duress. Should this be thoroughly investigated and substantiated, it would undoubtedly constitute a violation of women's autonomy and forced trafficking, among other criminal offenses. Equipped with this evidence, they would be justified in apprehending the bar manager and all staff involved. Surely, with so many individuals, there would be a few willing to confess? At that point, they could follow the leads and uproot the entire network, directing their focus squarely on the Lu family. In the deer hunting tasks conference room, the leaders and key members were brimming with excitement, their hearts racing with anticipation. After 2.5 years, they were finally poised to uncover the Lu family secrets. It had been an arduous journey. Comrades, we are about to witness history. I implore everyone to keep their eyes wide open, ensuring that no detail escapes our notice. Each piece of evidence will serve as a potent weapon to dismantle the Lu group. The leader trembled with exhilaration. "Yes," responded the core members in unison. Their eyes widened further, each face etched with solemnity as they fixated on the screen. Suddenly, amidst the all-consuming darkness of the bar, a solitary beam of light illuminated the stage, akin to a morning star piercing the night, capturing the undivided attention of every guest. As romantic jazz began to play, the rhythmic sound of high heels echoed throughout the once quiet bar. The sound resonated like a drumbeat, striking the hearts of every patron and tugging at the strings of Lu Yun and all members of the deer hunting task, as the clacking of heels approached the stage. In the next moment, a group of staff clad in bikinis emerged within the beam of light. As the crowd beheld their appearance, they were collectively stunned, bewildered, and utterly flabbergasted. Expressions shifted from anticipation to confusion and then to sheer terror. Patrons' mouths gaped in astonishment, their eyes vacant, jaws nearly dropping to the floor. Even Lu Yun stood there, dumbfounded, grappling with the absurdity of the scene unfolding before her. There on stage, Manager Jiang and a crew of burly thugs posed in their trifecta of attire, their bodies adorned with scars that spoke of violence. Clad in revealing garments, they exuded an unsettling allure. The combination was reminiscent of a legendary warrior donning a bikini, a sight utterly incongruous, yet striking. Even more nauseating was Manager Jiang, whose corpulent figure was further accentuated by his choice of attire. His ample belly resembled a large beach ball, an utterly repulsive sight. The abhorrent scene defied mere abstraction, assaulting the psychological defenses of those present, leading to a collapse of aesthetic sensibilities and inducing physical discomfort. Soon, the bar erupted with pulsating music, the vibrant beats reverberating through the air. The atmosphere was electric as Manager Jiang and his raucous companions displayed their flamboyant dance moves. In the conference room, a key member could no longer contain himself and retched. Witnessing this, the superior suppressed his own queasiness and scolded, "What a disgrace! Can you not endure such a trivial ordeal? How did you all fare during your physiological training at the police academy? No matter how grotesque this is, can it rival the disgust of dining in a cesspool?" Just as he finished speaking, Manager Jiang, with a flirtatious gesture, blew a kiss towards the audience. Coincidentally, his glistening visage was directly aligned with Lu Yun's pinhole camera. The superior's pupils dilated in horror as he beheld the scene, and he too succumbed to the urge to vomit. Seeing their superior wretch, the core members abandoned pretense and leaned forward, mouths agape, retching in unison. In that moment, the once sacred conference room was filled with the cacophony of heaving. Meanwhile, at the bar, Lu Yun and several colleagues shielded their eyes from the sordid display on stage. The patrons, unable to restrain themselves, erupted in furious exclamations. "What is this travesty for public viewing? Who conceived this ridiculous performance? I want to strangle that fool. Where's the manager? He's right up there, dancing in the center. I bought a watch last year. This is my first time here, and I heard this election ceremony would be thrilling. Instead, I have been deeply traumatized. I must seek psychiatric help. Were you afraid we would escape by closing the door? I beg for a pair of eyes untainted by this spectacle. Refund." The patrons unleashed a torrent of colorful expletives, with some unable to bear the sight and seeking to lodge complaints with the manager, only to be informed that the one dancing most vigorously was indeed the manager himself. Despair settled over the guests as many cried out for refunds. Yet their pleas went unanswered, for the bar staff were all lined up in the restroom, succumbing to the same fate. After enduring several minutes of torment, the dance finally concluded. Manager Jiang and his companions fled the stage at a breakneck speed, akin to wolves in pursuit. If they were to participate in the Olympic sprint now, they would undoubtedly achieve remarkable rankings. Below, the guests touched their hearts, relieved to still be alive in this world. Lu Yun let out a sigh, lowering the hand that had obstructed her view. The core members of the Zhulu mission also composed themselves, refocusing their attention on the video footage. The commander, with a serious demeanor, inquired, "What is happening here? Why does the situation on site starkly contradict the information we have investigated? Could it be that there is indeed a traitor within our organization? This should not be the case." The commander pondered existentially. Following the previous incident involving Lu Chen's positive energy video, he had dispatched considerable manpower to scrutinize the loyalty within the organization. However, after thorough evaluations, he was certain that every member was a trustworthy comrade. Could it be mere coincidence? Lu Yun murmured. The commander nodded, stating, "It seems this is the only explanation." Just as they finished speaking, the host took to the stage with a microphone in hand. "I sincerely apologize, everyone. What you just witnessed was an impromptu performance from our manager, and I did not anticipate such poor feedback. We will now proceed to the second segment, the group dance. Rest assured, the participants this time will be young, beautiful, and fiery women, certainly not the previous performers." Upon hearing this, the guests finally relaxed. At last, a proper program was on the horizon. That prior performance had nearly cost them their lives. For those visiting 0 Point Bar for the first time, could someone explain what the group dance entails? The group dance is far more exhilarating than a newcomer selection. All the goddesses dance in the nude, performing various daring moves, creating an explosive atmosphere. Indeed, after the dance, the goddesses will randomly select guests for intimate performances, and it is said that they can even engage in tactile interactions. Well, this is the show I have been yearning for. Hee, I am already looking forward to it. Lu Yun's eyes brightened upon hearing the guest discussions. It was indeed a coincidence. The commander, feeling a sense of relief, rallied the troops. Everyone, prepare yourselves. The main event is about to commence. Received. The members of Zhu Lu reignited their fighting spirit, each brimming with confidence. Meanwhile, in the backstage room, Lu Chen watched as manager Jiang and his subordinates rushed back, seemingly fleeing. A system notification chimed in his ears. Ding. You have successfully promoted positive energy. Your actions have influenced a total of 53 individuals. Reward: 5 hours of lifespan. Taken aback by the notification, Lu Chen had initially intended to reprimand the manager, but was astonished to learn that it counted as promoting positive energy. Since that was the case, he absolutely could not let this splendid opportunity to extend his life slip away. What is the next program? Lu Chen inquired of manager Jiang. Just as manager Jiang had changed into his outfit, he nearly soiled his diaper upon hearing Lu Chen's question, pleading, Young master, the next segment is the group dance, featuring nudity. I beg you, do not make me participate. I assure you, I will never force the virtuous into degradation again. Please spare me. Indeed, Lu Chen not only provided a thorough education to him, but also compensated the young woman with 1 million for her medical expenses and emotional distress. As for the other girls, they were sent back to work at the hotel, including Li Jingya. The remaining ruffians echoed in desperation, pleading, Yes, young master. Please let us go. Lu Chen feigned a look of sudden understanding and said, I see. In that case, let the female staff handle it. However, I have one condition. Chapter 33, Marvelous. Under the gaze of the multitude, the second performance, the group dance, officially commenced. As the music played and the lights flashed, the guests erupted into excited cheers. Lu Yun gazed at the stage, somewhat entranced, murmuring to herself, This dance alone can condemn the gathering of silver, a crime of chaos. It seems that the Lu family cannot escape their destined demise. Victory appeared to be within reach, yet for some inexplicable reason, the figure of Lu Chen lingered in her mind. She recalled the talent he had displayed during the mathematics competition, and her heart filled with regret. This rare mathematical prodigy, soon to be ensnared by the downfall of his family, was truly a pity, a sorrow, a lamentation. In that moment, she was uncertain whether to rejoice or mourn. Next, let the goddesses take the stage. With a shout from the host, amidst the cheers of the crowd, one by one, elegantly adorned, yet strikingly tall beauties ascended the stage. Each goddess wore a headscarf, a floral cotton jacket on top, cotton trousers below, and sturdy cotton shoes on their feet. Standing proudly on the stage, the guests were bewildered. This attire hardly resembled that of performers in a bar dance. One might think a group from some northeastern village had gathered to harvest corn. What happened to the promise dance? The clothing seemed thick enough to withstand bullets. Where's the manager? I demand to speak to him. Calm down. Perhaps it is a striptease? A striptease? That was indeed a possibility. Some guests, though dissatisfied, could only view it as a striptease, clinging to their expectations. But when the background music began to play, everyone was unable to remain seated. The expansive bar resonated with the powerful soprano voice. My country and I can never be separated. Wherever I go, a song of praise flows out. I sing of every mountain. I sing of every river, the gentle smoke, the small village, a single track on the road. In the embrace of the music, the goddesses danced gracefully in a national style. Forget about a striptease. Some bare-chested men could not help but don their shirts, fearing they might tarnish this serene atmosphere. Guests, Lu Yun, the commander, key members of the deer hunting team. Where on earth did this come from? Is this still a bar? Are we certain this isn't a spring festival gala? In an instant, the patrons felt as though the drinks on their tables had turned to tea leaves. Their garments morphed into formal attire, and the scarves around their necks became red neckerchiefs. In the backstage room, a notification chimed. Ding. You have successfully promoted positive energy. Your actions have influenced a total of 533 people. Reward: 50 hours of lifespan. Lu Chen, listening to the system's voice in his ear, wore a look of satisfaction. Delightful. Exceedingly delightful. Simply by playing some music, he could earn an additional 50 hours of life. This was remarkably easy. Yet upon deeper reflection, considering it was his own bar, He could not merely accumulate lifespan while disregarding the guest's experience. If the business were to falter, it would be challenging to explain it to my father. Hey, you there, come here. Lu Chen beckoned with a finger, and Manager Jiang hurried over. What's the matter, young master? Manager Jiang was utterly bewildered, completely at a loss regarding Lu Chen's antics. In just half an hour, the bar had received over 100 complaints. If this commotion continued, bankruptcy would be inevitable. Bring me a microphone connected to the stage. I wish to sing. Lu Chen adjusted his collar. Upon hearing this, Manager Jiang's lips curled in dismay. Great. This will surely lead to our demise. If it were merely negative reviews and complaints, they could find a way to manage it. However, if Lu Chen were to sing, it could very well result in dire consequences. Manager Jiang recalled a previous gathering led by Lu Zhixiang, where Lu Chen and several older brothers had attended, and he had the fortune of being present. He vaguely remembered Lu Chen performing a song, "Genie is Too Beautiful." After listening, the older brothers had immediately retreated to a private room on the second floor to vent their frustrations, not emerging for the entire night, their tempers quite elevated. Although Manager Jiang felt discontent, he didn't dare to express it. After all, it was the Lu family's enterprise. He would let this young master wreak havoc as he pleased. At this moment, in the conference room of the Deer Hunt Task Force, the leader and core members were utterly perplexed. What on earth was going on? The previous selection of a new consort had devolved into a flamboyant display, and now the group dance had transformed into a gala reminiscent of a national celebration in the Dragon Kingdom. Was this merely coincidence? But how could there be so many coincidences in the world? I truly cannot fathom where the problem lies. The leader expressed his frustration, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. As the head of the organization, he bore the responsibility for every detail of the process. He was confident that there were no infiltrators within the organization and that the mission had not been compromised. Yet, how could he explain the unfolding events? For a moment, all members of the Deer Hunt Task Force, including Lu Yun, fell into deep contemplation. In the ballroom, the dissatisfaction among the guests escalated, with protests already erupting. Just as chaos seemed imminent, the host took the microphone and announced, "Next, we have a performance by young master Lu Chen. We hope you enjoy it. Lu Chen is here." Upon hearing this name, Lu Yun was taken aback. She glanced around and indeed spotted Lu Chen on the second floor, microphone in hand. The guests, however, were completely unimpressed. Many shouted that they had come to the bar for leisure, not to attend Lu Chen's personal concert. Yet, as the rhythm began to play, the crowd was entranced by the captivating melody, and in an instant, everyone fell silent. They ceased their uproar and instead listened intently, intrigued by the performance. The winds of reform sweep across the land, sweeping across the land. The winds of reform sweep across the land. The people of the Dragon Kingdom truly shine. They truly shine. The people truly shine. This world is utterly insane. Indeed. Lu Chen was astonished to discover that the entertainment offerings of this world paled in comparison to those of his previous life. For instance, a certain song, transformed from a skit by Master Bin Shan into a raucous piece titled "The Winds of Reform Sweep Across the Land," simply did not exist in this realm. In a previous life, the moment this song was released, it captivated the entire nation. Lu Chen was confident that he could enchant every patron in the bar with this melody. Of course, his intention for performing this song was to boost the bar's performance. As for stepping into the entertainment industry, that could be considered at a later time. No injections, no medication, simply sitting and engaging in conversation. This therapeutic dialogue is what we call talk therapy. Now, let us delve into the first topic, the postpartum carousels. Wrong book. Before long, the first half of the song concluded. The patrons in the bar were thoroughly entranced by the melody and lyrics. Hey, I must admit, this song is rather intriguing. It's utterly addictive. Someone exclaimed. Oh no, the tune is incessantly echoing in my mind. Lu Chen, who would have thought this young master from the Lu family possessed such talent? I must record this and share it online. It will surely garner significant views. I shall share it too. In an instant, many individuals opened Douyin, creating videos of the song to post online, just as these individuals predicted. The moment the video was released, it attracted a considerable number of viewers. As they received numerous likes, it also served as a substantial promotion for the 0-point bar. As the interlude concluded, Lu Chen began to sing the second half. Many could not help but join in, singing along. Lu Chen, the winds of reform blow across the land. Patrons, blow across the land, the winds blow across the land. Lu Chen, the people of Longwood truly excel. Patrons, truly excel, the people truly excel. Everyone sang while swaying their bodies. The atmosphere was electric, and the excitement filled the room, leaving no space for discord. Some key members could not resist the rhythm of Lu Chen's song and began to sway along. At that moment, someone uttered, "Wonderful, simply wonderful." Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at him. Feeling the weight of their gazes, the member's heart raced, and a sheepish expression appeared on his face. The commander clenched his fists, nearly overwhelmed with emotion. Wonderful? Truly remarkable. The last video conference had transformed into Lu Chen's youth study session. This time, it had morphed into Lu Chen's gala night. How could the Lu family's breakthrough be so elusive? Approximately 2 minutes later, the song concluded. Suddenly, a myriad of colorful fireworks erupted in the bar. A large national flag swept through the air, and as it passed over each section, the people below raised their hands to touch it. This grand display of patriotism certainly did not suggest the presence of any criminals. "Comrade Lu Yun, it's time to regroup," the commander sighed, issuing the order with a sense of disappointment. Lu Yun, upon hearing this, felt equally helpless. She and several colleagues stood up, preparing to leave. Just then, a bar staff member beside Lu Yun spoke into the intercom. "Attention everyone, the young master's goods have arrived. To maintain discretion, please turn off all cameras. Furthermore, the young master has instructed that no one is to be informed about this batch of goods, not even Mr. Xiong." Upon hearing this, Lu Yun's expression instantly tightened with anxiety. The goods appearing in the bar, and such caution being exercised. Even the head of the Lu family, Lu Zhixiong, must be kept in the dark. Could it be that Lu Chen is secretly selling sugar behind his father's back? The live broadcast had not yet concluded when the commander, upon hearing the staff's words, immediately asserted with gravity, "Comrade Lu Yun, do not leave just yet. Let's observe a while longer. Perhaps we may stumble upon unexpected gains." Lu Yun acknowledged and, along with several colleagues, retook their seats. As the commander had anticipated, just a few minutes later, a group of individuals crept into the bar, stealthily carrying several boxes. They glanced around to ensure no one was watching and quietly transported the items to the VIP room on the second floor. Not long after these boxes were moved inside, another group of seemingly youthful ruffians emerged at the entrance. Approximately a dozen of them, bustling with energy, similarly entered the aforementioned second-floor room. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yun and all the members of the Deer's Hunt team felt their hearts race with renewed hope. Ignited once more by the earlier words of the staff, the commander exclaimed with enthusiasm, "To my knowledge, Lu Zhixiong has explicitly forbidden the Lu family business from engaging with sugar. Who would have thought that this wayward son of the Lu family would conceal such a significant surprise from his father? It appears that Comrade Lu Yun can directly fulfill the task of monitoring Lu Chen and return to Beijing ahead of schedule. It is crucial to understand that in Longguo, sugar is an absolute legal red line that cannot be crossed. Each year, countless drug enforcement officers sacrifice their lives, and numerous families are shattered due to sugar-related offenses. Thus, should Lu Chen be apprehended, he would undoubtedly face imprisonment, with no divine intervention able to save him. Notify Team 2 to forcibly enter the premises and conduct a search. It is time to ensnare our quarry," the commander declared with excitement. This operation involved 2 teams, one consisting of Lu Yun and her reconnaissance personnel, while the other comprised highly trained armed police soldiers, tasked with both ensuring the safety of the first team and capturing the criminals. As the commander issued the command, a dozen robust men surged forth from the line at the bar entrance, swiftly encircling the area. "What do you intend to do?" the front desk staff exclaimed in terror upon witnessing this unfolding scene. A man who appeared to be the team leader stepped forward, brandishing his identification. "We are the police. We have received a report that your bar is suspected of illegal goods transactions, and we are here to conduct a search. Please cooperate with our work. Thank you." Upon hearing this, the front desk attendant breathed a sigh of relief. "I thought something serious was happening. Another search? These inspections have become increasingly frequent lately. All right. Please hurry inside and conduct your investigation. Do not block the entrance for our guests." Members of Team 2. Chapter 34. Even the King of Heaven must pedal the sewing machine. On the second floor of the bar, after Lu Chen finished singing, the system notification chimed in his ear. "Ding. You have successfully promoted positive energy. Your actions have influenced a total of 533 individuals. Reward, 50 hours to lifespan. Delightful. Another 50 hours added to his life. In the future, indulging in leisurely singing at the bar would be splendid, both a source of relaxation and a means to extend his life. Truly a win-win situation." At that moment, Manager Jiang approached, his tone respectful as he said, "Young master, the goods and people you requested have all arrived. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen nodded and returned to the VIP room. Pushing the door open, he found the room filled with people. To the left, a group of young ruffians were smoking, drinking, and chatting boisterously. To the right, Li Jingyao, Bai Wanyue, and Beige sat on the sofa, cautiously observing the unruly bunch. As Lu Chen entered, the ruffians immediately stepped forward, shouting in unison, "Brother Lu." Lu Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Just then, Bai Wanyue, with a look of bewilderment, asked Lu Chen, "What do you intend to do with all these people? And what is in that box?" Lu Chen refrained from answering. Turning to Manager Jiang, he instructed, "You may leave now. No one is allowed in without my permission. And let me remind you once more, do not inform my father about this matter." Manager Jiang hesitated but ultimately nodded, saying, "Understood, young master." Once Manager Jiang departed, Lu Chen waved his hand and declared, "Open the box and inspect the goods." Outside the room, Manager Jiang stared at the closed door of the VIP suite, feeling as restless as an ant on a hot stove. Even though Lu Chen had not disclosed the contents of the box, the thought of Lu Zhixiong's explicit prohibition against any dealings with white sugar loomed large in his mind. Coupled with Lu Chen's warning not to reveal this incident to his father, even a fool could deduce that the box contained nothing other than white sugar. After an intense internal struggle, he ultimately decided to report the matter to Lu Zhixiong. The phone call connected swiftly. Manager Jiang got straight to the point, "Xiong Yi. It seems the young master has brought in a batch of white sugar at the bar." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhixiong's furious voice erupted from the phone. "That little bastard. Did you not tell him we never touch these things?" Manager Jiang silently donned a mask of anguish. He wished to respond, but dared not. The methods Lu Chen employed to deal with people were well known throughout the bar, and he certainly did not wish to don a bikini and dance on stage again. Understanding Manager Jiang's predicament, Lu Zhixiong replied, "All right, you need not concern yourself with this matter. I will personally handle it shortly." Hearing this, Manager Jiang felt a surge of relief and responded, "Understood, Xiong Yi." Just as he was about to hang up, suddenly, members of the pursuit task force surged up the staircase. Before Manager Jiang could react, armed officers surrounded him and the nearby ruffians. "Don't move, police. We suspect that your bar is illegally selling prohibited items, and we are here to conduct a search. Please cooperate immediately." Observing these individuals, Manager Jiang dismissed the situation, thinking it was merely a routine inspection. However, upon reflection, something felt amiss. As the proprietor of the bar, he typically received notifications prior to any search operations. Yet this time, he had received no such communication. "Which unit are you from? Do you possess a search warrant?" Manager Jiang inquired with a serious expression. The captain of the second team stepped forward, presenting a slip of paper with a cold smirk. "This is the search warrant. As for our unit, it is clearly stated above. You need only take a glance." Manager Jiang leaned closer, and upon seeing the words Beijing Police Headquarters, he was momentarily taken aback. "You are from Beijing?" he exclaimed, his vision momentarily clouding. "If you know, then step aside promptly," the captain commanded firmly. In a moment, Manager Jiang felt his strength wane. Had it not been for a few subordinates supporting him, he would have nearly collapsed. His heart raced, and his fingers trembled. The presence of officials dispatched from Beijing indicated that this was no mere formality. This time, they were indeed serious. Throughout this ordeal, Manager Jiang had not ended the call. Consequently, every word exchanged had been audibly received by Lu Zhixiong. Boom. Lu Zhixiong's mind erupted with shock, his expression gravely serious. He had anticipated that Beijing would eventually take action against the Lu family, yet he never expected such swift action without any forewarning, leaving him utterly unprepared. Under normal circumstances, that would have been manageable. However, today, it was his son, Lu Chen, who was overseeing the bar. Even more alarmingly, Lu Chen had clandestinely procured a batch of sugar within the establishment. Should the evidence be irrefutable, even the mightiest would face consequences. This reckless boy had driven him to the brink of fury. For over a decade, Lu Zhixiong had never entrusted the management of the bar to anyone, and yet, on the very first day, a calamity of this magnitude had unfolded. He even suspected that Lu Chen's indiscretion in acquiring sugar had prompted Beijing to act against the Lu family prematurely. "Old Jiang, hold on. No matter what. You must delay until I arrive," Lu Zhixiong whispered into the phone. Unbeknownst to him, the call was on speaker. Not only could Manager Jiang hear, but the members of the second team present could also hear every word clearly. The captain sneered, declaring, "Head of the Lu family, it matters not if you come. No one can intervene today." With that, Lu Zhixiong abruptly hung up the phone, his countenance darkening as he hastily drove towards the bar. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the conference, the leaders and members observed the unfolding scene with beaming smiles, their faces adorned with joy. The bar manager's breakdown and Lu Zhixiang's frantic tone were ample evidence that their judgment had been correct. Lu Chen was indeed involved in illicit activities within the private room. With this realization, the leader exclaimed, "All second team members, proceed to the private room immediately and apprehend the suspects." On the second floor, outside the VIP room, Manager Jiang and a group of thugs stood at the entrance, blocking all the members of the second team. The captain, witnessing this scene, furiously exclaimed, "What do you intend to do? Are you attempting to obstruct justice? Do you believe I cannot apprehend all of you right now?" Manager Jiang, clutching his abdomen with a pained expression, replied, "Officer, I am experiencing severe stomach pain and cannot move." The other thugs echoed, "Yes, oh, it hurts so much." They dared not budge, fearing that taking even a single step would result in an unfortunate accident. Infuriated by their antics, the captain gritted his teeth and commanded, "Get them out of the way." As his words fell, several team members advanced to pull Manager Jiang away from the entrance. At that moment, Manager Jiang, who had been squatting, suddenly flopped onto the ground, resembling a dead pig unbothered by boiling water. Despite several officers attempting to lift him, he remained immovable. With no other options, the captain resolutely drew his crackling electric baton and warned, "This is your final warning. Please leave immediately, or do not blame me for being ungracious." Upon witnessing this, the previously ailing thugs suddenly felt invigorated. Even Manager Jiang, taken aback, hastily rose to his feet and cleared a path. The captain, wearing a triumphant smile, was just about to push open the door to the VIP room when, unexpectedly, a voice called out from behind, "Wait a moment." Everyone turned to see Lu Zhixiang approaching, holding up a mobile phone. "Officer, I have a friend in the capital who wishes to speak with you." He gestured towards the phone screen. The captain glanced at the caller ID, his heart skipping a beat. He recognized the formidable background of the Lu family and was astonished that even this individual could be summoned. However, he quickly shook his head and replied coolly, "I'm afraid we are not under his jurisdiction." Hearing this, Lu Zhixiang's heart sank. His complexion darkened to a shade of deep purple, and an oppressive aura emanated from him, causing even the members of the second team to feel a chill run down their spines. It seemed that today, no matter what, Lu Chen could not escape this trial. The captain scoffed disdainfully, then forcefully pushed the door open. Creak, the door swung wide, yet when everyone beheld the scene within, they were instantly left in utter disbelief. Chapter 35, Where to Hide. I am clueless. As the door swung open, the scene within the room unfolded before my eyes. There stood Lu Chen, clutching a mathematics book in his left hand and a teaching stick in his right, positioned before a blackboard adorned with a myriad of formulas. Surrounding him were dozens of young ruffians, all intently gazing at the board, each adorned with an expression of utmost seriousness. At that moment, one of the ruffians flicked away some ash and raised his hand, inquiring, "Brother Lu, the second problem clearly involves adding two numbers, so why does the result equal 0? Lu Chen elucidated, "I explained earlier that the sum of any number and its opposite is always 0. Clearly, you weren't paying attention. Thus, you owe me 50 push-ups." Upon hearing this, the ruffian's face fell, and he reluctantly began his punishment. The others erupted into laughter, counting and mocking him in the process. What a fool. Brother Lu explained it so thoroughly, and I grasped it in one go. How could you not understand? Indeed, make sure to do it properly. Miss 1, and it's 10 more. The counts continued. 1, 2, 1, 1, 1. The chastised ruffian, blushing with embarrassment, muttered, "Damn it. I will study hard later. With our intelligence, we will surely outsmart you all." Meanwhile, at the entrance, the captain stood frozen, astonished by the unfolding scene. What on earth is happening? This sight bore no resemblance to a sugar sale. It resembled a tutoring session instead. Inside the conference room, Lu Yun, the chief, and the members of the Zhu Lu team watched this spectacle on screen, equally dumbfounded. Each one widened their eyes, astonished, and rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Is this for real? Not only is Lu Chen not selling rock candy, but he is also tutoring these ruffians in mathematics? They wouldn't believe it even if you beat them. No, Lu Chen must have concealed the sugar somewhere. These are merely his fabricated illusions, the chief declared, his brow furrowed in determination. The other members nodded in agreement, convinced that Lu Chen had hidden the sugar during the prolonged commotion caused by Manager Jiang at the entrance. Search the premises immediately. The chief's voice resonated with authority. In the VIP room, upon receiving the command, The captain waved his hand, and the team members promptly filed in. It was at that moment that Lu Chen realized that a group of people had gathered at the entrance. Upon closer inspection, he noticed his father, Lu Zhixiong. Among the crowd, panic surged within Lu Chen. In an effort to extend his lifespan, he had specially procured a batch of books and summoned a group of ruffians to conduct a math tutoring session. Although the number of participants was limited, their foundational skills were abysmal. Merely teaching them the multiplication table could yield him several hours of life. Thus, within a mere half hour, Lu Chen had accrued over 2 days of life extension. Consequently, he had instructed all bar staff to ensure that his father remained oblivious to this endeavor. Given his temperament, he would undoubtedly break his legs if he found out. Yet, unexpectedly, the truth had come to light. "Father, I was wrong," Lu Chen approached, ready to admit his faults. However, Lu Zhixiong was not angered. He observed the second team members rummaging through the room and softly inquired, "Where have you concealed the items?" Lu Chen was taken aback, responding, "What items?" At this moment, Lu Zhixiong genuinely grew irate, restraining his fury as he retorted, "With a knife pressed against your throat, you still feign ignorance. These individuals are undercover agents dispatched from the capital. I cannot guarantee your safety for much longer. Speak quickly, where is the sugar hidden?" Lu Zhixiong believed his son had concealed the sugar and sought its exact whereabouts, hoping to salvage the current predicament. Upon hearing the word sugar, Lu Chen understood. His father assumed he was involved in illicit activities at the bar. No wonder these plainclothes officers appeared familiar. They were all sent from the capital. For Lu Chen, although he had not engaged in the sale of sugar, he could not divulge the truth about running a tutoring class, lest he incur a beating. With this in mind, Lu Chen whispered, "I am not dealing in sugar. It was Bai Wanwei who informed me that agents from the capital would be infiltrating 0 Point Bar. Therefore, I deliberately summoned a group of ruffians to feign selling sugar. In reality, I intended to use this opportunity to unmask the undercover agents." This response was nothing short of perfect. It not only accounted for the current situation, but also led his father to believe that he shared a close relationship with Bai Wanwei. Indeed, upon hearing this, Lu Zhixiong's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, his expression shifting from gloom to brightness, then to an intense sunburn. His mouth agape. He nearly split his face with laughter. "Ha ha ha, so that's how it is." Lu Zhixiong laughed heartily, his excitement palpable. How could he not be pleased? The reason he encouraged Lu Chen to pursue Bai Wanwei was to someday rely on the Bai family's might, ensuring the Lu family's enduring stability. Now, while undercover agents were sent from the capital, he, the head of the Lu family, remained unaware. Yet Lu Chen had received the news in advance through Bai Wanwei. What did this signify? A significant achievement was imminent. Moreover, Lu Chen had immersed himself in the situation, cleverly luring out the undercover agents. Such astuteness made Lu Zhixiong feel he could retire early. The second team members, who were busily searching the room, grew somewhat irritated upon witnessing Lu Zhixiong's sudden laughter. "What is so amusing?" the leader inquired coldly. "After rummaging for so long and finding nothing but a few mathematics textbooks, anyone would be vexed. I just recalled something joyful." Lu Zhixiong maintained his stern demeanor. The leader, in anger, retorted, "Do not think that hiding the items will absolve you. You shall not conduct business today. Everyone, go outside and search. Even if we must turn the entire bar upside down, we must find it." Upon hearing this, the other members nodded in unison, affirming, "Yes." Manager Jiang, however, grew anxious. The bar's daily revenue amounted to hundreds of thousands, especially on a Sunday, where hitting 1 million was not an issue. If they continued their search like this, that million would surely wash away. At this moment, Lu Chen stepped forward, pointing to the camera on the wall, and said, "There is a recording. Why go to such lengths to search the entire bar?" Upon hearing these words, the captain gritted his teeth and declared, "Very well. Let us review the footage. Do not presume that you can discreetly erase certain segments to conceal the truth. We have technical personnel present." With that, a bespectacled member of the second team stepped forward. Under the guidance of the staff, the group swiftly made their way to the surveillance room. Once the footage was accessed, everyone began to watch intently. Displayed on the screen was a recording from an hour prior, revealing bar staff surreptitiously entering the VIP room while carrying several boxes. Once placed inside, the boxes remained untouched. Shortly thereafter, the door swung open once more, and a group of rowdy individuals swaggered in. Once inside, they lit cigarettes, indulged in drinks, and engaged in casual chatter. After a brief interlude, Lu Chen shouted, "Open the boxes and inspect the contents." Several of the ruffians approached and unsealed all the boxes. The staff magnified the footage, revealing that the boxes were filled with an assortment of mathematics textbooks, high school, middle school, and even elementary school volumes. Subsequently, Lu Chen positioned himself before a blackboard and began to teach in a deliberate manner. It was not until half an hour later that the captain, accompanied by a contingent of individuals, barged in, rendering the remainder of the footage unnecessary for viewing. At that moment, the technician responsible for examining the video approached and reported, "Captain, after thorough investigation, I can confirm that the footage has not undergone any post-processing. It is indeed the original recording." Upon hearing the technician's response, the second team leader, Lu Yun, and all members of the Zul team fell into a profound silence, utterly astonished. Chapter 36. Since reason fails, let us embrace our skills. In the meeting room of the Deer Hunt mission, all members wore expressions of disbelief, their minds utterly bewildered. The usual delinquents, who rarely applied themselves to their studies, were clandestinely receiving tutoring from Lu Chen. Who would ever believe such a tale? And in a bar, of all places, amidst the cacophony. Clearly, it was a venue for the 857, yet here he was, having gained admission to a prestigious 985 university? Even more absurd was Lu Chen's furtive book purchases, reminiscent of a thief, instructing not to inform his father. Anyone in such a situation would inevitably entertain dubious thoughts. The commander clenched his fists in anger, declaring, "Enough? Let us regroup." This mission had not only proven fruitless, but had also exposed the existence of the Deer Hunt organization. In the days to come, Lu Zhixiang would undoubtedly be on heightened alert. Consequently, the task of toppling the Lu family seemed to drift further from success. Within the bar's private room, upon receiving orders, the captain decisively led his disheveled crew out of the establishment. Lu Yun, still undetected, lingered for an additional 5 minutes to avoid arousing suspicion before quietly departing. The commotion subsided, and the bar returned to its usual ambience. In the VIP room, Lu Zhixiang discovered Bai Wanyue's presence inside, further solidifying his belief in Lu Chen's explanation. Reflecting on how today's perilous situation had been averted largely due to this prospective daughter-in-law, Lu Zhixiang joyfully produced a bank card, addressing Lu Chen, "You rascal, you needn't oversee the venue today. Go accompany Ware for a shopping spree. Buy her whatever she desires. If it doesn't exceed 10 million, I'll see to it that your legs are broken upon your return." Lu Chen. Immediately, Lu Zhixiang turned to the young delinquents, instructing, "You lot should vacate this place as well. Go outside to drink and revel. Today, all expenses are on the house." These miscreants were all students from the 13th Middle School, including the infamous Black Bear from that day at the school gate. They gazed in awe at their legendary idol, nodding excitedly in unison, "Thank you, Uncle Xiong." Before long, everyone in the room had departed, leaving only Lu Chen, Bai Wanyue, and Beige in the spacious private chamber. "Let us leave," Lu Chen remarked nonchalantly. "Since we cannot hold a study session, it would be better to find a quiet place to read and extend our lives. Though not much, it is certainly better than nothing." Upon hearing this, Bai Wanyue retorted, "Who said I wanted to go shopping with you? Lu Chen? Who said I wanted to take you shopping? He would rather sit on the street and play with stray cats than endure Bai Wanyue's company." Every interaction was either a mockery or a lecture. Why subject himself to such torment? "Farewell," Lu Chen dismissed her, turning to leave. Yet, just as he reached the door, he was taken aback to find 2 robust bodyguards awaiting him. "Young master, Master Xiong has instructed us to ensure the safety of you and the Bai family's young lady, as well as to supervise your spending of 10 million. Should you fail to spend it all, we shall break your legs," one of the bodyguards stated. Lu Chen. Lu Chen was utterly flabbergasted. He had thought his father was merely jesting. To his dismay, it appeared he was quite serious. "It appears that today is a day one must not miss in the streets." Bai Wanyue would certainly not agree to this. Thus, Lu Chen turned to Beige and suggested, "Shall we find another place to discuss mathematics?" At this utterance, Beige nearly lost control in his excitement, exclaiming, "Sure, no problem, let's go." With that, he leaped joyfully to Lu Chen's side. Witnessing this, Bai Wanyue found herself increasingly restless. Her purpose for being here was to prevent Beige from being led astray by Lu Chen, so she had accompanied him for supervision. But now, "You scoundrel," Bai Wanyue muttered angrily. She then stood up and hurriedly followed in the footsteps of the two. Lu Chen smiled lightly, thinking to himself, oh, this is quite easy to manage." Under the discreet protection of bodyguards, the trio gradually exited the bar. It was now 11 a.m., and even in October, the temperature outside soared above 30 degrees Celsius. The bustling street was filled with the sounds of people and the continuous flow of vehicles. As Lu Chen pondered how to spend $1 million, Beige could no longer contain his eagerness to learn and pointed at a nearby coffee shop, saying, "Look, there's a Starbucks. Perfect for our math discussion. Come on, I'll treat you to coffee." Lu Chen considered for a moment. That seemed agreeable. There was plenty of time, and the matter of spending money could wait. For now, he would read and enhance his knowledge. Just as they were about to enter Starbucks, Lu Chen suddenly spotted a familiar figure. There, at the entrance, several police officers were sweating profusely as they enjoyed their boxed meals on a bench. Among them was Li Fu, the officer who had responded to incidents at the school gate last Friday. "Li Gu," Lu Chen greeted politely. The original owner of this body had often caused trouble at school, with Li Fu personally intervening each time, showing great concern for Lu Chen. "Oh, Xiao Chen, what a coincidence, out here with classmates. Have you had lunch? I have a box of fried noodles. Come try it. It's quite delicious." Li Fu raised his meal with a smile. Lu Chen waved his hand politely, replying, "No, thank you. Li Gu, I'm not hungry yet. On such a hot day, why are you all sitting outside? There's air conditioning inside." As a global chain coffee shop, Starbucks offered seating both inside and outside, allowing them to attract customers even when business was slow. At the moment, the shop had only 1 or 2 tables occupied inside, while the outside was scorching. The police officers sat outside, their uniforms soaked with sweat. Li Fu shook his head and said, "They need to conduct business. We haven't ordered anything. So it's quite embarrassing for us to sit here. Besides, we'll only be here for a few minutes to eat. You all should hurry inside. It's too hot out here." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen replied, "All right then, Li Gu, we'll head in." After bidding farewell to Li Fu, the trio slowly walked into the shop. Beige ordered 3 coconut lattes and then found a spot, plopping down contentedly. With a flourish, Lu Chen produced a physics book from his clothing, engrossed in its contents, as the host was detected engrossed in reading high school physics. A sense of time seemed to elongate. 1 minute, another minute, and yet another. Knowledge of physics accumulated incrementally. Ah, what a delightful sensation it was. Soon, Lu Chen found himself submerged in a blissful ocean of knowledge, utterly captivated. Bai Wanyue wore an expression of disbelief. Could it be that Lu Chen had developed such a passion for learning? Was he really reading a book while sipping his coffee? Bugga timidly interjected, "Lu Chen, weren't we supposed to focus on mathematics?" Without lifting his gaze, Lu Chen replied, "If you have questions, just ask." Encouraged by this, Bugga boldly presented a challenging problem he had encountered in discrete mathematics. Lu Chen, with scarcely a moment's thought, flipped through his physics book while elucidating the issue for Bugga. In just a few brief exchanges, he unraveled a conundrum that had plagued Bugga for half a year. Upon hearing Lu Chen's explanation, Bugga was thoroughly impressed. A genius, a prodigy. His heart swelled with excitement, reinforcing his desire to take Lu Chen as his mentor. Bai Wanyue secretly marveled at Lu Chen's mathematical prowess. Alas, Lu Chen harbored no grand ambitions, preferring instead to rely on his family's business, a stark contrast to her self-reliant ideals. As the group sat in contemplation, a sudden commotion arose at the front of the CAF. A female staff member, observing Li Fu and his companions outside, frowned disapprovingly. Striding to the entrance with an assertive demeanor, she reprimanded, "What do you think you're doing? This is a place of business, not your dining table. Hurry up and leave. Don't linger here for no reason." Her loud voice attracted the attention of the patrons inside, including Lu Chen, who turned to see Li Fu and his friends looking momentarily taken aback. "Apologies for intruding on your business. We'll be on our way," Li Fu replied sheepishly. With that, he and his colleagues hastily packed away their takeout boxes and moved to a nearby green space to continue their meal. Once they departed, the female staff member returned inside, her expression betraying her disdain. She vented to her colleagues, "Those police officers have no decorum occupying a table without ordering anything. They're filthy, drenched in sweat. I can't fathom how such people become officers. They lack any sense of professional ethics. I'll be reporting them later." Lu Chen and the other patrons, observing the scene, frowned collectively. Just then, Li Fu, who had already left, abruptly turned back. He and his colleagues had spent the night engaged in a series of arrests, having gone without sleep or food since the previous evening. Thus, they had merely sought to satiate their hunger with 2 orders of fried noodles. In their exhaustion, Li Fu had inadvertently left one of the boxes behind on the table and returned to reclaim it. At this moment, the female staff member, accompanied by a colleague with towels and disinfectant, approached the bench outside. It is worth noting that while Li Fu and his companions dined moments ago, each had a newspaper placed beneath them. Nevertheless, confronted with the pristine chairs, The staff member exhibited a look of disdain as she sprayed disinfectant liberally, scrubbing incessantly. After several applications of the disinfectant, she declared that they were rife with bacteria, targeting every nook and cranny. Once she finished with the chairs, her gaze fell upon the leftover stir-fried noodles on the table. Without a second thought, she swung her arm, sending the takeout flying. Crash! The container was propelled several meters away, and the stir-fried noodles scattered across the ground. How filthy! The staff member exclaimed with evident disgust. Witnessing this scene, Lu Chen and the other patrons could no longer contain themselves. Firstly, the outdoor area is a public space. If you place chairs outside and occupy a public thoroughfare, why shouldn't others be allowed to sit? Secondly, the establishment had few customers. Their brief meal would not hinder your business. Why rush them? Thirdly, what kind of attitude is this? If you wish to prevent others from sitting, a polite request would suffice. Why resort to such a harsh tone? Li Fu stood frozen, perplexed. He could not comprehend why his simple desire to use a chair for a meal was met with such disdain. Despite his confusion, he remained calm and apologized. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused to your work. I hope you can understand. After speaking, Li Fu gathered the scattered noodles back into the container and turned towards the trash bin. The staff member's expression soured as she observed his actions. She took out her phone, recording the scene. While filming, she remarked, "Everyone who understands. Today at work, I encountered a few police officers who exhibited such a lack of decorum. They didn't order anything and yet had the audacity to occupy our chairs. Not to mention the stench of sweat, they actually picked up noodles from the ground with their hands. How utterly revolting." After capturing this footage, the girl presented the video to her colleague, teasingly saying, "Look, your husband." In response, her colleague feigned a desire to strike, retorting, "Nonsense, he is clearly your husband. Your husband. Your husband." As they bantered, they playfully tussled. Such a dreadful attitude prompted Li Fu's colleagues to intervene. One officer approached, reproaching, "Is it really necessary to speak so hurtfully over a brief occupancy of your chairs?" As the team leader, Li Fu quickly interjected, "All right, let us go. We still have patrols to conduct." The staff member, displeased by this, retorted, "If my words are hurtful, first you must be human. Are you even conducting yourself as a human being? I work hard to earn a living. Why should I be subjected to your disgust? You think you can use our chairs for free and still have the audacity to complain? Can the police act with impunity? Do not presume that donning this attire instills fear in me. As long as I have committed no crime, you possess no justification to apprehend me. Kindly distance yourselves from our establishment, as your presence is nauseating. What if it adversely affects our business?" With that, the female shop assistant spat onto the ground. Such an excessive display of behavior stirred even the anger of Captain Li Fu. As he pulled his colleague away, he called out to the shop assistant, saying, "Refrain from speaking so much. You are merely employed here. Why must you take it so seriously?" Upon hearing these words, it seemed to strike a nerve with the shop assistant. Her expression darkened immediately, and she resumed recording on her phone, exclaiming, "Everyone, look, the little dog is anxious. The little dog is angry and wants to bite. What woof? Bite me, bite me." Upon hearing her mockery, Li Fu's rage surged, and he nearly crushed his fists. However, considering the consequences, he resolutely turned away. "If you dare, then scram. You petty insects who revel in taking advantage. With such lack of quality, you deserve to dine at roadside stalls." The shop assistant laughed derisively. At that moment, Lu Chen, seated within the store, could no longer bear to witness the scene. He set aside his physics book, his expression icy, and slowly approached the shop assistant. Since reason had proven futile, we too are acquainted with the language of fists. Chapter 37. Evil begets evil. A scene at the shop entrance. Not only could Lu Chen no longer tolerate the situation, but even the gentle Bai Wan Yu and Ba Ge felt a surge of anger. Consequently, rather than intervening, they found solace in Lu Chen's presence. Since time immemorial, it has been said that only the wicked can contend with the wicked. As Lu Chen stepped out of the shop, he discreetly signaled to Li Fu, conveying a simple message. They should depart swiftly, lest he be compelled to take action. After all, one cannot resort to violence in the presence of law enforcement. Li Fu understood and nodded in agreement. "It's time for patrol. Let us go," he announced, patting his colleagues on the shoulder. Despite their simmering rage, the officers felt compelled to comply with their captain's directive. With flushed faces, they departed in indignation. As they receded into the distance, the female shop assistant grew increasingly brazen, hurling insults in the direction of the departing crowd. "What is the matter? Realizing your guilt? Too ashamed to linger? Don't leave. Continue arguing with me. You petty thieves. Dare to return, and I shall berate you again." Her voice rang out so loudly that it captured the attention of passers-by. Just as Lu Chen approached her, a young couple emerged, carrying several bags of takeout, their demeanor fierce and determined. Clearly, they had been observing the unfolding drama and were well aware of the events that transpired. The young man stepped forward, indignation etched across his face. "Is it so wrong to simply sit and eat your meal? How can you be so spiteful? Others can sit, yet the very police who maintain order cannot? What kind of logic is that? Do you realize that they spent the entire night in pursuit of criminals?" It turned out that the couple had been strolling through the streets the previous evening when they were suddenly accosted by a group of drunken thugs wielding knives. Fearing for their safety, they surrendered all their cash and valuables. As outsiders working in Yuhai City, they found themselves in dire straits, with their very survival at stake. Upon receiving the report, Li Fu and his team rushed to apprehend the perpetrators. It was only in the early morning that they successfully captured the criminals on the highway and returned the couple's belongings. In a gesture of gratitude, the couple wished to treat Li Fu and his colleagues to a meal, but the officers declined, citing their impending patrol duties. With no other option, they opted to take their food to go, only to witness the earlier confrontation upon exiting the restaurant. The female half of the couple chimed in. "Exactly. It's not as if we took anything from you. Here's 1,000 yuan. Consider it my treat for them. Immediately invite them back and apologize to their faces." Upon saying this, she produced 10 crisp bills from her pocket and thrust them into the shop assistant's hands. The shop assistant, taken aback by the sudden windfall, momentarily paused before breaking into a smile. However, her expression swiftly morphed into one of malice as she raised the money high, and with a swift motion, she struck the girl's face with it. The bills scattered across the ground in a chaotic flutter. The female clerk pointed a finger at him and scolded. "Don't presume that a handful of filthy money makes you significant. They haven't slept a wink all night. What does that have to do with me? If they die suddenly, it is of no concern to me. Hurry and leave, or I swear, you'll regret crossing me." Frustrated, she muttered, "Damn it. I should have checked the calendar before stepping out today. Why must I keep encountering such fools?" The girl who was struck stood in shock, while the boy beside her was equally taken aback. Once he regained his composure, fury surged within him. "You beast. If I don't deal with you today, it would be a travesty." With that, he rolled up his sleeves, ready to strike the clerk. However, the clerk showed no fear. Instead, a provocative smile spread across her face as she taunted, "Dare to hit me? Do you know who my boyfriend is? Have you heard of the dragon crossing the river? With a single call, I could have your life. Do you believe me?" At the mention of the dragon crossing the river, the boy's anger dissipated as if deflated. His expression turned vacant, his eyes clear. He gradually lowered his raised fist, coming down. In Yuhai City, no one was unaware of the name of the dragon crossing the river, not even this newcomer. It was said that he was ruthless and efficient in his dealings, possessing remarkable management skills. Consequently, all the bars owned by the Lu family in Yuhai City were under his control, making his influence formidable. The clerk, noticing the boy's reaction, couldn't help but laugh. She pulled out her phone, displaying a number with a proud smirk. "Do you see this? Recognize my husband, the dragon crossing the river, as contact?" Without waiting for a response, she raised her hand and slapped him across the face, exclaiming, "Damn it, who do you think you were to know my husband's number? You lowly scum from the bottom of society. My husband could crush you with a single finger." Seeing her boyfriend being struck, the girl could no longer contain herself. Her eyes reddening as she questioned, "On what grounds do you lay your hands on others?" Before she could finish, the boy quickly covered her mouth, whispering, "Stop. We can't provoke this person. Let us go home. Our son must be waking up soon, and he needs his milk." Clearly, he was not only the girl's boyfriend, but also a father and the pillar of their family. At that moment, several employees from the front desk of the store emerged, confused and inquiring, "What is going on? Why is there shouting?" The clerk, seeing her colleagues, seemed eager to showcase her dominance. With a smug expression, she addressed the couple. "Leave. Who permitted you to leave? Kneel down and apologize. Otherwise, no one is leaving here today." Upon hearing this, the boy's pupils dilated, his body trembling with rage. Yet, glancing at his girlfriend and thinking of their hungry child at home, he clenched his fists, his eyes hollow, and stiffly turned away. "Are we really going to kneel? Dear sister, your prowess is truly remarkable. Incredible. From now on, I shall follow your lead," exclaimed several employees. Upon hearing her colleagues' praises, the female shop assistant covered her mouth in delight. However, her expression abruptly shifted as she turned to the hesitant boy before her, her smile vanishing, and scolded, "What on earth are you waiting for? Get on your knees." Just as her words faded, Lu Chen approached from the side and delivered a powerful kick toward the shop assistant. The impact was substantial, sending her soaring like a kite cut loose, crashing heavily to the ground face first, landing in a most undignified manner. The cleaning solution she held splattered onto Lu Chen's shoes. Ah! The girl cried out in agony. Struggling to rise, she surveyed her surroundings, her demeanor transforming into one of unleashed fury. Who kicked me? I swear I will make you pay. Ding! You have successfully spread positive energy. Your actions have influenced a total of 25 individuals. Reward, 2 hours of lifespan. Upon hearing the system notification, Lu Chen waved to the couple, signaling them to depart. They, sensing the tension, hastily gathered their food and left. Lu Chen then turned to the shop assistant, his expression devoid of emotion, and stated, "Kick you? No, no, I intend to slap you." With that, he raised his hand and struck her. The shop assistant, still reeling from shock, was sent flying 2 meters away by the force of the slap. As she struggled to rise once more, all traces of her previous arrogance had vanished, replaced by sheer terror. "Why you? You dare? Let me call for help," she stammered, trembling. "Go ahead," Lu Chen replied, massaging his sore fist with an air of indifference. In response, the girl swiftly retrieved her phone and dialed a number. "Hello, darling, where are you? Someone is deliberately causing me trouble. They not only insulted me but also struck me. You need to hurry." Lu Chen was left speechless upon hearing her report. The audacity of her twisting the narrative was indeed impressive. Moments later, a luxury car glided to a stop by the roadside. With a click, the door swung open, and Manager Jiang rushed out in a flurry. "Who dares to lay a hand on my precious?" he exclaimed. The shop assistant, upon seeing Manager Jiang, rushed into his embrace, weeping as if she had suffered a great injustice. "Oh, darling, you finally arrived. If you hadn't come, I would have been bullied to death." Manager Jiang, filled with concern yet suppressing his anger, inquired, "What happened? Did you not mention my name?" The girl pouted and playfully struck his chest with her tiny fists, sobbing. "It was precisely because I invoked your name that I was attacked. You always boast that as long as I mention you, no one in Yuhai City would dare to touch me. But look at me now, reduced to this sorry state. It's all your fault." Manager Jiang felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and consoled. "Do not weep, my dear, the fault lies with me. Today, I shall ensure that you find the justice you seek. Where is that individual?" Upon hearing this, the female clerk promptly directed her finger towards Lu Chen. Following her gesture, Manager Jiang turned his gaze in that direction. There stood Lu Chen, hands clasped behind his back, a mysterious smile gracing his face as he fixed his unwavering stare upon him. Chapter 38, a 1-star review for someone else. When Manager Jiang's gaze met Lu Chen's, he was momentarily frozen in place, a chill of cold sweat enveloping him. He vividly recalled his earlier tirade and wished fervently for a time machine to transport him back, even if it meant enduring severe consequences to avoid defending this little lover of his. At that moment, Lu Chen approached with a feigned smile, remarking, "Manager Jiang, when seeking a girlfriend, one must keep their eyes wide open. Not every woman is worthy of your attention." Immediately thereafter, Lu Chen recounted the entire sequence of events in detail. Upon hearing Lu Chen's account, Manager Jiang's face flushed crimson, rage evident in every feature. With a resounding slap, he struck the female employee across the face, exclaiming, "You vile, heartless wretch. Do you wish to end your life?" The female employee, stunned, covered her face in disbelief, her eyes wide with shock. What was happening? Wasn't she supposed to be vindicated? She had intended for Lu Chen to kneel and beg for forgiveness, but now, how had the tables turned so drastically? Who was this person that her boyfriend believed so easily? Before she could comprehend the situation, Manager Jiang seized her by the hair, forcefully pinning her to the ground. As he struck her, he berated her, "You ungrateful wretch. I was truly blind to have involved myself with you. A shameless creature like you wouldn't even attract attention in a brothel. Even the police would scorn you. Today, I will end your miserable existence." Manager Jiang's fury stemmed not solely from the insult directed at Li Fu, but from a deeper concern. The capital was already observing the Lu family, and after the incident at the bar that morning, those troublesome individuals had not yet dispersed. Lu Xiong had specifically instructed him to maintain a low profile in the coming days, ensuring no trouble arose. Yet here he was, within an hour, his lover publicly insulting a police officer, all while acting under his name, engaging in villainous deeds. If this drew the attention of those in the capital and inadvertently implicated the Lu family, his head would not suffice for the consequences. In a fit of rage, Manager Jiang unleashed a barrage of blows, his fists a blur in their speed. The female employee, battered and bruised, could scarcely utter a word, her regret overwhelming. Had she known better, she would never have dismissed those police officers. But alas, where in the world could one procure a remedy for regret? Outside the establishment. The employees observed the scene with anxious expressions. In that instant, the manager retrieved his phone and dialed for the authorities. Before long, a police vehicle arrived. And as the doors swung open, Li Fu and several colleagues emerged. Upon witnessing Lu Chen, manager Jiang, and the battered female employee, Li Fu quickly surmised the situation. Who called the police? He inquired, following protocol. I did. The manager rushed forward. He pointed at Lu Chen, exclaiming with indignation, he assaulted another in broad daylight. Suspected of committing violence. We hope that all officers present will uphold justice and impose severe penalties on the wrongdoers. Upon hearing these words, everyone present burst into laughter. How dare he utter such statements? Just moments ago, when he was insulting the police, where was this sense of righteousness? At that moment, the injured female shop assistant hurriedly interjected, No, they did not hit me. I fell by myself. After saying this, she cast a resentful glance at the store manager. Wasn't he this just adding to the chaos? If today, because of her, a troublemaker were to be taken away by the police, her future days would be quite unbearable. Upon hearing her words, Li Fu wasted no time, pulling out a notebook and pen, inquiring, Are you certain? If that is indeed the case, we will close the case. The female shop assistant quickly affirmed, absolutely certain, and, as she spoke, she bowed deeply to Li Fu and the others, crying, I sincerely apologize and feel deep remorse for my previous actions. Observing her earnest demeanor, Li Fu chose not to comment further. After documenting everything, he escorted the female shop assistant to the police car to take her statement. As the commotion subsided, only Lu Chen and manager Jiang remained. At that moment, manager Jiang appeared visibly shaken, clearly afraid that Lu Chen might seek retribution later. However, Lu Chen did not press him, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. All right. If there is nothing else, hurry back. The bar cannot do without you. Upon hearing this, Jiang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. All right, young master. I shall return to the bar and attend to my duties. With that, he entered his luxurious car and sped away. Returning to Xingbake, Lu Chen resumed his seat. Brother Ba remarked, Lu Chen, to be honest, there was a moment just now when you were indeed more dashing than I. Bai Wanwei also complimented him indirectly, saying, I didn't expect you to possess such a sense of justice. In response to such praise, Lu Chen displayed little interest, merely responding with a nonchalant, Oh. He then resumed his reading of the physics book. Brother Ba, Bai Wanwei. Just then, at the front desk of Xingbake, the store manager who had just called the police approached with a grim expression. Dear customers, I sincerely apologize, but our establishment can no longer welcome you. As for the 3 cups of fresh coconut latte you ordered earlier, we are unable to prepare them. Please gather your belongings and leave promptly. Thank you. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen, Bai Wanwei, and Brother Ba exchanged bewildered glances. What was the meaning of this? First, a call to the police, and now, another confrontation? However, this manager's demeanor was far more polite than that of the previous female shop assistant. In a certain sense, it could be seen as progress. Brother Ba was displeased, questioning. As law-abiding citizens, we have the right to consume. On what grounds do you justify expelling us? It was not easy to find a place where he could focus on studying mathematics with Lu Chen. He could not let this golden opportunity slip away. The manager persisted. While you possess the right to consume, our establishment also holds the right to refuse service. Thus, we reserve the right to determine whether to sell products to you. Please make haste to leave and refrain from tarnishing the store's image. Thank you. The store manager feigned a stiff smile while inwardly cursing Lu Chen hundreds of times. The reason for his ire stemmed from the fact that his employee had been assaulted, and as the manager, he cowered in the corner, too timid to utter a word. In front of the other staff, he had lost all authority and face. The root of the issue lay in his fear of the formidable presence. Yet he felt he could easily confront Lu Chen. To him, Lu Chen was merely an interloper meddling in affairs that did not concern him. Thus, he sought to reclaim his lost dignity at Lu Chen's expense in front of all witnesses. Intriguingly, Lu Chen closed his physics book, looked up, and remarked, It is the first time I have heard that reading in a CAF could tarnish one's image. The manager nodded and replied with a smile, Indeed. Lu Chen then stood up, turned to leave without a backward glance, and said, Very well, since that is the case, I shall not impose upon you further. I will certainly take care to uphold your store's image. Upon seeing Lu Chen depart, the pug dog scampered after him, while Bai Wanwei, encountering such a situation for the first time, wore a frosty expression and disdainfully snorted at the manager before hastily following the two. Once they had exited, several employees erupted into applause, exclaiming, "Impressive. You were magnificent, manager." Yet internally, they berated him, calling him foolish and cowardly, questioning why he had been so mute before the formidable presence. The manager, brushing aside his bangs, smugly declared, If anyone dares to bully my staff, I shall certainly not stand for it. From now on, should they dare to return, I will have them swiftly ejected. Mark my words." The employees applauded once more, cheering. "Well done. The manager has lost no face." However, not long after Lu Chen and the others had departed, a group of roughly 30 delinquents, led by the Black Bear, entered the CAF. The once empty establishment was soon crowded to capacity. Upon witnessing this scene, the manager initially believed a lucrative business opportunity had arrived, and his smile broadened. "Gentlemen, would you like to drink?" he inquired cheerfully. In response, Black Bear let out a cold snort. He had been enjoying a night out with his friends when Lu Chen called, instructing him to bring his crew to the CAF to boost its ratings. Black Bear understood Lu Chen's intent all too well. He pointed at the menu, his expression devoid of emotion, and ordered, "I'll have 35 cups of fresh coconut latte. Extra sugar, extra ice. But no coffee." Upon hearing the first two requests, the manager was elated. However, the last request left him dumbfounded. "Drink coffee, yet forgo the coffee? What will you consume then? Some ice and sugar to lick, perhaps?" But given the size of the group, the manager dared not voice his frustration and, with a forced smile, replied, "Little brother, you truly jest. How could one drink coffee without coffee?" The Black Bear slammed its paw onto the table with a resounding thud, startling the manager and the other staff members. Subsequently, with a fierce expression and a darkened countenance, it growled, "Do you think I am jesting with you?" Chapter 39. How frustrating. It's difficult to be a wasteful spender. The store manager was taken aback. At this moment, he realized that the individuals before him were not there to purchase coffee, but rather to create trouble. Faced with such a multitude, the manager lost the courage he had earlier displayed towards Lu Chen. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow and chuckled nervously. "Young man, just tell me what you wish to drink, and I will offer you a 20% discount. However, we simply cannot accommodate a latte with excessive sugar and ice but no coffee." Upon hearing this, the Black Bear's expression darkened. He extended his powerful arm and effortlessly lifted the manager with one hand, scolding, "What the hell? If you can't make it, why are you running a coffee shop? Do you look down on me? Someone, ensure that their store's image is well taken care of." As these words were uttered, the manager felt a jolt of realization. It dawned on him that these rowdy troublemakers were all summoned by that meddlesome instigator from earlier. With the manager suspended in the air, he scowled and declared, "You little brats, I know who sent you here, but do you even understand who protects this establishment? The River Dragon, Brother Jiang. Dare to provoke me, and you will see if Brother Jiang doesn't bring his men to deal with you." In a moment of desperation, the manager invoked the name of the River Dragon to intimidate the group of ruffians. In truth, it was indeed effective. Ever since that female staff member became the River Dragon's lover, business had flourished. On occasions when trouble arose, the River Dragon would intervene on behalf of his beloved. However, upon hearing the name of the River Dragon, Black Bear chuckled derisively. "The River Dragon? Isn't he just the manager of the 0-point bar? In front of our brother Lu, he asked nothing." With that, Black Bear lightly lifted the manager, and then violently slammed him down. The manager nearly split his posterior upon impact. It was only at this moment that he comprehended the magnitude of the situation. Lu, Brother Lu, in Yanhai City. Who could possibly surpass the River Dragon and share the surname Lu? Who else could it be? I'm sorry. I didn't know he was the scion of the Lu family. Otherwise, even if you gave me 1,000 times the courage, I would not dare to provoke him." The manager was filled with regret, his mind racing with thoughts of how he had just treated the young master of the Lu family. Cold sweat poured down his face. But the events had already transpired. It was too late to express remorse. Black Bear, with a disdainful smirk, said, "Brothers, why are you still standing there? Maintain the store's image properly." As soon as this command was given, dozens of voices echoed in unison, "Yes." Following this, the ruffians brandished long-legged stools and commenced their assault on the glass windows. The cash register at the front was smashed open, coins scattering everywhere. One of the younger thugs, having indulged too much at the bar, even stripped down and urinated in the shop. The remaining staff trembled in fear, helplessly pleading, "Manager, you must assert your authority and drive them away." In response, the manager turned and shouted, "You want me to assert authority? I quit. From this moment on, I am no longer your manager. As the black bear was busy maintaining the image of Xing Bak at this very moment, in the AUX shopping mall, Lu Chen, by Wanwei, and Bago entered a shoe store. Having accidentally splattered detergent on his shoes while confronting a female employee, Lu Chen intended to purchase a new pair. However, as they stepped through the door, they recognized a familiar figure. There, amidst the safety shoes, Li Jingyao was fervently haggling with the store clerk. Come on. Could you lower the price a bit? The cost of these shoes is less than 100 yuan. Selling them for 500 is far too steep. How about 250? Oh dear. Young lady, where's the fun in bargaining if you don't play fair? If everyone haggled like you, how would we do business? 260? Not a chance. 270? Absolutely not. If that's the case, I'll take my business next door. All right, you've got a deal. Listening to their exchange, Lu Chen and his companions were taken aback. A pair of shoes originally priced at 500 yuan had been reduced by nearly half. It is often said that children from impoverished families mature early. This seemed to hold true. Jingyao, Bai Wanyue exclaimed with enthusiasm. Upon hearing her name, Li Jingyao turned around. Lu Chen, Bai Wanyue, and Bago. She responded with excitement. Jingyao, didn't Lu Chen's mother introduce you to a job? What brings you here? Bai Wanyue inquired. Grasping her hand, Li Jingyao pouted. That job was too easy. I felt uncomfortable with the little pay. So, I asked the supervisor for more work, and after much pleading, he finally let me come here to buy work uniforms. While the two girls were conversing, Lu Chen swiftly chose his new shoes and retrieved the bank card given to him by Lu Zhixiong. His father had specifically instructed him to spend lavishly, warning that failing to exhaust 10 million could result in a broken leg. With that in mind, he was determined to indulge. Boss, I'll take these shoes. And I'll pay by card, Lu Chen declared. The salesperson, taken aback by his straightforwardness, beamed with delight. Great. These shoes are priced at 2,399 yuan. But with the autumn discount, you can have them for just 1999. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen protested. That's simply one do. Let us stick with the original price of 2,399 yuan, or round it off to 3,000. Also, add that girl's safety shoes to my tab. At this unexpected request, the salesperson, Li Jingyao, and Bai Wanyue were all left speechless. Such an unusual demand was unprecedented in their experiences. Lu Chen, don't waste your money. This is all your parents' hard-earned money. Bai Wanyue admonished, her tone sharp. This was one of the reasons she looked down upon Lu Chen, deeming him a spendthrift. However, when the salesperson took the bank card and placed it on the card reader, her eyes widened in disbelief. Her mouth formed an O shape, and shock was evident on her face. For the reader displayed an infinite amount. It was not that the card was without limits, but rather that it signified the owner was the proprietor of the entire shopping mall, who would need to spend money while purchasing items in their own establishment. Thus, the scene unfolded. The store clerk approached Lu Chen with utmost respect, stating, Boss, you may choose anything in the store, it's all free. Upon hearing this, a look of confusion crossed Lu Chen's face. Free? Had he just haggled for no reason? Surely, they could charge him something. Lu Chen persisted in his negotiation. No. Truly impossible. Please do not put me in a difficult position, the clerk replied helplessly. Seeing that the clerk was resolute, Lu Chen reluctantly retracted his bank card. Li Jingyao was responsible for procuring uniforms for the entire company. Therefore, after purchasing shoes, they needed to browse the clothing section as well. Lu Chen, skeptical, decided to follow along, intending to settle the bill later. However, after great effort, Li Jingyao managed to reduce the price of the 300 yuan uniforms to 100 yuan. When Lu Chen produced his bank card, the clerk's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He then announced that all clothing in the store was now free. Lu Chen, feeling utterly dejected, took back his bank card, exasperated and pulling at his hair. How frustrating. Being extravagant is so difficult. Approximately half an hour later, Li Jingyao had completed her shopping tasks. The four of them arrived at the entrance of the mall, just as they were about to leave. Suddenly, in the center of the mall, a fleet of BMW cars was displayed on the first floor, a dazzling array of models showcased. Beside each vehicle stood a stunning model, their refreshing attire and long legs captivating the eye. Clearly, BMW was holding an exhibition here. At that moment, at the entrance of the exhibition, a staff member stood by a freezer, holding an ice cream cone and loudly announcing, "Participate in the BMW exhibition and receive free ice cream. Everyone come quickly." Upon hearing this, the financially struggling Li Jingyao's eyes lit up with excitement. By Wanwei, there's free ice cream over there. Let us go try it. Bai Wanwei paused momentarily. Having only ever eaten the finest things in life, she had never tasted free ice cream. With this thought, she happily nodded, saying sure. With that, the two girls clasped hands and dashed toward the ice cream stand. At that moment, Lu Chen's eye sparkled. His father's bank card had proven useless in all the shops within the mall, and since BMW was merely utilizing the space temporarily, it technically did not belong to the Oaks Mall. Thus, it stood to reason that purchasing their cars would indeed require payment. With this realization, Lu Chen felt a surge of excitement. Clutching his bank card, he dashed towards the car sales department. The pug behind him, initially intending to seize the opportunity to pose some math questions, noticed Lu Chen had vanished and, like a shadow, eagerly followed his trail. Chapter 40. What a beautiful mastiff. Ox Square. First floor, Bauma exhibition. With a swift motion, Lu Chen arrived at the car sales area. Though referred to as a sales department, it was merely a small table with two sales representatives standing nearby. Due to the nature of the exhibition, vehicles could not be driven away directly, thus reservations were required. Hello, I would like to place an order for a car, Lu Chen stated indifferently. The two sales representatives engaged in idle chatter, nearly burst into laughter upon hearing his words. Of course. May I ask which model you are interested in, handsome? One of the representatives replied courteously with a smile. Which model is the most expensive? Lu Chen inquired. The sales representative grinned knowingly. With years of experience in the market, he recognized that a wealthy client had arrived. He presented a tablet, activating a 3D visualization, and introduced, Sir, this Bauma 8 series is a brand new model just released this year. Observe the sleek design and magnificent exterior. It embodies grandeur. Particularly noteworthy is the spacious rear seating, equipped with a 5G large screen for gaming and karaoke. Lu Chen shook his head, stating, I do not sit in the back. He was merely eager to spend his money. Who would play around in such a vehicle when one could have a Rolls-Royce? The sales representative was momentarily taken aback. Not sitting in the back? Typically, owners of such high-end vehicles were prominent figures with designated drivers. Could it be that he was the chauffeur? It made sense, given his youth. Shifting his approach, the sales representative cheerfully remarked, in fact, the greatest feature of this vehicle is its comfort while driving. Just look at these leather seats and the smooth steering wheel. Simply gripping it will immerse you in a sensation reminiscent of first love. Lu Chen had no time to entertain his lengthy spiel. He swiftly produced his bank card and handed it over. Can you check if this card is usable? He asked. Previously, upon reaching the payment stage, the merchants would often decline payment. This time, he needed to clarify beforehand to avoid unnecessary efforts. The sales representative eagerly accepted the card, swiping it through the machine, nearly fainting at the sight of the balance. Absolutely. This is fantastic. May I ask if you wish to order this vehicle? A minimum of 1 million is all that's required. Of course, you can also select additional features. I want 10 vehicles. Lu Chen interrupted. His declaration drew the attention of all nearby sales representatives. T10 vehicles? So many? The sales representative's eyes widened in disbelief. Am I to string them together like a train? Lu Chen rolled his eyes at the excessive chatter. All right, fine. Let's proceed. With that, he dashed towards the transaction area with his bank card, fearing that any delay might lead to his regret. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Jingya and Bai Wanwei arrived at the entrance. Hello. We would like to attend the Bauma exhibition, Li Jingya politely stated. Just proceed inside, was the reply. The staff waved their hands and then turned their heads, continuing to shout, join the Bauma exhibition and receive complimentary ice cream. Upon hearing this, Bai Wanwei felt a tinge of shyness. Throughout her life, she had never boldly asked others for food, and this occasion was no exception. Li Jingya, however, had grown more audacious. She pointed to the refrigerator covered with insulating cloth and inquired, Didn't you say that participants at the exhibition could receive ice cream? We would like some, please. At this, the staff member paused momentarily before responding, I'm sorry, but we have run out of ice cream. Upon hearing this, a wave of disappointment washed over Li Jingya. It was indeed a pity to miss out on free ice cream. Bai Wanwei felt a similar emptiness. The chance to savor free ice cream seemed elusive, and she wondered when the next opportunity might arise. Just as the two were about to turn and leave, a foreigner approached them. As he drew nearer, the staff's face lit up with excitement. They swiftly opened the refrigerator and, with a flourish, retrieved 2 ice creams. They dashed over to the foreigner, exclaiming, Hello. Join the Bauma exhibition and receive ice cream. The staff member greeted him enthusiastically. The foreigner graciously accepted the ice cream, saying, Thank you. You are the most beautiful girl from the Dragon Kingdom I have ever seen. In light of your beauty, I have decided to explore the exhibition. Upon receiving such praise, the staff member nearly beamed with delight, her cheeks flushed. Thank you for your kind words. Please do enter, she urged. If you encounter any language barriers, I am here to assist you. The foreigner flashed a charming smile and swaggered through the entrance. This scene was vividly witnessed by Li Jingya and by Wanwei, who stood in stunned silence. Just moments before, they were informed that there was no ice cream available. Yet here it was being handed out. Was it some kind of magic? When the staff returned, Li Jingyao politely inquired, "Excuse me, may we also receive ice cream?" Seeing her again, the staff member exhibited a hint of impatience, though still maintaining a smile. "I'm sorry, but I already informed you that we have none left." Li Jingyao pointed at the foreigner and asked, "Then why does he have two?" At this question, the staff member's smile vanished, and she replied curtly, "He made a reservation in advance. If you want ice cream, there's a supermarket next door." Reservation in advance? Did they think her ears were deaf? The foreigner had clearly stated he was attending the exhibition because of her beauty. It was evident he had no intention of attending beforehand. And how could ice cream purchased with money possibly be as delightful? They had come solely for the allure of free ice cream. It seemed that opportunity had truly slipped away this time. Li Jingyao sighed. "Let us go." Bai Wanyue linked her arm with hers. However, as the two individuals had yet to turn away, the automatic revolving door of the mall swung open, and 4 foreigners entered. One of them, holding an ice cream cone, shouted towards the entrance, Here. Okay, I'm coming." Upon seeing the group, the staff member's face lit up with a radiant smile once more. She opened the refrigerator, retrieved 4 ice creams, and hurried over to the foreigners with an eager gait. "Hello, you can receive complimentary ice cream for attending the expo," she exclaimed. One of the foreigners replied in halting Chinese. The staff member, upon hearing this, quickly responded with a smile, "You are welcome." At that moment, Bai Wanyue felt a surge of indignation. The first time they had requested ice cream, they had been told there was none. Yet, with the arrival of foreigners, 2 were produced. The second time, they had been told again that there was none, only for 4 ice creams to be offered to the newcomers. Such patronizing behavior was intolerable to anyone. "Hello, why were we told there was no ice cream on 2 occasions while they were served?" Bai Wanwei exclaimed in frustration. The staff member, recognizing the 2 once more, became irate. With an impatient expression, she retorted, "What? Are you 2 so poor that you've never had ice cream in your lives? No. How many times must I say it? Are you deaf? If you really want it, buy it yourself. Don't bother me." Bai Wanyue's character was straightforward, gentle on the outside but firm within. If she found someone disagreeable, her words could incite fury. Even Lu Chen had been left with psychological scars from her outbursts. Bai Wanwei continued her tirade, "We only want 2 ice creams. Yet you insist there are none, while you readily provide 6 for the foreigners. The moment they arrive, you rush over with servitude. We merely express our queries. And you turn hostile? Is this not a form of sycophancy towards foreigners? What is so admirable about them? If you favor foreigners so much, why not go abroad? Is it due to your own limitations or your family's lack of support? If you look down on the people of Longhua, then why remain here? Why demean yourself so?" Her words came in a rapid succession, causing the staff member's face to twitch and her eyes to roll in exasperation, nearly causing her to collapse on the spot. After regaining her composure, she pointed an accusatory finger at Bai Wanwei, unleashing a torrent of insults. "I give to foreigners, and not to you impoverished wretches. Does that infuriate you? My family may not be affluent, but I am certainly better off than you. For the sake of an ice cream, you are relentless. I have never encountered anyone so desperate for a handout. Let me tell you, I will indeed go abroad soon and never return. Have you ever flown on a plane? Have you seen the world? Are you aware of what the world outside looks like? You pitiful frog at the bottom of the well." The clamor of the argument was deafening, amplified by the echoes of the shopping mall. In an instant, all attention was drawn towards this commotion. The staff member, unrelenting, continued her tirade. "What's wrong with looking down on people from the Dragon Kingdom? They're ugly, short, and inferior in every aspect compared to foreigners. If I had a choice in reincarnation, I would never choose to be born in the Dragon Kingdom. You impoverished wretch, how dare you lecture me? Are we even from the same world? Do you think you are worthy?" Among the onlookers, there were several men who had initially been amused by the spectacle. However, upon hearing the staff's remarks, they fell silent, taken aback. "How dare you call us ugly? But to insult our stature is absolutely intolerable." A few men stepped forward, confronting her with fierce words. "You dare to say Dragon Kingdom men are short? What about your father? Isn't he a Dragon Kingdom man? What my brother said is true. Her father may be short, yet he still managed to father her. You claim you cannot choose your birth, but I can grant you a chance for a do-over right now. The cacophony of insults grew louder, and the number of participants in the verbal battle swelled. Before long, nearly everyone on the first floor of the mall had gathered to witness the scene. Bai Wanwei was about to retort when a man in a suit approached. He positioned himself in front of the staff member and called out to the crowd, "Please be quiet. I am the president of this auto expo, and any concerns can be addressed calmly." The male crowd responded with derision. That woman looks down on Dragon Kingdom men, claiming they are all short. Indeed, you are her boss and a man. How do you intend to handle this? Upon hearing these words, the president's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you really taking this abuse? Zhang Shui apologized to everyone immediately. The president's tone was resolute. Zhang Shui, the staff member in question, refused. Apologize? On what grounds? I merely stated the truth. Is speaking facts a crime? As soon as these words left her lips, the previously silent crowd erupted like a detonated torpedo. How dare you call me short again? I'll make you regret it. What kind of president are you if you can't control your subordinate? Realizing the rising anger, the president sighed in resignation. Had it been any other staff member, he would have slapped them. However, Zhang Shui was different. It was rumored that her boyfriend held a high-ranking position at the Dragon Kingdom Baoma headquarters, wielding considerable influence. All Baoma outlets nationwide fell under his purview, including the president himself. Given these circumstances, the president truly dared not confront Zhang Shui directly. Little Shui, it's just an apology. It wouldn't cost you anything. Surely, you wouldn't want our expo to end in failure, would you? The president urged gently. However, Zhang Shui defiantly remarked, as someone who earns a meager salary, why should the failure of the expo concern me? In any case, I will not apologize today. Witnessing her unwavering stance, the president was at a complete loss. Meanwhile, the male crowd could no longer contain their frustration as several burly men strode towards them menacingly. Noticing the imminent threat of violence, the president hastily produced his phone and began recording, saying, I urge everyone to remain calm. We live in a society governed by law, and violence carries consequences. Consider your parents, think of your children. If you win, you end up in the police station. If you lose, it's the hospital. A record of such incidents could jeopardize your children's future. Is it worth sacrificing your child's entire life for a moment of anger? It must be said, the president understood human nature well, using the future of parents and children as a shield. Upon hearing his words, the men paused, their expression softening, their anger dissipating significantly. Although they refrained from violence, the ire within the crowd was far from extinguished. Every gaze remained fixed on the arrogant Zhang Shui. And what of Zhang Shui? Sensing her opponent's retreat, she became even more brazen, her face alight with triumph and her eyes glinting with provocation. In that moment, the men seethed with rage yet felt powerless to act against her. Just then, Lu Chen and Bagu ambled back, accompanied by two sales representatives. Boss, I have a new model here with exceptional cost performance. Take a look, and we can offer a discount if you like. Boss, these vehicles I have are top-notch in performance and comfort. If you find them satisfactory, I can take you for a test drive right away. Due to Lu Chen's extravagant purchase of 10 vehicles, the salespeople were practically frothing at the mouth, desperately hoping he would indulge in more lavish spending. However, having already fulfilled his father's mandate of 10 million in expenditures, he saw no need to squander further funds. Oh, why are there so many people over there? Let's go have a look. From a distance, Lu Chen spotted the commotion at the entrance and immediately quickened his pace. Upon arriving amidst the throng, he recognized Bai Wanwei and Li Jingya standing at the entrance, with Bai Wanyue's face slightly flushed, her fist clenched, and her chest heaving rapidly, clearly indicating her anger. Observing this, Lu Chen maneuvered through the crowd and approached Li Jingya, inquiring what happened. Upon recognizing Lu Chen, Li Jingya promptly recounted the events in detail. After listening to her account, Lu Chen was taken aback. In the 21st century, there were still people like Zhang Shui? Wasn't this a relic of the past century? In this era, with the Dragon Kingdom flourishing, its citizens enjoying prosperity and stability, how could anyone still fawn over foreigners? Contemplating this, Lu Chen swiftly opened his phone, accessed the order page, and proceeded to cancel the purchase of all 10 Baoma vehicles. One might say that this 10 million could provide shelter for stray dogs across the nation, rather than purchasing your vehicles. Meanwhile, the president noticed two salespeople clinging to Lu Chen like a dog and inquired, "Oh, what are you two doing wandering around during work hours?" Upon hearing the president's call, the two rushed over and relayed the news of Lu Chen's order of 10 vehicles in one breath. The president was elated, his mouth stretching wide like a lotus flower. He hurriedly approached Lu Chen, and before Lu Chen could react, he seized his hand and began to warmly inquire, "Esteemed boss, truly remarkable at such a young age." Lu Chen responded with a hint of confusion. Observing the bewilderment on Lu Chen's face, the president clarified, "I am the general overseer of this Baoma Expo. I was greatly astonished to hear that you have ordered 10 units of the 8 series. May I add you on WeChat? Should any issues arise in the future, I would be honored to personally assist you." However, Lu Chen's subsequent remarks left the president utterly dumbfounded, rendering him completely speechless. Lu Chen raised his phone and declared, "I apologize, but I have already processed a full refund. My intention in purchasing a vehicle was simple, to traverse the splendid landscapes of our great nation. Yet your employees have openly insulted their homeland in public spaces, disparaging their own ethnicity and berating their fellow countrymen. If I were to drive your vehicle, I fear I would feel the chill of winter, not just in the air, but in my heart." With this powerful oration, the crowd erupted in fervent applause. Each individual cheered and praised him, some clapping so vigorously that their hands turned red. "Bravo! Truly a man of our nation. It is only fitting that you achieve success at such a young age. Well said, brother. Thumbs up to you. This is the spirit of our great nation. Let the foreign sycophants hastily leave China." The president, too, was not without fault, shielding these sycophants. What difference was there between him and a traitorous dog? Indeed. A dog traitor. Ding. You have successfully promoted positive energy. Your actions have impacted a total of 132 individuals. Reward, 13 hours of lifespan. The president, upon hearing Lu Chen's response, felt as though struck by a bolt from the blue, plunging into a state of panic. It is crucial to note that he did not care about the 10 million in sales. Money was inconsequential. What mattered to him was Lu Chen's status and resources. To purchase 10 luxury vehicles in one go at such a young age was no ordinary feat. The connections and relationships he possessed were undoubtedly extraordinary. Yet now, due to this Zhang Shui, this so-called high-ranking girlfriend, this sycophant, he not only lost such a significant client, but also faced certain doom at today's expo, which would inevitably conclude in dismal failure. Most importantly, the echo of the crowd denouncing the traitorous dogs rang incessantly in his ears. He had earned nothing but disgrace. Contemplating the series of disheartening events and hearing the jeers surrounding him, the president could no longer contain himself. His face was contorted with rage as he strode towards Zhang Shui, delivering a resounding slap. The sharp crack echoed through the air, causing Zhang Shui to spin around before collapsing onto the ground. For a moment, she cupped her swollen face in disbelief, as she surveyed the onlookers who were cheering. A look of shock and panic spread across her features. Just then, the revolving door of the shopping mall swung open, and a man clad in a suit entered. Flanked by a dozen bodyguards. "Who dares to bully my fiancée?" he thundered. Chapter 41. Who gives you the audacity? Who dares to bully my fiancée? As these words echoed, everyone turned to the entrance. There stood a foreign gentleman, clad in a suit, with a slick-back hairstyle, exuding an air of lean efficiency. Accompanied by a dozen bodyguards, he strode in with an air of arrogance. "Honey." Upon seeing this foreigner, Zhang Shui rushed into his embrace as if he were a lifeline. The president's face was a mask of shock. Peter? Peter, the vice president of the Baoma headquarters in Longhua, was responsible for overseeing all Baoma companies within the country, including their hiring and promotions. In simpler terms, the president's advancement or demotion hinged on Peter's every word. "Oh dear, Peter, welcome. Why didn't you inform me of your arrival in advance? I would have sent someone to personally greet you." The president, drenched in cold sweat, forced a smile. Peter, expressionless, raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap. Smack. The president, utterly cowed, dared not retaliate. Peter pointed an accusatory finger and berated him. "Do I need to notify you of my whereabouts? What are you, a mere president? How dare you strike my fiancée?" Nonsense. Upon hearing the insult, the president was so terrified that he could not lift his head, bowing repeatedly in apology. "I'm sorry. I had no idea that Xiao Xue was your girlfriend. If I had 1,000 lives, I wouldn't dare to touch her." Peter scoffed, pulled out a tissue to wipe his hands, then turned to Zhang Shui with a fond expression. "My dear, do not worry. With me here, I shall ensure you receive justice. Now, how can we settle this?" In response, Zhang Shui wasted no time. She lifted her foot and aimed a kick directly at the president's groin. "Ah!" The president cried out in agony, cold sweat streaming down his face. Nearly fainting from the pain, Zhang Shui glared. "You slapped me, so I repay you with a kick. We're even." Witnessing this scene, the surrounding men gasped in shock, instinctively covering their groins. The kick was merciless should he suffer such a fate, It would take him weeks to recover. With Peter's arrival, the crowd began to comprehend the situation. No wonder the president had shielded Zhang Shui. Her boyfriend was a figure of higher authority. Men understand men. The president merely sought to preserve his position, for who among us does not have mouths to feed? In a moment of sympathy and understanding, the crowd began to rally for the president. You foreigner, on what grounds do you strike him? Call the police, arrest this foreign devil. May you both find eternal misfortune together. In the face of their insults, Peter merely smirked and coldly replied, There is an ancient saying in Longhua, an eye for an eye. He struck my fiancée, and she has returned the favor with a kick. It is only just. Should anyone dare to utter disrespectful words again, I solemnly vow to utilize all my connections and resources to ensure they receive the punishment they rightfully deserve. Peter's voice resonated powerfully, exuding an air of authority. Concurrently, a bodyguard produced a mobile phone, commencing to record the scene. Witnessing this, the surrounding crowd fell into stunned silence, none daring to speak further. After all, no one could fathom the extent of this foreigner's malicious tactics. The onlookers gazed at him with intense animosity, wishing nothing more than to devour his flesh and consume his skin. At that moment, a robust voice rang out, in our dragon nation. There exists an ancient saying, those not of my kin harbor differing intentions. Your girlfriend, as a citizen of the dragon nation, insults her own compatriots and scorns her own country, displaying a shocking lack of shame and any semblance of morality. And you, wretched foreigner, standing on the soil of the dragon nation, profiting from its wealth, yet adopting such an arrogant demeanor. Who granted you the audacity? What emboldens you to threaten the people of our nation? Upon hearing these words, all eyes turned toward the source, revealing Lu Chen stepping forward at this critical moment. The crowd erupted in applause, their enthusiasm electrifying the atmosphere. Peter turned to Lu Chen, inquiring, And you are? The president, suppressing his agony, revealed the details regarding Lu Chen's reservation of 10 luxurious Bauma 8 series vehicles. Peter, upon hearing this, dismissed it with a scoff. Ridiculous. A mere 10 vehicles? In my eyes, that amounts to nothing more than a loser. With that, Peter retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Within mere seconds, the call connected. With an authoritative tone, Peter declared, effective immediately, Bauma will withdraw from Yuhai City and will not sell a single vehicle to its residents. You heard me correctly. The despicable individuals of this city have provoked my beloved fiancée, and this is my retribution. After hanging up, Peter looked at Lu Chen with amusement and said, Now, do you still consider yourself significant? 10 vehicles? Son of a bitch. Your assets amount to nothing in my realm. What gives you the right to converse with me? At that moment, the onlookers were utterly stupefied. Even though they simmered with anger, they were profoundly shocked and astonished by Peter's unabashed decisiveness. To declare not selling any vehicles to the residents of Yuhai City, what monumental audacity and strength did it take to utter such words? Lu Chen remained unfazed. He stepped aside and quietly dialed Lu Zhixiong's number. Once connected, Lu Chen asked, Dad, how much equity do we hold in the Bauma company domestically? Lu Zhixiong's impatient voice came through, 70%, or perhaps 80%. Nearly all Bauma dealerships in the Dragon Nation belong to our family. Why do you ask? I'm currently engaged in a game of mahjong with your Uncle Bao. If you have something to say, do it quickly. Lu Chen acknowledged this and proceeded to recount the entire sequence of events, including the incident whereby Wanwei sought free ice cream, only to be scolded by the staff for her impoverished demeanor. Moreover, this foreign dog openly insulted the men of Long Country, calling them impoverished, short, and inferior, while Peter, in a fit of rage on her behalf, decided to withdraw the Bauma store from Yunhai City. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhixiong was instantly enraged, and with the speakerphone activated, his friends nearby playing mahjong could hear every word clearly. Following this, a series of eloquent exclamations of national pride emanated from his phone. What the hell? What is a mere vice president compared to me? How dare he act arrogantly in Yuhai City? I'll make him pay dearly. I detest those sycophants who fawn over foreign cultures. I cannot let this pair of scoundrels go unpunished. No need for further discussion. Just leave it to me. Have Xiaochen send me the location. After his friends finished their tirade, Lu Zhixiong instructed, Son, send your location to your Uncle Bao. He will be on his way shortly. Furthermore, we must avenge where? Understood? Lu Chen replied, I understand. After ending the call, Lu Chen tapped on the contact labeled Money Leopard and sent the precise location of Oscar Square. Meanwhile, within the venue, the president clung to Peter's leg, pleading, Peter, I implore you, do not withdraw the Bauma store from Yunhai City. I cannot afford to lose this job. My mother suffers from diabetes, and my 2 children are still in school. We cannot lose our source of income. If it comes to it, considering my decades of hard work for Bauma, let me work as an ordinary salesperson in the neighboring city. Hearing his desperate pleas, Peter, filled with disdain, kicked him aside, exclaiming, "Get lost. Look at your disgusting appearance." In my opinion, Xiaoxue was right. The people of Long Country are worthless. They lack backbone and dignity, willing to kneel for money. This is the reality of your people. A bunch of inferior beings. You should have all been eradicated by the islanders. Upon hearing this final remark, the faces of all the Long Country citizens turned crimson with rage, and they were driven to the brink of losing their sanity. Chapter 42. Identified as a blatant display of Western admiration in its late stages. What initially began as a mere incident of Western adoration has now escalated. In a fit of rage, Peter recounted the historical invasion of the Dragon Kingdom by the island nation, audaciously proclaiming that the islanders should eradicate all citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. For any citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, this was a piercing affront, an unadulterated humiliation that could not be tolerated. Curse that foreigner! I shall not relent. The atmosphere grew charged as the spectators could no longer restrain themselves, recklessly surging towards Peter. Unfazed, Peter waved his hand, signaling his bodyguards, imported from abroad. They promptly brandished their electric batons, swinging them menacingly at the crowd. Despite the overwhelming number of onlookers, the bodyguards were heavily equipped and rigorously trained. When the two factions collided, the outcome was starkly one-sided. The citizens of the Dragon Kingdom fell one after another, like ripe wheat after the harvest. Amidst the anguished cries of her compatriots, Zhang Shui gazed at Peter with adoration, exclaiming, "Darling, you are simply magnificent. I can hardly wait to visit your homeland and step into the sanctity of marriage with you." Peter chuckled, "Patience, my dear. Once I settle matters at home, I shall whisk you away from the Dragon Kingdom." At his words, Zhang Shui's face radiated with happiness, wishing fervently to shed her garments and indulge in passionate intimacy with him. In that moment, Lu Chen, having just concluded a phone call, beheld the scene before him. His blood boiling, he stowed his phone in his pocket and leaped into action, delivering a powerful kick aimed at Peter. Taken by surprise, Peter had no chance to evade, absorbing the blow directly. Boom. Peter, already physically frail, was propelled 7 to 8 meters by Lu Chen's full-force kick, landing with a sickening crack as several ribs shattered upon impact. "Do not harm Peter," Zhang Shui cried out, her heart aching as she lunged toward Lu Chen in a frenzy. Meanwhile, Bagu, Bai Wanyu, and Li Jingyu rushed forward, seizing her hair and pulling her back. On the other side, Lu Chen approached Peter, lifting his foot to deliver a series of brutal kicks. "Ouch! Please, no more. Help! Help!" Peter lay there, wailing like a dying pig. Hearing their boss's cries for help, the bodyguards abandoned their skirmish with the crowd and turned to confront Lu Chen. Just as they reached him, a commanding voice resonated from the entrance of the mall. How dare anyone lay a finger on Xiao Chen? Entering with an air of confidence was Jin Qian Bao, clad in sunglasses and a vibrant yellow coat, nonchalantly twirling a string of beads. He pointed at the bodyguards and issued a directive: "Strike them." Instantly, hundreds of his followers surged toward Lu Chen's position. Despite the impressive armaments of the bodyguards, the clubs and machetes wielded by the underlings were not to be underestimated. In a mere moment, Peter's dozen or so bodyguards found themselves scattered and battered, their weapons and gear strewn across the ground. Observing Lu Chen mercilessly kicking Peter, Money Leopard shouted, "Xiao Chen, ease up, don't kill him." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen paused, politely responding, "Uncle Leopard." Money Leopard nodded and then turned his gaze toward Peter, who was on the verge of collapse, and scolded, "What the hell? Are you really Peter? I've heard you're the vice president of Longhua Baoma's headquarters, boasting about pulling BMW out of Yuhai City. Quite impressive, aren't you? I hold over 70% of Longhua Baoma's shares, so from this moment on, you are no longer the vice president. Go back to your hometown and pick cotton. How dare you mess with our young master, you foreign devil?" Peter, upon hearing this, felt his mind falter. When he took his position in Longhua, he had been explicitly warned. In Longhua, one could provoke anyone, but never the major shareholder, the Lu family. Although Baoma is a prestigious global luxury automotive brand, a significant portion of its sales revenue derives from the vast market of Longhua. Losing the Lu family would equate to losing access to the Longhua market. Peter was acutely aware that if he were the cause of the group losing such a substantial piece of the pie, the global headquarters would not let him off lightly. Ignoring his pain, Peter looked at Lu Chen and, kneeling, pleaded for mercy. "I swear to God, I truly did not know you were the young master of the Lu family. Please, graciously grant me another chance, and I will certainly redeem myself." An ancient saying from Longwa surfaced in his mind. Before he could finish, Lu Chen interrupted him with a swift kick, saying, "Enough with the proverbs. Spare me the lengthy diatribe. Let me make this clear. You're not just offending me, but everyone in Longwa." At that moment, the onlookers, despite their own injuries, advanced with a fierce determination. Witnessing this scene, Peter hurriedly bowed his head, exclaiming, "I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please, forgive me." Forgiveness? Not a chance. The crowd, seething with pent-up frustration and still smarting from the earlier beating, could not swallow their indignation. Instantly, they resumed their assault on him. Just then, the revolving door of the mall swung open, and Li Fu arrived with a contingent of police officers. Having understood the situation from the caller's description, he feigned ignorance of the ongoing beating, opting to stand by with a few colleagues and engage in casual conversation. As Peter lay on the brink of unconsciousness, about to be beaten to death, Li Fu finally stepped forward, advising, "All right, everyone, disperse. We've contacted the embassy, and he will be deported tomorrow, never to set foot in Longwo again. If he dies here, it will be a problem for us." Upon hearing this, the crowd, not wishing to complicate matters further, gradually withdrew, allowing a pathway to form. Li Fu approached Peter directly, presenting a summons with a cold demeanor. According to the Dragon Kingdom's immigration control law, you are suspected of publicly insulting the Dragon Kingdom, orchestrating violent assaults on citizens, and openly contempting our laws. You are hereby ordered to leave the country within 48 hours. If you agree, please sign here. Seeing the police, Peter felt as though he had encountered a savior. He wiped his bloodied hands on his clothes and exclaimed with fervor, "I agree. I will sign." Struggling, he seized the pen and began to scribble quickly. Just as he was signing, Zhang Shui rushed over from nowhere, gripping Peter's arm. "Darling, take me with you out of the Dragon Kingdom. I want to soar away to your homeland, and from henceforth, let us be together for eternity." Moments ago, she had endured a brutal assault from Bai Wanyue, Ba Gu, and Li Jingya, her face marred with bloody nail marks. Her hair was a disheveled mess, resembling a bird's nest, a true sign of despair. Before Peter could respond, Li Fu interjected, "You cannot leave. As a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, how dare you insult your compatriots and your homeland? Prepare to face legal consequences." Upon hearing this, Zhang Shui seemed entranced. "You speak nonsense. Peter is a citizen of the beautiful country, possessing the noble blood of several nations. If he says he will take me, then he will." She turned to Peter. "You agree, don't you?" Confronted with Zhang Shui's inquiry, Peter, filled with rage, slapped her face. "Get away from me, you wretched woman. It's because of you that I am in this predicament. Have you looked in the mirror lately? Did you truly think I would marry someone like you?" Zhang Shui covered her face, disbelief etched on her features. Her eyes turned vacant, and she became disoriented. She grasped Peter's arm once more, pleading, "You promised me. You said you would take me abroad. You wouldn't deceive me." Peter kicked her away. "Stay far from me. You disgust me." Zhang Shui, having been knocked down, slowly rose from the ground, her expression blank. Unable to endure such a blow, she spread her arms wide, mumbling incoherently, "No, I am not trash. I am about to become a supreme citizen of the beautiful country, not a lowly citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. I am the best in the world. I am the most noble, and I can fly." Witnessing this scene, the onlookers shook their heads in resignation. It was clear, a severe case of blind worship of foreign cultures in its final stages. There was no hope left. Chapter 43, A Resounding Slap in the Face. Under the escort of Li Fu and his colleagues, Peter and Zhang Shui were ushered into the police car. From this moment forth, Peter was prohibited from stepping foot in Longwa. Zhang Shui's aspirations of becoming a citizen of Megwa were shattered, leaving her a mere shadow of her former self, now trapped in a realm of madness. Meanwhile, within the confines of the AUX shopping mall, as Li Fu and his team settled into the police vehicle, a system notification chimed in Lu Chen's ear. "Ding. You have successfully promoted positive energy. Your actions have impacted a total of 162 individuals. Reward, 16 hours of lifespan. Reward, mysterious gift pack 1. Lu Chen's heart leapt with joy. Finally, the long-awaited mysterious gift pack had arrived. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose to open it. Ding. Gift pack opened successfully. You have received a mysterious reward, lithography machine manufacturing blueprint 1. A lithography machine? The mere mention of this ignited an exhilarating thrill within Lu Chen. While the previous mysterious potion and the golden eyes had, in a strict sense, only enhanced his personal strength, this new acquisition held the potential to secure his livelihood indefinitely. Moreover, it could elevate Lu Chen to the status of a national treasure. earning him the admiration and respect of the populace. Calming his racing heart, Lu Chen gazed through the mall's glass facade, noting that dusk had begun to settle outside. A sudden realization struck him. He had yet to spend a single cent of the 10 million his father demanded. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, a brilliant idea illuminated his mind. Before long, with the assistance of the money leopard and his entourage, the expansive first floor of the shopping mall was adorned with an array of refrigerators, large and small. Inside, an assortment of treats awaited: little puddings, ice factory, Häagen-Dazs, and a myriad of ice creams. Indeed, Lu Chen had converted the entire 10 million into ice cream, offering it for free to everyone. Any citizen of Longwood could present their ID and claim as much as they desired. As news of this initiative spread, excitement surged through the crowd. This audacious move delivered a stinging rebuke to Bama. Accusations of being Western-obsessed? Ice cream reserved solely for foreigners? Apologies, but we have no use for your inferior cones. Here. Lu Chen offered Häagen-Dazs, and there was no limit. In a flash, throngs of people responded eagerly, flocking to the AUX shopping mall to partake in the festivities. Some traveled great distances by air to reach Yanhai City, while many others were drawn specifically by Lu Chen's charisma. Bro, I saw your video of you taking down those foreigners online. It was absolutely heroic. Your boldness is inspiring. I must commend you with a thumbs up. I've come from the neighboring city. May I take a photo with you? I want to join in too. In no time, requests for photographs poured in. Cameras flashed incessantly. Lu Chen, emerging from the masses, found himself nearly blinded by the incessant flickering. In a bid to protect his striking Castellan eyes, Lu Chen silently pocketed 2 ice creams and, seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, quietly departed with Li Jingya and the others. As they exited the shopping mall, night had completely descended. At that moment, a Mercedes-Benz van came to a halt before them. The chauffeur of the Bai family rolled down the window and said, "Miss, I have come to escort you home. Furthermore, the head of the Bai family is awaiting your return." Upon hearing this, Bai Wanyue's expression visibly darkened. The head of the Bai family, of course, was her father. "Oh." She replied with a blank expression, then boarded the vehicle with Bagu, following one another. Just before the car pulled away, Bagu waved reluctantly and said, "Lu Chen, thank you for teaching me math today. I will miss you. See you tomorrow." Lu Chen thought, what a sentimental display from a grown man. It seems I cannot teach him too much math in the future. Shortly after they left, the chauffeur from the Lu family arrived. Lu Chen first dropped Li Jingya off at her hotel for work and then turned back home. Before long, the vehicle arrived at the Lu family villa. Upon entering the living room, Lu Chen found his father seated on the sofa, engrossed in a newspaper. "Dad, I have completed the task you assigned to me," Lu Chen said, producing the bank card, his demeanor calm and composed. However, Lu Zhixiong did not look up, responding instead, "Do not think I am unaware. You spent 1 million, all to treat people to ice cream. Nonetheless, you performed well this time, so I shall let it pass. But do not let it happen again." Lu Chen's heart sank. Indeed, nothing could escape his father's perceptive gaze. "All right," he replied, dejectedly retreating to his bedroom, firmly closing the door behind him. Lying on his bed, Lu Chen opened the system panel. Host, Lu Chen physical condition. Perfect remaining lifespan, 49 days to 23 hours, 54 minutes, 38 seconds. Martial arts mastery, LV10 max. World-class, mathematical knowledge, LV10 max. World-class, physical knowledge, LV9, 21 experience, extraordinary, backpack. Photolithography machine blueprint 1. Not bad, he mused. After a single day, he had gained nearly 10 days of lifespan, approaching the significant threshold of 50. His physical knowledge was also nearing its maximum level. He then took out the photolithography machine blueprint, his face alight with excitement. He clicked to use it. In an instant, the blueprint soared into the air, transforming into streams of white light that flew towards Lu Chen's head. In that fleeting moment, countless words, information, and formulas were inscribed in his mind as if by a printer. For a brief instant, Lu Chen felt an intense itch in his head. Oh no! It's starting to grow. Ding! Successfully used. Photolithography machine blueprint 1. Physical knowledge level 1. Chemical knowledge level 1. Computer knowledge level 1. Upon hearing this series of notifications, Lu Chen was taken aback. He had not anticipated that merely using one blueprint would enhance so much related knowledge. Before he could fully comprehend it, the system's voice echoed in his ears once more. System notification, physical knowledge level has reached its maximum. You may acquire extensive longevity and mysterious rewards through the following means. 1. Participate in physics competitions. 2. Impart knowledge of physics. 3. Publish papers related to physics. The prospect of publishing a paper immediately caught Lu Chen's attention. His mind was currently saturated with theories surrounding photolithography. An idea suddenly sparked within him. If he could segment this theoretical knowledge into 10 volumes, distributing it across over 5,000 papers, could he not thus secure 5,000 rewards? Indeed. He could not afford to overlook any opportunity to exploit the system. With this thought, Lu Chen approached his desk, lifted his notebook, and entered a URL. The screen flickered, and the page transitioned to a dubious academic site. Most of the papers here were pinned by amateurs or were pirated free content from other websites, existing primarily to provide a platform for students to practice and access materials without cost. Subsequently, Lu Chen placed his hands on the keyboard and began to type furiously. His thoughts flowed like a stream, and within approximately half an hour, a brand new paper was born. Lu Chen gazed at the document titled Principles of Photolithography, Chapter 1. His breath quickening and his mood intensifying with anticipation. He understood that even this small fragment of knowledge, once unveiled, would undoubtedly stir waves throughout the scientific community of Longhua. At that moment, every physicist would be fervently seeking the source of this article. It was safe to say that achieving fame would be inevitable. Lu Chen smirked. If his father were to discover his tinkering, he would surely face a severe reprimand. With this in mind, Lu Chen switched his network to an overseas VPN node, clicked the mouse, and opted for anonymous upload. Chapter 44. The Cancellation of Engagement? Hooray! At the moment the thesis was submitted, a notification chimed. Thesis Principles of Lithography, Chapter 1 successfully published. Current readership, 1. Extractable lifespan, 1 second. Seeing this information, Lu Chen curled his lip in disdain. Is this a joke? One person can only provide a lifespan of 1 second? How miserly. However, upon further reflection, he likened it to a certain unscrupulous novel website that primarily thrives on quantity. Dismissing these thoughts, Lu Chen shut down his computer, lay down on his bed, closed his eyes, and drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, at the Bai family estate, Bai Wanyue had just stepped out of the car and entered the living room when a middle-aged man, thin and bespectacled, approached her. "Where, you're back. Where did you go today?" he inquired with concern. Bai Wanyue replied flatly, "Does it matter where I went? Bai Tian, I know you returned for your younger sister. So, there's no need to pretend to be worried about me." Upon hearing his daughter call him by his full name, Bai Tian wore a helpless smile. Bai Wanyue's words rang true. He had indeed come back for his younger daughter. Ever since Bai Jingying was abducted over a decade ago, the Bai family had utilized every connection to search nationwide for years, yet to no avail. Thus, upon hearing that Bai Jingying had been taken to their hometown, Yanhai City, he hurried back immediately. "Yuer, are you still angry about your sister's abduction? This is indeed Mom and Dad's fault. We should have accompanied you better back then. Rest assured, this time, I will definitely bring her back." He had hoped this heartfelt apology would quell Bai Wanyue's anger, but to his astonishment, she erupted, her eyes reddening with fury. "I wish you couldn't find her. At the very least, my sister can choose her own life now, marrying the person she loves in the future, unlike me, who is trapped in this cold family, destined to become a pawn in the Bai family's marriage arrangements. Bringing her back means you gain another piece in your game, doesn't it?" Bai Tian's eyes widened in shock at his daughter's outburst. He stared at Bai Wanyue, his heart aching with disbelief. After all these years of living together, he had never truly understood her innermost thoughts. It wasn't that he didn't want to understand. As a professor at the Dragon Country Academy of Sciences, he was often too busy with research. Moreover, with the family patriarch still alive, the marriage alliance with the Lu family was a decision he had personally made, making it difficult for him to intervene. As he watched Bai Wanyue dejectedly head towards her bedroom, Bai Tian suddenly seemed to make a resolute decision. With a serious expression, he declared, "Yuer, do you truly not wish to marry into the Lu family? If that is the case, then this matter I will take charge. We want to proceed with the marriage." Upon hearing this, Bai Wanyue froze momentarily. She turned to face her father, a hint of amusement playing upon her features. For many years, Bai Tian has never dared to defy the old gentleman. When instructed to face east, he would never turn west. Even Bai Tian's marriage was meticulously arranged by the old man himself. Under such circumstances, she believed her father was merely speaking casually. Nevertheless, Bai Wanyue's anger dissipated considerably, and she softly remarked, "I am already quite pleased that you could express such words. I shall retire for the night now, father." Having said this, she firmly closed the bedroom door. Upon hearing Bai Wanyue call him father, Bai Tian's pupils widened in astonishment. He then pushed open the door and stepped into the room. Placing his hands on Bai Yue's shoulders, he spoke with unwavering conviction. Where, from childhood to now, I have always heeded your grandfather's words. But this time, I have decided to defy him just once. We shall not marry you off to that wastrel from the Lu family. Even if it means being cast out of the family, I will ensure you pursue your own happiness. Rest assured, father keeps his promises. Upon hearing this, Bai Wanwei was momentarily taken aback. Soon after, her cold demeanor melted away like a snow-capped mountain, and tears began to flow uncontrollably. Father! Bai Wanwei threw herself into her father's embrace, trembling as she wept. For the first time in her life, she felt the warmth of family. My daughter. Bai Tian held Bai Wanwei tenderly, his heart aching for her. He silently vowed that even if the heavens were to fall, he would never allow his daughter to marry that debauched young master from the Lu family. The following morning, at the Lu family villa. What on earth? What time is it that I am still in bed? Lu Chen, eyes still closed, reached out to silence the alarm clock. The first thing he did upon opening his eyes was to access the system to check the view count of his paper. Principles of Photolithography. Chapter 1. Current readers. 1. Extractable lifespan. 1 second. Still just the single view from myself. Lu Chen was not overly concerned. He surmised that the title was too sensational, leading others to assume it was nonsensical and thus not worth their attention. It was akin to someone on the street attempting to sell a spaceship. Only a fool would consider purchasing it, and a sensible person wouldn't even spare a glance. After rising and freshening up, Lu Chen soon found himself at the school gate. With only a month remaining until the college entrance examination, all third-year students were to participate in their final mock exam today. As the exam time approached, Lu Chen quickened his pace. Just then, two familiar figures came into view not far ahead. Bai Wanwei and Ba Gu were walking side by side toward the school entrance, accompanied by two bodyguards, each carrying heavy boxes filled with books. Lu Chen Hua. Ba Gu cried out upon seeing Lu Chen, his expression one of grievance. Lu Chen, puzzled, asked, "What does it mean to cry upon seeing me so early in the morning? Is this some sort of special custom?" Ba Gu explained. Uncle Bai said to transfer Yuer to the best high school in Yunhai City, so she can focus entirely on preparing for the college entrance examination. Yet I am compelled to become a companion reader, and if I refuse, I shall be sent back to the capital. However, I wish to remain at the 13th middle school to study mathematics with you. Sob sob. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen suddenly understood. No wonder there were tears. For Beige, mathematics was more precious than life itself. But soon curiosity began to stir within Lu Chen. As he was aware, Bai Wanwei was studying at the 13th middle school under the duress of the Bai family patriarch, who intended for her to cultivate a so-called relationship with him. Had the old man experienced an epiphany? Just as Lu Chen speculated, Bai Wanwei, with a stoic expression, stated, "Lu Chen, my father has decided to annul our engagement. From now on, you need not make any effort to approach me. Moreover, through our interactions over the past few days, I have come to realize that you are not a bad person, merely lacking ambition. This is my final piece of advice. Do not involve yourself in the family business. Strive to live independently in this world. Farewell." With that, Bai Wanwei extended her hand, pulling the tear-streaked Beige along, their figures gradually receding. Lu Chen stood frozen, their backs fading from view. Bai Wanwei's words echoed in his ears, leaving him momentarily dazed. The engagement was annulled? He would never see Bai Wanwei again? This. Lu Chen leaped for joy, exclaiming, "Hooray!" The thought of never again enduring Bai Wanwei's mockery and incessant lecturing nearly brought him to tears of excitement. At that moment, only 2 minutes remained before the exam. Lu Chen forcibly contained his exhilaration and dashed into the classroom at the last minute. The first subject was Chinese. As the invigilator began distributing the examination papers, the test commenced. Lu Chen took the paper, inscribed his name and class, and raised his hand, declaring, "Teacher, I have finished and wish to submit my paper early." Over the past 2 days, he had focused solely on mathematics and physics, neglecting any study of Chinese literature. Under such circumstances, even achieving a good rank would yield no rewards from the system. Rather than squander time in the examination hall, he preferred to find a book and a quiet place to extend his lifespan. The teacher, bewildered by Lu Chen's audacity, was momentarily at a loss. The papers had not yet been fully distributed, and he had already completed his. However, recognizing Lu Chen as the notorious scion, the teacher refrained from further admonishment. Saying, "You may place your paper on the desk and leave," nodding in acknowledgement, Lu Chen set his paper down and proceeded to the playground. Retrieving a chemistry book from his pocket and delving into it with great interest. Ding! Host detected reading high school chemistry book. Lifespan 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute. Chemistry knowledge 1. Yes, this is the feeling. Master the sciences and fear nothing as you traverse the world. At this very moment, at the Bai family estate, a line of bodyguards stood in the courtyard. Bai Tian was assigning tasks to them. You few are responsible for collecting the hair of all junior high and high school girls in Yuhai City. You and your team are tasked with collecting the hair of all the girls working in shopping malls, pedestrian streets, and food stalls. In short, as long as they fit the age profile of the second miss, gather every strand of hair. Then, deliver it to the inspection department for DNA comparison. Do you understand? Bai Tian commanded, with his hands clasped behind his back. We understand. The bodyguards responded in unison. Let us set off. A reward of 1 billion awaits anyone who finds the second miss. At Bai Tian's command, all bodyguards left the courtyard in an orderly fashion, heading towards their designated tasks. After arranging the assignments, Bai Tian returned indoors and opened his laptop. There was no choice. He needed to find his daughter. Yet work could not come to a halt. With graduation season approaching, as the dean of the physics department at the Dragon National Academy of Sciences, he faced a deluge of student papers requiring his review every day. Opening his email, he was greeted by a myriad of messages. Bai Tian scrolled through the numerous submissions and discovered an email titled Physics Department, Li Ming. This Li Ming was notorious for being the lowest performer in exams, known throughout the department for his poor academic standing. Consequently, Bai Tian paid particular attention to the quality of his paper. Upon clicking to preview the document, Bai Tian was taken aback when he saw the title, which boldly read, The Principles of Lithography Machine Fabrication. This rascal, is he mocking me? Bai Tian fumed. Truly a case of mud unable to adhere to the wall. He hadn't even grasped the exam results yet, and here he was, researching lithography machines? It is known that the Dragon Kingdom invests countless talents and resources annually in the development of lithography machines. Yet, decades later, there has been little progress, forcing the Dragon Kingdom to humbly import chips at exorbitant prices from abroad. Even the lithography machines from overseas are the result of collaboration among multiple countries, pieced together with great difficulty. In such a context, how could a student on the verge of expulsion due to poor grades possibly write a theoretical paper on lithography machine fabrication? He wouldn't believe it even if he were to die. Nevertheless, Bai Tian clicked on the paper, eager to uncover its contents. Yet, after reading just a few lines, his eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth forming an A shape, and a look of shock crossed his face. He stared blankly at the paper, unable to regain his composure for a long time. Finally, Bai Tian, in disbelief, murmured, My heavens. Then, his trembling hands instinctively reached for his phone to call Li Ming. The call was quickly answered, and a timid voice came through. Hello, teacher? Bai Tian, with excitement in his tone, exclaimed, Li Ming, I just read your paper. And I never expected this. You've hidden your brilliance too well. This is truly a delightful surprise for me. Upon hearing this, there was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, followed by the laughter of several boys. Haha. I told you that paper from that dubious website shouldn't be copied. Now you're done for, right? From the tone of old Bai, he must be genuinely angry. Prepare for an extension of graduation. If I were in your shoes, I would be infuriated as well. It is one thing to have poor grades, but to submit a thesis regarding lithography equipment, wouldn't that be akin to deceiving the gullible? Do you comprehend the significance of lithography equipment? Bai Tian has devoted the better part of his life to this endeavor, yet it has yielded no results. Isn't this akin to stabbing him in the heart? Upon overhearing the words of several male students, Bai Tian, who had previously been filled with excitement, felt his expression shift, and his mood plummeted to an abyss. In the next moment, Bai Tian erupted in fury, his voice thunderous. Li Ming, what on earth is going on? If you do not provide a clear explanation, I assure you that graduation will be an impossibility for you this year. His thunderous shout rendered the other end of the line silent. After what felt like an eternity, Li Ming responded with a trembling voice. I'm sorry, teacher. I plagiarized that paper from a dubious website. I had no idea it was nonsensical. I beg you for another chance. Please do not let me fail to graduate. Plagiarized? If that is the case, does it mean that this paper truly exists? With this thought, Bai Tian's anger lessened considerably, and he quickly replied, You must send me the link to that website immediately. With that, he hung up the call, opened WeChat, and fixed his gaze upon Li Ming's chat window. Ding! The WeChat notification chimed. Bai Tian clicked on the link to the website with remarkable speed. The computer screen flickered, revealing a paper titled Principles of Lithography Equipment, Chapter 1. Buying Tian felt an overwhelming urge to press his face against the screen as he meticulously read every word without missing a single detail. As he delved deeper into the paper, his excitement grew exponentially. He felt a surge of exhilaration coursing through him, even causing his body to tremble. It was nearly inconceivable. The very thing that the scientific community of Longhua had yearned for decades was suddenly found on a dubious website. Just as Buying Tian was on the verge of euphoria, his phone rang. He picked it up, glanced at the caller ID, and revealed an expression of vexation. Pressing the answer button, he spoke with a tone lacking warmth. "Master Lu, what brings you to call?" Indeed, on the other end was Lu Zhixiang. Lu Zhixiang laughed heartily. "Brother Bai, you return to Yuhai City and do not even inform me. I would have prepared a grand welcome for you." Bai Tian offered a cold smile, laced with sarcasm. "Oh, I couldn't possibly impose." He had resolutely decided against marrying Bai Wanyu to Lu Chen. Thus, there was no need to show courtesy to this dubious family. Lu Zhixiang appeared momentarily taken aback, fell silent for a few seconds, and then shifted the topic. "By the way, I've heard news regarding the second young lady. I have mobilized all my subordinates to search for her, and I will inform you the moment I have any updates." Upon hearing this, Buying Tian forced a smile that did not reach his eyes. "Ah, Master Lu, your enthusiasm is truly commendable. The affairs of the Bai family are of no concern to your Lu family, and we do not require your assistance." At this moment, within the Lu family villa, listening to the words on the phone, Lu Zhixiang furrowed his brow. He couldn't comprehend what had caused Buying Tian to speak in such a sarcastic tone. Suppressing the anger rising within him, Lu Zhixiang attempted to lighten the mood, saying, "What does it matter whose family is whose? Once Yuer and Shaochen are married, we will all be family, sooner or later." However, the subsequent words from Bai Tian left Lu Zhixiang fuming. "Who is family with you? Let me make it clear. Lu Zhixiang, my daughter Yuer will absolutely not marry your useless son, and our Bai family will not enter into a union with your Lu family. Not even if my father were to come." After delivering this final statement, Bai Tian abruptly hung up the phone. Chapter 45. Indeed, geniuses are distinct from ordinary people. Beep. Beep. Upon hearing the standby tone from the phone, Lu Zhixiang was momentarily stunned, rendered speechless and bewildered. Regaining his composure, he was consumed by rage and violently hurled his 8,848 mobile device to the ground. Crash. The phone shattered upon impact. Observing this, the butler waved his hand, summoning two servants immediately. One servant began to sweep up the debris, while the other retrieved a brand new phone, presenting it to Lu Zhixiang. He effortlessly accepted the new device, inserted the SIM card, and dialed the number of the elder Bai from the Bai family in the capital. Unsure of how he had offended the Bai family to elicit such sarcastic treatment and even a broken engagement, he clung to the hope that as long as the elder Bai did not utter the final word, all was not lost. By manner, Bai Tian hung up the phone and redirected his attention to his research paper, his expression once again ignited with excitement. He clicked on the authoress information, only to discover that the individual was an anonymous user. With no other choice, Bai Tian resorted to sending private messages, attempting to establish contact with the paper's author. "Hello. I would like to discuss this matter with you. If you see this message, please contact me at XXXX. He sent this multiple times, then opened a WeChat group dedicated to academic exchanges and shared the paper within it. The group consisted of the foremost scholars in the field of physics in Long Country, and initially, upon seeing the title of the paper, they assumed it was a joke. "Old Bai, what nonsense are you posting? Old Bai, have you had too much to drink?" However, mere minutes later, the entire group erupted in astonishment. "Oh my goodness, I just took a glance, and it's actually true. I can scarcely believe my eyes. This is absolutely astonishing. Old Bai, did you write this paper?" Bai Tian replied, "I did not write it. I discovered it on a dubious paper website." The WeChat group fell silent for a few seconds before buzzing with excitement once more. Indeed, geniuses are unlike ordinary individuals. How could such a precious work be cast into the refuse? Such talent must be recruited. "Old Bai, can you get in touch with him?" Bai Tian responded, "The individual is an anonymous user. I have sent them a private message, but have yet to receive a reply." "No worries. I'll have a friend from the computer science department trace the IP address. Please send me the link to the paper." Upon reading that last statement, Bai Tian promptly shared the link in the group. At that moment, the WeChat group was enveloped in silence, with not a single message sent. Everyone held their breath, quietly awaiting the outcome. A few minutes later, ding, ding. A flurry of notifications erupted from the WeChat group. Bai Yingtian hastily opened the chat. But upon reading the message, his anticipation deflated instantly. My friend replied, although the publisher's address indicates it is located abroad, the network fluctuations are significant, and the precise location remains ambiguous. Therefore, friends speculate that the publisher is still within the country, merely utilizing a VPN. To all, let us collectively send him private messages. With such a multitude of inquiries, he is bound to notice at least one. Indeed, at this moment, we must unite, for there is strength in numbers. I have already begun. Let us strive to establish contact, come what may. In an instant, these eminent figures from the realm of physics in the Dragon Nation commenced an onslaught, fervently bombarding this anonymous user with messages. Each individual S-phone screen seemed on the verge of shattering, and their keyboards were nearly worn out. Yet, they remained undeterred, deeply engrossed in their endeavor. At the 13th high school on the playground, Lu Chen sat cross-legged atop a ping-pong table, engrossed in his studies. Ding, ding, ding. His phone incessantly buzzed with incoming messages. Lu Chen furrowed his brow, silencing his phone before continuing to immerse himself in the ocean of knowledge. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of a pair of strikingly high-heeled, black-stocking legs. Looking up, he discovered Lu Yun standing before him, a flowing examination supervisor's badge hanging around her neck. Lu Chen, why are you sitting here instead of taking the exam? Lu Yun inquired curiously. I've completed my Chinese exam, and since I find chemistry rather challenging, I'm cramming at the last minute, Lu Chen replied, patting the chemistry book in his hands. Lu Yun glanced at her watch, bewildered. It's only been 20 minutes since the exam started. Is this enough time to even finish an essay? And you've already completed everything? Lu Chen shrugged. I only said I finished, not that I got everything right. Lu Yun was left speechless. So, you merely scribbled your name in class? Since we've encountered each other here, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Lu Yun cleared her throat. With less than a month until the college entrance examination, many universities have begun their special recruitment processes. Given your mathematical talent, I believe it's entirely feasible for you to gain special admission to Tsinghua or Peking University. Therefore, I would like to visit your home for a home visit. What are your thoughts? After the unsuccessful mission at the 0-point bar, Lu Yun, undeterred by setbacks, resolved to confront Lu Zhixiang under the guise of a home visit. Of course, there was a personal motive. She genuinely hoped that Lu Chen could gain special admission to Tsinghua or Peking University. With his mathematical prowess, given an ample platform, he could certainly become a luminary in the field of mathematics in the future. However, upon hearing her proposal, Lu Chen shook his head vigorously as if it were a rattle drum. Special admission? That's out of the question. I'm counting on the college entrance examination to earn a bounty of system rewards. My knowledge in physics and mathematics has reached its zenith, and my chemistry skills are steadily improving. With a month remaining, I have ample time to elevate all my other subjects to their maximum level. A total of 6 subjects. Moreover, I am competing against potentially hundreds of thousands in the province. If I could secure the top spot in the province, defeating all these contenders, I can hardly fathom how generous the rewards would be. Home visits need not be mentioned, given Lu Zhixiang's temperament. It is unlikely he would entertain the notion of enrolling in a vocational college. Teacher, I appreciate your kind intentions, but I still aspire to gain admission to a prestigious university through the college entrance examination, Lu Chen firmly declined. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun found herself at a loss for words. Lu Chen possessed exceptional talent in mathematics, yet his performance in other subjects left much to be desired. Participating in the examination, it was questionable whether he could even meet the cutoff for a vocational institution. This matter is not solely your decision. I must consult your parents, she asserted. Very well, it is settled then. I shall see you at your home this evening. With that, Lu Yun departed without looking back. Lu Chen sighed. Realizing there was no way to dissuade her, he could already envision the scene of Lu Zhixiang erupting in fury. Chapter 46. A commotion arises. After Lu Yun departed, Lu Chen resumed his engrossing study of chemistry. In no time, the morning slipped away, and through this period of reading, Lu Chen's knowledge of chemistry ascended to level 4, granting him an additional 8 days of vitality. Chemistry knowledge level, LV4, 36 experience. Proficient at that moment, the school broadcast announced the conclusion of the Chinese examination. Lu Chen closed his chemistry textbook and made his way to the cafeteria, hastily consuming a modest lunch. In the afternoon, the subject of examination was English. Lu Chen, after inscribing his name and class, submitted his paper and returned to the playground to continue his reading. Meanwhile, within the mathematics department of the Dragon National Academy of Sciences, Professors Wu, Li, and Zhang convened to deliberate a significant matter. With the special recruitment process underway, the department had 5 available slots as mandated by the institution. Thus, the professors were engaged in discussions regarding the allocation of these coveted positions. The first candidate that came to mind was Lu Chen, who had shown brilliantly in the mathematics competition held in Yuhai City. No matter what, this year we must secure Lu Chen's recruitment. Even if we can only recruit one individual, it must be him. Indeed, this child possesses an unparalleled mathematical talent, one that will ensure our legacy endures through history. I concur. Even if that scoundrel Lu Zhixiong renders our efforts futile, we must still make the journey to Yuhai City. The professors recalled the threatening words exchanged during a previous phone call with Lu Zhixiong, who warned them that should they dare venture to Yuhai City, they would not return. Nevertheless, their yearning for prestige overshadowed any trepidation. They were determined to acquire Lu Chen at all costs. Let us proceed. The meeting regarding special recruitment is about to commence, and we must ensure Lu Chen's name is submitted. With that, the 3 professors engaged in light-hearted banter as they made their way to the meeting room in the main building. Upon entering the spacious room, they found it filled with professors from various departments. At the front, the dean occupied the center seat, flanked by several vice deans, with a laptop positioned before them. On the screen, the figure of Bai Yingtian appeared, who not only served as the head of the physics department but also as the vice dean of the Dragon National Academy of Sciences, specifically overseeing the approval of special recruits. This indicated that any special recruitment decisions required his signature of approval. At this juncture, the dean tapped the microphone and announced, "All right, the meeting is about to commence. I kindly ask everyone to maintain silence. As Vice Dean Bai has pressing matters to attend to, he will be joining us via video conference. I appreciate your understanding." After checking the time, the dean continued, "The time has come. The meeting officially begins. Professors from the mathematics department, please present the names of your special recruits." In this segment, the professors were required to introduce the recruit's name, age, and school, as well as any honors or awards they had garnered. If the deans are satisfied, they will promptly approve, emphasizing transparency, fairness, and impartiality. Professor Wu Zhongxiang from the mathematics department stood up, presenting a photograph of Lu Chen and stated, "Lu Chen, male, 16 years old, is a student at Yuhai City No. 13 Middle School. After discussions with Professors Li and Zhang, we have decided to allocate the first special admission quota to this child. Although Lu Chen has not received any awards compared to the outstanding students of previous years, his mathematical talent is remarkably formidable. With proper cultivation, he is bound to surpass the 3 of us in the future, potentially becoming a unique mathematical prodigy on a global scale." As soon as he finished speaking, a strong voice emanated from the laptop on stage. "I disagree." At this declaration, all the professors in the conference room looked utterly astonished. In the Bai family estate, in the living room, Bai Yingtian gazed at Lu Chen's photograph on the screen with a look of disdain, his face reflecting disgust. After years of interaction with the Lu family, how could he not know what kind of person Lu Zhixiong's son, Lu Chen, was? His days were spent either skipping classes to surf the internet or engaging in brawls. He never even glanced at a book, epitomizing a frivolous scion devoid of scholarly pursuits. Had it not been for the pressure from the elder, he would never have entertained the absurd idea of a union between Bai Wanyu and the Lu family. Observing Professor Wu Zhongxiang's astonished expression on the screen, Bai Yingtian solemnly remarked, "Professor Wu, please understand that my stance is not directed at you. This child is utterly incompetent academically. If he were to take the college entrance examination, he wouldn't even qualify for a vocational school. Since he began his studies, he has never passed a single exam, let alone demonstrated any mathematical talent. Therefore, I kindly urge you to consider a new candidate and submit a revised recommendation at the next meeting." Upon hearing these words, all the professors in the room exhaled in relief. Bai Yingtian's earlier refusal had seemed so decisive that they thought he had a conflict with the mathematics department. It appeared to be a misunderstanding. Professor Wu Zhongxiang also displayed an understanding expression and explained, "Director Bai, I recognize your bias against the young master of the Lu family. Initially, Professors Li, Zhang, and I shared your sentiments, viewing Lu Chen as a hopeless case. However, after the recent mathematics competition, our perspective has shifted. This child, still in high school, managed to solve competition problems that even university students struggle with, and he could instantaneously resolve questions designed by the 3 of us." Having said this, Professor Wu Zhongxiang produced a video he had prepared in advance, projecting it onto the large screen for everyone in the room to see. It showcased Lu Chen's brilliant moments during the mathematics competition, where he effortlessly articulated answers to complex calculations, demonstrating both clarity and efficiency in his problem-solving approach. Observing the footage, Professor Wu Zhongxiang exclaimed with excitement. Such astonishing computational ability, logical reasoning, and comprehensive application skills. I believe there is no one else in the world capable of this. The remaining professors in the conference room were left in shock. If the video were authentic, then Lu Chen truly was an extraordinary mathematical genius, rare to encounter in a century. However, Bai Tian was not only unconvinced but also seethed with anger, exclaiming, "The video is utterly fabricated. How could Lu Chen possibly solve all those mathematical problems in an instant? Even with a calculator, there must be a calculative process involved. I am absolutely certain that Lu Chen has taken shortcuts and memorized the answers in advance. Therefore, Professor Wu, let us cease discussing this matter. It is utterly meaningless." The moment those words were uttered, a wave of tension surged through the room as every heart raced. Such accusations were truly harsh. To allege that Lu Chen had taken shortcuts implied that Professors Wu, Li, and Zhang had been bribed. In academia, reputation holds paramount importance. And the three professors were no exception. Bai Tian's statement was tantamount to dragging their names through the mud in front of so many witnesses. In an instant, Professors Wu, Li, and Zhang flushed with indignation and rose in unison. "Director Bai, what do you mean by this? Are you shamelessly insulting us? Director Bai, you may expel me, but you shall not use such words to humiliate me. Director Bai, we three assure you, in our personal capacity, that we have never accepted any benefit from Lu Chen. For those engaged in academia, vouching for one's personal reputation is akin to wagering one's very life." However, Bai Tian held a deep disdain for Lu Chen and, faced with the professor's repeated endorsements, his fury reached its zenith. He thundered, "Professors, I have shown you considerable respect. Must I spell it out for you? Why did Lu Chen win? What did you gain from it? Do you require me to investigate further? Let me be clear. Lu Chen will never pass the special recruitment review of the Longwu Academy of Sciences, so you might as well give up hope." The venomous nature of Bai Tian's words incited Professors Wu, Li, and Zhang to leap to their feet in outrage. "Bai Tian, you old fraud. I address you as director out of respect, otherwise you are nothing here. Indeed, you, a physics professor, have squandered a lifetime researching lithography with no progress, merely wasting national resources and talent, a veritable economic black hole. You doubt our integrity regarding Lu Chen's alleged bribes? We question your academic prowess as well. What qualifications do you possess to be a professor, let alone a vice director?" The clamor in the conference room intensified, with even terms like old fraud being hurled about. It was fortunate that Bai Tian was not present, otherwise, a physical altercation might have ensued. At that moment, the director seized the microphone, exasperatedly stating, "Enough, esteemed professors. Let us refrain from further quarrels. My suggestion is to observe Lu Chen for a while longer. After all, there is still about a month until the special recruitment deadline. There is no rush, wouldn't you agree?" Upon hearing this, the tempers on both sides began to cool slightly. Once settled back into his seat, Professor Wu resolutely declared, "I hereby guarantee that if, upon observation, Lu Chen does not possess such remarkable mathematical talent, I will immediately resign and leave the Longwu Academy of Sciences, never to set foot in academia again." Professor Li and Professor Zhang echoed in agreement, proclaiming, "I guarantee it too." Upon hearing this, Bai Tian gritted his teeth and declared, "Very well. If Lu Chen is indeed the unparalleled genius you claim him to be, I shall not only resign from my position as the head of the physics department, but also relinquish all my other roles, including that of vice president of the Dragon National Academy of Sciences." Ultimately, this debate drew to a close with the assurances from both parties, and the conference room gradually fell silent once more. The professors from the other departments breathed a sigh of relief, subsequently beginning to introduce their own chosen candidates. In Yuhai City, at the 13th high school, time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the English examination had concluded. With a couple of hours remaining before school dismissed, the senior students were required to return to class, truly embodying the adage that time is money. For Lu Chen, however, today was a rare day of tranquility, free from any distractions. He leisurely spent the entire day indulging in his studies. Upon returning to the classroom, Lu Chen retrieved a pristine chemistry textbook and resumed his reading. At that moment, the class bell rang. As the biology teacher entered the classroom, he spotted Lu Chen earnestly engrossed in his book. Feeling a swell of pride, he approached with a smile, eager to offer praise. Yet, as he drew nearer, he realized that it was a chemistry book Lu Chen was holding, causing his expression to darken as he turned away. As time ticked by after school, Lu Chen had just reached the school gate when, suddenly, an SUV came to a halt before him. Lu Yun rolled down the window and smiled, saying, "Come on, Lu Chen, I'll accompany you home." Seeing this, Lu Chen sighed. It seemed that today, he could not escape the home visit. Reluctantly, he opened the car door and settled inside. After fastening his seatbelt, Lu Yun pressed the accelerator, and the SUV gradually made its way towards the Lu family villa. Chapter 47, the most hardcore home visit in history. In the living room of the Lu family's villa, Lu Zhixiang was engaged in a game of mahjong with several gentlemen. I just spoke with the old man from the Bai family. He never mentioned canceling the engagement. It was that scoundrel Bai Yingtian who made that decision unilaterally. Not only breaking the engagement but also insulting Xiaochen. If I get the chance, I must teach that rascal a lesson, Lu Zhixiang grumbled. Why bother arguing with an ignorant scholar? As long as the old man from the Bai family remains silent, Bai Yingtian's words are mere nonsense, remarked Jin Qianbao, drawing a tile with an indifferent expression. Just as they were enjoying their game, Lu Chen and Lu Yun slowly entered through the living room door. "Dad, my homeroom teacher is here for a home visit," Lu Chen announced. Upon hearing this, the gentlemen turned their gazes toward the entrance in unison. "A home visit? This is the first time I've heard that term in my life," one of them exclaimed. "Oh, and the homeroom teacher is quite a beauty. With that figure. She's bound to have a baby boy in the future," the others teased. Lu Yun, undeterred by their crude remarks, had mentally prepared herself before arriving. Her eyes were fixed intently on Lu Zhixiang, and her heart stirred with a mix of emotions. Is this the adversary I must confront? After years of discreetly investigating the Lu family, today marked our first formal meeting, albeit under the guise of a home visit. She felt that she was one step closer to toppling the Lu family. "I am Lu Chen's homeroom teacher, Lu Yun. May I ask who Lu Chen's father is?" Lu Yun feigned ignorance of Lu Zhixiang's identity as she inquired. Without looking up, Lu Zhixiang exhaled a puff of smoke and replied dismissively, "I am his father." "Spare me the pleasantries. What do you want? Don't waste my time while I'm playing mahjong." His tone was laced with impatience. Seeing his dismissive attitude, Lu Yun clenched her fists. After a moment, she took a deep breath and retrieved 2 blank test papers from her bag. "These are Lu Chen's Chinese and English exam papers from today's mock exam. Since I entered, you have not once bothered to look at me. Knowing I was coming for a home visit, you maintained this indifferent demeanor. Do you truly care about your son? Are you aware of how poorly he is performing academically?" With that, Lu Yun stepped forward and tossed the 2 blank papers onto the mahjong table. Lu Zhixiang, who was about to play a tile, darkened at the sight. However, when he noticed that Lu Chen's papers bore only his name and class with no answers filled in, his expression shifted from cloudy to sunny. And he couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Haha, splendid. What a great performance," Lu Zhixiang exclaimed. "Lu Yun?" Confusion washed over her. "What do you mean?" "Splendid?" Not a single question answered. The papers are cleaner than a blank slate. If it were any other parent, they would have long since taken their child to task. How could Lu Zhixiang still find amusement in this situation? Yet, the bewilderment was far from over. Before long, Lu Zhixiang picked up the examination paper and began to boast to several of his companions. "Haha, did you see that? This is my son's result. He didn't answer a single question, a perfect score of 0. What do you think? Isn't he better than your sons?" As he spoke, Lu Zhixiang wore a proud smile. The elder gentleman gazed at Lu Chen's pristine test paper, their eyes widening in astonishment. Each of them subtly displayed a hint of envy. "Goodness, Xiongyi, you've raised a remarkable son," one exclaimed. "Indeed, my own child barely scrapes through each exam, sometimes just managing to pass, nearly driving me to despair." Another lamented. "How do you educate Xiaochen? Share the secret of your success with us," came the chorus of requests. In response, Lu Zhixiang's laughter grew louder. Crossing his legs, he unabashedly declared, "It's simple. I possess exceptional genes, and my son is naturally gifted. I tell him to study, yet he refuses. I encourage him to attend school, but he wants tea every day. He seeks to skip classes to indulge in online karaoke and partying. There's nothing I can do to rein him in. If it weren't for Gue Lan insisting he obtain a diploma, he would have dropped out long ago. Ha ha ha." Upon hearing Lu Zhixiang's words, the elder gentleman couldn't help but give him a thumbs up, their faces etched with envy and jealousy. Lu Chen, feeling a wave of frustration, thought that had it not been for the 7 wolves insignia on him, he might have almost believed it. Meanwhile, Lu Yun stood frozen in disbelief, her face a mask of incredulity, utterly dumbfounded. "Wait, what is happening? Am I still asleep? Is this a dream?" She pinched Lu Chen's arm sharply. "Ouch!" he yelped in pain. Hearing his cry, Lu Yun was momentarily stunned. The pain confirmed that it was not a dream. Her pupils dilated rapidly as she struggled to mask her shock. What kind of dire environment could shape such distorted values? To not consider poor academic performance as shameful, but rather as a point of pride. Even more bewildering was the envy reflected on the faces of those around her. Heavens! Is this the world of normal people? Lu Chen, noticing the change in Lu Yun's expression, felt as though he were witnessing his own bewilderment upon first arriving in this realm. Yes, yes, yes. This is the very essence of abstraction, a touch of melancholy, a dash of speechlessness, a hint of surrealism, and a bitter smile. At that moment, Lu Zhixiang turned to Lu Yun, praising her. Your guidance has played an indispensable role in shaping such an outstanding child. Wang Guanjia, reward her with 100,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun felt herself falter. Was this a compliment or a slight? If she accepted the money, word would surely reach her colleagues, and she would become the subject of their ridicule. No, no, no. I absolutely refuse your money. Lu Yun quickly waved her hands and added, actually, I have some wonderful news to share with you. Although Lu Chen's grades are quite poor, he possesses an exceptional talent for mathematics. If he participates in the special recruitment, given his abilities, it is highly likely that he will be admitted to Tsinghua or Peking University. Therefore, the primary purpose of my visit today is to discuss the matter of special recruitment with you. Upon hearing the so-called good news, Lu Zhixiang's smile immediately froze. It was replaced by an uncontrollable fury. Stop talking nonsense. Special recruitment to Tsinghua or Peking University. If Lu Chen dares to attend such a prestigious school, I swear I will break his legs. And you, as the class teacher, I'll deal with you both, damn it. Lu Zhixiang cursed, his face flushed with anger. The elder brothers beside him chimed in, you little teacher, why do you have to bring up such topics? Can't you say something more uplifting? Exactly. Why bring up such a disheartening subject? All right, let us wrap this up and get back to our mahjong game. At this moment, Lu Yun felt as though the world was spinning, disoriented, and lightheaded. Her mind was in a haze. Teacher, let me escort you out, Lu Chen said. Everything unfolding before them was entirely within expectation. Fine. Lu Yun thought there was no longer a need for her to stay. If she spoke a moment longer, she feared she might faint. At the entrance of the villa, before leaving, Lu Yun reiterated her hopes that Lu Chen would reconsider the special recruitment matter. Lu Chen assured her that he would think it over carefully and seriously. After bidding farewell to Lu Yun, Lu Chen turned and completely forgot about the incident. Upon returning to the villa, he found Lu Zhixiang still engrossed in a game of mahjong with several older men. Lu Chen walked straight into his bedroom, closed the door, and summoned the system panel. A day had passed, and he wondered if anyone had discovered his paper. Paper, Principles of Photolithography, Chapter 1, Current Readership, 6. Extractable Lifespan, 6 seconds. Seeing this data, Lu Chen felt a twinge of disappointment. Only 6 readers, it was rather meager. However, the 6 seconds of reward were sufficient for the readers to engage with it. He then took out his phone and opened the Subpar Paper website app. As soon as he entered, a flurry of unread messages appeared before him. Upon closer inspection, there were actually tens of thousands. Moreover, these messages were all from just a few individuals. Wang Lai Wubai Ding. Hello, I would like to discuss something important with you. If you see this message, please contact me at XXXX. Wang Lai Wubai Ding. Are you there? I greatly admire your paper and would like to present it at a press conference. May I add you as a friend? Gong Chengming Jiao, I beg you. Please add me as a friend. My WeChat is XXXXXX. LV Chow, please leave a contact number. Please leave a contact number. Please leave a contact number. Staring at the myriad of words on the screen, Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that there were individuals of discernment who had discovered his paper. He then focused on the second message, a press conference? Hiss. It sounds rather promising. The system's reward mechanism stipulates that the more individuals who engage with the content, the greater the longevity bestowed. Should one leverage this individual's influence to enhance the visibility of the paper, it would indeed be a commendable strategy. With this thought in mind, upon noticing the friend request from the individual known as Wang Lai Wubai Ding, Lu Chen chose to accept. Ding. You have successfully added Wang Lai Wubai Ding as a friend. Feel free to converse freely. After the addition was complete, Lu Chen opened the dialog box with Wang Lai Wubai Ding, crafted a message, and hit send. Scholar 11. You may present this paper at the press conference. Having sent this message, Lu Chen contentedly closed his phone, humming a cheerful tune as he headed for the shower. At the Bai family estate. Dad. I'm back. Bai Wanwei exclaimed as she dashed into the living room after school, her face radiating joy. Since her engagement to Lu Chen was annulled, she had become considerably more cheerful. Behind her, The pug carried 2 backpacks, listlessly trailing along. Today marked the most monotonous day of his life. The high school mathematics concept seemed as dull as the basic arithmetic of 1 + 1 = 2. Meanwhile, Bai Tian was conversing earnestly on his phone, his expression resolute. I knew that scoundrel, Lu Chen, would report to you. Dad, I have always listened to you, but Wang Yue's marriage must be her own decision. Please, do not insist on this matter. I am resolute unless you cast me out of the Bai family. Trust me. I recently stumbled upon a paper on lithography that gives me the intuition that success is near. Once I master lithography, we will no longer need to forge alliances with any families. After uttering these words, Bai Tian abruptly ended the call. He then turned to Bai Wanwei, smiling. Wanwei, I've taken care of matters with Grandpa. A promise is a promise. I will ensure you marry the one you truly love. Witnessing this, tears of gratitude streamed down Bai Wanyue's face. Unable to contain her overwhelming excitement, she leaped into Bai Tian's embrace, exclaiming, "Thank you, Dad. My dear daughter." Bai Tian comforted her, gently stroking her head. Suddenly, a notification chimed from his phone. Upon hearing the sound, Bai Tian perked up, filled with exhilaration. "Daughter, I have urgent business now. Please go eat with Xiaoba." With that, he swiftly opened his phone. On the screen appeared the long-awaited individual. Scholar 11. You may present this paper at the press conference. Upon reading this message, Bai Tian was instantly overcome with excitement, his entire being trembling. Chapter 48. Practice is the sole criterion for verifying truth. Upon receiving this news, Bai Tian felt as if he had won 100 billion in the lottery. His face alight with exhilaration. Unable to contain his inner excitement any longer, he placed his fingers on the keyboard of his phone, typing away with fervor. Wang Lai Wu Bai Ding. Is this for real? I am immensely grateful to you. Wang Lai Wu Bai Ding. I hold your paper in the highest regard. I have meticulously pondered every word and punctuation mark. It is simply astonishing. Wang Lai Wu Bai Ding. May I request an in-person meeting? I have numerous questions I wish to discuss with you. Wang Lai Wu Bai Ding. If you agree to meet, I assure you that I will fulfill any conditions or requirements you may have. Wang Lai Wu Bai Ding. Bai Tian sent a flurry of messages, reluctant to turn off his phone. Clutching it tightly, his joy was palpable, his eyes shimmering with visions of the future. After dedicating half his life to this endeavor, he was finally on the cusp of witnessing the birth of a lithography machine within his lifetime. This moment was pivotal for Bai Tian. After sending his messages, he immediately shared this elation in the academic group chat. The esteemed members of the group expressed their delight upon hearing the news. Lao Bai. Keep pushing. Let us show the old fogies in the mathematics department that we can indeed create the lithography machine. Lao Bai. The reputation of Dragon Country's physics in the global scientific community rests upon your shoulders. Lao Bai. I believe in you. Lao Bai. Believe in the power of belief. Seeing the replies, Bai Tian's already trembling heart quaked even more intensely, particularly recalling the derision and skepticism from Professor Wu and his colleagues during the meeting. He picked up his phone once again and sent out another round of messages. Meanwhile, at the Lu family villa, Lu Chen emerged from the shower and noticed a cascade of unread messages on his phone. Glancing at them, he saw they were all from Wang Lai Wu Bai Ding. Lu Chen could hardly be bothered to read them. He had already authorized the paper to him. He merely needed to await the press conference, where the exposure would soar, leading to his well-deserved accolades. As for the lithography machine, Lu Chen resolved to produce it himself. Theory was ultimately just ink on paper. Only through practice could truth be validated. However, conducting research at home was out of the question. If Lu Chen discovered his scientific endeavors, he would surely toss him out like scrap metal. Tossing his phone aside, Lu Chen collapsed onto his bed, closing his eyes. In no time, he drifted off into a deep slumber. The night passed swiftly, and before he knew it, the sky was already tinged with dawn. At 6:30 in the morning, before the alarm could ring, Lu Chen was awakened by the cacophony of Lu Zhixiang's curses from the living room. Damn it. It truly seemed that living well was not as good as just living. Li Jia village was impoverished to the core, and the entire village could hardly scrape together 1 million. Yet now the authorities were requisitioning their land, with compensation set at 20,000 per square meter. It seemed that the entire village had suddenly become millionaires. The money leopard, I entrust this project to you. You must handle it with utmost care. Lu Chen, abruptly awakened by the commotion, rubbed his eyes, fully shaken off the remnants of sleep. Realizing that slumber eluded him, Lu Chen resolved to arrive at school early to immerse himself in study, for to him, time was not merely currency but a precious essence of life itself. Under the attentive service of the household staff, Lu Chen soon found himself seated in a car, making his way towards the 13th middle school. Upon arrival, he discovered the gates were still closed, with only a handful of students lingering outside. As he approached, he noticed Li Jingya, engrossed in her English vocabulary book, lost in her studies. How diligent she was, being only a freshman. Lu Chen approached and greeted her. Li Jingya looked up and, upon recognizing him, beamed with joy. "Good morning, Lu Chen. You see, I heard about some universities offering programs for gifted students, allowing first-year high schoolers to participate. I thought I might give it a try. If selected, it could save me several years of tuition." Lu Chen nodded, aware that such programs were designed for exceptionally gifted children, enabling them to bypass high school and engage in university-level courses sooner. At that moment, a thought struck him, and he inquired, "By the way, Jingya, do you have a yard? Is it spacious enough? If so, I would like to store some items at your place." He was troubled about where to acquire a lithography machine. Keeping it at home would undoubtedly alert Lu Zhixiong, leading to awkward explanations. Renting a storage unit would involve external factors and security concerns. Therefore, storing it at home felt far more secure. In response, Li Jingyao blinked and replied, "We do have a yard, roughly over 100 square meters. Would that suffice for your needs?" Lu Chen was taken aback. "So large?" Li Jingyao giggled, covering her mouth. "It's just a rural house. It's worth next to nothing." Lu Chen nodded. "All right then, after school, I will accompany you home." Just then, the gatekeeper arrived with the keys. As the school gate swung open, the students filed inside. After bidding farewell to Li Jingya, Lu Chen proceeded directly to his classroom. Now empty, echoing the vastness of the space. He flicked on the lights and took his seat, retrieving his chemistry book. Mere moments into his reading, he was interrupted by the system notification chime. System notification. Chemistry knowledge capacity has reached its limit. You may acquire substantial lifespan and mysterious rewards through the following methods. 1. Participate in chemistry competitions. 2. Impart chemistry knowledge. 3. Publish chemistry-related papers. Upon hearing this, a satisfied smile spread across Lu Chen's face. Excellent, another subject mastered. With 6 subjects in total for the college entrance examination, he had now completed 3, leaving only Chinese, English, and biology. With that thought, Lu Chen placed the chemistry book into the drawer and retrieved a biology book, engrossing himself in its pages. As he read, classmates began to arrive, and the once dim sky transformed into a brilliant brightness. Ding, ding, ding. The class bell rang, signaling the start of lessons. Lian entered the classroom, clutching a mathematics examination paper. "Classmates, we are having a math test this morning. Please place all unrelated items into your drawers," she announced. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen promptly stowed away his biology book. When the examination paper was distributed, Lu Chen swiftly scanned the questions, finding them all easily solvable. After filling in his class and name, in less than 10 minutes, he had completed the paper. "Teacher, I wish to submit my paper." Lu Chen raised his hand. Lu Yun, seemingly anticipating this, replied, "Hand it over. Let me take a look." Lu Chen dashed to the podium and placed the paper in her hands. Lu Yun glanced at it, nodded with satisfaction, and said, "You're all set. Go ahead and play." "Oh." With that, Lu Chen swiftly dashed towards the playground. In the afternoon, during the comprehensive science examination, Lu Chen again completed the questions with remarkable speed and then ran to the playground to study biology. By the end of the day, his knowledge of biology had significantly improved. Biology knowledge level, LV7, 93 experience. Professional after school, due to the earlier dismissal of the first-year students. Lu Chen arrived at the school gate to find Li Jingya waiting for him. The two of them entered a taxi, and the driver inquired, "Where to?" Li Jingya mentioned a place, Li Family Village. Hearing this name, Lu Chen paused momentarily. That morning, Lu Zhixiong had called, mentioning that a Li Family Village was slated for demolition, with compensation amounting to a staggering 20,000 yuan per square meter. Could it be Li Jingya's hometown? If so, her family's courtyard alone exceeded 100 square meters. The total compensation could reach 2 to 3 million yuan. However, Lu Chen kept his thoughts to himself, as there were numerous Li family villages throughout Yuhai City. If it turned out not to be her family, it would be a mere jest at her expense. "Please hold on tight, everyone," the driver said, pressing the accelerator as the taxi swiftly made its way to Li Family Village. At this moment, in the capital city, at the Longwu Academy of Sciences, Bai Tian, having obtained authorization for his paper, immediately returned to the capital to hold an academic press conference. At the venue, several reporters wielding cameras filled the audience, snapping photos and recording. On stage stood Bai Tian alongside several physics professors, their expressions brimming with excitement. Bai Yingtian's trembling voice resonated through the room. Welcome, esteemed reporters and physics enthusiasts from across the nation, to the academic press conference at the Longwo Academy of Sciences. Today, we are here to announce our groundbreaking academic achievement regarding photolithography machines. As these words left his lips, the entire venue erupted into a flurry of commotion. Chapter 49. The Explosion of Public Opinion. Let the games begin. Photolithography machine. As these three words were uttered, the journalists initially stood in stunned silence. Moments later, the atmosphere erupted. All the reporters surged toward the stage, their cameras nearly pressed against Bai Yingtian's face. Director Bai. Is it true that Longwo has developed a photolithography machine? Director Bai, has the first photolithography machine been completed? If not, when can we expect it? Director Bai. Having devoted half your life to this research, what does this success mean for you? The reporters clamored to pose their questions, each extending their microphones, eager to thrust them into Bai Yingtian's mouth. In response to the barrage of inquiries, Bai Yingtian activated the projector, displaying the paper titled Principles of Photolithography Machine Fabrication. Chapter 1 on the large screen. Among the audience were numerous physics enthusiasts, and upon seeing the content, they erupted in ecstatic cheers. My goodness. It's a paper on the principles of photolithography machine fabrication. Unbelievable. I can hardly believe my eyes. Though it only contains a portion of the content, I am profoundly shaken. Director Bai is remarkable. Director Bai is the best in the world. At last, Longwo has risen. We will no longer have to humbly import foreign chips. Director Bai, you are my idol. Upon hearing the cheers, the journalists became even more fervent in their interviews, nearly unable to resist rushing the stage. At that moment, Bai Yingtian, with righteous fervor, declared, to be candid, this paper is not my own. Its author is an unnamed individual. However, I have established contact with this person and obtained his authorization to hold this press conference. This individual will be affiliated with the Longwo Academy of Sciences, and we will cover all his future research expenses. Even if I have to deplete my personal fortune, I will ensure the creation of Longwo's first photolithography machine. Upon hearing this proclamation, everyone present felt a surge of passion, applauding Bai Yingtian enthusiastically. Although the paper was not authored by him, his openness, sincerity, and patriotic spirit, along with the integrity he displayed as a scientist, undoubtedly captivated the audience. Just then, Bai Yingtian shifted his tone, stating, as a scientist, I must adhere to professional ethics, uphold the academic atmosphere, and pursue truth. I refuse to be like certain professors who, for personal gain, abandon their reputations, desecrate academia, and possess no moral boundaries. Such individuals should be expelled from the academic community and stripped of their professorships. Upon hearing these words, the journalists exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss. The shift in tone had been astonishingly swift. Just a moment ago, the atmosphere was jubilant. Now it felt charged with tension. The question arose, whom did Bai Yingtian refer to when mentioning those professors? At that moment, in the mathematics department of the Longwo Academy of Sciences, Professors Wu, Li, and Zhang observed the scene, their expressions suddenly turning crimson. They had initially intended to ignore this press conference. It was a colleague who informed them that Bai Yingtian was promoting lithography machines. Such a significant matter could not be overlooked, prompting their immediate entrance to view the situation. However, upon entering the live stream, they were astonished to hear Bai Yingtian disparaging them. The previous quarrel in the conference room had merely been a trivial embarrassment within the confines of the academic circle. This time, however, it was different. This was a live stream, with millions of viewers present, and in the future, journalists would undoubtedly report this incident in the newspapers. By then, the entire world would believe that the three of them had accepted bribes, their reputations utterly tarnished. This was not merely about their standing in the academic community, but rather, it was a matter of their dignity to continue existing in society. Upon this realization, the three were filled with rage, rolling up their sleeves as they marched toward the press conference venue. At the press conference, Bai Yingtian continued his verbal onslaught. You need not speculate about whom I am referring to. You will soon find out. I firmly believe that even if they are not watching the live stream now, they will later view the replay. Here, I wish to inform these professors that I, Bai Yingtian, walk the path of righteousness and will not permit you unscrupulous individuals to tarnish the reputation of Longwo Institute. Just as the journalists grew increasingly curious about whom Bai Yingtian was targeting, in the next moment, bang, the doors of the venue swung open. Professors Wu, Li, and Zhang stormed out with formidable presence. Upon their appearance, the journalists instinctively grasped the answer. Buying Tian, you old scoundrel, shut your mouth. Professor Wu exclaimed. We agreed to observe Lu Chen for a while to confirm whether he truly possesses mathematical talent, yet you have the audacity to insult us before the entire world. Old fool, we will not let this slide. As the words were spoken, Professor Wu ascended the stage, raising his arm and delivering a resounding slap. The sound echoed throughout the venue. Buying Tian stumbled back, momentarily dazed. Regaining his composure, Buying Tian's expression twisted into one of rage as he swung a fist towards Professor Wu's shoulder. Boom. Given Professor Wu's advanced age, the punch sent him crashing to the ground, his dentures flying. You dare to strike Professor Wu. Seeing this, Professors Li and Zhang flushed with anger. They shouted in indignation and quickly joined the fray. Below, the journalists, witnessing the brawl among the esteemed professors, stood frozen in disbelief, their expressions bewildered. Wait a minute. Was this supposed to be an academic press conference? How did it devolve into a boxing ring? It was essential to note that these professors were all titans of the academic realm in Longhua, holding extraordinary status and influence. Yet, over a mere individual, Lu Chen, they resorted to physical violence. Should such an embarrassing incident be reported, it would undoubtedly attract significant attention. With this thought, the journalists eagerly raised their cameras, capturing the chaotic scene. Each punch and kick was recorded, while one foreign scholar stood at the forefront, flashing a peace sign for a photograph. Just as wigs and dentures were scattered across the floor. Bang! The conference room door was pushed open once more. Subsequently, an elderly man in a Zhongshan suit, his hair a cascade of white, entered in a wheelchair, accompanied by a dozen armed police officers. Everyone, cease at once, the elder admonished. His voice somewhat hoarse yet brimming with authority, commanding respect without the need for anger. The air of dignity he exuded rendered the room utterly silent. Not a sound could be heard. All eyes turned toward the venerable figure. Upon recognizing him, Buying Tian froze in place, his raised fist suspended in midair. At that moment, several journalists identified the distinguished elder. It's Elder Bai? Truly, Elder Bai has graced this press conference with his presence. They exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, this elder was the very individual Lu Zhixiang sought to attach himself to. Bai Wanyu's grandfather. Everyone, disperse, Elder Bai succinctly commanded. In an instant, the journalists scurried away like mice fleeing from a cat, hastily shouldering their equipment. Professors Wu, Li, and Zhang likewise rose from the floor, slowly making their way toward the exit. As they passed Elder Bai, they bowed respectfully, casting a resentful glare at Buying Tian before departing in indignation. At that moment, only Buying Tian, Elder Bai, and the armed police remained in the room. Father, Buying Tian trembled, recalling the bitter confrontation over Bai Wanyu's impending marriage that had transpired over the phone. Despite his mental preparation, the innate fear etched deep within him surged forth upon seeing the elder's face, causing him to shiver. Why did you not return home first upon arriving in the capital? Elder Bai reproached. I have always instructed you that no matter how significant the matter, you must return home before anything else. With a crack, Buying Tian's legs quaked, and he fell to his knees in fright. Father, I was wrong, he stammered, unable to lift his gaze. Yet, in the next moment, Elder Bai's expression softened, his tone gentle. Enough, rise. He continued, I watched your press conference. You spoke quite well. After careful consideration, I believe you may be right. There is indeed no need for you to enter into that marriage. Upon hearing these words, Buying Tian's face morphed into one of disbelief. Father, is that truly the case? You need not marry that useless scion of the Lu family? Elder Bai did not respond directly. He turned his wheelchair away from Buying Tian, casually remarking, it has been a long time since I last visited Yuhai City. Now, my eldest granddaughter is on the brink of her college entrance examinations, and my youngest granddaughter remains unwed. Meanwhile, my son is engaged in a matter of utmost significance. At such a critical time, how can I, as the head of the family, remain uninvolved? After articulating these thoughts, Elder Bai pivoted, his gaze profound. Come, I shall accompany you back to Yuhai City. If Lu Zhixiang dares to trouble you again, I will personally clarify matters with him. Buying Tian was nearly overcome with emotion, his tears welling up as he vowed. Father, rest assured, I shall not disappoint you. No matter what, I will find that individual and produce the lithography machine that belongs to Longhua. Shortly after this press conference concluded, the online platforms, Weibo, Douyin, and various forums erupted in a frenzy of discussion. Top 1. Longhua Academy of Sciences press conference. President Bai and 3 mathematical luminaries engaged in a fierce altercation with Lu Chen. Top 2. Who is Lu Chen? Top 3. Video of Lu Chen winning the mathematics competition. Top 4. Today, President Bai of Longhua Academy announced that Longhua is on the verge of creating a domestically produced lithography machine. Almost every platform's headlines were dominated by these topics. Normally, the creation of a lithography machine, a matter of utmost significance, would command the top headline. However, the sheer number of onlookers eager for entertainment pushed Lu Chen's story into the top 3. Consequently, netizens launched into fervent discussions regarding Lu Chen. Unbelievable! A professor from the prestigious Longhua Academy actually got into a fight over a high school student. Such an extraordinary rarity. One user exclaimed, "I watched that high school student-esque competition video. He solved all the problems in an instant, clearly having memorized the answers beforehand. It's infuriating that such a talentless individual could provoke President Bai's wrath and even be struck." Another chimed in. "The professors from the mathematics department should receive accolades for their performance alongside this high schooler. Their acting is quite convincing. Stop spouting nonsense." Professors Wu, Li, and Zhang are leading figures in the mathematical community. They would never sacrifice their honor for a mere high school student. You're all spreading baseless accusations. What honor is there to speak of? Compared to President Bai's lithography machine, the awards that Wu, Li, and Zhang have received are utterly meaningless. Bai Tian has produced nothing of substance. Did he even write the paper himself? Such blatant exaggeration. Enough of this. Let us meet offline. The spectators found themselves divided into 2 factions, squabbling fervently across various forums. Some supported Professor Wu and his colleagues, yet a greater number rallied behind Bai Tian, asserting that the lithography machine held far more practical significance than any mathematical accolades. Meanwhile, in Yuhai City, Lu Chen, the focal point of this controversy, arrived at Lijia village by car. Soon, the vehicle halted before a modest courtyard. The house was constructed of tiles, with some walls even made of earthen mounds. This was the home of Li Jingya. "Please forgive the humble state of my abode," Li Jingya said, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. "Though the house may be modest, the warmth of a loving mother remains," Lu Chen replied calmly. At his words, Li Jingya felt a warmth spread through her heart, her cheeks flushing with a rosy hue. She then led Lu Chen towards her home. As they entered the courtyard, it was just as Li Jingya had described, immensely spacious. Ample enough to accommodate not only a lithography machine but even a tractor. At that moment, Lu Chen took out his phone and said, "I have arrived. I will send you the location shortly." "All right, Lu Gu." Before long, 7 or 8 cars came to a halt at the entrance. Subsequently, Black Bear led a group of ruffians from the 13th Middle School, carrying boxes filled with various items as they entered. "What are all these?" Li Jingya inquired with curiosity. "Materials for constructing a shelter, along with tools for machinery," Lu Chen replied. Approximately an hour later, with the collective effort of dozens of ruffians, a makeshift workshop was erected. "Lu Gu, we are leaving now. If you need assistance, just give me a call," Black Bear said before departing. "All right," Lu Chen nodded, stretching his limbs. "Everything is in place. Let us get started." Chapter 50. Why are we bowing to each other? Lu Chen's thoughts stirred slightly. The lithography machine designs in his mind shattered with a resounding crack, transforming into countless blue light particles. These particles swiftly congregated and stacked together, and in a mere moment, they formed a virtual image of a lithography machine. Following this, Lu Chen tapped a small section of the lithography machine, and with a whoosh, the area he selected magnified rapidly. What came into view were an overwhelming number of intricate components. Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a shiver down his spine. No wonder constructing a lithography machine was so arduous. Just this one section required at least 1,000 parts, all of which had an exceedingly limited space for placement. It was akin to engraving a city map onto a fingernail, an immensely challenging endeavor. Achieving such a feat necessitated machinery of extraordinarily high precision, which was precisely the reason why scientists in the Dragon Kingdom found themselves stymied in their research of lithography machines. The technical aspects alone were insurmountable. Fortunately, the blueprints provided by the system were remarkably powerful, detailing every step of the construction process meticulously. It was akin to an adult teaching a child to walk. As long as one followed the system's methods, success was easily attainable. In this context, Lu Chen eagerly opened the box to reveal the components within. He extracted a single part. With a hiss and a crack, the component, seemingly magnetically drawn, flew into place, securing itself firmly. Lu Chen pushed against it, and it remained immovable, more solid than a weld. Observing this, Lu Chen employed the dexterity honed over years of solitude, swiftly retrieving component after component. Each part automatically soared into position, akin to assembling building blocks. Before long, Lu Chen was wholly absorbed, reveling in the task. Unbeknownst to him, 3 to 4 hours had elapsed, and 2/3 of the lithography machine was now complete. At that moment, Li Jingya approached, gazing at the machine towering before her. She gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. What on earth is this, Lu Chen? Hearing her voice, Lu Chen set down the component in his hand and replied, "You will find out in due time." Noticing Lu Chen's reluctance to elaborate, Li Jingya nodded and refrained from pressing further. "You've been working on this since school let out and haven't had dinner yet. If you don't mind, come over to my place for a bite. I made my specialty, scrambled eggs with garlic sprouts," Li Jingya said, her cheeks flushed. At her words, Lu Chen nodded. Having worked diligently for so long, he indeed felt a pang of hunger. Thus, he followed Li Jingya into her home. Upon entering the living room, he noted its simplicity. The walls were peeling. The floor was unevenly smeared with cement, and aside from a table and 2 or 3 stools, the only other furniture was a television cabinet devoid of a television. On the table, there were dishes of scrambled eggs with garlic sprouts, scrambled eggs with chives, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Lu Chen was taken aback. It was evident that Kuan must have inadvertently crossed Li Jingya in some way. Otherwise, it was unlikely that all 3 dishes contained eggs. Li Jingya shyly smiled and remarked, "Though I can only prepare scrambled eggs, they are quite delectable. Please, do sample them." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen felt no hesitation. He picked up a pair of chopsticks, scooped a portion of the garlic chive eggs, and placed them into his mouth. After savoring the dish, he nodded in satisfaction, stating, "Indeed, they are delightful. However, consuming too many eggs may be detrimental to one's health. Moderation is key." Li Jingya obediently nodded and replied, "Yes. I shall learn some new recipes tomorrow." With that, she turned and entered her bedroom. Moments later, her gentle voice echoed from within, "Mother, wake up. It's time to eat. That male classmate I often mention has come to visit." At that moment, Lu Chen recalled that Li Jingya had a paralyzed mother at home. Realizing the potential rudeness of his presence, he hurried into the bedroom to greet her. Unexpectedly, upon seeing Lu Chen, the woman exclaimed loudly, "Daughter, assist me in rising." Li Jingya had just helped her mother up when, in an instant, the woman collapsed to the floor. Due to her condition, she was unable to support herself. And the sudden fall left Lu Chen utterly bewildered. He rushed forward to help her up, anxiously asking, "Auntie, what are you doing?" The woman, tears streaming down her face, replied, "I have heard from Jingya about your repeated kindness towards her. You are a benefactor to our family. I am too old and incapacitated to repay you. In the next life, I shall serve you as a devoted servant." She then turned to Li Jingya and instructed, "Daughter, bow to our benefactor." "All right," Li Jingya acquiesced, and promptly knelt down. As she was about to bow, Lu Chen could no longer stand by idly. Was this akin to shortening his own life? Without hesitation, he too knelt before Li Jingya. As she bowed once, he reciprocated. When she bowed twice, he returned the gesture thrice. Just then, Lu Chen's phone began to ring, playing the climactic part of a popular song that had taken the internet by storm. One bow to heaven and earth. 2 bows to the parents. A bow between husband and wife. The absurdity of the situation, combined with the stirring sound of the swona, left all 3 momentarily stunned. Lu Chen, feeling awkward, scratched his head and pointed at his phone, saying, "I apologize, a call from home." With that, he assisted both women to their feet and stepped outside to answer the call. "Hello, you little rascal, what time is it? And you're still not home?" came the irate voice of Lu Zhixiong through the receiver. "I'll return shortly," Lu Chen replied before hanging up. Upon re-entering the room, he enjoyed a jovial dinner with the mother and daughter. After finishing their meal and exchanging a few words, Lu Chen prepared to take his leave. Before departing, he thoughtfully covered the engraving machine with a black cloth to protect it from the elements. Just as Lu Chen stepped out, later, 2 middle-aged men arrived at Li Jingya's home. As they stepped into the courtyard, one of the tall men called out, "Is Jingya home? Uncle has some joyous news to share." Hearing this, Li Jingya, who was washing dishes inside, quickly came out. "Uncle? Village chief? What brings you here so late?" she asked, puzzled. In the Li family, there were 2 brothers. Li Jingya's father was the second-born, and the man before her was the eldest, her uncle. After her father's passing, her uncle had taken good care of them, offering warmth and support, both emotionally and financially. Thus, Li Jingya had always regarded him as a father figure. With a beaming smile, her uncle continued, "My dear, the village plans to cultivate an orchard and needs to requisition some land. Once the land is taken, each household will receive a compensation of 500 yuan per square meter. Your family has at least 200 square meters, which translates to 100,000 yuan. Just imagine how long you would have to work to earn that much money. So, I specifically approached the village chief to designate your family's land for the orchard." With this money, you could take your mother to live in a better house in the city. After you graduate from university and earn a good income, you could even buy a house in the city and never have to return to this dilapidated village again. Li Jingya fell silent upon hearing this. 100,000 yuan sounded substantial, but she had just started her first year of high school. Over the next 3 years of high school and 4 years of university, her tuition alone would consume a significant portion of that sum, not to mention living expenses and rent, although she currently held a decent job. What if she were to lose it? Surely, she couldn't take her mother to live under a bridge in such a scenario? After contemplating this, Li Jingya smiled and gently declined. Uncle, I appreciate your kindness, but no matter how nice the city houses are, they aren't ours. Although our home may be a bit run down, it shelters us from the wind and rain, and I feel safe here. That is enough. Upon hearing her words, the expressions of the village chief and her uncle darkened instantly. They exchanged glances, and then her uncle, adopting a more stern tone, said, My dear, I have always regarded you as a sensible child. Your mother has lived her entire life without experiencing city living. If not for yourself, you should consider her. I have fought hard to secure this opportunity for you, and you must not be foolish at this critical moment. His tone became increasingly severe. For a moment, faced with this man she considered a father, Li Jingya lowered her head, unsure of how to respond. Just then, her mother's voice echoed from inside. Elder brother, what brings you here so late? Upon hearing this, her uncle scolded Li Jingya softly for being foolish and then followed the village chief into the house. After they conveyed the situation to her mother, the woman spoke candidly, Brother, we have not forgotten the kindness you have shown us over the years. However, the sum of 100,000 yuan is rather insufficient and cannot sustain our livelihood for long. Moreover, as you are aware, my health is precarious. I lie in bed like a corpse each day and cannot endure much more. Additionally, your brother's grave lies nearby. If we transform this land into an orchard, how can his spirit find peace? Li Jingya's mother, lying on the bed, expressed her helplessness. Upon hearing her words, the village chief exchanged a knowing glance with the elder. The elder understood and replied, Your inability to move is no hindrance. I shall personally drive you when the time comes. As for your brother's grave, I will take it upon myself to facilitate the relocation. Regarding the funds, he turned to the village chief, feigning a troubled expression. Chief, you have heard my sister-in-law. 100,000 yuan indeed seems a trifle. What do you think? In response, the village chief, hands clasped behind his back and a stern countenance, declared, Let me take the liberty of deciding. I will allocate an additional 50,000 yuan from the village committee as a supplementary aid. This is no small sum, sister-in-law. Are you satisfied now? Upon hearing this, the elder interjected, Sister-in-law, what are you hesitating for? Accept this offer without delay. Besides this 50,000 yuan, I have lent you approximately 10,000 yuan over the years, which you need not repay, as long as you and your child can live well. I am willing to incur a loss as the elder brother. After all, with the loss of my younger brother, I must fulfill my responsibilities. Having reached this point in their conversation, it seemed ungracious to refuse. Yet, Li Jingya's mother was not naive. What difference was there between 100,000 and 150,000 yuan? An additional 50,000 yuan would still not be enough to purchase a home, merely extending their survival by a year or two. Brother, this, she trailed off, contemplating. In her heart, she acknowledged her elder brother's care over the years, but felt that this deal was not worth it. Li Jingya had nearly repaid her debts, and their lives were improving. Yet, without this house, they would be left homeless. Would they be forced to wander the streets? The elder, seeing her continue to waver, could no longer contain his frustration. Sister-in-law, what more do you desire? Although we are poor, one must not be overly greedy. The village committee has offered 50,000 yuan, and I am waiving my loan. Are you still unsatisfied? Do you realize that as soon as the news of the land acquisition broke, I rushed to the village chief's home, fervently advocating for you? I brought gifts and put on a smiling face. Now, the decision has reached the district. The orchard is to be established on your land. Are you suggesting we tell the authorities to reconsider? Wouldn't he that embarrass the elder brother? What would become of the village chief's reputation? After this outburst, an oppressive silence enveloped the room. Li Jingya's mother lay with closed eyes, her face a mask of anguish. Li Jingya stood by the bedside, her head bowed, resembling a child who had committed a wrongdoing. As the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, the village chief's expression darkened, breaking the silence. Well then, the second daughter-in-law, please bring me the land deed. I will follow the proper procedures and report it as required. At that time, I will use my connections to suggest that your family's land area does not meet the necessary standards, allowing the leaders to reject the document. This way, I can satisfy your elder brother, and you shall not need to relocate. Upon hearing this solution, a cloud of despair lifted from the faces of Li Jingya and her mother, replaced by expressions of joy. Thank you, village chief. We truly appreciate your help. We apologize for the trouble, elder brother and village chief. The mother and daughter expressed with tears of gratitude. The village chief and the elder uncle exchanged glances and chuckled. Sister-in-law, there's no need for thanks. This is merely my duty as the elder brother. The elder uncle returned to his benevolent demeanor. The village chief lit a cigarette. His face contorted with disdain, stating, I am only doing this for your elder brother's sake. Otherwise, who would bother with such matters? After collecting the land deed, Li Jingya accompanied the two for several hundred meters before turning back towards home. As soon as she departed, the village chief glanced at the land deed in his hand, revealing his true nature. His grin stretched wide like a lotus flower as he chuckled. I initially intended to spend a little money to send this mother and daughter away. But unexpectedly, I ended up with everything without spending a dime. Ha. The elder uncle leaned in, grinning. Village chief, remember our agreement to split the 3 million compensation 50-50. Do not go back on your word. At this declaration, the village chief's expression immediately darkened. 50-50. What do you think this is? I can arrange things without spending a penny. You Li family are truly a bunch of fools. And what about the second spirit not resting in peace? They even want to relocate the grave. In my opinion, the grave can serve as fertilizer for the orchard. After his tirade, the village chief continued on his way, cheerfully muttering, 2,000 yuan per ping in compensation. As village chief, I am really making a name for myself. Damn it. Behind him, the elder uncle gazed at the village chief's retreating figure, the echoes of his earlier words lingering in his mind, leaving him in a daze. Chapter 51. A visit. Upon returning home, Lu Chen lay on his bed, his mind consumed by thoughts of the lithography machine. At the current pace, it was anticipated that the creation would be completed by the following day. Just then, his phone chimed. Upon checking, he found yet another message from that individual. Wang Lai Wu Bai Ding. Hello. It appears that only a portion of the paper has been released. May I inquire when the subsequent content will be published? Wang Lai Wu Bai Ding. I am exceedingly eager to meet with you. Would you be willing to grant me this opportunity? Wang Lai Wu Bai Ding. May I ask where you are currently conducting your research? Have you considered joining the Longguo Academy of Sciences? I would be willing to cover all your research expenses. Wang Lai Wu Bai Ding. If you agree to join the Longguo Academy of Sciences, I assure you, I will immediately confer upon you the title of professor. Wang Lai Wu Bai Ding. Please do reply to my message when you see it. I implore you. The Longguo Academy of Sciences? A professorship? Lu Chen scoffed. By the time the lithography machine made its debut, it would not be surprising if he were offered the position of director instead. At that moment, Lu Chen's attention was drawn to the first message. When would the subsequent content be released? Initially, to exploit the system's benefits, Lu Chen had divided the entire work into thousands of chapters. The previously published Principles of Lithography Machine Manufacturing, Chapter 1 was merely a drop in the ocean. Reflecting on this, Lu Chen opened the system panel. Paper, Principles of Lithography Machine Manufacturing, Chapter 1, Current Readership, 824, 402 Extractable Lifespan, 9 days 12 hours. Seeing this number, Lu Chen felt a surge of joy. The press conference had indeed proven beneficial. He immediately extracted the entirety of the lifespan. Ding. You have successfully extracted 9 days 12 hours of lifespan. Remaining lifespan, 72 days 15 hours 24 minutes 29 seconds. With 9 days worth of lifespan credited, he felt elated. After completing the extraction, Lu Chen eagerly sat down at his computer to begin writing Principles of Lithography Machine Manufacturing, Chapter 2. Armed with previous experience, his pace was significantly quicker this time. Lu Chen opened his notebook and began typing fervently on the keyboard. Once finished, he activated a VPN and opted for anonymous publication. As the words "publication successful" flashed on the screen, the system notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Paper, Principles of Lithography Machine Manufacturing, Chapter 2 published successfully. Hearing this sound, Lu Chen's expression turned ecstatic. Success. But the very next moment, ding. As you have previously published a paper on the same topic, this one will not yield any rewards. What the? Lu Chen's expression darkened. The plan to exploit the system had failed. Given this, there was no need to continue releasing subsequent content. Principles of Lithography Machine Manufacturing, Chapter 2 would stand as the final masterpiece. Time for sleep. Returning to his bed, Lu Chen quickly drifted off. The next morning, just as dawn began to break, Lu Xiong roused Lu Chen from his slumber. "Wake up, you rascal. No school today. We're heading to the Bai family," he exclaimed. "I received word that the elder of the Bai family will be arriving in Yunhai City this morning. I surmise that he has returned specifically for your marriage to Bai Wanwei." Lu Xiong appears to be in good spirits. After all, he had just spoken with the elder of the Bai family yesterday, informing him of Bai Yingtian's unilateral annulment of the engagement. Remarkably, the very next day, the elder flew back, indicating the immense significance he places on this union. At this moment, at the Bai family estate, a procession of luxury vehicles lined up at the entrance. The doors swung open, and Bai Yingtian emerged from the passenger seat. No sooner had he alighted than a throng of reporters surged forward, armed with cameras and microphones, bombarding him with a flurry of questions. "Director Bai, did you just disembark from a flight? Could you share why you have returned to Yunhai City for research?" "Director Bai, the internet is abuzz with videos of your altercation with 3 professors. Do you have any comments on that?" "Director Bai, have you located the mysterious author of the paper?" "Director Bai, when do you anticipate producing the first lithography machine?" Amidst the frenzy of reporters, Bai Yingtian calmly adjusted his collar, choosing not to respond. In a swift motion, several bodyguards rushed in, dispersing the journalists to a distance of 100 meters. Within half a minute, tranquility enveloped the scene once more. Subsequently, Bai Yingtian approached the rear of the car, opened the door, and respectfully announced, "Father, you may disembark now." In the next moment, the elder Bai, with the assistance of several attendants, exited the vehicle and settled into a wheelchair. Just as he descended, Bai Wanwei, on her way to school, witnessed this sight. Gazing at her grandfather in the wheelchair, her expression darkened. The brightness in her eyes gradually dimmed. Bai Wanwei understood that her union with Lu Chen was a decision made personally by her grandfather. With her father having annulled the engagement just yesterday, the elder's return to Yunhai City today could only be interpreted as a move regarding the marriage. Bai Yingtian, noticing his daughter's demeanor, offered a gentle smile. How could he be unaware of her thoughts? He waved his hand and said, "Where? Come greet your grandfather. Rest assured, he has not returned to compel you to marry Lu Chen. Grandfather has consented to my wishes, allowing you the autonomy to choose your own marriage." Upon hearing this, Bai Wanwei's initial skepticism transformed into astonishment, which then evolved into joy. The clouds of doubt dissipated, replaced by a radiant smile akin to sunlight. "Then I shall take my leave. Father, grandfather, farewell." With that, Bai Wanwei cheerfully entered the car. It was at this moment that Bai Yingtian discovered that an individual named Scholar 11 had published a paper titled Principles of Lithography, Chapter 2. His face lit up with excitement as he promptly presented the paper to the elder Bai. Upon reviewing it, the elder Bai expressed rare delight, stating, "Indeed, it seems my choice was correct. You shall not disappoint me." At the sound of his father's praise, Bai Yingtian's smile stretched almost to the point of breaking. Surrounded by bodyguards, the duo made their way toward the Bai family estate. Just as they were about to step through the entrance, a robust voice resonated behind them, "Elder Bai." Upon hearing this, both men turned to find Lu Xiong standing there, accompanied by Lu Chen, displaying an expression of utmost respect. However, upon seeing them, the countenance of both Bai Yingtian and the elder Bai darkened considerably. "Lu Xiong, I have already conveyed over the phone that my daughter Ware will never marry your son. What brings you two here now?" Bai Yingtian's tone was confrontational. Lu Xiong, completely unfazed, directed his gaze toward the elder Bai, respectfully asking, "Elder, may we enter to discuss this matter at length?" With an air of confidence, he believed that the elder Bai had returned to Yunhai City specifically for this marriage arrangement. As for Bai Yingtian, he considered him an insignificant figure, unworthy of speaking in the presence of the elder. Yet, upon hearing Lu Xiong's words, the elder Bai regarded him with a condescending gaze, remaining silent. After a lengthy pause, he finally replied, his expression devoid of emotion, "Head of the Lu family, please take your leave. I am not inclined to meet with any guests at this moment." Chapter 52. The whole network is in an uproar. The lithography machine is unveiled. "Master Lu, please leave. I have no intention of meeting any guests at this moment," declared the elder Mr. Bai, his expression devoid of emotion. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiong's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a portrait of shock. In his mind, the annulment of the engagement by the Bai family was merely a result of Bai Yingtian's obstinacy, something that could easily be disregarded. He believed that the elder Mr. Bai had returned to Yunhai City to uphold justice and to renew the engagement. Yet now, The other party would not even allow him to cross the threshold of the Bai family. What could this possibly signify? With a pained expression, Lu Zhixiong voiced his concerns. Elder, the engagement between Lu Chen and Yue was a vow made by you and Lu Chen's grandfather. Yet now, Bai Tian has severed this union outright. Consider this. Back then, the Bai family was merely an obscure clan in the capital. And it was Lu Chen's grandfather who aided them in rising to prominence. Subsequently, the elder Mr. Bai arranged the marriage and pledged to repay the Lu family as kindness for a lifetime. It is precisely for this reason that I believe the elder would never violate the commitment. However, before the elder could respond, Bai Tian, standing nearby, interjected with arrogance. Lu Zhixiong, are you demanding an explanation from my father? Over the years, how many times has the Bai family cleaned up after your Lu family? Do you not possess even a modicum of self-awareness? If it were not for my father's consideration of past affections, I would have severed ties with your kind long ago. You have no right to stand before me. Begone. As soon as the words left his mouth, the elder Mr. Bai delivered a sharp slap. Crack. Bai Tian covered his face, looking aggrieved, and fell silent. The elder then turned his gaze to Lu Zhixiong, exuding an aura of authority without anger. Master Lu, I have not forgotten the kindness your father once showed me. However, every family has its own difficulties. Given the bond between your father and me, I believe he would understand my position if he were still alive. The marriage between Yue and Lu Chen is hereby annulled. Master Lu, it is best for you to leave. With that, the elder turned his wheelchair and headed back toward the Bai estate. Bai Tian glared at Lu Zhixiong with resentment before following suit. Behind them, Lu Zhixiong stared at their retreating figures, his eyes bloodshot with fury, his teeth clenched in rage. What kind of nonsense is this? Lu Chen's grandfather had risked everything to assist the Bai family, almost sacrificing himself and the entire Lu clan in the process. And now, as the Bai family flourished, they had the audacity to extinguish the Lu family's flame with a mere act of disdain? Elder, are you truly going to go back on your word? If my father were still alive, whether he could comprehend your actions, I do not know. But he would undoubtedly regret having helped your Bai family in the first place. Lu Zhixiong shouted hoarsely, hoping for a response. Yet, Bai Tian and the elder Bai did not look back, resolutely entering the estate. As the gates closed behind them, Lu Zhixiong felt as though his heart had perished. How utterly infuriating, a pack of ungrateful wretches. Son, let us depart. Lu Zhixiong spoke with reddened eyes. Lu Chen nodded slightly and then followed suit. This scene was clearly observed by reporters who were driven away 100 meters away, although they were at a distance and could not hear the conversation between the two. Their professional-grade cameras captured remarkably clear photographs thanks to their powerful focusing capabilities. It is worth noting that online discussions regarding Lu Chen were rampant. Bai Tian accused Professors Wu, Li, and Zhang of accepting bribes from Lu Chen, claiming they were complicit in orchestrating a facade to bestow upon him the title of genius for special admission into the Lonka Institute. The two parties even resorted to physical confrontations in front of the media. At this critical moment, Lu Chen and his father appeared at the Bai family's doorstep, presenting themselves in a manner that seemed excessively obsequious. Instantly, everyone assumed that Lu Chen sought reconciliation. They believed he intended to bribe the Bai family as well. However, he was firmly rejected by the upright Bai Tian. The reporters were elated. This was undoubtedly a sensational headline. They eagerly uploaded the photographs to the internet. As these images were made public, platforms like Weibo, Douyin, and Tieba erupted in chaos, igniting a fervent online debate. Ha ha ha, Lu Chen has truly overstepped. Daring to bribe the Dean Bai, this is sheer folly. In his desperate bid for special admission to the Lonka Institute, he has now encountered insurmountable obstacles. Irrefutable evidence. Where are those who previously defended Lu Chen and the three professors? Speak up now. How ridiculous, claiming he was an unparalleled mathematical genius. Nonsense. Dean Bai is the paragon of the scientific community in Longhua. Professors Wu, Li, and Zhang should be expelled from academia. Just imagining those three professors gambling with Dean Bai is laughable. How dare they? Indeed, they had the audacity to lay hands on Dean Bai. And they deserve to kneel and admit their mistakes. Bai Tian is the most principled and honorable professor I have ever encountered. He has devoted his life to the research and development of lithography machines for Longhua, working tirelessly and diligently. Yet, such a venerable figure has been insulted and assaulted by three scoundrels. I propose that Professors Wu, Li, and Zhang be executed to restore the integrity of Longhua's academic atmosphere. Support. Support 10,086. At this moment, the internet was flooded with voices supporting Bai Tian, insisting that Professors Wu, Li, and Zhang should kneel before him. or even face capital punishment. Meanwhile, the netizens who had previously defended Wu, Li, and Zhang vanished without a trace, none daring to speak. Under the weight of such overwhelming public opinion, the mathematics department of the Longwu Academy of Sciences was oblivious to the turmoil. As Professors Wu, Li, and Zhang entered their office, they were nearly struck down by shock at the sight before them. The desk was littered with rotten eggs, foul water, and decaying vegetable leaves. The floor was strewn with wreaths, paper money, and effigies. Realizing something was amiss, they hurriedly checked the trending topics on their phones. Upon witnessing the headlines from various platforms, the three professors could no longer remain seated. What a disgrace! We have not accepted any bribes, so why must we endure such slander? One exclaimed. We must depart for Yuhai City immediately and confront Lu Chen face to face. Indeed, let us go at once. They agreed. Without delay, they booked the nearest flight to Yuhai City and hurriedly left the university, racing towards the airport. Meanwhile, the subject of public discourse, Lu Chen, arrived leisurely at Li family village. After leaving the Bai family manor, he chose not to return to school. With ample time before him and only 3 subjects remaining to reach perfection in his college entrance examinations, he deemed it more prudent to focus on creating the long-desired lithography machine. Upon reaching Li Jingya's home, Lu Chen placed the health supplements he had purchased in the living room and greeted her mother. He then rushed into the courtyard, lifted the black cloth, and eagerly began his work. As time passed gradually, by noon, Lu Chen secured the final component in its designated position. At that moment, a long-awaited system notification resonated in his mind. Ding. The lithography machine has been successfully constructed. Lithography machine, national fortune value, 1 extractable lifespan, 0. 1 second system notification. The national fortune value can be increased through the following 3 methods. 1. Usage frequency. 2. Number of exposures. 3. Transaction amount. Gazing at the lithography machine before him, Lu Chen could not conceal his excitement. Just then, without warning, the door to Li Jingya's home was abruptly pushed open. Chapter 53, A National Sensation. The creator of the lithography machine is him. The door swung open. In the next moment, Li Jingya entered, carrying several bags of ingredients. Due to her responsibilities in caring for her mother, she typically did not dine at school during lunch and instead returned home to prepare meals. Lu Chen, I heard from Mom that you were here, so I specially went to the supermarket to buy some tofu and a fish. I want to be making scrambled eggs today. Instead, I want you to try the fish head soup I recently learned to make. Li Jingya exclaimed joyfully. Sounds delightful. I happen to be a bit hungry and am looking forward to your new dish. Lu Chen nodded in response. Just wait and see. With that, Li Jingya headed toward the kitchen, bustling about with pots and pans, creating a delightful clatter. Meanwhile, Lu Chen turned his attention back to the national fortune value of the lithography machine. To his surprise, he discovered that even after the machine was completed, it could still provide him with longevity rewards. Although each increment of national fortune value only added 0.1 seconds, there were numerous options available to enhance it. Lu Chen's gaze was drawn to the phrase exposure count. After the last press conference, Lu Chen had tasted the sweet fruits of his labor. Without lifting a finger, he had reaped 9 days of additional lifespan. Even now, the exposure of that paper continued to soar, accumulating another 26 hours of longevity rewards in just half a day. With this thought, Lu Chen took out his phone, aimed the camera at the lithography machine, and initiated a screen recording. As the machine powered up, operated, and then concluded, the entire process unfolded seamlessly, flawlessly executed, and nothing short of perfect. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction before sending the video to his contact. Accompanied by the message, the lithography machine has been completed. Please arrange another press conference. As he finished sending the message and was about to put his phone away, a frantic shout echoed from the kitchen. Hey, Lu Chen, come quickly. The fish has jumped out of the pot. It's trying to escape. Lu Chen, bewildered by her words, quickly pocketed his phone and rushed into the kitchen. There, he found the fish flopping around on the floor, hot oil splattering everywhere. Li Jingya, clutching a spatula, was huddled in the corner, trembling in panic. Lu Chen stood in shock, uncertain whether it was she who was cooking the fish or the fish that was cooking her. At that moment, at the Bai family estate, after Lu Zhixiang had been dismissed, Bai Tian sat there, fixated on his phone, eagerly awaiting a reply from Scholar 11. Just as he was about to doze off, suddenly, a notification chimed. Upon hearing the sound, Bai Tian's sleepiness vanished in an instant. He quickly unlocked the screen and, upon seeing the video sent by the other party, he clicked to view it. On the screen, a brand new lithography machine was showcased amidst a chaotic yard. with a wall made of earth bricks in the background. Shortly after, the lithography machine powered on, emitting a low hum. As the start button was pressed, the lithography machine emitted a mechanical yet technologically sophisticated sound. Mere seconds later, it powered down, concluding the video. Upon witnessing this, Bai Yingtian's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate a chicken egg. His chest heaved rapidly, breaths becoming shallow, and his entire being trembled with exhilaration. It was accomplished. The lithography machine had indeed been created. Bai Yingtian let out a thunderous roar. Meanwhile, the elderly Bai patriarch, sipping tea and perusing the newspaper, was startled nearly out of his wheelchair by the unexpected commotion. What is all this fuss about? Such a commotion over nothing, he scolded. Without hesitation, Bai Yingtian seized the video and exclaimed, "Father, look. The lithography machine has been crafted by that mysterious individual. Furthermore, he has authorized me to hold a press conference." Upon hearing this, the Bai patriarch regarded the video with a mixture of skepticism and curiosity. As he absorbed the content, the usually unflappable head of the Bai family could not conceal his exhilaration. "Excellent. This individual has recognized your unadulterated dedication to scientific research by sharing the video and granting you permission for a press conference. It is not surprising that someone would take note of our Bai family's esteemed reputation and integrity," he declared. "Immediately send me the video. I shall investigate the background to ascertain the location of this person." Consequently, Bai Yingtian promptly transmitted the video to his father, who then utilized all his connections in the capital to locate the scene depicted in the footage. One must commend the efficiency of operations in the capital. Within half an hour, a response was received. "Old Bai, based on the earthen wall in the video, we deduce it is from a certain impoverished village in Longhua. Mobilizing thousands, we meticulously compared it with satellite imagery from the Beidou system among the tens of thousands of impoverished villages nationwide, ultimately concluding that the individual filming the video resides at Li Family Village, number 44. With that, an image was sent, showcasing a comparison between Li Family Village number 44 and the video's backdrop. The resemblance could not be described as merely high, it was strikingly identical. Gazing at the image before him, Bai Yingtian was overwhelmed with excitement and promptly declared his intention to seek out this enigmatic individual. At that moment, the Bai patriarch interjected, "I too wish to meet this genius who has engineered the lithography machine. Let us proceed together." Thus, accompanied by a cadre of bodyguards, the pair exited the gates of the Bai estate. As they stepped outside, throngs of reporters swarmed around them, cameras flashing incessantly, inquiries flying in rapid succession. In a moment of inspiration, Bai Yingtian resolved to hold an impromptu press conference right there. Clearing his throat before the multitude of lenses and flashes, he announced, "Due to the urgency of the situation, I have decided to convene a temporary press conference here. It is with great solemnity that I announce to all that the lithography machine, which our Dragon Nation has eagerly anticipated for decades, has been successfully created by the enigmatic figure. Furthermore, we have ascertained the precise location of this mysterious individual. Now, we shall set forth to seek out this person." As these words were spoken, the journalists exchanged glances, each momentarily at a loss for words. Silence enveloped the scene, as palpable as a dropped pin. After a few seconds, the reporters erupted into a frenzy, clamoring to capture photographs and pose questions. Yet, Bai Yingtian was no longer inclined to respond. At that moment, the earth began to tremble. From the sky, the sound of whirring propellers filled the air. Just as the journalists stood bewildered, unsure of what was unfolding, a procession of military vehicles appeared in the distance, advancing with great grandeur. Above, helicopters formed a majestic formation, resembling a colossal dragon soaring through the heavens, surveying the world with an imposing presence. The spectacle was monumental, the display opulent, exuding a power that seemed capable of swallowing mountains and rivers. The astonishing scene left the gathered reporters trembling in fear, rendered as still as statues. At that juncture, a camouflaged military vehicle halted at the entrance of the estate. The door swung open, and a man clad in military attire stepped out. He strode purposefully to Elder Bai, saluting with impeccable precision, and declared, "From the Yuhai City Military District, I am here under orders to escort Elder Bai." The elder nodded in acknowledgement. Upon deciding to embark on this journey, he had conveyed his intention to the capital to seek the mysterious individual in the family village. Given Elder Bai's esteemed status and the significance of the lithography machine to our nation, the Yuhai City Military District took exceptional measures, even deploying helicopters for protection. Thus, under the aegis of such a grand escort, Elder Bai and Bai Yingtian entered the vehicle, and the entourage set forth towards Li Family Village. Chapter 54. Impossible. The Dragon Kingdom could never produce a lithography machine. At the Lu family villa, Professors Wu, Li, and Zhang stood at the entrance, their expressions reflecting their frustrations. Upon disembarking from the plane, they had hurried to the 13th middle school in Yuhai City in search of Lu Chen, only to learn from the homeroom teacher that he was absent due to illness. With no other options, they proceeded to Lu Chen's residence. However, Lu Zhixiong, already in a foul mood, unleashed a torrent of curses upon hearing their intentions, refusing them entry. The esteemed mathematics professor from the Dragon Academy of Sciences had transformed into a mere onlooker, waiting idly at the door for Lu Chen's return. At that moment, Professor Wu glanced at his phone, and his smartwatch suddenly buzzed with a notification. The mysterious figure behind the lithography machine is currently live streaming. Upon reading the news, Professor Wu's mouth fell agape in astonishment. What? That old rascal Bai Tian has already tracked down the whereabouts of the individual who published the paper? Upon hearing this, Professors Li and Zhang quickly turned their attention to the live stream. There, they saw Bai Tian seated in a vehicle, escorted by the military, making his way to Lijia village. Professor Li couldn't help but grumble, that scoundrel is truly lucky, effortlessly acquiring a talent. Professor Zhang concurred, indeed. Why should he reap the rewards while we endure slander and insults? Though the three were filled with resentment, they could only watch Bai Tian basking in glory on the live stream. Meanwhile, the national trending topics were overwhelmingly dominated by the terms lithography machine and mysterious figure. Top 1. The first lithography machine of the Dragon Kingdom successfully unveiled. The identity of the mysterious figure to be revealed soon. Top 2. President Bai, under military escort, personally heads to the location of the mysterious figure. Top 3. Foreign nations expressed doubt over the Dragon Kingdom's production of lithography machines. Top 4. Evidence. Lu Chen bribed professors of the Dragon Academy of Sciences. In addition to the domestic uproar surrounding the lithography machine, international reactions were swift. The beautiful nation SAP United Communications Agency stated, the Dragon Kingdom claims to have produced a lithography machine, yet no tangible evidence currently exists. It may merely be a ploy for attention. The sun never sets nation's BBC News remarked, after decades of fruitless research. The Dragon Kingdom suddenly announces the advent of its first lithography machine, casting doubt on its authenticity. The island nation's daily reported, we align our stance with that of the beautiful nation regarding the Dragon Kingdom's claims of producing a lithography machine. It is utterly impossible and merely an exaggeration. The Great Cold Abyss nation's KVS News declared, the Dragon Kingdom boasts about being the best in every field, shamelessly clinging to grand delusions. When will their dreams shatter? While the remarks from the initial nations were not entirely unfounded, maintaining skepticism is their prerogative. The island nation's inclination to play the beautiful nation's lapdog is their own affair. However, the title from the Great Cold Abyss nation was not news, but an outright insult. Upon witnessing this, Dragon Kingdom netizens abroad could no longer tolerate the affront and rushed to the comments section to launch a counterattack. In the realm of the Great Cold Underworld, chaos ensued. The audacity to steal a nation and still maintain a semblance of pride. Should we truly succeed in our endeavors, would it not be claimed by you once more? How absurd. Perhaps we should refrain from sensational headlines, lest we attribute such folly to mere intoxication from pickled vegetables. Let us not bicker. For I must declare that the denizens of the Great Cold Underworld are a collection of utter fools. Originally a piece of news concerning the Great Cold Underworld, the comment section has inexplicably transformed into a chorus of Chinese, garnering significant approval. Some individuals attempted to retaliate, but their words were swiftly drowned in a deluge of Chinese comments. The Great Cold Underworld, left with no recourse, resorted to selecting featured comments and restricting discourse. At this very moment, in Li family village, within the abode of Li Jingya, Lu Chen sat in the living room awaiting the meal. Suddenly, Li Jingya entered, carrying a pot of soup. The fish soup is ready, she exclaimed joyfully, placing the pot upon the table, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she urged Lu Chen to sample it. Lu Chen nodded, scooping a spoonful of soup, blowing gently upon it before tasting. The moment it slid down his throat, his eyes widened, nearly leading to an untimely demise. How to describe this flavor? It was akin to a bowl of boiling water, to which a dash of soy sauce, sugar, chicken essence, and dark soy sauce had been added, followed by an overwhelming 10 packets of salt. This concoction, he mused, certainly indicated the demise of the salt merchant. Yet, gazing upon Li Jingya's expectant face, he could not bear to voice his true thoughts, instead opting to say, "It's delicious." Upon hearing his response, Li Jingya's face lit up with joy. She lifted her spoon and called out, "Mom, I've made fish soup. I'll bring you a bowl shortly." Lu Chen proclaimed it was indeed delightful. At these words, a wave of panic washed over him. While he, being young and robust, could endure the soup's effects, he feared for Li Jingya's mother should she suffer any ill consequences. As Li Jingya prepared to ladle the soup into a bowl, Lu Chen swiftly took the pot, opened his mouth wide, and gulped down the entire contents. Afterward, wiping his mouth, he feigned a laugh, exclaiming, "It is simply exquisite." Li Jingya, astonished, covered her mouth in disbelief. "Lu Chen, do you truly love fish soup so much?" she inquired. He nodded, "Indeed. Fish soup is particularly nourishing for the stomach. I enjoy it." Yet, before he could finish, a grave realization struck him. In a frenzied rush, he dashed to the restroom, shutting the door behind him and hastily removing his trousers. The next moment, a thunderous sound erupted from within. Boom. The commotion was so great that Li Jingya's mother could be heard praising from the bedroom, "My daughter is truly remarkable. You even learned to fry eggplant." To which Li Jingya could only respond with silence. Meanwhile, as Lu Chen was occupied in the restroom, a series of knocks reverberated through the courtyard. Chapter 55. The creator of the lithography machine is Lu Chen. Upon hearing a knock at the door, Li Jingya opened the gate to her yard. To her surprise, the village chief and her uncle entered, followed by a throng of people. Upon seeing the two, Li Jingya greeted them with a demeanor of utmost respect. If it hadn't been for her uncle and the village chief, it was likely that she and her mother would have been left homeless. However, the subsequent remarks made by the village chief left Li Jingya utterly bewildered. With his hands clasped behind his back and an expression devoid of emotion, he stated, "Jingya, the approval has been granted from above, and the orchard will be established on your property. When do you and your mother plan to move out?" Taken aback by this proclamation, Li Jingya's face reflected her astonishment and fear. "Move out? Village chief, didn't you say that you would use your connections to ensure the documents were secured, so we wouldn't have to relocate?" In response, the village chief let out a cold laugh and replied, "What are you talking about? I do not comprehend you at all. The decision to select your home for the orchard was made with your consent, and the land deed is in my possession. It is too late for you to change your mind now. If you refuse to leave, I shall have these individuals assist in your removal." With a triumphant smirk, the village chief proclaimed. Li Jingya's gaze shifted to the crowd outside, her expression morphing into one of horror. Panic surged within her as she grasped her uncle's arm, appearing utterly helpless. "Uncle, what is going on? Please say something. Was it not agreed that the land deed would be handed over to you to spare us this predicament? How can this be happening?" Before she could finish her plea, her uncle, displaying evident impatience, pushed her away. "Child, how can you be so oblivious? The orchard being placed on your land is a blessing granted to you and your mother by your father as spirit. Have you not considered the substantial benefits this orchard will bring to the village? Sacrificing your own family for the greater good, surely you must understand this principle. Has your education been for naught?" Upon hearing her uncle's words, Li Jingya's expression turned to one of disbelief. She could hardly fathom that the man she had regarded as a father figure now stood before her in such an unrecognizable manner. Growing increasingly impatient, the village chief waved his hand dismissively, commanding, "Enough with the idle chatter. Everyone, enter and remove everything inside. Leave not a single item behind." No sooner had he spoken than the crowd surged into Li Jingya's home. In a matter of moments, the benches and tables within the house were unceremoniously tossed outside. "No!" Li Jingya cried out, her face a mask of despair. Once, even when faced with overwhelming debt, she had persevered, for amidst the vast world, a single light awaited her return home from school. But now even the last refuge from the storm had been stripped away, and the flickering flame of hope within her was extinguished once more. Her gaze turned vacant, tears streamed down her cheeks. Without a home, where could she and her mother possibly go? At that moment, a pair of anguished screams pierced the air. In the blink of an eye, two figures were hurled from the house. Just as the village chief and the elder were left bewildered, Lu Chen emerged from the house, lifting the collars of both men as if they were mere chicks. "Don't move. Whoever dares to touch anything in this house will face my wrath." In an instant, everyone halted their actions, their faces filled with dread as they gazed at Lu Chen. The village chief and the elder were equally intimidated by the aura Lu Chen exuded. Regaining his composure, the elder pointed at Li Jingya and scolded, "Well, Li Jingya, not only have you become unreasonable, but at such a young age, you are also hiding a man, aren't you? Today, I shall educate you on behalf of your father." With that, he raised his arm, ready to slap Li Jingya across the face. Just as the hand was about to make contact, Lu Chen swung the person he was holding, akin to a game of billiards, aiming it at the elder. Oh. The elder stumbled and fell to the ground, his waist nearly shattering upon impact. What is happening? Lu Chen approached and inquired of Li Jingya. She did not hold back, recounting the events in full detail. Last night, the elder and the village chief informed me that the village intends to requisition my family's land for an orchard. They are offering a mere 500 yuan per mu, which my mother deemed insufficient and thus refused. However, the village chief has already submitted the outcome to the authorities. To appease them, he insisted that I hand over the land deed. They would report it through the proper channels and leverage connections to finalize the documents, ensuring that we would not have to move. But unexpectedly, the approval went through. Upon hearing Li Jingya's account, Lu Chen realized that she had been ensnared by the two men's schemes. He was also certain that the demolition of Li's village, as mentioned by his father, referred to Li Jingya's hometown. With this revelation, Lu Chen, with a smile that barely concealed his disdain, remarked, The compensation for this demolition, originally set at 20,000 yuan per mu, has been reduced to a mere 500 yuan. You two old wretches truly have no qualms about devouring the flesh of others. At this proclamation, everyone present was left dumbfounded. Li Jingya gasped in shock. 20,000? 20,000 per mu? Rather than feeling remorseful upon being exposed, the elder retorted indignantly, Girl, I have always treated your family with care. You ought to show some understanding towards me. My son is getting married, and the bride's family demands both a dowry and a house. How can I possibly afford all of that? You will marry eventually, and your mother is practically a ghost. What do you and your mother need this house for? Hearing such callous remarks, Li Jingya finally saw through the elder's true nature. The man who had always treated her like family had lost all sense of morality in the face of self-interest. Lu Chen laughed. Is this even the kind of thing a human would say? Your son is getting married, and others must be cast out onto the streets? If a drop of kindness cannot elicit a fountain of gratitude, then you intend to drain the well dry? At that moment, a group of uniformed police officers suddenly surged in, surrounding Lu Chen. Leading them was a man who appeared to be an official, who declared, "Who is obstructing the execution of official duties?" The village chief beheld the man and chuckled. He produced a cigarette and offered it, saying, "Old show, you finally arrived. I am tasked with the demolition of this house. The paperwork has already been approved. However, some obstinate individuals are resisting the enforcement of the law. What do you propose we do?" Upon hearing this, Old Zhou waved his hand decisively. "Demolish it. Anyone who dares to resist should be apprehended immediately." Upon receiving the command, a group rushed into the house, seizing furniture and tossing it outside. Lu Chen, aware that the two were in cahoots, found himself encircled by Uncle Hat and was unable to act against him. Thus, he took out his phone, intending to call home. Old Zhou, noticing this, swiftly snatched the phone away. "You intend to record a video to distort the truth and spread rumors, do you?" "Not on my watch," Old Zhou declared, his expression one of discernment. Just then, a villager rushed in, urgency etched on his face. He whispered a few words into the village chief's ear. Upon hearing this, the chief's countenance shifted to one of astonishment. "Old Zhou, someone from the capital has arrived, accompanied by the military district from Yuhai City, and they are now at the village entrance," the chief said, his voice trembling. Old Zhou's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. "Is that true? Do not jest with me." As grassroots officials, they were accustomed to being subservient even to local leaders, let alone figures from the capital. For them, this was akin to the emperor visiting incognito. "I am not in the mood for jokes. Enough of this banter. Let us go greet them." With that, the two hastened towards the village entrance without a moment's delay. Before they had gone far, they spotted military vehicles advancing towards the village, flanked by several armed police officers. Above, helicopters hovered, while white mirrors glinted from the rooftops nearby. Witnessing this spectacle, the village chief and Old Zhou swallowed hard, attempting to steady their anxious hearts as they approached. They jogged eagerly to the first military vehicle. "Greetings, esteemed leaders. I am Li Quan, the village chief of Li Family Village. This is Zhou Zheng, the head of the local police station. We extend our warm welcome to all of you. Please excuse our inadequate reception." Li Quan spoke with utmost respect. In the presence of the village chief, the elder Bai and Bai Tian showed no signs of complacency. They regarded the enigmatic creator of the lithography machine as one of Li Family Village's own. Under such circumstances, they might very well benefit from the Li family's influence in the future. Elder Bai, descending from the vehicle in a wheelchair, smiled and said, "No need for formality, village chiefly. Continue your diligent work. There is great potential ahead. Should you encounter any difficulties in your endeavors, do not hesitate to reach out to me." As he spoke, a man resembling a secretary stepped forward, presenting Elder Bai's business card. Upon seeing the name and title inscribed on the card, Li Quan and Zhou Zheng were momentarily taken aback, their hands trembling as they nearly fell to their knees. Yet, soon after, expressions of exhilaration illuminated their faces. Initially, the grand investment by Yun Haiqing in the demolition of Lijia village has now been further augmented by the arrival of a benefactor. This is not merely a sign of ancestral blessings, it is akin to a mushroom cloud of fortune. Village chiefly, could you kindly guide us to know 44 in Lijia village? Inquired old Master Bai. Upon hearing this name, Li Zheng felt a pang of anxiety. No. 44 in Lijia village belonged to none other than Li Jingya. It was imperative to note that the individuals he had brought along were currently engaged in the forceful demolition of Li Jingya's home. How could he possibly explain this scene to the eminent figures from the capital? Li Quan and Zhou Zheng exchanged apprehensive glances, their spirits dampened. Nonetheless, they steeled themselves to lead the way. Behind them, Bai Yingtian pushed old Master Bai forward. Flanked on the left by a squad of armed police and on the right by journalists wielding cameras, as they marched toward number 44 in Lijia village. As they approached within mere meters of Li Jingya's residence, Bai Yingtian's excitement soared upon spotting the familiar earthen wall. Was this not the very wall featured in the video? The object of his fervent desire lay just within. When the group reached the entrance, they beheld a pristine lithography machine prominently displayed in the courtyard. Its appearance identical to that in the video. Bai Yingtian gazed at this coveted creation, an uncontainable thrill radiating from him as his hands trembled. After decades of diligent labor and relentless research, was this not the moment he had long awaited? Although he had not crafted it himself. Witnessing the lithography machine's unveiling was a fulfillment beyond reproach. The journalists swiftly activated their cameras, eagerly capturing the moment. Suddenly, with a crash, a chair hurtled out from the living room. Another loud thud followed as a table flew out. Shortly thereafter, with a resounding bang, a television cabinet was hurled forth, arcing gracefully before crashing down upon the lithography machine. The impact resulted in a significant component being dislodged from the machine. Outside, old Master Bai nearly leapt from his wheelchair at this shocking sight. Bai Yingtian stood in disbelief, his complexion pale and his jaw nearly touching the ground in shock. The journalists, equally stunned, hesitated, believing they had misinterpreted the scene, but as they gazed upon the smoking lithography machine, the reality of the situation dawned on them. Everything that had transpired was indeed true. Before anyone could collect their thoughts, a resonant voice emerged from the blind spot of the courtyard. Whoever dares to obstruct me will surely regret it. The crowd turned to see Lu Chen encircled by a group of stern-faced individuals, his expression icy. The Bai family and the reporters were left bewildered. How had Lu Chen arrived here? And who were those individuals flinging furniture outside? As confusion reigned, a secretary approached and remarked, "Old Bai, according to my investigation, Lijia village is slated for demolition, and the company responsible for this operation is your old acquaintance, the Lu family from Yun Haiqing. Demolition. The Lu family." Upon hearing these two keywords, and combined with the circumstances in the courtyard, in an instant, Bai Yingtian and the old Bai were engulfed in fury. Everything before their eyes seemed to have received a plausible explanation. No wonder Lu Chen would appear here. Forcibly demolishing private residences was indeed an ignoble act that the Lu family could commit. Lu Chen, you scoundrel, do you even realize whose home you are demolishing? Are you aware of what you have just destroyed? Bai Yingtian exclaimed in despair, his voice laden with hysteria. The surrounding reporters were equally incensed. As citizens of the Dragon Nation, they were deeply concerned about national honor and understood the significance of the lithography machine to their country. This Lu Chen was nothing short of a malignant tumor for the Dragon Nation. Indeed, he had first bribed 3 professors from the Lonka Institute with a sledgehammer. And barely a day had passed before he returned to demolish the home of a national pillar. He must be apprehended and severely punished. Upon hearing the reporter's outcry, the expression on the old Bai's face darkened to the utmost. At this moment, he was immensely grateful for heeding his son's advice to annul his granddaughter's engagement to Lu Chen. Following this incident, even if Lu Chen escaped execution, he would surely languish in prison for life. Subsequently, the old Bai turned to Zhou Zheng, exuding an imposing authority without rage. Director Zhou, do not fear when confronting lawbreakers. Apprehend them as needed. Do not be deterred by their identities, nor bow to malevolent forces. Today, I shall seek justice for you. Immediately arrest the demolisher. Zhou Zheng was nearly paralyzed with fear. Even a fool could discern that the high-ranking official had come for Li Jingya. Yet, the true demolisher of Li Jingya's home was not Lu Chen, but rather, themselves. If the high-ranking official were to uncover the truth, his life would be irrevocably ruined. At that moment, the village chief, Li Quan, was also drenched in sweat. He could not fathom how Li Jingya had acquired such connections. However, as the situation had escalated to this point, he could only adopt a reckless attitude. Li Zheng exchanged a knowing glance. Zhou Zheng understood the implication and, with a grand gesture, shifted the blame onto Lu Chen. Comrades, apprehend this lawbreaker who is demolishing private residences. Upon receiving the order, Uncle had immediately stepped forward, ready to place handcuffs on Lu Chen. Lu Chen was already incensed by the destruction of the lithography machine. Although repairing it was a relatively simple task, it was still the fruit of his labor, and he felt a pang of regret. Had it not been for Uncle Hat's blockade, he would have already hung those individuals up for punishment. His anger had yet to subside. Suddenly, the Bai family emerged from nowhere, hurling insults at him and threatening to apprehend him. In a surge of fury, Lu Chen faced the cameras of the reporters and shouted, "Are you Bai family members all a bunch of brainless fools? Do you understand the context of this matter? Have you investigated the facts before jumping to conclusions? By Patriarch, Old Bai, may I inquire what you bear upon your shoulders, tumors? You hastily conclude that I am the villain based solely on your preconceived notions of me. Is this how you adjudicate matters? Do you know that the compensation for relocation is set at 20,000 yuan per square meter? Yet the village chief merely wishes to dismiss people with a paltry sum of 500 yuan? When the homeowners refuse, they resort to forcibly demolishing residences, colluding with an official surnamed Zhou, acting with utter impunity. Moreover, there is this uncle, cloaked in the guise of humanity, yet behaving in an inhumane manner. His younger brother has passed away, and his sister-in-law lies paralyzed in bed. Yet he conspires with outsiders to bully his own niece, coveting her property. He is nothing short of a beast. You wish to apprehend me? Then your clan is complicit in their misdeeds, akin to a tiger's accomplice. Little different from that despicable village chief and uncle. As for the esteemed capital, I scoff. If you were to have Bai Wanyuan kneel before me, pleading to marry me, I would refuse, for I fear that any offspring would inherit your family's lack of intelligence." As these words were spoken, the expressions on Bai Yingtian and the elder Bai's faces resembled that of someone who had just consumed a pound of excrement. Their countenances were as ghastly as could be. The two were so infuriated that they trembled, their features contorted, their gazes fixed upon Lu Chen with fury. When had the illustrious Bai family, renowned and respected far and wide, ever been subjected to such insults? Who had dared to address them with anything less than utmost reverence? Even Lu Zhixiang appeared as meek as a chick before the elder Bai, refraining from uttering a single curse. Yet Lu Chen, a mere fledgling, lambasted them mercilessly, striking at the very core of their hearts with each word. Not only did he denounce the Bai family as swine and refuse to wed Bai Wanwei even if she knelt before him, but he also brazenly likened it to defecating on their heads while asking for a tissue. Most critically, numerous journalists were broadcasting live from the scene, making it nearly impossible for the incident to escape the headlines the following day. The two elders were seething with rage, wishing fervently to drag Lu Chen out and execute him on the spot. However, they understood the power of public opinion. If they failed to clarify matters today and haphazardly detained Lu Chen, their family's reputation would undoubtedly suffer. Li Zheng and Zhou Quan, what is the meaning of this? Are these individuals sent by you or by Lu Chen? The elder Bai seethed, his expression dark. Upon hearing this inquiry, both men appeared terrified, cold sweat trickling down their brows. After a moment, Li Quan, trembling, stammered, "Chief, please do not heed that man's nonsense. I do not know these individuals at all." Zhou Zheng also sought to exonerate himself. "Indeed, Chief, I merely responded to a report of unlawful demolition and was performing my duty." Upon hearing their responses, the elder Bai abruptly waved his hand, "Arrest all those involved in the demolition and escort them to court, applying for execution." At this declaration, Li Zheng and Zhou Quan's eyes widened in shock. What? Execute for unlawful demolition of residences? When was this new regulation established? Just as they were processing this bewilderment, a group of armed police officers stormed into the courtyard, encircling all the underlings. The subordinates, faced with the ominous muzzles of the rifles, immediately descended into panic. They are mostly idle youths from the village, merely desiring to follow the village chief in some nefarious tasks to earn a decent meal. Little did they expect to face gunfire. It was the village chief who orchestrated this. We are not involved. Please, let me go. It is true that the village chief, in collusion with Li Jingya's uncle, deceived her family out of their land deed. Moreover, they conspired with old Zhou, hiring us to forcibly demolish the property. This is not our fault at all. I swear I will never do this again. I beg you all to spare my life. I am the only son in my family. I cannot die. At this moment, Li Zheng and Zhou Quan's eyes were vacant, their hearts utterly shattered. The uncle, trembling beside them, was already paralyzed with fear. Elder Bai was exceedingly furious, his voice resonant and commanding. Arrest Li Zheng and Zhou Quan, bypassing the township, district, city, and province, and deliver them directly to the capital for severe punishment. As for these thugs involved in the demolition and that uncle, detain them at the city bureau. Bypassing the township and district. Yes. Understood. The armed police promptly advanced, restraining several individuals. Chief, please. Don't. Chief, I implore you for another chance. After dealing with these individuals, Bai Yingtian fixed his icy gaze upon Lu Chen. Although he had previously misjudged Lu Chen, the insult directed at the Bai family was a grudge he had not forgotten. However, his interest now lay elsewhere, directed at Li Jingya. After all, in the courtyard, apart from the Bai duo and Lu Chen, only Li Jingya remained. Thus, the identity of the enigmatic developer of the lithography machine became evident. All the reporters, in a frenzy, surged towards Li Jingya, their cameras flashing incessantly as questions poured forth. Hello, how did you manage to create the lithography machine? What challenges did you encounter during its development, and how did you overcome them? What plans do you have for future developments? Will you join domestic institutions or study abroad? What drives you, at such a young age, to achieve such remarkable accomplishments? Faced with the barrage of questions from the reporters, Li Jingya was bewildered. What on earth was happening? Just starting her first year of high school, she had no idea what a lithography machine was. At that moment, Bai Yingtian approached her, stating, I am delighted to finally meet you. I did not expect you to be so young and so approachable. I sincerely invite you to join the Longbo Academy of Sciences. If you agree, I am willing to cover all your research expenses. From now on, the lithography technology of Longwo will rely on your promotion. Upon hearing their conversation, Lu Chen suddenly understood. It appeared these individuals were pursuing him. Perhaps they had inadvertently revealed the background in a photo. This meant that Bai Wanwei's father, Bai Yingtian, was involved. However, to Lu Chen, this held little significance. Bai Yingtian was merely a tool to enhance his paper's visibility and extend his influence. Subsequently, Lu Chen turned to the lithography machine, assessing the extent of the damage. Meanwhile, Li Jingya and Bai Yingtian had been conversing for quite some time before they finally understood. It turned out that the lithography machine referred to by these individuals was, in fact, the one situated in their courtyard. Li Jingya shook her head and stated, You have mistaken the person. That machine is not of my making. It merely resides in our home temporarily. The creator of the lithography machine is Lu Chen. Upon hearing this, a look of bewilderment swept across everyone's faces. Almost instantly, they turned in unison, their astonished gazes fixed upon Lu Chen, who stood beside the lithography machine. Chapter 56, Astonishment Among the Crowd. A once-in-a-century prodigy. Is the creator of the lithography machine Lu Chen? Upon hearing Li Jingya's response, disbelief swept through the gathered crowd. Who is Lu Chen? The sole heir of the esteemed black family, destined to inherit the Lu Corporation. In the eyes of many, he is merely a frivolous scion, lacking any scholarly merit or redeeming qualities. Moreover, the internet is rife with scandalous allegations of Lu Chen bribing professors. Could such an individual possibly develop a lithography machine? Despite their skepticism, the sight of Lu Chen busily engaged beside the machine piqued the curiosity of reporters, who gradually approached him with cameras in tow. At that moment, Lu Chen was assessing the extent of damage to the lithography machine. He pressed the start button. The machine emitted a mechanical, yet sophisticated hum. The startup sequence is functioning properly, Lu Chen affirmed with a nod. However, in the next instant, a jarring noise erupted as the machine shook violently, reminiscent of a washing machine on spin cycle. Noticing the anomaly, Lu Chen furrowed his brow and directed his gaze towards the main control panel, where a message starkly appeared, Calculation system damaged. Please manually input numbers to restore operation. Beyond its external hardware, the lithography machine's core comprised a robust software code akin to a computer CPU. While the exterior appeared as a mere hunk of metal, it played a crucial role in the machine's overall functionality. Clearly, the television cabinet that had just flown off had damaged the external hardware responsible for computations. Typically, replacing it with a new component would suffice. Yet, with so many onlookers present, utilizing the system's extraordinary capabilities in public was less than ideal. To ensure the system's smooth operation and check for further damage, Lu Chen reluctantly opened the computational module to manually troubleshoot. With a swift motion, the screen flickered, revealing a dense array of numbers that filled the entire display. The calculations were straightforward, primarily basic arithmetic, but the sheer volume was daunting. Even with a computer, it would take 4 to 5 minutes merely to process these numbers. However, in front of the reporter's lenses, Lu Chen did not hesitate. He inputted the calculated result with remarkable speed. The entire process flowed seamlessly, taking less than a second, as if he did not even pause to think. Ding! The result was correct. As the words "result correct" appeared, the surrounding reporters stood in stunned silence, exchanging bewildered glances. What extraordinary computational prowess was this? A series of numbers longer than their lives, and Lu Chen had input the correct answer without a moment's hesitation? Not far away. Bai Tian and the Elder Bai were equally astonished by the scene. Through Lu Chen's performance, they could almost conclusively affirm that the lithography machine was indeed his creation. And his computational abilities were undeniably remarkable. The three mathematics professors had not lied. Upon reflecting on this, Bai Tian felt a chill creep through his heart. Gripped by fear and trepidation, he had not forgotten the wager he made with the three professors. Should Lu Chen indeed prove to be an extraordinary mathematical prodigy, he would resign from all positions at the Dragon National Academy of Sciences. Before he could begin to regret his decision, Lu Chen's subsequent performance left everyone utterly astounded. Before their eyes, the control panel of the lithography machine continuously refreshed, displaying a series of numbers that required manual input. Like a game of whack-a-mole, Lu Chen produced a sequence of numbers and, without hesitation, entered the correct answers. Tap, tap, tap. His fingers flew over the keyboard with such speed that they seemed to leave an afterimage. The audience, eyes wide as saucers and mouths agape, could scarcely believe the spectacle before them. Was this not a bit exaggerated? Using a computer typically required a significant amount of time, yet they hadn't even grasped the questions. Lu Chen's input speed resembled that of a novelist. Could the lithography machine even keep up? Approximately 1 minute later, the manual input phase concluded, and the lithography machine resumed its normal operation. Buzzing and creaking, it completed its cycle without major issues. Aside from some damage to the computational system, all other functions remained flawless. With a sigh of relief, Lu Chen turned to find himself surrounded by reporters, their cameras flashing incessantly. The blinding lights nearly threatened to induce cataracts. Many reporters were broadcasting live, and the barrage of comments flooded in like a tempest. My heavens! What a monumental work this is. Twists and turns abound. Who would have thought that Lu Chen was the mastermind behind the lithography machine? Indeed, based on Lu Chen's demonstrated mathematical prowess, it appeared they had misjudged Professors Wu, Li, and Zhang. They had not accepted bribes. And Lu Chen was undeniably a once-in-a-lifetime mathematical genius. The shock was overwhelming. This plot was something one could scarcely dream up. A mathematical prodigy. Coupled with the title of father of the lithography machine, Lu Chen was bound to soar, and universities across the nation would surely clamor for him. Not merely soaring. It seemed he would transcend the boundaries of the galaxy. Not only national institutions, but global universities would surely be eager to welcome him. Lu Chen was remarkable. The revival of the Dragon Nation appeared promising. The audience was enraptured by this fantastical narrative, their blood boiling with excitement, hardly able to believe their eyes. First, Bai Tian announced the advent of the lithography machine. Then, he accused Professors Wu, Li, and Zhang of accepting bribes from Lu Chen, masquerading under the guise of a mathematical prodigy to secure his admission to the Dragon National Academy. The ensuing wagers and confrontations ignited public discourse, culminating in the revelation of the truth. Lu Chen was indeed a mathematical genius, and he was the inventor of the lithography machine. This was rather awkward. In the courtyard of Li Jingya's home, Old Bai turned to Bai Tian and remarked, "Are you stunned? Dumbfounded? I dare say neither of us anticipated that Lu Chen was not only a mathematical prodigy, but also the enigmatic figure responsible for creating the lithography machine. Now, with the dissolution of Yu's marriage, we find ourselves entangled with the Lu family once more. What do you suggest we do?" Old Master Bai harbors a tinge of regret deep within. When he learned that Bai Tian could produce the lithography machine, he chose to sever the engagement with the Lu family for the sake of his family, bearing the ignominy of being deemed ungrateful. Ironically, the very creator of the lithography machine is none other than his former grandson-in-law. It can be said that he has lost both his wife and his army. Upon hearing the elder's words, Bai Tian's countenance revealed a tapestry of complex emotions. He yearned for his daughter's freedom in marriage, yet could not relinquish his lifelong aspiration for the lithography machine. Gritting his teeth, he stomped his foot and approached Lu Chen. "Xiao Chen, I apologize for my previous attitude. It was my fault to unilaterally annul your engagement with you and even deny you entry into the Bai family home. Though we may not become one family, I can offer to be your academic mentor and guide. Why not join the Dragon National Academy of Sciences? I am willing to cover all your research expenses, and I will do my utmost to fulfill any of your requests. Upon hearing Bai Yingtian's words, the surrounding journalists displayed expressions of sudden realization. So, it was not bribery at the entrance of the Bai family estate that day, but rather a matter of a prior engagement between the two families. The reporters believed that digging deeper would surely unearth sensational gossip, attracting a wave of attention. However, they were academic journalists, not paparazzi, and held no interest in the private affairs of others. In response to Bai Yingtian's demeanor, Lu Chen scoffed. Once, he had been labeled a wastrel and a good-for-nothing. Now, he appeared as a sycophant. Lu Chen understood that Bai Yingtian's attitude stemmed entirely from his achievement in creating the lithography machine. Deep down, Bai Yingtian still looked down upon the Lu family. Motivated solely by his own selfish desires, Lu Chen retorted disdainfully, "Do you think you are worthy to be my mentor? In terms of character, I have never viewed anyone through tinted lenses, nor have I ever violated the promises I made to others. In terms of academia, I have accomplished what you have spent a lifetime striving to achieve with the lithography machine. Guide? What face do you have to utter those words?" Chapter 57. What lithography machine? I just destroyed a printer. Upon hearing Lu Chen's derision, Bai Yingtian's face contorted in anger, shifting from pale to flushed, his expression dark and foreboding. He understood that this was Lu Chen's act of retribution. In the past, Bai Yingtian would have retorted fiercely, but now he could not afford to. He needed to acquire the lithography machine at all costs. At that moment, old Master Bai glided over in his wheelchair. "Ah, Xiao Chun, do not stoop to your Uncle Bai's level. He spends all his time in the laboratory, oblivious to the ways of the world." As old Master Bai's voice resonated, all the reporters turned their cameras toward him, feeling the weight of their gazes. He shot a fierce glare at Bai Yingtian before continuing, "I am aging. My mind is not as sharp as it once was. Your Uncle Bai uttered a few casual words, and I acquiesced to his request to annul your engagement with you, heir. I have grown old. And you, heir, and your uncle are my only family. They fear that associating with you may bring familial repercussions, thus they uniformly oppose this marriage. What can I do? Now, you possess such esteemed honor. You can surely thrive independently without the family's support. If your heir chooses to follow you, they will likely harbor no further grievances. Do you remember when I spoke to your grandfather, vowing that regardless of what transpires, I would ensure you heir stays with you? Everything the Bai family possesses would also belong to your Lu family. Therefore, I intend to re-establish the betrothal to you. Would you accept?" Upon hearing his father's words, Bai Yingtian smiled knowingly. Indeed, experience speaks volumes. With just a few phrases, his father had extricated him from his predicament and crafted a plausible rationale that led the onlookers to believe that the Bai family was not merely seeking the lithography machine but was instead acting for familial integrity and the well-being of his granddaughter. Lu Chen could not contain his laughter, exclaiming, "Is this a theatrical performance between the two of you? Do you truly think I am as naive as a 3-year-old? Easily deceived? Old Master Bai, are you now concerned for your granddaughter's safety? When my grandfather aided your family to rise to prominence and arranged the betrothal, did you ever express concern for Bai Yu's well-being? Only now do you recall your vows? This morning, when my father and I stood at your doorstep, with your condescending demeanor refusing us entry, why did you not remember? The engagement can be dissolved at whim and resumed just as easily. What you are doing bears no difference from selling your granddaughter." As these words resonated, old Master Bai erupted into a fit of coughs, his body shaking as if powered by an engine. The reporters surrounding them were taken aback. They had not anticipated such a revelation. Yet, it must be said, the unfolding drama was indeed captivating, and it appeared that the Bai family was behaving rather ungraciously. Observing his father in such distress, Bai Yingtian could no longer contain himself and exclaimed defiantly, "Lu Chen, do not get too carried away. Do not think that just because you have produced a lithography machine, it belongs to you. The lithography machine is a national asset, a crucial treasure that belongs to the entire populace of Longhua. You must surrender it to the state. It must be governed by the nation so that all citizens of the Dragon Kingdom may benefit." Upon uttering these words, the surrounding reporters exchanged incredulous glances. While the audience in the live broadcast momentarily fell silent, some expressing dissatisfaction. Did Dean Bai truly go too far with this statement? Surrendering it to the state, a phrase so familiar, it evokes a sense of repulsion. Indeed, the lithography machine was crafted by Lu Chen. It was not simply acquired and does not belong to the state. Why should it be surrendered? Those upstairs seem to have a narrow perspective. Although it was created by Lu Chen, it was ultimately on the soil of the Dragon Kingdom. Thus, strictly speaking, It remains the property of the nation, and therefore, must be surrendered. Oh my, the upstairs perspective is truly grand. Your mother was also born in the Dragon Kingdom, right? When will you surrender her as well? Ha ha. The audience is spot on. I stand with Lu Chen on this. I too support Lu Chen. The decision of whether to surrender it should rest solely with him. The viewers in the live broadcast engaged in a fervent debate regarding the surrender of the lithography machine. Some supported Lu Chen, asserting that since he created it, the decision should be his alone. A small faction sided with Bai Yingtian, believing it should be surrendered for the sake of the nation. However, the majority rallied behind Lu Chen. In the courtyard, upon hearing Bai Yingtian's remarks, Lu Chen shook his head in disbelief at the audacity. He spoke fervently about serving the country and the people, yet one cannot allow those in power to wield the lithography machine, can they? It would ultimately fall into the hands of researchers. After all, Bai Yingtian was the one who discovered it and brought it back. In the end, it would still end up at the Dragon National Academy of Sciences, under Bai Yingtian's control. This maneuver is no different from outright theft. Lu Chen looked at Bai Yingtian and coldly declared, "This machine was created by me. I refuse to surrender it." Upon hearing this, Bai Yingtian's face flushed crimson with rage. "You have no authority whatsoever. The lithography machine is crucial for the nation's development and plays an essential role in the realm of physics in the Dragon Kingdom. If you dare to refuse, I will unleash the full resources of the Bai family against you. I assure you, you will rot in prison." Bai Yingtian's eyes were red, and he was in a state of fury, completely disregarding the opinions of others. The object of his lifelong desire was now within reach. Even if he had to exhaust all resources, he would stop at nothing to seize the lithography machine. Lu Chen, upon hearing Bai Yingtian's threats, smiled. What transpired next left everyone present utterly astounded. Lu Chen bent down and picked up a steel pipe left behind by a villager. He then raised the pipe and struck the lithography machine with great force. Boom! Channeling the martial arts of the Dragon Kingdom. The blow shattered the machine into a myriad of pieces. Clang! Bits and pieces scattered across the ground. In an instant, what was once a pristine lithography machine had transformed into a heap of worthless debris. Witnessing this scene, everyone present was struck with shock, their faces drained of color, displaying expressions of terror and disbelief. What has Lu Chen done? He actually shattered the lithography machine, a treasure that the Dragon Kingdom had labored for decades to develop. One can only imagine the anguish this has caused. If word spreads internationally, no nation would remain unscathed by this loss. It is essential to recognize that the sole surviving lithography machine in the world is a product of collaboration amongst several countries. For any individual nation, such a machine is exceedingly rare. Yet here stands Lu Chen, shattering this coveted artifact into fragments, leaving everyone in utter disbelief. Bai Yingtian gazed at the debris on the ground, utterly dumbfounded, as if his wife had eloped with another, taunting him in front of her new lover about his shortcomings. He could no longer bear the weight of this blow. His body weakened, and he collapsed onto the ground. Staring at the shattered pieces, his gaze became vacant, filled with despair, presenting an exceptionally pitiful sight. Lu Chen, do you comprehend the magnitude of your actions? You have destroyed a national treasure, and you shall face imprisonment for this. At that moment, the elder Bai, with cheeks reddened from fury, exclaimed with righteous indignation. Yet, Lu Chen remained unfazed. To him, crafting a lithography machine was as simple as child's play. If one were to break, he could simply invest a little time to create another. With an impassive expression, Lu Chen replied, Elder Bai, I fail to grasp your words. I was merely idling and casually assembled a printer. Since I have no use for this printer, I discarded it. You claim it is a lithography machine. May I inquire if it has received official certification? Can it perform the functions expected of a lithography machine? On what basis do you assert it is a lithography machine? Who can provide proof? Upon hearing this, the entire venue fell into a profound silence. Elder Bai's eyes widened in fury, yet he found himself rendered speechless. Chapter 58. Pressure mounts on the Bai family and Lonka Institute. Upon hearing Lu Chen's remarks, all present fell into a profound silence. Lu Chen was undeniably correct. From a rational perspective, to ascertain the authenticity of an object, it must undergo official verification. Take, for instance, an H-bomb. Once developed, it necessitates testing, does it not? One must determine whether it can detonate, the range of its explosion, and whether its power meets the established criteria for an H-bomb. Only after satisfying these prerequisites can one claim to have successfully developed such a weapon. The same principle applies to a lithography machine. Although everyone recognized that the object before them was indeed a lithography machine and that it fulfilled the requisite functions, without experimentation and official validation, Even if Lu Chen declared it to be a miraculous device, it would remain just that. After delivering this speech, Lu Chen approached Li Jingya and said, "It is nearly time for school. Shall we go together?" Following the commotion, their lunch break had elapsed, and classes awaited them in the afternoon. Li Jingya nodded in agreement, responding, "Yes, let's." Without further ado, they disregarded the onlookers in the courtyard and made their way to the village entrance, where they hailed a vehicle. The two settled into the car, which then meandered towards the 13th middle school. In the courtyard, Bai Yingtian, gazing at the shattered fragments of the lithography machine strewn across the ground, collapsed to his knees, weeping inconsolably. "Oh, my lithography machine, the culmination of my life's research." His cries echoed in despair. Witnessing this, the elder Bai displayed a look of exasperation, akin to a father disappointed in a wayward child. In a fit of anger, he struck his son, sending Bai Yingtian's glasses flying. "Cease your lamentation," he scolded. "There are reporters everywhere. You are bringing shame upon the Bai family." Bai Yingtian, clutching his swollen face, looked utterly helpless. "Father, what should we do now?" In response, the elder Bai snorted dismissively. "Though the lithography machine is lost, the genius who created it remains. This evening, once the moon rises and our daughter returns from school, we shall accompany her to the Lu family to offer our apologies." Although Lu Chen has refused to renew the engagement as long as Lu Zhixiang remains silent, there is still hope. Moreover, based on my understanding of Lu Zhixiang, he will undoubtedly agree to the renewal. Upon hearing this, Bai Yingtian's despair evaporated, replaced by a radiant expression of joy. "Yes, father, I shall follow your lead." With that, the two departed the courtyard. Observing their exit, the reporters hastily trailed behind, leaving Li Jingya's residence. Though the immediate crisis had passed, the repercussions lingered. At this moment, Lu Chen had skyrocketed to fame online and even internationally, achieving unprecedented notoriety. The beautiful country AP Joint Communications Agency, it is now a confirmed fact that Longhua has produced a lithography machine, astonishingly crafted by an ordinary citizen, who, upon learning of its requisition by the state, resolutely destroyed the machine. Our nation vehemently condemns such tyrannical actions by Longhua and warmly invites this citizen to pursue studies in the beautiful country. The sun never sets. BBC News. In recent developments, a common citizen from the Dragon Country has constructed a lithography machine. Upon hearing the requirement to surrender it to the state, he furiously destroyed the machine. In response to this reckless disregard for talent, both Neojin University and Jianxiao University have vehemently opposed such actions and expressed their willingness to offer a full scholarship to this individual from the Dragon Country. Island Daily, our stance remains aligned with the beautiful nation. If this talented individual succumbs to despair and takes his own life, how can the Dragon Country still claim the title of the world's foremost power? Great Cold Dark Nation KVS News, according to our sources. The individual responsible for the lithography machine is named Lu Chen, whose father once visited the Great Cold Dark Nation and had an encounter with a local woman. Thus, we speculate that Lu Chen may very well be of Great Cold Dark nationality. We hope he will swiftly return to the embrace of his homeland and engage in research on lithography machines within the Great Cold Dark Nation. The statements from these countries mirror those from before. The initial few nations exhibited no significant faults. Those deserving of condemnation were indeed condemned. However, the news from the Great Cold Dark Nation has once again incited outrage among netizens from the Dragon Country living abroad. How audacious! Theft of talent is indeed theft. And now they seek to poach our citizens? If Lu Chen's father merely vacationed in the Great Cold Dark Nation, does that make Lu Chen a citizen of yours? Perhaps your president was born during a trip by Lu Chen's grandfather. A bunch of delusional individuals mistaking instant noodles for reality? The infringement upon our talents exceeds 4,000. At this moment, Lu Chen's notoriety has reached unprecedented heights. However, it is no longer negative news. Instead, it is a chorus of cheers from netizens and olive branches extended from foreign universities. Almost all prestigious institutions internationally are eager for Lu Chen to accept their invitations for study abroad. Dragon Country Academy of Sciences. Director's Office. The director, seated in his office, felt as though his head might explode. The internet was rife with vitriol aimed at the Dragon Academy of Sciences. Accusations of disregarding talent and engaging in coercive plunder under the guise of state submission were rampant. Even the high-ranking officials behind the wall have called in, their tone severe, inquiring about the situation. Under such pressure, the director felt like an ant on a hot stove, agitated and anxious. Moreover, if a talent like Lu Chen were to turn his back and reject all domestic universities in favor of studying abroad, It would not only be a loss for the Dragon Academy of Sciences, but for the entire Dragon country. The pressure upon him only intensified. With these thoughts, the director, filled with rage, took out his phone and dialed Bai Tion's number. Chapter 59. Beware of Treacherous Wolves. At the Bai Manor. Bai Tian had just returned home when his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he discovered it was the dean. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed the answer button. As soon as the call connected, an enraged voice erupted on the other end. Bai Tian, what on earth have you done? Forcing Lu Chen to surrender the lithography machine? How could you even conceive such a notion? It's utterly foolish. Without Lu Chen, how will our nation's physics community advance? And without the lithography machine, how can our country stand tall in the world? Given that you lost the bid against Professor Wu and the others, you should resign immediately. Bai Tian was momentarily frozen in place, completely taken aback by the dean's tirade. He understood the dean's temperament well. He was a man of his word. If the dean truly intended to expel him, Bai Tian had no means of escape, as the dean would undoubtedly disregard the identity of the Bai family patriarch. After all, those who ascend to the position of dean at the Dragon Institute typically have formidable backing. In his presence, the Bai family held little weight. However, since the dean had invoked the bet and suggested that Bai Tian take the initiative to resign, it indicated that the dean was merely venting his frustration, and there remained a chance for redemption. Thus, Bai Tian earnestly replied, I apologize, Dean. This incident was indeed my fault. I have resolved to visit the Lu family and personally apologize to Lu Chen. Please, considering my decades of diligent service, grant me another opportunity. As anticipated, the dean's anger subsided somewhat upon hearing this, yet he maintained a stern tone. I understand your deep obsession with the lithography machine, but your actions today were exceedingly reckless. If you can earn Lu Chen's forgiveness, I may allow you to continue your position at the Dragon Institute. Moreover, regarding Professors Wu, Li, and Zhang, you must handle that situation as you see fit. If they insist on forcing you to fulfill the terms of the bet and resign from all your duties, that is of no concern to me. With that, the dean abruptly ended the call. Bai Tian listened to the dial tone, feeling a profound sense of desolation. How swiftly fortunes can change, in the blink of an eye. He had gone from being the esteemed Dean Bai Tian to the target of public ire. He donned a mask of anguish while resolutely determining that, to preserve his beloved profession and continue his research on the lithography machine, he must secure the forgiveness of Lu Chen and the three professors. At that very moment, at the Lu family villa, Professors Wu, Li, and Zhang remained anxiously waiting at the doorstep for Lu Chen. Having just witnessed the live broadcast, they now knew that Lu Chen was the enigmatic creator of the lithography machine. The excitement nearly caused them to lose their dentures as they exclaimed, who would have thought that Lu Chen not only possesses extraordinary mathematical talent, but is also the father of the lithography machine? Such a prodigy is not merely rare. He is truly a once-in-a-millennium genius. Indeed, the entire internet is praising our discerning eye for talent. We have undoubtedly basked in the radiance of Lu Chen's influence. Humph. When I confront that old fool Bai Tian, I shall see what he has to say for himself. What is there to say? Let him fulfill his wager and resign from Long Ku Academy. Precisely, just as they mocked Bai Tian. A procession of luxury vehicles suddenly halts at the entrance of the Lu residence, all sporting license plates beginning with the character Jing. Moments later, the doors swing open, and a cadre of sharply dressed men emerges. They cast a fleeting glance at Professor Wu and his companions before striding purposefully into the Lu villa. Inside the villa's living room, Lu Zhixiong paces anxiously, glancing outside intermittently, seemingly awaiting something momentous. Upon witnessing the arrival of the suited gentleman, a joyful expression spreads across Lu Zhixiong's face as he rushes forward. Ah, you have finally arrived. I have awaited this moment with great anticipation. These individuals are not merely partners of the Lu family in the capital. They are, in fact, the high-caliber talents invested in by Lu Chen's grandfather. In the early days, the Lu family sought trustworthy individuals to establish their roots in the capital, prompting Lu Chen's grandfather to rescue numerous unfortunate souls from across the nation, children born in the mountains, orphaned and starving, homeless waifs on the brink of freezing to death, and gravely ill children abandoned by their families, languishing in hospitals awaiting their fate. Lu Chen's grandfather took them all in, providing not only sustenance and shelter but also nurturing them into astute managers capable of handling complex affairs. The Lu family essentially granted these children a new lease on life, even a second chance at existence. And now, those children stand before Lu Zhixiong as the distinguished gentlemen in suits. They have transformed into influential magnates in the capital, wielding considerable power. As you all are aware, our family has recently encountered significant turmoil. The Bai family has annulled the engagement, and my relationship with them has become irreparably strained. Given your extensive connections in the upper echelons of society after years in the capital, I have summoned you to discuss how we might navigate this precarious situation, Lu Zhixiong stated forthrightly. However, the gathered individuals exchanged glances, silence enveloping the room. Noticing their reticence, Lu Zhixiong furrowed his brow and implored, "Why the silence? Speak up." At that moment, a tall, gaunt man rose, his expression impassive. "Master Xiong, the Bai family holds immense power in the capital, far surpassing that of ordinary families. Moreover, nearly all of the Lu family's enterprises here are under their protection. Now that you have severed ties with the Bai family, our businesses face imminent risks of scrutiny. At this juncture, we must dissociate ourselves from you and align with the Bai family. Only in doing so can we safeguard the legacy left by the late elder Lu." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhixiong was momentarily taken aback, but then his fury erupted. "How dare you? What do you mean? Do you wish to act like ungrateful ingrates? When we welcomed you into the Lu family and provided you with sustenance, what did you pledge? An unwavering loyalty to the Lu family, vowing never to betray us. Yet now, merely over the annulment of a marriage contract, you cannot contain yourselves and rush to voice your dissent? What of preserving the Lu family's legacy? If my entire family perishes, what use is your so-called preservation of the legacy?" Lu Zhixiong exclaimed, his voice reverberating throughout the villa. In his eyes, these individuals were the most loyal elites. Even if the entire world stood against the Lu family, he believed these elites would rise to defend them. However, he was taken aback when, at this critical juncture, they not only failed to alleviate the Lu family's troubles, but instead allied with the Bai family, becoming adversaries. Lu Zhixiong was utterly perplexed. How could grandfather Lu have nurtured such ungrateful wretches? First, old man Bai rescinded the engagement, and now these individuals, having barely set down their bowls, were already cursing. At that moment, one man scoffed and said, "Young Master Xiong, we must visit the Bai family. We shall take our leave first." With that, the group gradually departed from the Lu family villa and entered their vehicles, disregarding Lu Zhixiong's vitriol as they headed toward the Bai family estate. Chapter 60. You are merely a dog of the Lu family. Soon, the group arrived at the entrance of the Bai family estate. Upon disembarking, they gathered together, animatedly discussing amongst themselves. "Damn it, that scoundrel Lu Zhixiong, despite his waning power, still expects us to serve him like loyal beasts. What a delusion. Indeed, the Lu family was once our benefactor, but we owe them nothing now. Precisely, with mere trifles. They think they can bind us for life. How absurd. I toil daily to manage the company, earning only a few million a year, while the Lu family, without lifting a finger, reaps tens of millions in dividends. I have long grown weary of them." The men vented their frustrations, completely oblivious to the fact that it was the Lu family who had once offered them hope when they were on the brink of freezing in the streets, starving in the mountains, or dying in hospitals. At that moment, the tall, slender man who had spoken with Lu Zhixiong earlier interjected, "When we meet old Master Bai, let us show him the utmost respect. As long as the Bai family harbors no ill will towards us, we can seize this opportunity to oust the Lu family from their enterprises in the capital. Then, all the companies will truly belong to us." Upon hearing this, the group nodded in agreement. After their discussion, the tall man approached the estate's entrance and communicated their intentions to the security guard. The guard responded, "Please wait a moment. I will report to old Master Bai." Within the Bai family estate, in the living room, Bai Etian was troubled, pondering how to earn Lu Chen's forgiveness that evening. Just then, a bodyguard rushed in, reporting to the family head, "Master Bai, there is a group of people outside requesting an audience. They claim to be partners of the Lu family's enterprises in the capital." Hearing this, Bai Etian was momentarily stunned. Before he could fully grasp the situation, the elder Bai eagerly exclaimed, "Quick, invite them in." "Yes." After the bodyguard left, the elder Bai, beaming with joy, remarked, "What did I tell you? Lu Zhixiong is bound to renew the marriage contract. Look, before we even set off, he has already sent someone over. As I understand it, the partners from the Lu family in the capital were all trusted confidants cultivated by Lu Chen's grandfather. Whenever they appear together, it signifies that something significant has transpired in the Lu family. Last time, it was the passing of Lu Chen's grandfather. This time, it pertains to the marriage contract between our families, a matter that could dictate the fate of the Lu family for decades to come." Upon hearing his father's words, Bai Tian was filled with elation. "Truly remarkable, father. Your foresight is unparalleled. Soon, under the guidance of the bodyguard, the group entered the Bai family living room one by one. The leading man, somewhat hesitant, bowed. "Greetings, old Master Bai. Greetings, Master Bai." As he spoke, he discreetly observed the elder Bai's expression, for in their minds, the relationship between the Bai and Lu families was currently on a knife's edge. Should old Master Bai choose to scorn them upon their entrance, it would indeed be an awkward situation. However, old Master Bai did not exhibit any anger. Instead, he chuckled warmly and said, "No need for excessive formality. Please, take a seat. Butler, serve the finest tea." Observing this, the group breathed a sigh of relief and sat up straight. "Old Master Bai, we have no ulterior motives for our visit today. The individuals present here are diligent entrepreneurs from the capital who have always adhered to the rules and avoided conflict. We merely wish to seek your guidance in our future endeavors," said a tall, slender man, his tone extremely deferential. The implication of his words was clear. They were not like the Lu family, who had been tainted by dubious affiliations. Instead, they were merely ordinary workers serving the Lu family. This statement was a subtle probe towards old Master Bai, inquiring whether they might be swept up in any reckoning aimed at the Lu family in the future. Nevertheless, old Master Bai's thoughts were entirely misaligned with theirs. He mistakenly believed that these individuals had been sent by Lu Zhixiang to rekindle the marital alliance between the two families. Clearing his throat, old Master Bai declared, "I comprehend your intentions. Do not overthink it. Upon your return, focus on your work and continue contributing to the nation's GDP. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, the Bai family remains willing to lend you support." He smiled as he spoke, perceiving that he was addressing Lu Zhixiang, not the individuals before him. Through this discourse, he sought to convey to Lu Zhixiang that renewing the marriage pact posed no issues. However, to the ears of those present, the meaning transformed entirely. They believed that not only did the Bai family not intend to reckon with them, but they also seemed inclined to assist. In an instant, all were filled with joy and astonishment, their expressions gradually morphing into excitement. "Rest assured, old Master Bai, we will diligently manage our company and will not trouble you in any way. We shall take our leave now." Upon hearing this, old Master Bai nodded and said, "Ying Tian, see our esteemed guests off." Bai Ying Tian responded promptly, "Certainly, father." Subsequently, under Bai Ying Tian's warm farewell, the group departed from the Bai family estate. Outside, all wore expressions of exhilaration and delight. Some could not contain their joy and leaped up in celebration. "Haha, it seems our choice was correct. The Bai family truly has no intention of taking action against us. Moreover, from old Master's words, it appears he wishes for us to take over the entire company in place of the Lu family. It's evident. Even a fool could discern that old Master holds us in high regard. So, what are we waiting for? Let us return to the Lu family and reclaim what belongs to us." At number 13 Middle School, Lu Chen returned to his classroom and spent the entire afternoon engrossed in his biology textbook. His proficiency in biological sciences was advancing rapidly. Biology knowledge level, LV4, 36 experience. Proficient. As the school day came to a close, Lu Chen called the driver ahead of time to request a pickup. Once seated in the vehicle, he soon arrived at his doorstep. Just then, from a distance, he noticed a convoy of luxury cars coming to a halt across the street. As the doors swung open, the group of visitors from the capital disembarked. The two parties met face to face. The tall, slender man scrutinized Lu Chen and inquired, "Are you Lu Zhixiang's son?" Lu Chen. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen nodded affirmatively. "That is correct." The man's face brightened with delight as he remarked, "Perfect. Come and sign this document." Lu Chen, perplexed, retorted, "And who might you be? Approaching me to sign something, what if it's a contract of servitude?" However, upon reading the words on the document, he was struck with realization. Jingqing Holiday Chain Hotel, share transfer agreement. He recalled Lu Zhixiang mentioning this hotel. 20% of the shares were in his name. His grandfather had anticipated that, given his eventual union with Bai Wanyue, he would inevitably venture into the capital. Thus, he had retained a portion of the shares for Lu Chen. Since it was a hotel in the capital, it implied that the individuals before him were the elite nurtured by his grandfather. They were also the most trusted allies of the Lu family. "Uncle, what does this mean?" Lu Chen questioned, his confusion evident. "Child," the man replied, "you claim to have fared poorly in your studies and failed in love. Now, with the Lu and Bai families at odds, the tide has turned. Should you refuse to transfer the shares, every enterprise related to the Lu family in Jingqing will be systematically eliminated by the Bai family. Surely, you do not wish for your grandfather's legacy to dissolve into mere fantasy?" With a sly grin, the tall man urged him to sign. realizing the situation. Lu Chen understood that these so-called loyal individuals had become pawns of the Bai family. Contemplating this, his expression darkened, and he spoke with icy resolve, if memory serves. Your gratitude towards my grandfather was not insubstantial, was it? He provided you with sustenance and shelter, shaping you into elites to manage the company and partake in its profits. Yet now, you are all conspiring against the Lu family? His voice resonated with conviction. The tall man burst into laughter. Gratitude? We are merely pawns of the Lu family, tools for profit, easily discarded when deemed unnecessary. Did you truly believe we would willingly serve the Lu family for eternity? In response, Lu Chen chuckled derisively. Pawns? No, you overestimate yourselves. In my eyes, you are not even worthy of being considered the dogs the Lu family raised. At least dogs know how to be loyal to their masters, while you, having been nurtured, dare to bite the hand that feeds you. You ungrateful, unappreciative ingrates are even inferior to beasts. Hearing Lu Chen's scathing rebuke, the tall man's expression darkened, his eyes brimming with fury. The others fared no better, their faces reflecting the impact of Lu Chen's verbal onslaught. Child, regardless of the circumstances, we grew up alongside your father. By age, we are still your uncles. How can you speak so disrespectfully to your own kin? The tall, lean man gritted his teeth in fury. Just as Lu Chen was about to retort, the gate of the villa swung open. Lu Zhixiong emerged, pointing at the group and berating them. You shameless scoundrels. The most ludicrous thing in this world is adopting a stray dog, only for that dog, after residing in the home for a while, to assume itself as the master. You dare call yourselves uncles? You treacherous, despicable wretches, how dare you aspire to be the elders of my son? To hell with you all. Lu Zhixiong's face flushed crimson as he vented his ire. With his outburst, the faces of those present contorted in rage, each one visibly shaken. It was no wonder the Bai family had called off the engagement. In my view, it's only a matter of time before the Lu family falls into your hands. The Bai family's decision was indeed wise. With such irredeemable trash as you, any union would surely drag the Bai family down with you. Indeed. The old Master Bai is truly sagacious. Brothers, we must not disappoint Master Bai's expectations. We must strive to uphold the Bai family's honor. Everyone pledged fervently, resembling a pack of sycophants. Hearing their words, Lu Zhixiong felt a jolt of alarm within, his anger mingled with disbelief. Could it be that the Bai family intended to cultivate these ingrates? If that were the case, it would pose a grave challenge for the Lu family. What once served as an umbrella against the storm had now transformed into a dagger aimed at their own hearts. Now, even those once loyal to the Lu family were turning against them. Should these factions unite, it would pose an immense threat to the Lu family. Just as Lu Zhixiong was consumed by both rage and concern, the sound of screeching tires echoed as several cars came to a halt before the Lu villa. As the doors swung open, a dozen of Lu's brothers, Black Tiger, Golden Leopard, Eagle, and others, stepped out. Young master, you summoned us? What is the matter? Black Tiger, clad in sunglasses, inquired with a robust voice. Seeing these brothers, Lu Zhixiong paused in confusion, retorting, When did I call for you? Black Tiger appeared perplexed, responding. Gao Deming clearly called, saying you needed us. What's going on? Golden Leopard, Eagle, and the other brothers nodded in agreement. Gao Deming was indeed the tall, lean man. Once all the brothers had gathered, Gao Deming stepped forward, smiling as he addressed them. I called everyone here for a single purpose. The Bai family has completely severed ties with the Lu family and intends to support us brothers in replacing the Lu family. We hold some shares in the Lu group. And if we unite, our combined shares would be sufficient to expel this worthless father and son duo from the Lu group entirely. You are all astute individuals. At such a juncture, one must choose a wise leader. Should someone like Lu Chen rise to power, the Lu family is doomed. Therefore, I urge you all to make your choice. Gao Deming spoke with an air of assuredness. Lu Zhixiong's expression darkened, an invisible aura of fury emanating from him. At this moment, he finally realized that these individuals had long since devised a plan to confront him. As Gao spoke, he observed his companions exchanging glances. Subsequently, one by one, they stepped forward towards Gao. Witnessing this scene, Gao chuckled with satisfaction, convinced that today, the Lu family would be expelled from the group. However, to his astonishment, in the next instant, when Hu approached Gao, he raised his fist and struck. A piercing scream followed. As Gao was sent flying several meters away, akin to a kite severed from its string. Once Hu delivered the first blow, the battle erupted. The other brothers were not idle either, launching their own attacks against the assailants. A cacophony of cries filled the air. In mere minutes, the assailants lay on the ground, battered and bruised, writhing in agony. Heihu clapped his hands and scolded, "In this world, we adhere to principles. You bunch of insignificant wretches think you can emulate Sima Yi's rebellion?" Jin Qianbao spat disdainfully, his expression devoid of emotion. "How dare you insult our young master? Utter another word, and I shall send you collectively to meet the king of hell." The remaining brothers joined in, expressing their contempt for Gao De and his cohorts. Following this, the brothers, led by Heihu and Jin Qianbao, approached Lu Chen with sincerity, saying, "Xiao Chen, we have watched you grow up. You are like our own son. Grow up with peace of mind, and when you take over the Lu family, your uncles will certainly support you well." "Indeed. Who hasn't he faced difficulties? We shall confront challenges together. If it comes to it, we shall face death as one. So what if the Bai family has annulled the engagement? With your looks and attributes, you need not worry about finding a partner." "Humph. Even if the Bai family tries to eliminate you, we will ensure that we take a tooth from the old man Bai. Pursue your desires without hesitation, and if troubles arise, your uncle shall bear the brunt." Observing the united front of his brothers, Lu Chen couldn't help but marvel at the loyalty of the comrades Lu Zhixiong had gathered. No wonder they were regarded as leaders. Just then, a series of car horns blared. Everyone turned towards the sound and beheld several vehicles belonging to the Bai family parked not far away. Chapter 61. Training the old man like training a grandson. Soon after, Bai Yingtian pushed Bai Lao toward this direction. Upon noticing, Lu Chen couldn't help but curl his lips. What was happening today? The street in front of the Lu family, which was once quite spacious, was now nearly filled with parked vehicles. Lu Zhixiong and his brothers exchanged puzzled glances upon seeing the duo from the Bai family. What could they possibly want? Were they here to support Gao De and the others? At that moment, Gao De and his companions, upon spotting the elder Bai, sprang to their feet like dogs recognizing their master. They rushed over, wagging their tails, and lamented, "Bai Lao, you arrived just in time. If you had come any later, our lives would have been forfeit." Hearing this, Bai Yingtian and the elder Bai were taken aback. What was this situation? As loyal confidants of the Lu family, how had they been reduced to such a pitiful state at the Lu family's doorstep? Gao De continued, "Bai Lao, those scoundrels from the Lu family are utterly inhumane. You must punish them severely. Indeed, Bai Lao, you promised to support us. We need to vent our grievances." Upon hearing this, the elder Bai was even more bewildered. What on earth was going on? His notion of providing support was meant for the Lu family. How had it turned into a plea for him to recruit these individuals as underlings? Just as the elder Bai was lost in thought, Lu Zhixiong crossed his arms and spoke with imposing authority. "Bai Lao, regardless of the past, my father was not unkind to your Bai family. It is one thing to rescind the engagement. However, now you are poaching the Lu family's loyal subordinates, conspiring against us. Is this not excessively ruthless? Are you truly leaving the Lu family no room for survival?" Lu Zhixiong pressed on fearlessly. Upon hearing this, the elder Bai and Bai Yingtian finally understood. It turned out that Gao De and his companions had not been sent by Lu Zhixiong, but were instead acting out of selfish motives, attempting to usurp authority. The elder Bai coughed awkwardly, his expression betraying his discomfort. He had initially greeted them warmly, eager to provide support, only to realize that Gao De had twisted his words for his own ends. With this revelation, the elder Bai directed a furious tirade at Gao De and the others. As the saying goes, one should not forget the well digger when drinking water. Your families were treated with utmost care by Lu Chen's grandfather, as if you were his own sons. Yet, what have you done? Instead of expressing gratitude, you chose to stab the descendants of your benefactor in the back. You are truly a pack of ungrateful wretches. After delivering this scathing rebuke, the elder Bai turned to his secretary and commanded, "In the capital, all enterprises associated with these individuals must be thoroughly investigated. Any violations will result in immediate suspension of operations. For severe infractions, we shall freeze all company assets." The secretary nodded in response, understood. Upon hearing this, Gao De and the others were utterly dumbfounded. Over the years, under the protection of the Lu family, they had not only participated in Lu family enterprises but had also engaged in numerous unsavory dealings. If an investigation were to occur, they would not only face asset freezes but also the prospect of imprisonment. "Bai Lao, please don't," they pleaded. "You promised us." Gao De and his companions suddenly knelt on the ground, overwhelmed with tears. Lu Zhixiong and his brothers, witnessing this scene, were left utterly bewildered. What was happening? Wasn't the Bai family supposed to nurture them to confront their own? Why were they now turning on each other? Just as everyone was in a daze. Old Master Bai nodded slightly at Bai Yingtian, signaling him. Before everyone's eyes, Bai Yingtian walked directly towards Lu Chen, bowed 3 times, and sincerely uttered, "Little Chen. Uncle Bai truly acknowledges his mistakes. Please forgive me. I apologize for everything I have said and done before. If you can find it in your heart to forgive me, I assure you I will comply with all your requests." The sight of this left all present astounded, speechless, and in utter disbelief. Gauda rubbed his eyes, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before him, feeling as if the world was spinning around him. What was he witnessing? Bai Yingtian was bowing and apologizing to Lu Chen, and his demeanor was exceedingly humble. Gauda's pupils dilated in shock. The world had gone mad. Even the mouse was serving as a bridesmaid to the cat. Meanwhile, for Lu Zhixiong and his brothers, who rarely ventured online, they too were engulfed in shock and confusion. What was Bai Yingtian playing at? They had already banded together, prepared to confront the Bai family with all their might. Yet, Bai Yingtian's simple apology left them all at a loss. It felt as though, on the battlefield, you draw your knife, ready to fight to the death with your enemy. Just as you are about to engage, the enemy casually hails a taxi and departs. What on earth? As everyone pondered, Professor Wu and his companions, who had been observing from the doorway, approached with laughter. "Ha ha ha, Bai Yingtian, look at you now. What happened to your former arrogance, your lofty demeanor? Now that Lu Chen has invented the lithography machine, you have settled down?" Bai Yingtian, upon seeing the 3 professors, paused momentarily, perplexed as to how these 3 elder gentlemen had appeared here. However, he had little time to contemplate this, as his frustration boiled within him. He maintained a respectful facade, stating, "Esteemed professors, I formally apologize to you as well. You have discerning eyes. Lu Chen is indeed a once-in-a-century mathematical prodigy. It was my ignorance that clouded my judgment." Hearing Bai Yingtian's apology, the 3 professors smiled. "It's good that you understand. We hope you will fulfill your promise and resign from all positions at the Dragon National Academy of Sciences." Just as they were discussing this, Lu Zhixiong and his brothers grew increasingly perplexed. The lithography machine? At that moment, the butler rushed in with a phone, exclaiming, "Sir, look, young master has become famous. His news is everywhere online." Upon hearing this, all the brothers turned their gaze to the phone. The screen displayed a flurry of headlines regarding Lu Chen. Lu Chen invents lithography machine, insults the Bai family, destroys the lithography machine, and so forth. They gazed at the news of Lu Chen's insults towards the Bai family, astonished. Curiosity enveloped the crowd, compelling them to click on the video link. Upon playback, the scene revealed was none other than Lu Chen publicly berating the Bai family in the courtyard of Li Jingya's residence. "Are all members of the Bai family a bunch of mindless, foolish pigs? By Patriarch and Old Master Bai, may I inquire what burdens you carry upon your shoulders? Tumors?" The scornful words echoed from the phone. Black Tiger and Golden Leopard, along with their companions, roared with laughter, nearly losing their balance in their amusement. Lu Zhixiong nodded in satisfaction, exclaiming, "Haha, Little Chen's talent for insults has truly flourished. This deserves commendation. He had long harbored a reservoir of pent-up frustration, and now Lu Chen had avenged him splendidly." The group of brothers continued their banter, entirely oblivious to the scene unfolding nearby. Not far off, Old Master Bai's face had turned a deep shade of crimson. In the past, he would have erupted in fury at such disrespect. However, times had changed. He was compelled to suppress his anger and stated, "Patriarch Lu, the annulment of the engagement was indeed an unprincipled act on my part. Upon returning, I conducted a thorough self-reflection. I now wish to renew the engagement. What say you?" He had arrived with unwavering confidence, convinced that Lu Zhixiong would agree to the renewal. Yet, upon hearing this, Lu Zhixiong maintained a stoic expression and replied, "Old Master, Little Chen has matured. Certain matters he must decide for himself. Thus, I implore you to seek his counsel." At this, Old Master Bai's heart sank. It was precisely due to Lu Chen's dissent that he sought out Lu Zhixiong. To now be directed to consult Lu Chen seemed a futile endeavor. Nevertheless, having come this far, he refused to concede defeat. Turning, he called out toward the vehicle, "You heir. Step out." He shouted her name several times, yet Bai Wanyu remained steadfastly in her seat, clearly reluctant to comply. Observing this, Lu Chen coldly remarked, "Old Master Bai, I must earnestly inform you that I harbor no feelings for Bai Wanyu. Furthermore, I shall never become a mere pawn in a familial alliance. I advise you to regard your family members as individuals. While interests may hold significance, to sacrifice love for the sake of gain renders even the grandest of families a mere hollow shell. Such a lineage is destined to falter in the annals of history. Therefore, I bid you all farewell. I shall not see you out. Lu Chen's demeanor was resolute, his voice resonant with clarity. Each word struck the heart of Old Master by like an icicle. At that moment, astonishment painted the faces of all present. Who was Old Master by? A prominent figure in the capital, wielding immense power and influence. Yet, here he stood, chastised by Lu Chen as if he were a mere child. In former times, neither Lu Zhixiong nor his companions would have believed such a scenario could transpire. Yet, this surreal drama unfolded before their very eyes. Meanwhile, seated within the automobile, Bai Wanyu's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing Lu Chen's words. Through the car window, she gazed at Lu Chen's resolute visage, her cherry lips slightly parting in awe. His recent words had truly resonated with her, striking a chord deep within her heart. She was profoundly astonished, after all these years of knowing Lu Chen. It was the first time she had felt the magnetic charm of his character. Chapter 62. The maiden's blush surpasses all. Old Master Bai found himself chastened by Lu Chen. His face flushed with embarrassment, his beard bristling with indignation. Yet he understood that he must not lose his temper at this juncture. Although the Bai family currently held a superior status over the Lu family, should Lu Chen choose to relinquish the lithography machine, the Lu family could soon rise to dominate the Bai family. Such is the stark reality of this world. Since young Chen is unwilling, let us temporarily set this matter aside. Master Lu, we shall not impose further. We take our leave, Old Master Bai stated with resignation. In response, Lu Zhixiong nodded, his expression stoic, and replied, Old Master, I shall not see you off. There is no need for excessive courtesy towards the ungrateful. Lu Zhixiong believed that if it were not for Lu Chen's invention of the lithography machine, the Bai family would scarcely acknowledge his existence, let alone treat him with deference. Once the Bai family's convoy had departed, Lu Zhixiong turned his gaze towards Gao Da and the others, sensing the murderous glare directed at them. Gao Da and his cohorts trembled involuntarily. They fell to their knees, pleading for mercy, exclaiming, Master Xiong, we were wrong. We beseech your forgiveness. Master Xiong, in a moment of folly, we ask that you show us mercy and not hold our transgressions against us. Master Xiong, considering our years of toil for the Lu family, we implore you for another chance. All present knelt on the ground, weeping in despair. Lu Zhixiong observed their plight with a cold demeanor, stating, Indeed, the Lu family has treated you well, yet you dare to turn against me. You speak of your hard work for the Lu family. What hard work have you done? A few days in the company? You do nothing daily, yet receive millions in dividends and secretly line your pockets. Do you think I am unaware? Were it not for my father's sake, I would have expelled you parasites long ago. And you still dare to covet the Lu family's interests? With that, Lu Zhixiong turned to He Hu and commanded, Take them all away and deal with them according to the rules. Yes, He Hu replied promptly. Subsequently, He Hu stuffed the individuals into burlap sacks and tossed them into the vehicle. With a rev of the engine, the car roared to life and sped towards the docks. Their fate would mirror that of the thugs outside the gambling stone shop, an immersive experience of a lifetime, albeit with a singular opportunity. After dealing with these individuals, the brothers departed in succession. At this moment, Lu Zhixiong turned to Lu Chen and earnestly remarked, Young man, there are matters we must discuss. My reluctance to encourage your studies or your aspirations stems from a concern that you might become too bookish and, in the future, be unable to command authority over individuals like He Hu. Consider this, without a certain ferocity and a hint of ruthlessness, how could those hardened men, who dance on the edge of danger, ever respect you? However, it appears that you have made significant strides in your studies. This lithography machine, though my father may not comprehend its nature, he recognizes its paramount importance to the nation, so much so that even the Bai family treats you with deference. Thus, from this day forth, you may pursue your studies or enroll in a university, and your father shall no longer concern himself with your affairs, Lu Zhixiong declared, his demeanor radiating warmth. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen could not conceal his excitement. In other words, does this mean I can enhance my lifespan at home? Yes, indeed. Splendid. Lu Chen nodded vigorously, akin to a chef crushing garlic. At that moment, Professors Wu, Li, and Zhang approached. Lu Chen, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. It has been quite the endeavor. The three professors gazed at Lu Chen, their eyes gleaming with admiration, akin to a solitary man who has long yearned for companionship. Beholding an enchanting vision. Professors, I understand your intentions to recruit me, but I aspire to gain admission to a prestigious university through my own efforts. I truly appreciate your goodwill, Lu Chen stated candidly. His sole desire was to return home swiftly and fervently enhance his lifespan. The professors, upon hearing Lu Chen's words, displayed expressions of disappointment. Although they had mentally prepared themselves for this outcome, the reality still weighed heavily on their hearts. Very well. It appears we are fated not to become mentor and mentee. In light of this, we shall take our leave, the professors remarked. At that moment, Lu Zhixiong interjected, Esteemed professors, I shall cover all your expenses during your visit to Yunhai City. Meals, lodging, transportation. Simply seek reimbursement from me later. Having learned through the news of the professor's altercation with Bai Yingtian on Lu Chen's behalf, combined with his own disdain for Bai Yingtian, Lu Zhixiang felt a burgeoning fondness for the professors. Master Lu, we are grateful for your kindness, but it is unnecessary. Farewell. With that, the professors turned back multiple times, casting lingering glances at Lu Chen as they departed with reluctance. At this moment, within the lead vehicle of the Bai family convoy, Bai Wanyue sat in the passenger seat, the echoes of Lu Chen's words resonating in her mind, rendering her gaze vacant and her expression dazed. In the back seat, Bai Yingtian, with a look of urgency, turned to the elderly patriarch and implored, Father, must we truly let this matter rest? The elder Bai sighed deeply, gazing out the window with resolute ambition. We must ascend the branch that is the Lu family. It seems I must return to the capital to consult my old superior. Only he can help us navigate this predicament. Turning his attention to Bai Wanwei, the elder added, My dear, I apologize. Please understand that there are matters I would rather not engage in. Faced with such duplicity from her family, Bai Wanwei would have previously dismissed their words entirely. Yet this time, she turned back and responded calmly, Grandfather, might you consider returning to the capital over the weekend? Since we have a break, I would like to accompany you to visit that esteemed old superior to address the matter of my union with Lu Chen. Upon hearing this, both the elder Bai and Bai Yingtian exchanged delighted glances, sharing a knowing smile and nodding in agreement. Evidently, they believed that Bai Wanyue had finally gained insight. In the Lu family villa, within the confines of his bedroom, Lu Chen not only brought home all the books from school, but also procured several volumes online. Titles such as Compendium of Materia Medica, Economics Management, Finance and Investment, among others, found their way onto his shelf. He purchased one of each book that could augment his personal capabilities. At last, he could indulge in reading. Lu Chen stretched languidly before settling at his desk, picking up the Compendium of Materia Medica to delve into its pages with intent focus. Ding. The system has detected that the host is reading Compendium of Materia Medica. Lifespan 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute. Pharmaceutical ability 1, 1, 1. As the system notifications echoed in his ears, Lu Chen gradually immersed himself in the vast ocean of knowledge. It was only at 2 in the morning that he reluctantly set the book aside and lay down to sleep. The following morning, Lu Chen, attended to by the household staff, completed his morning rituals and enjoyed his breakfast. He then stepped into a Rolls-Royce, which glided smoothly towards the school. At the entrance of the 13th middle school, at a breakfast stall, Li Jingya anxiously clutched an envelope while awaiting her meal. In recent days, Lu Chen had been of tremendous assistance to her, particularly after the incident regarding the demolition, which had prompted her mother to urge her to express gratitude. Consequently, Li Jingya composed a letter within which she conveyed her thanks to Lu Chen, suggesting they dine together and perhaps catch a movie over the weekend. However, for the inexperienced Li Jingya, this was her first time writing to a boy, and the act felt akin to the secret love notes exchanged between classmates. Thus, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. Student, your pancake is ready. Totaling 4 yuan, the vendor announced. Oh, right, Li Jingya replied, accepting the pancake and handing over a 5 yuan note, receiving 1 yuan in change. She tucked the money into her pocket, glancing around as she walked towards school. Just then, a Rolls-Royce came to a halt at the school gates. Under the watchful eyes of her peers, Lu Chen emerged from the vehicle. Seeing Lu Chen in the distance, Li Jingya retrieved the envelope from her pocket, her heart racing with anxiety. Her cheeks flushed crimson, her breathing quickened, and her fingers trembled slightly. After a moment's hesitation, she steeled herself, resolved, and hurried towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen. As he made his way into the school, he heard the call and turned to look. Just as he recognized Li Jingya, she thrust a piece of paper into his hand and dashed away, her face a picture of shyness as she retreated into the campus. Lu Chen pondered, perplexed by the scene. What was going on with her today? This behavior seemed rather unusual. He then opened his palm to examine the item she had given him, revealing a solitary 1 yuan note. Lu Chen, what does this mean? It's not even the new year. It feels as though she is presenting me with a lucky money gift in the early morning. He dismissed the thought, not dwelling on it further. With money tucked into her pocket and a backpack in hand, she ambled towards the classroom. Meanwhile, upon entering, Li Jingya took her seat. Her face flushed to the point of near embarrassment. She gasped for breath, her chest rising and falling rapidly, her heart racing with an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Nevertheless, the envelope had finally been delivered. Jingya, why do you look so flustered? What happened? At that moment, the class monitor approached, curiosity etched on her face. Li Jingya awkwardly shook her head, stammering, and nothing, just a bit warm from the morning run. The monitor nodded and said, "Oh, please hand in the class fees." "It's 1 yuan. All right," Li Jingya replied, recalling that she had exactly 1 yuan left from buying pancakes that morning. She reached into her pocket to retrieve the bill. However, upon seeing the envelope in her hand, she froze. Wait, didn't I give the letter to Lu Chen? How come it's still in my pocket? A sense of dread gripped her heart. Something was amiss, very amiss. She hurriedly checked her other pockets, only to be astonished to discover the 1 yuan bill was missing. What she had given Lu Chen was. In that instant, Li Jingya gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief, exclaiming in despair, "Ah! I actually gave Lu Chen 1 yuan. What should I do? What should I do?" She felt like an ant on a hot pan, consumed by anxiety. Overwhelmed, she took out a pen and paper, scribbling rapidly. Calm down, calm down, calm down. Jingya, you must remain composed, don't panic. It's just a gesture of gratitude, inviting Lu Chen for a meal. Treat him like a mere vegetable, a rotten potato, a spoiled tomato. He is not a person. There is no need to be nervous. Once she finished writing, Li Jingya exhaled, her tension easing considerably. After regaining her composure, she resolved to make another attempt. She tore off the written note, crumpled it into a ball, and disposed of it in the trash can at the classroom entrance before jogging to Lu Chen's class. At that moment, Lu Chen was engrossed in his book. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the window. Lu Chen. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen lifted his head and glanced towards the window. There, he saw Li Jingya squatting beneath, her head peeking through, her face as red as a ripe apple. Wisps of steam seemingly rising from her. Jingya, is there something you need? Lu Chen asked with curiosity. Li Jingya hesitated, unable to find her words. The next moment, she opened her mouth wide, as if unleashing a torrent, and exclaimed loudly, "I'd like to invite you to dinner this weekend." The volume of her voice caught the attention of everyone in the classroom, all eyes turning towards Li Jingya, feeling the weight of their gazes. Her face reddened like a ripe tomato, wishing fervently to vanish into the ground. Immediately, she swiftly tossed the crumpled paper onto Lu Chen's desk, stating, "I have something to say to you. Everything is written inside, so you can read it yourself." With that, Li Jingya bolted from the teaching building at a speed of 80 miles per hour. Watching her depart in such a hasty manner, Lu Chen scratched his head and muttered, "How peculiar. If there's something to say, just say it." It's as if she is asking for a loan. Suddenly, Lu Chen's expression froze. Could it be that she truly intended to borrow money from him? With this thought, he unfolded the paper. Before his eyes, lines of text came into focus. Stay calm. Stay calm, stay calm. Li Jingya, you must remain composed. Do not panic. It is merely an invitation to dinner to express gratitude. Just think of him as a radish, a vegetable, a rotten potato, or a spoiled tomato. He is not a person, so there is no need to be anxious. Upon reading the words, Lu Chen felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Chapter 63, No Payment for Unhealed, Compensation for Death. With a breathless exclamation, Li Jingya hurried back to the first-year high school building. Supporting herself against the wall, her face flushed, her heart was in turmoil, unable to settle. Despite the twists and turns she faced, she had ultimately managed to send the letter. The gratitude had been conveyed. Now, all that remained was to wait for the weekend to treat Lu Chen to a meal. With this thought, Li Jingya sighed in relief, her spirits lifting considerably. As she entered the teaching building and approached her classroom, she suddenly noticed a group of female classmates gathered together, giggling. "What are you all up to?" Li Jingya inquired with curiosity. The girls, spotting her, waved eagerly. "Jingya, come quick. We found a love letter in the trash can." What girl doesn't love a bit of gossip? Upon hearing the words love letter, Li Jingya's interest peaked, her face lighting up with excitement. A love letter? Who is it from, and to whom? We don't know. Let us open it and see. I can't wait, haha. The girls exclaimed, rubbing their hands together in anticipation. Then, one girl slowly began to unwrap the envelope. As it opened, all eyes, including Li Jingya's, were glued to the words within. "Dear Lu Chen, I am profoundly grateful for the assistance you have rendered me over the past few days. My life was once shrouded in darkness, akin to a forest that obscures the sun, with a path ahead fraught with thorns. Yet, upon your arrival, it was as if a ray of sunlight pierced through my dim world, illuminating my path and allowing me to navigate the thorns with ease. Thus, Lu Chen, I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude and would like to invite you to dinner and a movie this weekend, hoping you will accept my humble invitation. In that instant, Li Jingyao stood frozen, her eyes vacant, her entire being petrified. Wasn't this the letter she had written to Lu Chen? How could it possibly end up in the trash? A sudden chill gripped her heart as her pupils dilated. Could it be that she had inadvertently given Lu Chen the discarded papermint to soothe her own feelings? It seemed there was no other explanation. As she recalled the contents where she had insulted Lu Chen, calling him a rotten tomato, a worthless potato, and worse. Tears of despair threatened to spill. The thought of transferring schools crossed her mind. More critically, her classmates were now laughing heartily at the letter she had penned to Lu Chen. Oh, how cheesy. It's giving me goosebumps. Lu Chen. Could it be that Lu family heir? It must be him. There is no other Lu Chen in our school. Heavens, which toad aspires to eat the swan's flesh? Daring to pursue the Lu family heir? Quick, check if their essay's signature below. Typically, a writer would inscribe their name in the bottom right corner of the envelope. And Li Jingyao was no exception. Realizing that the laughter was directed towards her, she could no longer contain herself and swiftly snatched the envelope away. With a ripping sound, the paper was torn apart. Li Jingyao clutched the envelope and dashed towards the restroom without glancing back, exclaiming, "Excuse me, I suddenly have an urgent need. May I borrow some paper?" In an instant, she vanished from sight. The sudden turn of events left her female classmates in a state of bewilderment. They gazed after Li Jingyao's retreating figure and then down at the torn corner of paper in their hands, where the name Li Jingyao was conspicuously inscribed. Realization dawned upon them, and they gasped in astonishment, their faces reflecting disbelief. My goodness, it turns out that it was Jingyao pursuing Lu Chen. At that very moment, Lu Chen sat in class, staring at the crumpled paper ball Li Jingyao had thrown at him, 3 dark lines appearing on his forehead. It was one thing to call himself a rotten tomato or a bad potato, but to claim he was not human was utterly absurd. This foolish girl. Lu Chen shook his head helplessly and stuffed the paper ball into his drawer. He surmised that Li Jingyao merely wished to express her gratitude for his assistance in recent days. It was not a love letter, so why the pretense of nervousness? Sighing, he picked up his biology book and resumed reading. Just then, a familiar figure appeared at the classroom door. Bai Wanwei was approaching, arms laden with stacks of books. Her presence was akin to a beautiful landscape, drawing the attention of everyone around her. Under the gaze of all the male classmates, Bai Wanwei, with unwavering determination, walked straight towards Lu Chen. With a resounding thud, she placed her books on the desk beside him. Here we meet again, Bai Wanwei remarked coolly. Seeing this, Lu Chen curled his lip without responding. It was evident that this was yet another of the Bai family patriarch's machinations, and this time, she had been directly transferred to his class. But what of it? He had made his feelings clear. He had no interest in Bai Wanwei and would not become a mere tool for her family's ambitions, even if the old man transferred her to his bed. It would be futile. At that moment, Bai Wanwei continued, "This time, my family did not pressure me. I voluntarily applied to transfer to Shursan Middle School." Hearing this, Lu Chen lifted his head, his expression impassive, and replied, "So what?" Bai Wanwei fell silent. Just a week ago, Lu Chen had been like a clingy child, following her everywhere, and now he was completely indifferent, as if she were invisible. This drastic shift left Bai Wanwei feeling a profound sense of loss. Nonetheless, she sought to initiate a conversation. "Are you free this weekend? Bago mentions you every day. He wants to learn mathematics from you. I also have a few questions I'd like to discuss." In the past, Lu Chen would never have dared to imagine that Bai Wanwei would take the initiative to invite him. Yet now, faced with her proposal, he glanced at his biology book without raising his head and replied, "I'm busy. I have plans for a meal this weekend." Upon being rejected, a hint of disappointment flickered across Bai Wanwei's face. Upon finishing her musings, she settled into her seat and began tidying her desk. Approximately 2 minutes later, the bell rang to signal the start of class. Shortly thereafter, the principal, sporting a receding hairline and a prominent belly, sauntered into the classroom with a book in hand. "Students, your homeroom teacher, Lu Yun, is on leave, and I will be taking this mathematics class," he announced from the podium. Then turned to Bai Wanwei with a solicitous smile. "First, let us extend a warm welcome to our new classmate, Bai Wanwei. Please give her a round of applause." The classroom erupted in enthusiastic clapping. Once the applause subsided, the principal resumed, "Students, There are just over 20 days remaining until the college entrance examination. Today, I would like to gather your aspirations regarding which universities you wish to apply to. Upon hearing this, hands shot up throughout the classroom. I want to attend Tsinghua University. I aim for Oxford. I desire to enroll in Kaohsiung University. I wish to enroll in Yangdan University. As the classroom buzzed with fervent banter, Lu Chen suddenly heard a system notification in his mind. Ding. Side quest detected. Quest details. Establish a university or become the principal of a university. Quest rewards. 1. Lifespan 10 days. 2. Mysterious gift pack 10 draws. Upon hearing this announcement, Lu Chen was initially taken aback, but then a palpable excitement lit up his face. Establish a university? A reward of 10 days to his lifespan? 10 draws. His fingers trembled with anticipation. However, creating a university on short notice seemed rather time-consuming. Yet, the quest stated that becoming the principal of an existing university would also suffice. He wondered if there was a private university under the Lu Corporation. After class, Lu Chen hurried into the hallway, pulled out his phone, and dialed Lu Zhixiang's number. Once connected, the deep voice of Lu Zhixiang resonated through the line. Hey son. What's up? It was evident he was engaged in a game of mahjong. Lu Chen cut to the chase. Dad, does our family own a university? Lu Zhixiang replied, yes. Tsinghua University. 3 lines. Stunned by his father's response, Lu Chen thought, what? The Lu family is that affluent? We even have ownership of Tsinghua University. But isn't Tsinghua University a public institution? Just as Lu Chen was grappling with his astonishment, Lu Zhixiang's voice came through again, next to Tsinghua University. Sanchaku Vocational and Technical College. What's the matter? Lu Chen gasped, startling himself. I want to be the principal, he stated matter-of-factly. All right. I'll have the board of directors come over tomorrow to handle the transfer of duties. Once the paperwork is completed, you can assume your position at any time. Lu Zhixiang assured him. Good. After hanging up, Lu Chen returned to class and resumed reading his biology textbook. As time passed, the day swiftly came to a close. By the time school was dismissed, Lu Chen had reached the maximum level in biology. Biological knowledge proficiency level 10, max, world class. Thus, only the subjects of Chinese and English remained. After school, Lu Chen finished packing his bag and was about to leave the classroom when Bai Wanwei approached him. Her hands resting shyly at her waist. Lu Chen, do you have time tonight? My grandfather would like to invite you over for a simple meal. Don't worry. It's just a meal, nothing more. Bai Wanyue's demeanor was exceedingly sincere, fearing rejection. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen smiled. Nothing more? You must be joking. Sorry, but I'm not fond of meals. With that, he turned and exited the classroom. Bai Wanwei. Upon returning home, Lu Chen devoured 2 bowls of rice in one go. He then retreated to his bedroom, picked up the Compendium of Materia Medica, and began to read. Time is money. It must be utilized wisely, without a moment's waste. After several hours of reading, a system notification resonated in his mind. System notification, pharmacy proficiency, is at maximum. You may obtain substantial longevity and mysterious rewards through the following means. 1. Heal with medicine. 2. Teach pharmacy. 3. Participate in pharmacy competitions. At the pinnacle of his pharmacy proficiency, Lu Chen's mind was enriched with astonishing pharmaceutical knowledge. Many modern medical ailments deemed incurable could be remedied with just a few prescriptions in his hands. Subsequently, Lu Chen's gaze fell upon the phrase, heal with medicine. It seems I could open a small pharmacy in the future. Not only could I help the world and accumulate virtue, but I could also reap system rewards. What could be more delightful? Then, a thought struck him. Wait, the system never specified that healing must occur offline. I could run a pharmacy while simultaneously conducting business online. With the internet so advanced now, I could simply mail the medicine to clients and cure them that way. With this realization, Lu Chen promptly sought out the Black Bear from number 13 middle school to help him promote his venture. Soon, under Black Bear's rallying cry, the local delinquents began to spread the word across various QQ groups, forums, and other social media platforms. A miraculous doctor is among us, curing all ailments. No charge for unsuccessful treatments, and compensation for any fatalities. Contact via QQ. XXXXX. Upon seeing the advertisement, Lu Chen nearly choked on his own blood. He scolded Black Bear fervently. Are you out of your mind? If someone dies, what good is compensation? After receiving Lu Chen's reprimand, Black Bear eagerly took the advice and revised the advertisement. A miraculous doctor is among us, curing all ailments. No charge for unsuccessful treatments, and compensation for any fatalities. Seeing the revised advertisement, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction and remarked to Black Bear, good, Next time I cause someone's demise, I'll take your life as compensation. Black Bear nervously responded, No, please, Lu Ge. At the Bai family estate, in the living room. Bai Wanyue recounted Lu Chen's indifferent demeanor at school throughout the day. Upon hearing her words, both Old Master Bai and Bai Yingtian fell into silence. They had initially believed that having Bai Wanyue return to the 13th high school and sit beside Lu Chen would improve the relationship between their families. However, to their dismay, the situation only worsened. At that moment, Old Master Bai could no longer contain his anxiety and exclaimed, This will not do. I must call the old commander immediately. Lu Chen must marry our heir. This marriage is immutable. Not even Lu Chen himself can alter it. With that, he took out his phone, located the contact labeled Lu Jinan in his address book, and dialed the first number he had not called in over a decade. Chapter 64. A fervent sensation in the body at this very moment. Within a luxurious villa in the capital, an emaciated and frail old man lay upon a sickbed. Despite being besieged by illness, his resolute visage exuded an air of dignified authority. Surrounding him were a dozen of the nation's foremost physicians, diligently conducting a comprehensive examination. As the old man underwent the assessment, he clasped his granddaughter's hand and, in a feeble voice, inquired, Yuner, how has work been progressing lately? Has the tumor of the Lu family been eradicated? Upon hearing her grandfather's question, Lu Yun gazed at her ailing grandfather, tears streaming down her cheeks as she implored. Your health is in such a dire state. Please do not concern yourself with my work. Rest well. In response, the old man managed to muster a faint smile, reflecting. In comparison to eradicating the Lu family, what is this minor ailment of mine? The Lu family, a century-old lineage, has committed heinous acts over the years. Their sins intolerable by heaven and earth. If only my health were robust, He was abruptly interrupted by a fit of violent coughing. Witnessing this, Lu Yun was nearly brought to tears, urgently beseeching him to cease speaking. At that moment, the doctors concluded their examination, disconnecting the instruments, their faces etched with concern. Doctor, how is my grandfather's condition? Is there any improvement? Lu Yun asked anxiously. Let us speak, sighed the lead physician. Lu Yun nodded gravely and followed the physicians out of the bedroom into the living room. Just then, the old man's phone rang, summoning all his strength. He grasped the device. Upon seeing the caller ID, his brow furrowed, a hint of disdain flickering across his features. After answering, the voice of Old General Bai resonated through the line. Old Commander, it has been a long time. How is your health? The old man, with palpable irritation, retorted. You old fool, did you not vow to never contact me again? Why are you calling? Indeed, this elderly gentleman was none other than Lu Jinan, the very individual referenced by Old General Bai. Years ago, when they were on the battlefield, Bai was merely a squad leader while Lu served as his commanding officer. During a fierce encounter, Lu was struck by a bullet and gravely wounded. Bai, disregarding his own safety, rescued him from the throes of battle, thereby saving his life. From that moment forth, a profound friendship was forged, though Bai would remain confined to a wheelchair for the rest of his days. After the war, both men settled in the capital, each nurturing their respective families. Bai sought to ascend the ranks by allying himself with Lu Chen's grandfather, a move vehemently opposed by Lu Jinan, who harbored deep resentment towards the Lu family. This disagreement led to a fierce argument, culminating in their decision to sever all communication. Today marked their first conversation in over a decade. Bai spoke slowly. Old Commander, I have reached out to you today with a request. The progeny of the Lu family, Lu Chen, has invented a lithography machine, bringing unparalleled honor to our nation. I understand your disdain for the Lu family, however. Could this lithography machine not alter your rigid perceptions of them? Presently, the reputation of the Lu family is on the rise. Yet he refuses to pursue a union with the Bai family. Thus, I beseech you to intercede on our behalf regarding the matter of our family's alliance. Upon hearing the elder Bai's words, Lu Jinan nearly leapt from his sickbed in fury. You old scoundrel! Have you forgotten that we severed ties precisely because of the Lu family? And now you expect me to mediate the relationship between you and them? Do you wish for my demise to hasten? A lithography machine? Even if Lu Chen were to invent a spaceship, it cannot erase the sins left by the Lu family. If this is the reason for your visit, then let us meet in the underworld next time. With that, Lu Jinan angrily hung up the phone. Just after the call ended, Lu Yun entered the room, her face streaked with tears. The doctor had just informed her that her grandfather had little time left. At most 2 months. Witnessing this, Lu Jinan, aware of his limited time, spoke gently. Yuner, do not weep. Your grandfather has lived long enough. Consider it. Soon I shall reunite with my old comrades, which is not a lamentable fate. Upon hearing her grandfather's words, Lu Yun could no longer contain herself and rushed to the bedside, weeping. "No, grandfather. You have not lived enough. You must live for 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years. I will take you abroad to find the world's finest doctors to treat you." Observing his granddaughter's tear-streaked face, Lu Jianan smiled gently. "Silly child. Our nation has grown immensely powerful. Our medical expertise is not inferior to that of foreign lands. Moreover, my frail constitution can no longer withstand such upheaval, let alone travel abroad. Yuner, it is getting late. Return to your room and rest, for I am also feeling weary." "Yes, grandfather, please rest well," Lu Yun replied, wiping her tears and nodding. She then left the room and returned to her own. Once there, she opened her laptop and began searching for information on lung cancer treatments. Although she recognized her grandfather's condition as terminal, she was unwilling to give up hope. At that moment, her gaze fell upon a provocative title in a forum. "A divine doctor among us, cures all ailments. No charge if unsuccessful, compensation if fatal. Contact QQ XXXXX." Lu Yun was aware that such titles were typically sensationalist ploys for attention, yet thinking of her grandfather's dwindling time, she felt an irresistible compulsion to click and add the contact. Meanwhile, at the Lu family villa, with the assistance of his capable ally, Black Bear, Lu Chen had abandoned his attempts to secure system rewards through online channels. Just then, the computer emitted a couple of cough-like sounds. A friend request had arrived. "Oh." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen did not hesitate but promptly accepted the request. "You have added Lu Ruyan as a friend. Please commence your conversation." "Lu Ruyan?" Lu Chen scratched his head. The username felt both familiar and foreign. Before Lu Chen could greet her, the other party proactively sent a message. "Lu Ruyan, hello? May I ask if you truly possess the ability to cure all ailments?" "Lu Ruyan, if you can heal my grandfather, I would be willing to spend any amount of money." Upon reading this, Lu Chen realized this was a serious inquiry. He placed his hands on the keyboard and began typing furiously. "I am the divine doctor. Just open shop. You are my first client, free of charge." Upon this declaration, the other party fell silent. Her avatar remained still, showing no signs of life for quite some time. After approximately a minute, Lu Ruyan's chat box sprang to life once more. "Lu Ruyan, I am willing to give it a try. I am the divine doctor. Is your grandfather a fool?" "Lu Ruyan, I am the divine doctor. Apologies, that was a mistake. What ailment does your grandfather suffer from?" "Lu Ruyan, lung cancer, late stage. I am the divine doctor. A minor illness, just 2 packets of medicine will suffice." As soon as this message was sent, the other party once again fell into silence. After about 2 minutes, the other party's avatar popped up again. "Lu Ruyan, what medicine?" Lu Chen thought for a moment, and in order to alleviate her concerns, replied, "Prepare some sheep kidneys, bull kidneys, horse kidneys, dog kidneys, and black goji berries, then combine them with my medicine, 2 doses and he will be well." On the other side of the screen, Lu Yun stared blankly at the recipe she had received. Her grandfather had lung cancer, not impotence. Why would he need all these tonics? Despite her doubts, Lu Yun responded, "Lu Ruyan, all right. Lu Ruyan, you had better not deceive me. Lu Ruyan, otherwise, I will find you and end you. Believe me, I possess the capability. I am the divine doctor. Rest assured, just send me your home address." After receiving the address, Lu Chen first made a significant purchase based on the knowledge in his mind. Once he had procured the medicinal materials, he rushed to the courier service to expedite the delivery. After completing these tasks, Lu Chen returned home, reading while sitting at his computer, awaiting new clients. By midnight, seeing no business, Lu Chen washed up and went to bed. The following morning, in a villa in the capital city, Lu Yun received the package. She began by preparing various kidneys into a medicinal paste, mixing it with the medicinal catalyst. Following the instructions of the divine doctor, she simmered it gently to concoct the herbal broth. After approximately 2 hours, Lu Yun carried a bowl of dark liquid into Lu Jianan's room. "Grandfather, it is time for your medicine," she announced. Observing the concoction that resembled a dark culinary disaster, Lu Jianan weakly replied, "Yuner, grandfather has not much time left. I do not wish to consume this bitter concoction. For the remainder of my days, let me eat what I desire." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yun firmly stated, "No, you must drink it." At her earnest insistence, Lu Jianan offered a resigned smile, saying, "All right, I shall drink, as my dear granddaughter wishes." Subsequently, under Lu Yun's attentive care, he consumed the entirety of the medicinal concoction. "Grandfather, after finishing the medicine, lie down and rest. Do not move about." Lu Yun instructed as she set down the bowl. Just then, as Lu Jianan reclined, His eyes widened in alarm, his complexion darkening at a startling pace. Soon, he began to tremble, his limbs growing numb, and his mouth slightly parted, resembling someone on the verge of vomiting. "Grandfather, what is wrong?" Lu Chen inquired, her expression fraught with anxiety. In the next moment, with a violent heave, Lu Chen expelled a torrent of dark blood, splattering across the sickbed and floor. Witnessing this scene, Lu Chen was rendered utterly distraught, her mind spiraling into chaos. In that instant, regret washed over her. She chastised herself for having believed that person's deceitful words. Clenching her teeth in anger, she silently vowed that if anything were to befall her grandfather, she would hunt down that charlatan's whereabouts and exact her revenge. However, after Lu Chen had expelled the blood, he gradually began to settle, his demeanor softening and his complexion becoming rosy. His once murky eyes now sparkled with vitality. Observing this transformation, Lu Chen hastily asked, "Grandfather, how do you feel?" In response to his granddaughter's query, Lu Chen did not answer immediately. Instead, he slowly sat upright, loosened his hospital gown, and gasped, "I feel a bit of warmth in my body." Having said that, he tentatively moved his legs and raised his arms, finding no issues. Then, with a sudden burst of energy, he leaped up, flipping over to perform push-ups on the bed. Lu Chen, taken aback by this unexpected display, gaped in astonishment, her eyes reflecting disbelief. Chapter 65. Could this be considered an indirect kiss? Gazing at her grandfather, who was performing push-ups, Lu Chen's face displayed an incredulous shock. Who could have imagined that just a moment ago, he had been lying on the bed, barely clinging to life as a terminal lung cancer patient. In the next instant, he appeared to be completely rejuvenated, engaging in physical exercise. Lu Chen was filled with joy. It seemed that the renowned healer was indeed genuine. He had not deceived her. Her grandfather had merely taken a dose of medicine and was already restored to health. However, at that moment, Lu Chen, who was doing push-ups, suddenly ceased his movements. His body stiffened as he lay on the bed, his brows knitted tightly, remaining utterly motionless. Soon after, his expression contorted into a grimace, his face darkening to a terrifying degree. With a cough, he expelled another mouthful of blood. Following this, Lu Chen lost all strength, his eyes fluttering shut as he collapsed onto the hospital bed. "Grandfather!" Lu Chen cried out in terror at the sight, rushing over in a panic. Her heart raced with confusion and urgency. What was happening? Hadn't her grandfather just recovered? Could it all have been an illusion, merely a fleeting moment of vitality? Without pausing to ponder further, Lu Chen hastily dialed the doctors from the previous day. Before long, the doors swung open, and the doctors entered. As they stepped into the room, the leading physician reproached, "Miss Lu, you are indeed naive to believe those charlatans online. To think that 2 doses of medicine could cure lung cancer. How could you have been so gullible? Given the severity of Elder Lu's condition, he could have lived for several more months. But now, due to your reckless use of medication, we cannot ascertain how much longer he has." As the physician spoke, he began examining Lu Chen. However, once the examination concluded, the doctors stared at the results in utter disbelief. Lung cancer had truly been cured? The physician's face was a mask of astonishment. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen asked in confusion, "Professor Wang, if my grandfather's lung cancer has been cured, then why did he faint again?" Professor Wang, scrutinizing the examination results, sighed and replied, "As early as 6 months ago during a checkup, we discovered that a small portion of Elder Lu's liver had undergone malignant transformation. I had suggested that we remove that section before the cancer cells could spread, but Elder Lu adamantly refused. He claimed he would not live long enough to see the cancer spread and wished only to enjoy his remaining days in peace. We respected his wishes and ceased to discuss the matter. However, we never anticipated that, due to Elder Lu's poor health, the cancer cells would spread throughout his liver in just 6 months. As it stands, he may have less than 3 months to live." Professor Wang's face was filled with helplessness. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen felt utterly despondent, lamenting, "Why is my grandfather's fate so cruel? Just as his lung cancer was cured, liver cancer has now taken hold." With tears glistening in her eyes, she looked at Professor Wang with hope and asked, "Is there truly no way to save my grandfather?" In response, Professor Wang shook his head and said, "We can only help Elder Lu prolong his condition by a few days, but this will not address the underlying issue. By the way, do you not know a miraculous doctor? Why not seek his help once more?" Professor Wang expressed his excitement. He had studied in the United States, where he cured numerous ailments deemed incurable and even extended the life of the American president by a decade, earning him the title of a world-renowned physician. However, upon deciding to return to his homeland to impart his skills, He was imprisoned for 2 years by the American president, who learned of his intentions. From that moment, he understood that the notion of science being without borders was utterly fallacious, further solidifying his resolve to return home. He is now the dean of the medical school at Tsinghua University. Since this miraculous doctor is said to cure all illnesses, including lung cancer, it stands to reason that liver cancer could also be treated. I am eager to see what extraordinary remedy this doctor employs, Professor Wang remarked with anticipation. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen nodded and immediately took out her phone. She opened QQ, located the contact I am the miraculous doctor, and began sending messages incessantly. At this very moment, in Yanhai City, at the 13th middle school, Lu Chen was engrossed in an English book when suddenly, a system notification chimed in his ear. Ding! Successfully helped a patient cure lung cancer. Reward: 10 hours of lifespan. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen realized that Lu Ruyan's grandfather had been cured. To receive 10 additional hours of life merely for sending a package was exhilarating. Just then, his QQ notifications rang out. He opened his phone to find a message from Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan, miraculous doctor, my grandfather has been cured of lung cancer, but his liver cancer has relapsed. Lu Ruyan, I implore you, please save my grandfather once again. I am willing to pay any price. Lu Ruyan, please, I beg you. Lu Ruyan, crying. JPG. Seeing the messages, Lu Chen smirked. This old man certainly has a plethora of ailments. Is he nurturing a curse within his body? He then replied, I am the miraculous doctor. All right, I will send the medicinal herbs to you this evening. Lu Ruyan, how much will it cost? I am the miraculous doctor. No charge. I will surely cure him. Should your grandfather develop cancer in other areas, you may still reach out to me. Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan, okay. Thank you so much. Crying. JPG, after shutting his phone, Lu Chen lowered his gaze to the first word of the English book and began to recite it earnestly. A burden. A burden. Ding. Detected that the host is reading the book High School English Volume 1. Lifespan 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute. English proficiency 1, 1, 1. Just as Lu Chen immersed himself in the English text, at the classroom door, Bai Wanyue entered with her backpack. As she walked toward her seat, her gaze was resolute, fixed upon Lu Chen. The previous night, after the Bai patriarch was rejected by Lu Zhenan, the entire family was left in deep despondency. With no hope of assistance from the old leader, the Bai family could only place their last hope in Bai Wanyue. Bai Wanyue resolved to live up to expectations. She was determined to give it her all, refusing to believe that she could not win over Lu Chen. Approaching him directly, she called out, If you have something to say, just say it. Lu Chen, without lifting his gaze, replied indifferently. Bai Wanyue hesitated for a moment, biting her lip. Before summoning her resolve and, with a serious expression, declared, to be candid, my intentions in approaching you are not for the sake of a family alliance, but for myself. Your words yesterday at your doorstep were courageous and resonated deeply with me. It is precisely this quality of yours that has prompted me to transfer back to the 13th middle school. After speaking, she gazed at Lu Chen, awaiting his response. Her words constituted an implicit confession. It is often said that a man pursuing a woman is like crossing a mountain, while a woman pursuing a man is like passing through a veil. Bai Wanyue was unconvinced that her sincerity would leave Lu Chen indifferent. Sure enough, upon hearing her, Lu Chen lifted his head in surprise and asked, Are you serious? With earnest conviction, Bai Wanyue affirmed, I am. Hearing this, Lu Chen nodded thoughtfully and remarked, Actually, there is one thing I like about you. Bai Wanyue's face lit up with joy. What is it? She inquired eagerly. I prefer you to keep your distance, he replied, returning his attention to his English book. Bitch. Fuck. Get out. Upon hearing his response and the words he uttered, Bai Wanyue's face flushed crimson with rage. Her teeth clenched, and her hair almost standing on end. She glared fiercely at Lu Chen, her small fists cracking with tension. After all, she was the daughter of the Bai family. Although he had developed a lithography machine, her lineage, appearance, and demeanor were equally commendable. Many sought her affection. How dare he treat her this way? At that moment, feeling a bit parched, Lu Chen reached for a beverage on the table to quench his thirst. The more Bai Wanyue thought about it, the angrier she became. Seeing this, she abruptly snatched the drink from him. In the astonished gaze of Lu Chen, she twisted off the cap and began to gulp it down. After a couple of swigs, she forcefully placed the drink back on the table and declared with venom, I let you drink, but now this bottle bears my mark. Fuming, Bai Wanyue stormed back to her seat. Lu Chen, staring at the lipstick mark on the bottle, fell into silence. What a spiteful woman. How will I memorize my English words without this drink? With a sigh, Lu Chen picked up the bottle with a nonchalant expression and walked out of the classroom. Bai Wanwei, witnessing this scene, hurriedly rose and peered through the window to observe Lu Chen's movements. After exiting the classroom, he ventured into the campus and waved at a stray dog. Da Wang, come here. Over here. This dog, accustomed to being fed by students, showed no fear of humans. Upon hearing Lu Chen's call, the dog wagged its tail and lumbered over with its rotund body. Immediately, Lu Chen crouched down, directing the mouth of the beverage bottle towards Da Huang, saying, "Come, drink." Da Huang. The dog seemed to comprehend human speech. Upon hearing these words, it promptly extended its tongue and began licking the bottle's opening. In no time, the lipstick marks left by Bai Wanwei were licked clean by Da Huang. In the classroom, Bai Wanwei, witnessing this scene, was instantly filled with rage. The beverage she had just consumed, still bearing her lipstick imprint, was being fervently licked by a dog. What was the difference between this and an indirect kiss? Lu Chen. Just as Lu Chen was enthusiastically feeding the dog, a frantic roar erupted from Bai Wanwei behind him. Chapter 66, A Breach of Medical Ethics. Upon returning to class, Lu Chen found Bai Wanyu glaring at him, her breaths coming in heavy gasps, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Lu Chen, have you gone too far? You actually fed my drink to a dog? Bai Wanyu questioned him with an aggressive tone, clearly incensed. Hearing her accusatory tone, Lu Chen replied impassively. It was my drink. I can feed it to whomever I choose. Once Da Huang finishes, I intend to reclaim the bottle for use as a night vessel later. At this, Bai Wanyu was nearly driven to her wit's end, her teeth almost grinding to dust. Just then, the class bell rang. As the teacher entered the classroom, Bai Wanyu had no choice but to turn away, suppressing her anger within. On that day, Lu Chen did nothing but read his English book. In this state of concentration, time slipped by swiftly, and before he knew it, evening dismissal had arrived. At this point, Lu Chen's English proficiency level had significantly improved. Now at English knowledge level LV6, with 27 experience, specialized. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. At this pace, he would reach full proficiency by the following day. Subsequently, he packed his bag and left the classroom. This time, Bai Wanyu did not approach him, likely still brooding over the drink incident. After leaving school, Lu Chen did not head home. Instead, he embarked on a substantial shopping spree to gather medicinal herbs for treating liver cancer. After completing his purchases, Lu Chen visited a courier service, sending the items via express delivery to his client, Lu Ruyin. Having concluded the series of tasks, Lu Chen returned to the herb purchasing location, setting up a small clinic nearby, complete with a sign that read, "Century-old traditional Chinese medicine, cures for all ailments." Indeed, Lu Chen had invested heavily to acquire this establishment, intending to operate a small clinic to accrue system rewards. The choice of location was strategic, ensuring easy restocking of supplies. Come and seek treatment. With a century of heritage and exclusive remedies, we can cure any ailment. Lu Chen set up a small table and chairs, calling out as he took out his notebook, managing both the physical store and his online work simultaneously. Finding no one responding after a prolonged call, Lu Chen grew bored and decided to read his English book instead. Meanwhile, at the Central Hospital of Yunhai City, Li Jingye pushed her paralyzed mother on a stretcher toward the neurology department. Today, the hotel issued salaries, and although she had only recently started working, the hotel manager insisted on paying her a full month's wages. Reluctantly, Li Jingye accepted the payment. Her lifelong hope was to see her mother stand again. Thus, upon receiving her salary, she promptly brought her mother in for a medical examination. As the mother and daughter arrived at the entrance of the neurology department, they observed only a single man, dressed as a laborer, waiting in line. In his arms, he cradled an unconscious elderly woman, her lips tinged with purple and her complexion ashen. 2 deep wounds marred her feet, from which dark blood oozed like threads, suggesting she had been bitten by something. At that moment, the migrant worker supported his mother with one hand while he pulled out a stack of over a dozen test results with the other, saying, "Doctor, the CT scan you requested has been completed, the blood tests have been conducted, and the physical examination has been performed. All the test results you asked for are here. Can we proceed with my mother's treatment now?" He wiped the sweat from his forehead as he spoke. The doctor, a middle-aged man in his 40s wearing glasses and with a face marked by acne, glanced at the papers held aloft by the migrant worker but did not take them. He replied, "The venom from the snake has completely permeated your mother's bloodstream. There is nothing that can be done. You should prepare for her final arrangements." Upon hearing this, the migrant worker was momentarily stunned. He quickly responded, perplexed, "Doctor, you haven't even looked at a single report. Yet you are telling me to prepare for her final arrangements? How can you say that? The doctor, with an impassive expression, stated, in cases of snake bites like this, immediate treatment is essential within 2 hours. It has already been 5 hours. How do you expect me to save her? The migrant worker's expression shifted to one of despair, nearly bringing him to tears. Doctor, my home is nearby. It took me less than 10 minutes to bring my mother here. During that time, you had me go through the CT scan, the blood tests, and a physical examination. I have undergone over a dozen tests, which consumed 4 to 5 hours. Now I present the results, and you tell me it is too late and to prepare for her final arrangements. If time is of the essence, why did you not treat my mother first? He pleaded anxiously. Hearing his words, the doctor shot him a glance, his demeanor cold. What use is it to speak to me? The tests are a necessary procedure. I have already conveyed the diagnosis. You should leave now and not disturb the care of other patients. The doctor waved his hand, signaling him to depart. In response, the migrant worker was filled with rage. His eyes reddened as he shouted, "Do you possess no medical ethics? My mother could have been saved. How is this any different from directly causing her death? I don't care. If you do not save her today, I will sue you." At this proclamation, the doctor's eyes widened in disbelief, and he barked, "Get lost. If your mother dies today, that is her fate. You want to sue me? Please do so. If you can get me imprisoned, I'll treat you to a meal. Now, get out. Don't waste my time with other patients." Confronted with such a callous attitude, the migrant worker was consumed by fury, ready to lash out. Just as he was about to act, several security guards rushed in and firmly grasped both of his arms, causing his unconscious mother to slump to the ground. "Mother! Mom!" he cried out, witnessing her lying helplessly on the floor, panic rising within him. The doctor, seeing this, stood up in anger and commanded the security personnel, "Get this mother and son out of here. I don't want them dying in my workplace." Following his orders, the guards carried the two of them away. As they departed, a doctor clad in a white coat approached the doctor and remarked, "Haha, it seems the CT department is quite busy today. Old Chen, I must treat you to a meal for all the orders you have brought me." The doctor known as Old Chen took a sip of tea, nodded and smiled, saying, "No need for formality, we are all friends." Upon witnessing this scene, Li Jingya could no longer restrain herself. Is this not treating patients as fools? She stormed into the consultation room and reprimanded, "Doctor, as a healer of the sick, do you believe you are worthy of the title of physician? That mother could have been saved, yet you chose to watch her perish before your eyes for your own gain. Is this how you practice medicine? Does your conscience not ache? Do you not have a mother?" Li Jingya's voice resonated with strength. The doctor, upon hearing her, became infuriated, puffing up in anger, and retorted, "Who are you to question me? What I choose to do is none of your business. If you want treatment, then accept it. If not, get out." The strained doctor-patient relationship is caused by rude patients like you. One day, when this hospital closes, you will all be left on the streets to await your fate. Hearing the doctor's unreasonable tirade, Li Jingya's face flushed with anger, her fists clenched tightly, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. She then turned to her mother and said, "Mom, let us not seek treatment any longer. We are leaving." As Li Jingya exited the hospital, she spotted a migrant worker carrying his mother on his back. His expression one of despair as he walked down the street. Observing his pitiful figure, Li Jingya sighed. Such matters were beyond her help. She soon reached the roadside, hailed a taxi, and returned home with her mother. At that moment, the migrant worker felt the warmth of his mother's body against his back, wiping away tears as he aimlessly wandered the streets. His mother was on the brink of death, and he felt utterly powerless, forced to watch her life count down. This sensation was more agonizing than facing his own demise. He wandered for an indeterminate time until light rain began to fall in Yuhai City. The man stumbled and collapsed onto the ground. "Mom," he cried, cradling his mother's already cold body. Tears mingled with rainwater as despair consumed him. Suddenly, he lifted his head and noticed a sign ahead. Bold letters proclaimed, "Centennial Traditional Chinese Medicine cures all illnesses." Without further thought, he instinctively picked up his mother and dashed into the establishment. Inside, Lu Chen was engrossed in an English book. Just then, the man burst through the door. "Doctor, do you truly cure all ailments? Please, I beg you to save my mother. She has been bitten by a venomous snake and is on the verge of death. I will give you all the money I have," he pleaded, sobbing. In a frenzy, he emptied his pockets, scattering all the money he had earned from labor. Seeing a customer in need, Lu Chen's heart leaped with joy. Ignoring the money, he approached the man's mother to assess her condition. "Indeed, your mother has been severely poisoned. Yet it is not without remedy. With that said, Lu Chen turned towards the storage cabinet, rummaging through several drawers to retrieve medicinal herbs. He then cast the herbs into a pot, grinding them into a paste and boiling them over a fierce flame to create a medicinal concoction. After a few moments, under the watchful gaze of the man, whose eyes brimmed with tears, Lu Chen poured the potion into his mother's mouth. Moments later, the once unconscious elderly woman began to cough violently, her body trembling uncontrollably. In the next instant, she spat out a stream of dark blood. Slowly, she opened her eyes and reached out to caress the man's face, her voice laced with concern. "My dear, why are you crying?" Witnessing this scene, the man was overcome with indescribable excitement, his face reflecting uncontainable joy. He immediately knelt before Lu Chen, fervently bowing his head against the floor, creating a resounding echo. "Thank you, divine healer. You are truly the reincarnation of Hua Tua, the contemporary Li Shizhen." After bowing, the man pointed to the money on the ground, his expression brimming with eagerness. "Divine healer, if this amount is insufficient, please let me know. Once my salary arrives, I will repay you in full." Ding. Successfully cured a patient of snake venom. Reward, lifespan 10 hours. Upon hearing the system notification, Lu Chen gathered the scattered bills, extracting a single 1 yuan note from the pile. With a smile, he remarked, "This 1 yuan is more than enough. Take the rest home to buy some nourishment for your mother. Although the snake venom has been cleared, she remains weak and will require your attentive care for a few days." Upon learning that the medical fee was merely 1 yuan, the man's expression shifted to one of disbelief. Once he regained his composure, he resumed his fervent bowing, exclaiming, "Thank you, divine healer. I can never repay this kindness. In my next life, I shall work as a beast of burden to repay you." In response, Lu Chen chuckled, "There is no need to become a beast of burden. If possible, simply help me spread the word." Upon hearing this, the man nodded resolutely. "Rest assured, divine healer, I will take care of it." After leaving the shop, he immediately pulled out his phone and sent a message to several group chats with his co-workers. "Brothers, I have encountered a miraculous healer who can cure all ailments. My mother was saved after being poisoned by snake venom for 6 to 7 hours. If anyone is facing health issues, you must come here and give it a try. It is guaranteed to work." The man's reputation among his co-workers was considerable, and upon receiving this news, many responded eagerly. "Is what you say true? My mother was recently diagnosed with colon cancer and has been told by numerous hospitals that there is no hope. Is that healer truly as remarkable as you claim? Can late-stage lung cancer be treated? My daughter's dog is unwell. Can the healer cure it?" The man replied, "All can be cured. I stake my life on it. If I am lying, may I be struck by lightning." With this declaration, an even greater number of responses poured in. "Since the foreman has said so, what reason do we have to doubt? We must go and try it out. Nothing more to discuss. Let us go." "I'm going too." The foreman requested the location of the miraculous healer. Upon seeing the group message, the man promptly shared the precise address of Lu Chen's clinic within the chat. As the clock struck 10 in the evening, Lu Chen, observing the sparsely populated street, contemplated closing up and heading home. Just then, out of nowhere, he noticed a multitude of shadowy figures advancing towards him from a distance. Upon a rough estimation, there appeared to be no fewer than 100 individuals. Witnessing such a scene filled Lu Chen with delight, prompting him to take a seat back inside the clinic. Chapter 67. If I could meet this person, the Dragon Kingdom would flourish. Are you the miraculous physician who cured the foreman's mother of snake venom? Upon their arrival at the shop, one of the individuals inquired, "The foreman's mother? Snake venom? That must refer to the man from before." Lu Chen nodded and replied, "Indeed, that is I, a century-old traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, capable of curing all ailments. Please form an orderly queue, one at a time." Upon hearing this, the crowd promptly organized themselves into a line that extended from the shop's interior to its exterior. The first patient was a middle-aged man with a sallow complexion, exuding a sense of lethargy and lifelessness. Lu Chen asked, "What ailment do you suffer from?" With a weak voice, the middle-aged man responded, "I've been smoking for over 30 years. I have late-stage lung cancer." Lu Chen nodded in understanding. "How many do you smoke in a day?" The man extended 5 fingers. Lu Chen, intrigued, asked, "5?" The man shook his head. Lu Chen continued, "5 packs?" Once more, the man shook his head. Seeing this, Lu Chen's expression shifted to one of horror. "Could it be 5 cartons?" With a sigh, the man slowly replied, 5 lighters. Lu Chen was momentarily speechless. The onlookers, having overheard the man's revelation, exhibited expressions of sheer terror. 5 lighters a day for over 20 years? One might as well be refining their lungs. Surely, They have become seasoned. The air exhaled must be infused with smoke. 2 doses of medicine, 1 pack per day, and you shall be cured, Lu Chen declared, tossing 2 packets of lung cancer treatment herbs to the man. How much? The middle-aged man asked, concern etched on his face. 1 yuan, Lu Chen replied. Upon hearing this, the man's expression brightened. Thank you, miraculous physician. He then pulled out his phone to scan the payment, collected the herbs, and left with a buoyant spirit. Next, Lu Chen beckoned. No sooner had he finished his sentence than a little girl entered, leading a frail black dog. She seated herself on a chair. And upon noticing her youth, Lu Chen inquired in astonishment, Little girl, what ailment do you have? I'm fine, but my little black dog is unwell. She shook her head, pointing at the dog with a worried expression. Little Black hasn't eaten in days. He refuses all food and is on the brink of starvation. Miraculous physician, please save Little Black. Listening to her plight, Lu Chen nodded. In light of your dog's name, I shall assist you. Diagnosing a dog differs from treating a human, as the specifics of the illness remain unknown. Thus, Lu Chen activated his golden eye to peer into the dog's body. There, in the dog's stomach, he discerned a dark mass. It appeared to be indicative of a gastric issue. I shall provide you with several packets of herbs for treating gastric ailments. Administer these to your dog, and if there is no improvement, return to seek my assistance. Lu Chen instructed, tossing a few packets of herbs to the girl. Thank you, miraculous physician, she exclaimed, nodding enthusiastically before cradling her dog and leaving the shop with joy. Next, before each patient, Lu Chen would first inquire about their symptoms, subsequently administering the appropriate remedy. As all the patients departed, the clock struck midnight. Lu Chen stretched languidly and locked the shop door behind him. With fatigue weighing heavily upon him, he made his way home, unhurried since it was Saturday the next day. Upon arriving home, he took a refreshing shower and indulged in some English literature. It wasn't until 2 a.m. that he finally succumbed to slumber. The following morning, at 7 o'clock, Lu Chen completed a brief morning routine and enjoyed a simple breakfast before heading to the herbal medicine shop. He had plans to dine and watch a movie with Li Jingya in the afternoon. Thus, he seized the opportunity to spend the morning at the shop, hoping to enhance his longevity. Noticing a lack of customers, Lu Chen opened his messaging app and sent a note to client Lu Ruyan. I am a divine physician. How is your grandfather faring? Meanwhile, in the capital, at a villa, Lu Yun received the delivered herbs and, under the watchful eyes of Professor Wang and other doctors, prepared a medicinal concoction. Once the herbal brew was ready, anticipation filled the room as Lu Yun carefully administered spoonfuls of the black elixir to Lu Zhenan. Before long, the once pallid Lu Zhenan began to regain a healthy complexion at a visibly remarkable pace. Within half a minute, he opened his eyes, his gaze bright and spirited. Appearing far from the terminally ill liver cancer patient he once was, he seemed to be as robust as any ordinary person. Professor Wang promptly conducted a comprehensive examination of Lu Zhenan. Upon reviewing the results, which indicated the complete eradication of cancer cells, a wave of exhilaration washed over him, causing him to tremble with disbelief. A divine physician indeed. After decades of studying Western medicine, I never anticipated that traditional Chinese medicine from our dragon country would surpass all else. I must witness this miraculous healer myself. The other doctors echoed his sentiments, exclaiming, Indeed. The efficacy of this divine physician's herbal remedies is astonishingly swift and effective. Moreover, they have alleviated the dampness from Lu Lao's body, which is simply unbelievable. Not to mention, the formulation of the herbs was remarkably balanced, resulting in negligible side effects. We are thoroughly outclassed. Just as the doctors marveled at the wonder of the medicine, Lu Zhenan sat up, radiating vitality. Yuner, Professor Wang, what exactly transpired? In the span of merely 2 days, Lu Zhenan felt as though he had traversed the underworld multiple times, and each time he neared death, the herbal concoction prepared by Lu Yun miraculously revived him, leaving him invigorated and more robust than before, as if reborn. Subsequently, Lu Yun and Professor Wang recounted the entire saga in its entirety. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhenan's face lit up with excitement. I never imagined that such a divine physician existed in our great China. It is indeed a fortune for our dragon country. If given the chance in the future, I shall express my gratitude to him in person. At that moment, Professor Wang approached eagerly, stating, Lu Lao, there is no need to wait for the future. We must seek him out now. As far as I know, such an individual has never emerged in our dragon country, suggesting he has chosen to live incognito, shunning worldly affairs. However, if we allow this miraculous physician to remain obscured in the annals of time, Would it not constitute a profound loss for the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom? Only by enabling him to elevate the practice of traditional Chinese medicine can we ensure that future generations reap the benefits. Upon hearing Professor Wang's words, all the physicians nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in his statement. Lu Chen concurred, saying, "Indeed, if we can secure this individual, the Dragon Kingdom shall flourish." Yinner, are you able to ascertain the whereabouts of this miraculous healer? At this, Lu Yu nodded. She first retrieved a delivery box and glanced at it, only to find that the name and phone number were obscured. With no other recourse, she sought assistance from a colleague at her workplace, requesting that they trace the source using the IP address. Soon, her colleague relayed the location to her, based on the most recent message from the individual. We pinpointed his current address, 44 Xingfu Street, Central District, Yuhai City. A century-old traditional Chinese medicine shop. Chapter 68. Define the decisions of 18 generations. In the ancient city of Yunhai, within a century-old traditional Chinese medicine shop, Lu Chen sat quietly. Suddenly, a series of system notifications echoed in his ears. Ding. Successfully cured a patient of lung cancer. Reward, 10 hours of lifespan. Ding. Successfully cured a patient of a fistula. Reward, 10 hours of lifespan. Ding. Successfully cured a patient of premature ejaculation. Reward, 10 hours of lifespan. Upon hearing these notifications, Lu Chen realized that the patients he treated yesterday had indeed been healed. Just then, a particularly special system voice chimed in. Ding. Successfully cured the same patient consecutively. Reward, 20 hours of lifespan. Reward, mysterious gift pack X1. Consecutively healing the same patient? Without a doubt, it must have been the grandfather of Lu Ruyan. Eagerly, Lu Chen opened the mysterious gift pack. Ding. Gift pack opened successfully. Obtain mysterious reward. Thousand Faces Technique X1. Thousand Faces Technique allows one to freely alter their appearance. For entertainment purposes, no deliberate pacing. Read with ease. Upon reading the description of the skill, Lu Chen's excitement was palpable. He took out a mirror and gazed at his reflection, gently brushing his hand across his face. Swish. In the next moment, Lu Chen's visage transformed into that of Lu Dehua. Quite dashing indeed. After admiring himself for a while, he brushed his hand again. Swish. The face in the mirror morphed into that of Ping Yuyan. Ah, a man so handsome that his name has become an adjective, truly striking. Mirror, mirror, who is the most handsome man in the world? He exclaimed, and with a flick of his wrist, swish. The mirror reflected his original appearance once more. Uh-huh, I knew it was you. The mirror. After playing around for a bit, Lu Chen grew weary and picked up an English book to continue his reading. Divine Doctor. Divine Doctor. Just as Lu Chen was immersing himself in the ocean of vocabulary, a chorus of calls erupted from outside. Looking up, he saw a throng of people rushing towards the shop from 100 meters away. Among them were several familiar faces, patients he had treated the night before, holding banners of various sizes. Some were journalists, wielding cameras, while others brandished selfie sticks, broadcasting live. Seeing the journalists, Lu Chen felt a pang of anxiety. His consultations only cost 1 yuan, and his cures were all-encompassing. He had likely disrupted many livelihoods. If this news spread online, would hospitals across the nation not hunt him down? Better to avoid trouble. He merely wished to extend his lifespan without attracting unwarranted attention. With that thought, Lu Chen subtly adjusted his appearance by 30%. At a glance, he appeared nearly unchanged, but upon closer inspection, he was entirely different. As the crowd swarmed into the shop, a man at the forefront exclaimed, "Divine Doctor, why does your face look swollen?" Lu Chen, with his hands clasped behind his back, responded nonchalantly, "I woke up rather abruptly this morning, resulting in a bit of puffiness." Upon hearing Lu Chen's explanation, the crowd accepted it without further inquiry and began presenting him with their banners. "Thanks to the miraculous physician, I have finally cured the affliction that has plagued me for over a decade. Thank you, esteemed healer. After consuming your medicinal herbs for lung cancer, I found myself breathing easily, able to cultivate 2 acres of land in a single night. Gratitude to the divine healer. Yesterday, after taking your medicine, my dog devoured 2 bowls of food, and his belly has swelled considerably." Upon expressing their gratitude, they enthusiastically hung banners on the wall. "The ancient Greek healer of lung cancer. Thank you, divine healer, for saving my dog's life. A master in treating dermatitis, truly exceptional." Observing these banners, Lu Chen fell silent, pondering the peculiar expressions adorning them. Was there not a more conventional way to convey gratitude? Before he could collect his thoughts, A throng of reporters surged forward, microphones in hand. Esteemed healer, it is said that Mr. Wang's late-stage lung cancer was miraculously cured by you. How did you achieve this? Upon hearing the question and gazing into the camera lens, Lu Chen felt a surge of inspiration. What a splendid opportunity to promote his work. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, "Our ancestors devised a miraculous remedy for lung cancer over a century ago, a secret formula passed down through generations, never to be shared with outsiders. However, I often found myself awake at night, tossing and turning, questioning the purpose of this secret knowledge. Was it merely to shield our family from the clutches of lung cancer? After much contemplation, I made a decision that defied my ancestors. I shall reveal this secret recipe to the world, to benefit humanity and rescue countless lung cancer patients from despair. Therefore, for just $1. The remedy is yours, so why hesitate? Come forth and seize this opportunity," Lu Chen said, striking a pose for the camera. The reporters were taken aback, astonished that this young man seized the moment to promote himself, and without compensation. Slightly disgruntled, one reporter shifted the topic. "And how did you treat Mr. Li's stomach cancer? Surely it cannot be your ancestor's secret recipe again?" To ensure Lu Chen did not exploit the moment for further promotion, the reporter added. Lu Chen paused momentarily, then, with hands clasped behind his back and an air of composure, responded, "This brings to mind my great-grandmother. 2 centuries ago, she developed a miraculous remedy for stomach cancer, and so, I found myself tossing and turning at night. Ultimately, I made a decision that defied my great-grandmother." The reporter was left speechless. After a brief silence, the reporter pressed on, "And what of liver cancer?" Lu Chen replied, "I made a decision that defied my great-grandfather." The reporter inquired about pancreatic cancer next, and Lu Chen responded, "I made a decision that defied my great-grandmother." In a matter of moments, Lu Chen had disregarded the wisdom of 18 generations of his ancestors. Seeing that no useful information could be extracted, the reporters turned away, opting to interview the public instead. Once the media had departed, Lu Chen relaxed, settling back into his chair, ready to cheerfully receive patients. Meanwhile, at the Central Hospital of Yuhai City, in the neurology department, Dr. Shen sat in the consultation room, utterly idle, resembling a statue. 3 to 4 hours had elapsed since the beginning of his shift, yet not a single patient had graced his presence. In stark contrast to the usual bustling atmosphere, it felt as though the world had come to an end, with all patients vanished without a trace. Just as he pondered the strange turn of events, doctors from the CT, laboratory, and examination departments approached him in succession. "Old Shen, what's going on? How come there hasn't been a single order sent over today? Old Shen, I just treated you to a meal yesterday. Don't forget your friends so quickly. Hurry up and send me some examination orders. I'm dying of boredom over here." Upon hearing their complaints, Old Shen wore an expression of innocence. "It's not that I'm withholding orders. I've had not a single patient since morning," he replied with a hint of resignation. No sooner had he spoken than a chorus of notification sounds erupted from their phones. Upon checking, they were all taken aback. "Wang Ba, surgery, what's happening? Not a single patient today. Is the hospital locked? Heir, internal medicine, I have no patients either. I'm nearly dozing off. Who knows what's going on? Li Liang, ENT 111. Zhang Si, urology director Wang Ba, surgery director Heir, internal medicine director. The director's voice cut through the chatter. "Everyone, gather in the lobby on the first floor." Shortly after, the consulting doctors from various departments assembled in the lobby. The director held up his phone, displaying a local news article with a headline proclaiming that Lu Chen could cure all ailments for just $1. "Surely you've all seen this. This is clearly the work of a charlatan," the director exclaimed. "It is not easy for the common people to earn their living. Even if it's just a $1 scam, such despicable individuals deserve the harshest punishment." As the crowd absorbed the news and the director's words, outrage spread among them. He was right. They could not allow this fraud to harm the public. Indeed, we must report him and shut down his operation. The public deserves to receive treatment from our reputable hospital. At that moment, the director approached Dr. Shen with a tentative tone. "Old Shen, I hear you have some connections in the capital. How about you handle this matter?" Upon hearing this, everyone turned their questioning gazes towards Dr. Shen. Sensing their scrutiny, he puffed out his chest with pride and declared, "Rest assured, with just one call, the police in Yunhai City will seal his establishment." Then, under the watchful eyes of all present, Dr. Shen retrieved his phone and dialed Professor Wang. Meanwhile, in the capital, Lu Jinan, Lu Yun, and Professor Wang were en route to the airport when Professor Wang's phone rang. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed the answer button. "Hello, Xiaoshen. What's up?" On the phone, Dr. Shen's voice resonated. Esteemed Minter, there exists a charlatan in Yunhai City who has been preying upon the populace, swindling their hard-earned money. Not only does he peddle counterfeit medicines that harm the innocent, but he has also opened a storefront. Such a rogue must have influential connections to operate a business. Hence I seek your assistance. Professor Wang, a distinguished figure in the medical realm, felt a surge of indignation rising within him. Just as he was about to express his outrage, Lu Chen interjected, "You need not concern yourself with this matter. I shall directly contact the highest authorities in Yunhai City to shut down his establishment." Upon hearing this, Dr. Shen's astonishment was palpable. "Minter, is that Lu Lao speaking beside you?" Professor Wang candidly replied, "Indeed, it is Lu Lao. We intend to visit Yunhai City shortly. I would appreciate your hospitality upon our arrival. Certainly, I will make the necessary arrangements." With that, Professor Wang concluded the call. In Yunhai City, at the Central Hospital, Dr. Shen ended the call, his face beaming with pride. He carried himself with an air of superiority, nearly as if his head were touching the heavens. Those around him, including the hospital director, displayed overt flattery. Goodness, who would have imagined that Dr. Shen's connections in the capital were so formidable, that a single word from him could influence the highest echelons of Yunhai City. Indeed, it is no surprise that he is the disciple of the world-renowned Professor Wang. With just one phone call, Lu Lao personally intervenes. "Dr. Shen, do remember to take care of your younger brother from now on. Little Shen, I acknowledge my previous missteps. Please forgive me for any past grievances." The director, eager to curry favor, declared, "Well done, old Shen. I have decided to promote you to the position of Director of Neurology and Deputy Director of the hospital." In that moment, everyone around him vied for his favor. Even his adversaries capitulated. Witnessing this spectacle, Dr. Shen's delight was nearly overwhelming. Meanwhile, at a century-old traditional Chinese medicine shop, Lu Chen was bustling about with fervor. Suddenly, a contingent of armed police officers entered the premises. "Everyone, please disperse. The owner of this establishment is a swindler. Be wary of your purses," declared a man who appeared to be the squad leader. The patients exchanged bewildered glances, speechless. Did they not know whether Lu Chen was a fraud? "Officer, the owner of this shop is indeed a miraculous healer. Many of my relatives suffering from terminal illnesses have been cured by him." "Yes, officer. Consider this. What kind of con artist would only swindle a meager sum? That seems rather trivial. We all stand as guarantors. The owner of this shop is certainly not a charlatan." However, the captain remained impassive, stating, "Your words bear no weight. This establishment lacks a medical practice license and cannot operate under any circumstances. Please do not complicate my duties. I am merely executing orders." Inside. Upon hearing the term medical practice license, Lu Chen felt a pang of anxiety. He had already arranged for his family to procure the necessary documents. Yet the bureaucratic process was painstakingly slow, and they had yet to be finalized. Therefore, seizing a moment of distraction, Lu Chen discreetly brushed his hand across his face. A brand new facade had been adopted, and shortly thereafter, in plain view of the onlookers, Lu Chen leisurely exited the store. After walking a few hundred meters, he reverted to his original appearance and sighed. It appeared that before obtaining his medical qualification certificate, the pharmacy could not be established. At that moment, a notification chimed from his phone. Upon checking, he discovered a message from Li Jingya. "Lu Chen, I have arrived at the AX Square. Where are you?" Lu Chen smacked his forehead, suddenly recalling that it was time to meet Li Jingya. He promptly hailed a taxi and hurried toward AX Square. 5 minutes later, as Lu Chen alighted from the cab, he spotted Li Jingya standing in the center of the square, her gaze fixed on her phone. At that moment, her expression appeared somewhat sullen, hinting at her irritation. "What's wrong, Jingya?" Lu Chen inquired as he approached her. Li Jingya lifted her head, visibly upset, and replied, "When I used to sell boxed meals at the construction site, I joined several worker groups. And now everyone is discussing how infuriating the doctors at Yunhai City Central Hospital are. Regardless of the ailment, they insist on conducting unnecessary procedures, wasting money. Especially Dr. Shen from the neurology department. When I took my mother for a checkup, an elderly woman who had been bitten by a venomous snake was present. A life that could have been saved was lost because Dr. Shen, for his own gain, allowed the patient to miss the treatment window, ultimately leading to her demise. Furthermore, I heard about a miraculous doctor who could cure all ailments for merely 1 yuan. The common folk praised him, claiming immense benefits, yet Dr. Shen reported him, resulting in the closure of his practice. I truly cannot fathom how such a person becomes a doctor." Upon hearing her words, Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback. So, the individual who reported his clinic was none other than this Dr. Shen? Chapter 69. My apologies. Your legs are reversed. Subsequently, Lu Chen cast his gaze upon Li Jingya's phone. Indeed, the members of the group were vociferously advocating for their grievances. At that moment, a newcomer, noted as neurology, Shen Dad, joined the chat. Upon entry, he unleashed a barrage of repugnant messages. A bunch of lowly scoundrels. Don't even think of coming to our hospital in the future. A divine doctor? You're nothing but a farce. With a single call, I can shut you down. If you wish to seek medical attention, you'll have to come to me, and each of you must present a red envelope of 100 yuan. Otherwise, you may as well await your demise. Such vitriol ignited the fury of the group members. One participant retorted, Dr. Shen, do not presume that you can act with impunity online. We can easily screenshot your remarks and report you. As the message appeared, the individual identified as neurology, Shen Dad replied, damn it, another fool intending to report me. I'm using a secondary account with an overseas VPN. What evidence do you have to ascertain my identity? I relish parading you, relishing the sight of your impotent rage. He continued, a bunch of pitiful laborers, destined to toil forever, ha. After this tirade, the group displayed that neurology, Shen Dad had exited the chat. Following his departure, the other members simmered with indignation. What is wrong with manual labor? Haven't we earned our money through hard work? Who does he think he is to look down upon us? Indeed, let us all screenshot and report him. Reporting is futile. Rumor has it he has connections in the capital. We are utterly powerless against him. What has become of this society? Upon witnessing this, Lu Chen could no longer remain passive and declared, Jingya, I suddenly have an urgent matter to attend to. Let us dine together tomorrow instead. Huh. Li Jingya looked up, only to find that Lu Chen had already vanished. 10 minutes later, at the central hospital of Yunhai City, Lu Chen alighted from a taxi and strode directly into the hospital's lobby. After reviewing the directional map, he took the elevator to the second floor and arrived at the entrance of the neurology department. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Chen rapped on the door. The next moment, an impatient voice emanated from within. Who is it? Lu Chen called out, I wish to seek medical attention. The response came, if you wish to see a doctor, first undergo blood tests, physical examinations, urinalysis, and other necessary procedures. It's all clearly stated outside. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen glanced at the sign by the entrance. Indeed, it detailed a plethora of required procedures. Before even encountering the doctor, he was already expected to part with thousands of yuan. It appeared that Li Jingya's words bore truth. This hospital was undoubtedly unscrupulous. With this realization, Lu Chen resolutely pushed open the door and entered. At that moment, Dr. Shen was reclining in a chair, blissfully donning an eye mask. Due to the urgent promotion ceremony orchestrated by the hospital director, which encroached upon his lunchtime, he sought to catch up on his sleep. Perceiving the entrance of another, Dr. Shen removed his eye mask and exclaimed with ire, Are you incapable of understanding human speech? I instructed you to commence the project first. Did my words not reach your ears? In response, Lu Chen offered an apologetic smile before turning to exit. Dr. Shen muttered a few more curses under his breath, donned his eye mask once more, and intended to resume his slumber. Observing this, Lu Chen retrieved some hypnotic herbs from his pocket and ground them into powder with his fingers. With a gentle flick, he cast the powder into Dr. Shen's nostrils. Achoo! Dr. Shen sneezed, rubbing his nose. In the next instant, he collapsed into his chair as if drained of energy, producing a thunderous snore that signified his deep slumber. Sleep well, Lu Chen chuckled softly, then transformed into Dr. Shen's likeness. Adorning the white coat and badge, he stepped into the corridor. Good day, Dr. Shen. Two nurses greeted him as they passed by. Now, Dr. Shen had become a prominent figure in the hospital. Even the director would greet him with a smile. What the hell? Lu Chen suddenly cursed, startling the nurses, who shuddered and nearly fell to the ground. However, they dared not retaliate, silently cursing Dr. Shen as they departed with grim expressions. Ah, the thrill of cursing in another's guise is exhilarating, Lu Chen mused inwardly. With his hands clasped behind his back, he aimlessly wandered the second floor. As he strolled, he arrived before an operating room. Just then, the door opened, and two nurses wheeled out a patient still under anesthesia. Dr. Shen, the nurses greeted. Lu Chen replied with an air of authority, then pointed at the patient, inquiring, what surgery has this individual undergone? The nurses, not daring to be negligent, respectfully responded, Dr. Shen, this patient has just completed an appendectomy. Oh, Lu Chen feigned enlightenment, then declared, please send the removed appendix to my office later. I'm quite hungry and would relish it braised as a delicacy. Upon hearing this, the two nurses were left utterly bewildered, exchanging incredulous glances, rendered speechless for a prolonged moment. Finally, one nurse awkwardly chuckled, "Dr. Shen, you're quite the comedian. Haha." Lu Chen's expression darkened as he retorted, "Comedian? Do you think I jest? I desire braised appendices. Did you not hear me?" Witnessing his stern demeanor, the nurses, on the verge of tears, fervently nodded, "Yes, yes. We understand, Dr. Shen." Subsequently, they muttered under their breath, calling him insane, as they hurriedly wheeled the patient away. At this moment, the still anesthetized patient managed to crack open his eyes slightly, pointing at Lu Chen, and weakly uttered, "Pervert." Lu Chen paid no heed, clasping his hands behind his back as he continued his stroll. Not long after, he arrived at the door of a patient room. The plaque reading, "Surgical Ward, Zone 8, Room 44. Lu Chen entered the room without a moment's hesitation. Upon stepping inside, he noticed a patient reclining on the bed, with his right leg bandaged and suspended in the air. The patient was holding a bowl of noodles, evidently having just undergone surgery and now partaking in a meal. Upon seeing someone enter, the patient set down his utensils and glanced at Lu Chen's name badge, greeting him with, "Good day, Dr. Shen." Lu Chen nodded in acknowledgement and feigned concern, inquiring, "How is the recovery of your right leg progressing?" The patient, with a look of gratitude, replied, "Director Wang mentioned that the surgery was very successful, and I should be able to be discharged in about 10 days to recuperate at home." Lu Chen had seen Director Wang's photograph on the wall of the hospital lobby. He was the specialist responsible for performing surgical procedures. Thinking of this, Lu Chen adopted a serious demeanor and stated, "Director Wang just informed me that your leg bones have been incorrectly aligned, and after you finish your meal, preparations for a reoperation will be necessary." Upon hearing this, the patient spat out the noodles he had in his mouth. Regaining his composure, the patient looked utterly astonished and exclaimed, "Dr. Shen, please tell me you were joking. How could the leg bones be misaligned?" In response, Lu Chen, unfazed, remarked, "If it's merely a case of misalignment, you might as well find some solace in it. Just the other day, Director Wang accidentally attached a dog's leg to one of his patients. You should promptly inform your family to settle the surgical and hospitalization fees. Otherwise, Director Wang might just toss you out." With that, Lu Chen clasped his hands behind his back and exited the ward. At that moment, the patient stared at Lu Chen's retreating figure, eyes wide with disbelief. Just then, a nurse entered, carrying in 4 drip. The patient pointed at Lu Chen and, with a trembling voice, asked, "Nurse, who is that man?" Upon hearing this question, the nurse turned her head to see that Lu Chen had not gone far. She deliberately raised her voice, adopting a tone of flattery, and said, "Oh, you mean Director Shen? He is a remarkable figure in our hospital. His medical skills are unparalleled, and his expertise is exceptional. I truly admire him." Upon hearing the nurse's response, the patient could no longer contain himself and shouted at the top of his lungs, "What the hell? Get your Director Wang here. He is the one who misaligned my leg. I'm going to kill him." Chapter 70, Apologies. A surgical mishap. Upon hearing the anguished cries resonating from the ward, Lu Chen instinctively quickened his pace. As he rounded a corner, he was unexpectedly confronted by Director Wang. "Ah, Dinshin. How delightful to see you." Director Wang exclaimed with an insincere grin. Observing Wang's sycophantic demeanor, Lu Chen gestured towards the ward, his expression unyielding. "Director Wang, there is a patient in room 44 causing a commotion, insisting that you have misaligned his bones." Director Wang's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? Such a thing has occurred?" Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed towards the ward. Moments later, the air was filled with the sound of 2 individuals exchanging curses. As Lu Chen continued forward, he gradually encountered a series of hospital beds lining the corridor. The beds were occupied by patients, some were engrossed in their mobile devices, while others remained in a stupor, the effects of anesthesia still lingering. Glancing up at the departmental sign, Lu Chen noted it read, "Urology." Just then, a nurse hurried past him, her face etched with urgency. "Oh dear, that patient's 4 is nearly empty. I must fetch another bag." She greeted Lu Chen as she hurried by. "Good day, Dinshin." "Indeed," Lu Chen nodded, watching her retreating figure. He then turned and approached the patient, whose 4 had run dry. Lying on the bed was a middle-aged man, still under the influence of anesthesia. Sensing the presence of a doctor nearby, the man slowly opened his eyes and, in a feeble voice, inquired, Doctor, what is happening?" That nurse seemed quite flustered. Upon hearing the question, Lu Chen glanced at the patient's information. Name, Ma Ergu. Gender, male. Age, 31. Condition, circumcision surgery. Attending physician, Zhang Si. After reviewing the details, Lu Chen pursed his lips. He then faced the patient, adopting an expression of profound sorrow. I regret to inform you that during the procedure, Director Zhang inadvertently, well, let's just say your little friend has been lost. To convey his remorse, Lu Chen continued, we suggest you consider flying to Thailand for reconstructive surgery. Naturally, this medical mishap is our responsibility, and Director Zhang is willing to offer you a donkey whip as a keepsake. At this proclamation, Ma Erga's expression shifted from anesthesia-induced stupor to sheer horror, his eyes widening in disbelief. Attempting to voice his indignation, he could only weakly stammer, I want to file a complaint. Witnessing the man struggle, Lu Chen sighed in resignation. His peripheral vision caught sight of a bag of snacks on the neighboring bed, which contained a long, vibrant red sausage. In a moment of dark humor, Lu Chen extracted the sausage and draped it around Ma Erga's neck. Whenever you miss your little buddy, just gaze upon this donkey whip, alas. With that, Lu Chen shook his head and departed the scene. The patient, Ma Ergu, fixated on the sausage adorning his neck, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Hurry, 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 and take it away. He desperately wished for someone to swiftly remove this object. Despite exerting all his strength, he could not articulate his thoughts completely. At that moment, the nurse who had gone to retrieve the bag returned. Observing the scene before her, she mistakenly assumed the patient was hungry. She first replaced the bag, then picked up a piece of sausage and, in response to Ma Ergo's despairing gaze, directly stuffed it into his mouth. Take your time, no need to rush. Meanwhile, Lu Chen continued to wander the corridor, passing by the departments of internal medicine, dermatology, and otolaryngology, but found no opportunity. Thus, he decided to take the elevator to the third floor. The third floor housed the laboratory, and as Lu Chen exited the elevator, he found himself facing the human bodily fluid testing center. On the central counter lay numerous cups of patient samples awaiting examination. The receptionist was an unremarkable young nurse. When Lu Chen approached, she glanced up and suddenly, with a hint of shyness, remarked, "How naughty, thinking about me in broad daylight. Just a few more hours until I clock out. Why the rush? What do you plan to treat me to tonight?" Seeing this, Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with realization. It appeared that Dr. Shen and this young nurse shared a clandestine secret. Promptly, Lu Chen pointed at the testing cups and suggested, "When you finish your shift, you should discreetly fill some of these samples for us to enjoy tonight." Upon hearing this, the nurse's eyes widened in disbelief, her face reflecting sheer shock. Initially taken aback, she then feigned shyness, saying, "You rascal, that joke isn't funny at all." In response to her words, Lu Chen remained silent, instead spreading his arms wide and calling out to the surrounding crowd, "Everyone, look at me, behold me. I have an announcement. I adore consuming excrement. I require 10 kilograms daily. If I go a day without it, I become unbearably itchy." Lu Chen's booming voice immediately captured the attention of all nearby. As the crowd absorbed his words, they were momentarily at a loss for words. Incredible, not only does he claim to eat excrement, but he dares to proclaim it aloud. Impressive. Who is this person? How audacious. His badge says he is the director, Shen. What is going on? He is the head of this hospital? Surely. Haven't he wandered into a mental institution? Time to leave. If the director behaves this way, can the doctors truly heal? The startled crowd, unnerved by Lu Chen's outburst, began to disperse from the hospital's entrance, heading towards the neighboring facility. Watching the scene unfold, the nurse's previous shyness vanished, replaced by indignation. "Old Shen, what madness is this? Just because you've recently become director doesn't mean you can act this way. If you continue with such antics, you'll scare away all the patients," she exclaimed in exasperation. Lu Chen regained his composure and, with an apologetic smile, said, "I'm sorry. I was merely joking around to lighten your mood." Upon witnessing this, the nurse's anger diminished somewhat, yet she still complained, "Is this what you call a joke? You must not do this again." Lu Chen nodded repeatedly, all right. Then, approaching the nurse with an air of feigned secrecy, he proposed, "Could we negotiate a matter? I have been unable to conceive. It has been over a decade since my marriage, and still, I have no children. You see, there are numerous specimens here. Choose any you fancy, and I shall use it for artificial insemination. Once the child is born, I will divorce my spouse and marry you." Upon hearing this, the nurse was momentarily taken aback. As realization dawned, her eyes widened in fury, and she exclaimed, "Old Shen, you scoundrel. No wonder you have been so kind to me. This was your intention all along, wasn't it? You worthless creature who cannot bear children. Keep your distance from me." How repulsive. Faced with her tirade, Lu Chen merely chuckled, retorting, "A whore and a dog, a match made in heaven. You are the whore, and I am the dog. We are indeed a perfect pair." The nurse could no longer contain herself. Her face flushed crimson, and she gasped for breath, clearly on the brink of fainting from rage. Subsequently, she turned and stormed out of the laboratory, furiously heading towards the director's office. Chapter 71. Is this even human? In the dean's office, a nurse approached the door, only to find it ajar. Inside, several attending physicians were voicing their grievances. "Dean, Lu Chen has gone too far. Not only did he unjustly insult the nurses, but he also scorched the patient's appendix. Are you going to intervene or not?" "Dean, that's not even the worst of it. During a perfectly routine surgery, he deceived the patient into believing I had mistakenly attached his leg incorrectly. The patient nearly assaulted me upon hearing such nonsense. This Lu Chen is simply inhumane. He accused me of mutilating a patient's private parts. After the anesthesia wore off, the patient was ready to fight me. What should we do, Dean?" The nurse stood frozen, feeling fortunate in comparison to the other's experiences. Nonetheless, she rushed into the room to report, "Dean, Lu Chen is a lunatic. Not only does he publicly declare his peculiar tastes, but he also calls me a whore. I can't take it anymore." The dean, already overwhelmed by the complaints of those present, could no longer remain seated. He rose abruptly, pointing at the group, and exclaimed, "What exactly is going on here? Lu Chen has just been appointed dean. His excitement is understandable. Who among us has the team made mistakes? Everyone has their quirks. We should show some tolerance. No one is flawless. While Lu Chen may have crossed the line, his contributions outweigh his faults." Upon hearing the dean's words, everyone clenched their fists, gritting their teeth, bowing their heads in silence. They were well aware that the dean was eager to curry favor with Lu Chen and thus dared not offend him. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared at the door. Lu Chen strolled in leisurely, hands clasped behind his back. "Ah, Lu Chen, what brings you to my office?" The dean, upon seeing Lu Chen's face, rushed over, tail wagging like a dog greeting its master. Inside the room, the physicians glared at Lu Chen with murderous intensity. After shaking hands with the dean, Lu Chen remarked, "Xiaogao, I have something to discuss with you." Upon hearing the term Xiaogao, the dean was momentarily taken aback. Glancing around, he realized he was the only one in the room with the surname Gao, confirming Lu Chen was indeed addressing him. Though Lu Chen had been promoted to vice dean, he still considered himself the rightful authority. Who would address a superior with such familiarity? The dean felt a twinge of discontent but maintained a smile, saying, "Lu Chen, just speak your mind. We're like family." At this, Lu Chen nodded thoughtfully before stating with arrogance, "Tomorrow, have your wife wear black stockings when she comes to my office. I need to check her health." This proclamation left the nurse and several attending physicians gasping in shock, utterly bewildered. They had assumed Lu Chen was merely posturing before them, but to their astonishment, he was equally brazen in front of the dean. Is this even a reasonable request? Conducting a health examination for someone's wife, while insisting she wear black stockings? Whoever it may be would find it intolerable to endure such humiliation. The director's expression turned frosty, and he sternly inquired, "Lu Chen, what do you mean by this? I acknowledge your considerable influence, and I too wish to ascend to your heights. However, is it not excessively insulting to utter such words? Have you truly set your sights on your sister-in-law?" Upon hearing the director's admonition, Lu Chen scoffed and retorted, "Damn, I just enjoy being provocative. Is that a problem?" The onlookers were left speechless. The director could no longer contain himself. His eyes widened like brass bells, his face flushed with rage as he exclaimed, "Lu Chen, what exactly do you want? Is it not enough to turn the entire hospital upside down? Do you intend to spare no one, not even me?" The director's commanding presence was palpable. As the chief of the hospital, his fury rendered several individuals behind him trembling in fear. Even Lu Chen involuntarily took a few steps back, a hint of trepidation crossing his face. Subsequently, Lu Chen wiped the cold sweat from his brow and bowed profusely, saying, "Apologies, Director. I misspoke earlier. Please do not take it to heart." The director, observing this, felt a sense of satisfaction swell within him. Humph. No matter how formidable you are, when I, the head honcho, am enraged, you too must tuck your tail between your legs. With this thought lingering in his mind, the director stepped forward, assisting Lu Chen to his feet, and said with a smile, "All right, Lu Chen, I was merely speaking in jest. Do not take it too seriously." Just as he was about to help Lu Chen up, in a flash, Lu Chen delivered a swift kick to the director's groin. Boom. Ouch. The moment the kick landed, the director's face turned ashen, emitting sounds akin to those of Tom from the cartoon Tom and Jerry. He doubled over, clutching his shattered ego. beads of sweat pouring down his face. Immediately after, Lu Chen spun around and dashed out. Seizing the moment, he hurried down to the second floor, returning to Dr. Shen's office. Pushing the door open, he found the other still sound asleep. Lu Chen promptly removed his clothing and badge, dressing the other in them. Then, with a swift motion, he transformed his appearance to that of the director. "Hey, wake up," Lu Chen nudged him. Dr. Shen yawned and awoke from his slumber. Chapter 72. Dare you mention your sister-in-law again? As he removed the blindfold, the visage of the dean came into view. Startled, Dr. Shen hastily rose to his feet. Bowing respectfully, Dean. Dean. Indeed, Lu Chen nodded, his hands clasped behind him, exuding an air of authority. Old Shen. Your sister-in-law has been experiencing insomnia these past few days and suspects it may be related to some neurological issues. I have advised her to come here for an examination, and you must ensure she receives the utmost care. Upon hearing Lu Chen's directive, Dr. Shen did not dare to be negligent, bowing deeply. Rest assured, Dean. I will ensure she is treated well. Ah, you are the pillar of our hospital. Work diligently, and the position of dean will undoubtedly be yours in the future. With that, Lu Chen turned and exited the room. In the corridor, Lu Chen gently brushed his hand across his face, reverting to his original appearance, and strode confidently towards the hospital's main entrance. At that moment, the dean, accompanied by several attending physicians, passed by him, their faces contorted with anger. In the neurology department's consultation room, Dr. Shen sat in contemplation, reflecting on Lu Chen's words, his spirit soaring at the thought of one day becoming the dean. A smile, as radiant as a blooming lotus, spread across his face. Suddenly, the consultation room door was flung open with a resounding crash. The dean and several attending physicians entered, their expressions dark and foreboding. Dr. Shen was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Hadn't the dean just left? He had instructed him to examine his sister-in-law's neurological condition. Why had he returned? With this thought, Dr. Shen rose to inquire, Dean, when will my sister-in-law arrive? At this utterance, the dean erupted like a lit powder keg, his fury unleashed. Old Shen, you scoundrel, how dare you mention your sister-in-law? The dean shouted, unable to restrain himself, and delivered a stinging slap across Dr. Shen's face. The force of the blow sent Dr. Shen sprawling to the ground, stunned and bewildered. What was happening? Why was he being struck without provocation? On the other side, the dean immediately regretted his actions. After venting his pent-up emotions, he gazed at his right hand, filled with profound remorse. This slap might very well jeopardize his career. Old Shen, He intended to cease his tirade and offer an apology, but at that moment, several attending physicians surged forward. Old Shen, how dare you disrespect the dean's sister-in-law? Today, I will make you pay for that. You scoundrel, while you may insult me, you shall never insult the dean. I will teach you a lesson on his behalf. Step aside, I will take care of him. With that, they descended upon the prostrate Dr. Shen, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks. In an instant, Dr. Shen was left battered and bruised, groaning in agony as he lay on the floor, resembling a wounded animal. The dean, witnessing the scene unfold before him, was nearly driven to the brink of fury. Do you intend to assault him under my banner? When the time comes, will old Shen hold me accountable for all of this? Stop the fighting. Everyone, cease this madness. The director hurriedly intervened. Yet, regardless of his attempts to mediate, several attending physicians, driven by frenzy, unleashed a torrent of blows upon one another. Amidst the chaos, they voiced their grievances against the director. After a full 5 minutes, exhaustion finally overtook them, and they gradually ceased their onslaught. I will not let this rest. Dr. Shen, bruised and battered, lay sprawled on the ground, his voice a mere whisper. At that moment, his phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, a surge of joy coursing through him as he hastily answered. Hello. Esteemed mentor, have you and Elder Lu arrived in Yuhai City? He activated the speakerphone. The voice of Professor Wang resonated from the receiver. Yes, we have reached Yuhai City and are en route to 44, Xingfu Street in the city center. You should come over. Understood. Dr. Shen replied eagerly. He then rose from the ground, pointing an accusatory finger at the director and the others, threateningly declaring, my mentor and Elder Lu are in Yuhai City now. You shall await your fate. If you do not expel you from the medical team, I shall bear your surname from this day forth. Dr. Shen's voice was filled with desperation. To him, it felt as though he had merely taken a nap, yet upon awakening, he found himself subjected to a brutal beating. Who would not be enraged in such a situation? As the director and the attending physician's fury began to dissipate, they exchanged glances, a sense of fear creeping in. They believed that with Professor Wong and Elder Lu's capabilities, the threat of being expelled from the medical team, or even worse, was not unfathomable. Thus, they hastily stepped forward, offering apologies in earnest. "Little Shun, I am truly sorry. My actions were impulsive. I beg you to forgive me for the sake of our years of collaboration. Brother Shun, I was young and foolish. Please, do not hold this against me. Brother Shun, I was wrong. How about you retaliate instead?" The director approached, placing a reassuring hand on Dr. Shin's shoulder, speaking earnestly. "Old Shin, if you can find it in your heart to forgive me this once, I assure you the position of director will be yours." Faced with such a tempting offer, in times past, Old Shin would have been overjoyed. However, now he brusquely shoved the director aside, exclaiming, "To hell with you. You nearly beat me to death. What use is the position of director to me now? Just wait. None of you will escape. Prepare for my vengeance." With that, Dr. Shun retrieved his car keys from the drawer and stormed toward the hospital entrance. Observing this, the director and the others hurriedly followed suit. They arrived at the garage, where Old Shin climbed into his car, pressing the accelerator as the vehicle roared onto the street. The director and his companions quickly boarded another car, closely trailing behind. Thus, a dramatic scene unfolded upon the streets of Yuhai City. Ahead, a car sped recklessly down the road, closely pursued by another vehicle, from which several heads protruded through the windows, clamoring incessantly. "Lao Shin, temper your anger. Please forgive me this once. Remember, just the day before yesterday, I treated you to a massage." After leaving the hospital, Lu Chen hailed a taxi at the entrance, heading directly to Li Jingya's residence. After all, he had promised to dine and watch a movie with her but had left midway, which felt somewhat unjustifiable, both emotionally and logically. At this moment, dusk was approaching. Upon arriving at Li Jingya's home, he found her busily preparing dinner in the kitchen. "Lu Chen," she exclaimed, her face lighting up as she dashed out of the kitchen. "Just wait a moment. I'm going to the supermarket to buy fish and make your favorite fish head soup." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen felt a tightening sensation within. Chapter 73. Not dead? Is that possible? The harrowing scene following the last consumption of fish head soup remained vividly etched in memory. It was a near catastrophe, almost resulting in a disastrous overflow in the restroom. Even now, the burning discomfort lingered. Jingya, I suddenly have a craving for scrambled eggs," Lu Chen remarked with a forced smile. Upon hearing this, Li Jingya raised her spatula and replied, "All right, you wait in the room. I shall prepare it for you right away." Lu Chen nodded, then retrieved several packets of medicinal herbs from his waist, continuing, "I obtained a few prescriptions from the divine doctor. Perhaps you could brew these herbs. They might cure your mother's paralysis." Upon hearing that it was the divine doctor's medicine, Li Jingya's face illuminated with uncontainable excitement. "That is wonderful. Thank you, Lu Chen." However, her expression shifted as she suddenly furrowed her brows, sensing something amiss. "Wait, Lu Chen, wasn't he the divine doctor's pharmacy shut down? Where did you get these medicines?" Seeing her skepticism, Lu Chen's heart sank. "Oh no," he thought, "I've been careless. My identity might be exposed. I have a friend who—" Lu Chen initially tried to deflect, then straightened his collar and declared earnestly, "Indeed, I am that divine doctor." Having realized he could no longer feign ignorance, he chose to reveal the truth. After all, there was no need for pretense before this innocent girl. Upon hearing Lu Chen's admission, Li Jingya covered her mouth, her eyes widening in disbelief. Her gaze fixed intently on Lu Chen, her face a canvas of astonishment. Meanwhile, in the city center, on Happiness Street, Lu Zhenan and Professor Wang were making their way towards the century-old traditional Chinese medicine shop at number 44. The thought of soon meeting the legendary divine doctor filled them with exuberance. Upon arriving at the entrance, they were astonished to find a throng gathered outside the shop. To the left, a little girl with an unusually swollen head clutched a lollipop, inquiring of her mother, "Mommy, when will the divine doctor open the door?" Her mother gently patted her head, soothingly replying, "Be patient, dear. Perhaps the divine doctor will arrive shortly." "Oh," the little girl nodded, then took a lick of her lollipop and continued, "When the divine doctor comes, will the little stone in my head disappear?" At this, her mother nodded affirmatively, saying, "Yes." The little girl then asked, "So, will my classmates want to play with me then?" Hearing this, the mother's expression faltered, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she responded, "Yes. That is wonderful. I will finally have friends." The little girl exclaimed joyfully, leaping into the air. Witnessing this scene, the mother could no longer contain herself. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she began to sob quietly. On the right side of the shop, a wife clutched her husband, her demeanor numb. At that moment, her husband coughed lightly and said, "Dear, let us go. The divine doctor likely one tea be coming." Upon hearing this, the wife resolutely replied, "No, we must wait for the divine physician to arrive. How could I believe that heaven is so cruel as to deny you a chance at life? Your constitution is frail, and I opposed your decision to go teach in the countryside, yet you would not listen. Just days after your arrival, you contracted pneumoconiosis. What was it all for? You earned so little, only to be afflicted by a terminal illness. Now you leave me and our child in this world. How are we to survive?" Tears streamed down her face as she spoke. The man, witnessing his wife's sorrow, managed a pale smile and said, "I was born in the mountains, aware of the challenges faced by children there in receiving an education. Thus, I resolved to give back to my country when I grew up. In this life, I have no regrets. I have lived as I wished. Yet, I am deeply sorry for you and our child, who have endured hardships because of me. I feel I have failed as a husband, but if given the chance to choose again, I would still adhere to my original decision." Upon hearing this, the wife embraced her husband tightly, weeping openly. At the entrance, there were many others like them, mostly individuals suffering from terminal illnesses or lacking the funds for treatment, seeking the divine physician's remedy. Not far away, Professor Wong and his companions were deeply moved by this scene. It is often said that a healer possesses a parent's heart, and for someone of Professor Wong's stature, the world-renowned physician, the pain in his heart felt as though it had been sliced by glass. Though Lu Chen and Lu Yun were not doctors, how could they remain unmoved by the suffering before them? After they composed themselves, the trio approached the shop's entrance. "Excuse me, is the divine physician not open today?" Lu Chen inquired of the surrounding crowd. Upon hearing this question, everyone displayed expressions of indifference, clearly indicating that he was not the first to ask. At that moment, a mother seeking medicine for her daughter spoke up. "It's not that he is closed. Rather, his shop has been sealed." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen and Professor Wong exchanged incredulous glances. How could it be sealed? They listened as the mother continued. "The divine physician's fees are exorbitant, charging a full yuan each time. The authorities could no longer tolerate such outrageous pricing, hence the sealing of his establishment." Anyone with a modicum of sense could discern that the mother was being sardonic. Professor Wong clenched his fist in anger, exclaiming, "What nonsense! 1 yuan is hardly an exorbitant fee." As the conversation unfolded, more patients approached, saying, it was none other than Dr. Shun from the Central Hospital of Yunhai City, who reported him. This Dr. Shun is inhumane. He exploits patients for profit, requiring them to undergo numerous unnecessary tests each time they consult him. Our foreman's mother was bitten by a snake, and despite reaching the hospital in under 10 minutes, the tests took 4 or 5 hours. If it weren't for the divine physician, she would have surely perished. Indeed, after sealing the divine physician's shop, Dr. Shun even mocked us as mere laborers, deserving of a lifetime of toiling with bricks. We toiled diligently for the construction of our nation, earning every penny through our sweat and labor, yet we are treated as though we are less than human. Alas, this is the plight of those at the bottom of society. We have reported Dr. Shun several times, but he has powerful connections in the capital. I have heard that his mentor is Professor Wong from Tsinghua University and that he has ties with the Lu family. What recourse do we have against such collusion among the powerful? Indeed, his mentor, Professor Wong, is nothing but a beast, and the Lu family is equally despicable. Upon hearing the words of the people, the expressions of Lu Chen and Professor Wong darkened to a profound extent. Even in their senility, they could discern the accusations directed at them. "This wayward disciple, I shall see to it that he is torn apart with my own hands." Professor Wong's face flushed crimson with rage as he thundered. On the phone, his disciple had claimed that a notorious charlatan was selling counterfeit medicine, seeking wealth at the expense of the common folk. Thus, Lu Chen had issued orders to shut down that establishment. However, little did they realize that they had not only closed off access to a revered healer, but also extinguished the hopes of the people. Moreover, the actions of this disciple were utterly inhumane. He was not only infamous, but had also brought disgrace upon himself, and now, both he and Lu Chen were being vilified by the populace as beasts. The thought of his illustrious reputation being tarnished due to this ungrateful disciple filled Professor Wong with a desire to end his life. "Professor Wong, you truly have an eye for talent, having taken in such a remarkable disciple." At that moment, Lu Chen, with a darkened countenance, uttered these words unexpectedly. Upon hearing this, Professor Wong felt a tightening in his chest, beads of cold sweat streaming down his face. How could he not understand that Lu Chen was mocking his lack of discernment? "Rest assured, Lu, I shall rectify this matter." Professor Wong gritted his teeth, vowing with fervor. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from several hundred meters away as two cars approached, their engines blaring. In the next instant, with a screech, the vehicles came to a halt. Dr. Chen, bruised and battered, emerged from one of the cars, followed closely by the hospital director and several chief physicians. Old Chen, let us discuss this further. The director pleaded. I am on my knees before you. I beseech your forgiveness. With that, the director dropped to the ground. However, Dr. Chen had already resolved to exact a severe revenge. Without a backward glance, he marched straight toward Professor Wang and the others. Esteemed mentor, Lu, you must stand up for me. Dr. Chen approached, feigning a pitiful demeanor. He pointed at the director and his companions, exclaiming, These wretches assaulted me for no reason. Just look at what they have done to me. With that, he turned his face to reveal his injuries. Yet, in the next moment, a resounding slap from Professor Wang sent Dr. Chen staggering several meters away. Then, pointing at him, he exclaimed, How could you not have been struck down, you beast? In that moment, Dr. Chen lay sprawled on the ground, covering his face, utterly bewildered. What was happening? What on earth had transpired today? Awakening from slumber, he was first met with a beating from the dean and several others. Just when he finally encountered his esteemed mentor. Hoping to reclaim his dignity, he was once again sent flying by a slap. What in the world was this? A parallel universe? The disparity in information was overwhelming. Mentor, how could you do this to me? Dr. Chen questioned, clutching his increasingly swollen face in confusion. Professor Wang, with a furious glare, berated him. What have you done to yourself? Do you not possess clarity in your heart? I was truly blind to have taken you, such a venomous individual, as my disciple. From this day forth, I shall no longer be your master, nor shall you be my disciple. Our bond is severed. With that, Professor Wang turned, departing with Lu Chen and Lu Yun. Mentor, please do not leave. Dr. Chen panicked, rushing forward in a desperate attempt to persuade him to stay. Yet, as he approached, Lu Yun, trained in martial arts, swiftly executed a high kick, sending him sprawling back. Dr. Chen fell to the ground like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily and nearly losing consciousness. Lying there, he gazed up at the azure sky, his heart laden with sorrow. Why? Why was this happening? Just as he opened his mouth to scream, a small bird flew overhead and precisely deposited its droppings into his mouth. Ugh! Dr. Chen scrambled to his feet. Retching. Once he regained composure and looked up, he found the dean and several attending physicians standing before him, their faces grim. What are you staring at? I forgive you all. Now be gone. Dr. Chen shouted in anger. No sooner had he spoken than the dean lunged at him, delivering a series of blows. Forgive you? You are no longer Professor Wang's disciple, yet you dare to play the fool with me. I have endured you for far too long. Today, I shall make you pay. The dean led the charge, with the other attending physicians following suit. You wretched fool, I'll make you pay? They shouted, assaulting him for a good 10 minutes. Their hands nearly cramping from exertion. Phew. After the beating, the dean rose, exhaling deeply, let us depart. Upon hearing this, the attending physicians eagerly followed. This time, they had truly vented their frustrations. As they entered their vehicle, the dean opened his phone and announced in the hospital's WeChat group. Professor Wang has severed ties with Shen the Wretch. From today onward, anyone who stands with Shen the Wretch shall be at odds with me. After sending this voice message, the dean pressed the accelerator, and the car sped away. Outside the century-old traditional Chinese medicine shop, Dr. Chen lay battered and broken, his glasses shattered on the ground. He struggled to retrieve his phone, pressing the emergency number 120 with bloodied fingers. Once connected, a voice on the other end announced, Hello. This is the Central Hospital of Yanhai City. Dr. Shan, in a feeble tone, replied, I am at 44, Xingfu Street in the city center. Please hurry to save me. The operator, intrigued, responded, Your voice sounds familiar. May I ask if you are Director Shen? Upon hearing this, Dr. Shen huffed disdainfully. Assuming an air of authority, indeed, it is I. I demand you dispatch an ambulance immediately. After his declaration, a silence lingered on the line for a few seconds, followed by a resounding voice, Forget it. Beep, beep, beep. As the sound of the call disconnecting reached his ears, Dr. Shen felt a profound despair wash over him. Why had the world changed so drastically upon awakening? Just half a day prior, he was the powerful deputy director of Yanhai Hospital, and now he lay on the ground, akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter, silently resigning to his fate. Just as he believed he was on the brink of death, suddenly, he heard the concerned voices of the crowd around him. Dr. Shen, are you alive? Dr. Shen, are your injuries severe? The common folk rushed over, offering him words of comfort. Witnessing this scene, A flicker of hope ignited within Dr. Shen's heart. He marveled at the unexpected reliance on these benevolent members of society's lower strata in his time of need. I'm dying. Help me. Doctor. Shen struggled on the ground, his voice weak. Yet, as soon as he uttered these words, the leader of the crowd's expression shifted, and he suddenly shouted, "Damn it. How could he be allowed to die? Brothers, attack him." At this command, the masses surged forward, unleashing a torrent of punches and kicks upon Dr. Shen. In that moment, he was utterly consumed by despair. Chapter 74. Today, let me show you what a eunuch looks like. In the village of Li. After meticulously preparing the medicinal soup, Li Jingya sat beside her mother's bed, gently blowing on each spoonful before feeding it to her. Once the entire pot of soup was consumed, she observed her mother's previously pallid limbs transforming at a visibly rapid pace, becoming vibrant and rosy. Before long, her mother appeared rejuvenated, resembling an ordinary person once more. Overjoyed, Li Jingya felt as though she could leap with happiness. "Mother, please try to move," she exclaimed excitedly. However, despite her mother's earnest efforts, she remained motionless on the bed. What could be the matter? Li Jingya's expression shifted to one of concern. Lu Chen, utilizing his golden eyes, glanced over and stated, "Your mother has been bedridden for an extended period, causing her limbs to become rigid. She requires daily rehabilitation exercises to gradually recover. Additionally, due to a lack of physical activity, she is suffering from chronic heart failure, with myocardial damage and insufficient blood supply. It seems that a cardiac surgery is necessary." He spoke slowly. If it were merely a pathological issue, he could manage it with herbal remedies. Yet, given the organic changes, surgical intervention was inevitable. It appeared he would need to enhance his knowledge in this area. Upon hearing Lu Chen's analysis, admiration filled Li Jingya's gaze. "Lu Chen, you are truly remarkable. Not only have you invented the lithography machine, but you also possess such profound medical expertise." Lu Chen chuckled softly in response. "It's merely superficial knowledge." At that moment, Li Jingya glanced at her phone, frowning as she said, "Lu Chen, the group chats among the workers have erupted. Hundreds, if not thousands, are searching for you, seeking your medicinal assistance." Lu Chen pondered this. After helping those individuals with their ailments yesterday, he had gained several days of lifespan in return, a substantial profit, far exceeding that of mere academic rewards. High risks often yield high returns. Thus, Lu Chen instructed, "Inform the group that tomorrow at 2 p.m., we shall gather at the Grand Theater of Yuhai City. Advise them to keep it discreet and quiet. I will reserve the venue and provide free medical consultations." Upon hearing his words, Li Jingya's admiration deepened, and she nodded fervently like a garlic clove being pounded. "Yes. Yes." After exchanging a few more words, as the evening drew near, Lu Chen departed from Li Jingya's home. On his way back, he stopped to purchase a copy of Cardiac Surgery. Upon arriving home, Lu Chen hurried to his bedroom, eager to delve into the book. Ding. Detection of the host reading Cardiac Surgery. Lifespan 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute cardiac surgery skills 1, 1, 1. Meanwhile, at the Zero Chain Hotel. In the presidential suite, Lu Zhenan and Professor Wang sat in the living room, the atmosphere rather somber. Their purpose for coming to Yuhai City was to seek out the transcendent physician they held in high regard. However, they had not anticipated that the esteemed doctor would be so elusive. Yet he had sealed his own shop with his own hands, and in doing so, had also chilled the hearts of the common people. At that moment, Lu Yun brought over 2 cups of tea and said, "Grandfather, the front desk just called, saying the Bai family is here." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhenan displayed an expression of foreseen inevitability and remarked, I knew it. Within 12 hours of arriving in Yunhai City, that stubborn boy would certainly receive word. Do not let them in." Just as the words left his mouth, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Immediately afterward, the voice of Old Master Bai resonated, "Old Chief, since I have come, why not let me in for a pleasant chat?" Lu Yun glanced at Lu Zhenan, who, with a reluctant wave of his hand, replied, "Fine, open the door." When the door swung open, Old Master Bai was seen seated in a wheelchair, pushed in by Bai Tian, with his granddaughter, Bai Wanyu, trailing behind. "Ah, even your granddaughter has come. I presume it is once again regarding your family's union with the Lu family?" Lu Zhenan stated with an impassive expression. Upon hearing this, Old Master Bai laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, as expected of the old chief, you truly understand me. So what do you say, old chief? Given my immense sincerity, would you reconsider?" Old Master Bai addressed the matter directly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhenan immediately bristled and retorted, "Dream on. Let me make it clear, old man. Even if the heavens were to shatter today, I will not act as a go-between for the Lu family. As soon as he spoke, old Master Bai's smile vanished. And with a deep sigh, he said, Old Chief, I have never asked you for anything in my life. Today, I am asking for your help for the first and last time. For my granddaughter, for the Bai family, please assist me in this endeavor. Old Master Bai spoke with utmost sincerity. However, Lu Jianan remained resolute, shaking his head, no assistance. Upon hearing this, Old Master Bai grew restless, stating, Old Chief, have you forgotten the time I shielded you from bullets? Saying this, he rolled up his trousers, revealing a bullet scar. This scar has accompanied me for decades and will ultimately follow me to the grave, even for the sake of this bullet. Could you not extend your help just this once? Lu Jianan observed the scar with disdain. He then rolled up his sleeves, revealing a lengthy knife scar, and declared, You shielded me from bullets, but have I not shielded you from knives? Back in the day, you were but a rookie soldier, unable to even clear the battlefield, nearly getting yourself stabbed in the back by a half-dead enemy. Had I not fortuitously been on patrol and intercepted that knife with my arm, would you still be alive today? Hearing Lu Jianan's words, Old Master Bai furrowed his brows tightly, gritting his teeth. After a cold snort, he stubbornly lifted his shirt. Do you see this patch of dead skin on my abdomen? When I was your bodyguard, a grenade happened to come flying my way. Had I not leapt forward to shield you with my body from the shrapnel, would you be able to sit here unscathed? Witnessing the elder Bai lift his coat, Lu Jianan clenched his fists and slammed them onto the table with a resounding thud. Rising to his feet, amidst the gazes of many, he disregarded the presence of Lu Yun and Bai Wanyu, and unceremoniously shed his trousers, revealing a pair of crimson undergarments and his thighs. Both thighs were marred with dull, dead skin. Were you the only one to suffer from the grenade explosion? Have I not also faced the wrath of such devastation? You, rendered immobile and confined to a desk job at the command center, were caught in a surprise air raid by the enemy. Who was it that bore you across miles on his back? Who nearly lost his legs in the process? At least you possess 2 legs to gaze upon. I nearly lost my entire lower half. As Lu Jianan stripped off his trousers, Elder Bai grew frantic, repeatedly banging on his wheelchair, exclaiming, Then how do you think I became disabled? Was it not because I carried you from the battlefield, only to step on a landmine? With that, Elder Bai turned to Bai Tian, his voice booming, Tian, hand me my trousers. Remove my undergarments as well. I tell you, had I not already fathered Bai Tian while saving you, my lineage would have ended. Today, I shall show you what a eunuch truly looks like. As Elder Bai prepared to remove his undergarments, Bai Tian, Bai Wanyu, Lu Yun, and Professor Wang were at a loss. Enough already, it's time to stop. Head of the Bai family, please take your family away and do not disturb grandfather any longer, Lu Yun interjected diplomatically. I shall not leave. I want this old scoundrel to see what a man without his vital essence truly looks like. Elder Bai bellowed. Bai Tian, realizing that discussions had reached an impasse, sighed deeply and forcibly wheeled Elder Bai away. Bai Wanyu followed closely behind, gently closing the door. This old tortoise is driving me to madness. Lu Jianan fumed as he donned his trousers. Shortly after the Bai family departed, a sudden knock resounded at the door, followed by a robust voice from outside. Lu Lao. We have news regarding that renowned physician. Chapter 75, Mother. There are ghosts. Upon hearing the news of the miraculous physician, Lu Jianan and Professor Wang exchanged a glance, their faces betraying their uncontainable excitement. Quickly, Yuner, open the door. Lu Jianan urged impatiently. The next moment, a man clad in a suit, with deep-set eyes, entered the room. Lu Lao, according to information provided by one of our comrades, the miraculous physician will be treating patients at the Grand Theater in Yuhai City tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock. Upon hearing this, Lu Jianan's face lit up with exhilaration. Excellent. Very well. Relay this information to the upper echelons of Yuhai City. No department is to approach the theater tomorrow. We must ensure the physician can proceed without interruption. The man bowed respectfully. Understood. After the man departed, Professor Wang, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, What a benevolent and skilled physician. Even with the shop closed, he remains steadfast in his commitment to heal the sick. Such a compassionate and noble individual deserves my deepest admiration. With that, Professor Wang turned to Lu Jianan, his expression one of earnest supplication. Lu Lao, might you grant me a favor? If this miraculous physician is willing to impart his medical knowledge, please ensure he joins the medical school of Qingbei University. What do you think? I implore you. Professor Wang's sincerity was palpable. Hearing his request, Lu Jianan burst into hearty laughter. I knew it. You've always prioritized character over skill. To you, a person's morality outweighs even life itself. Rest assured, if the physician is willing to teach, I shall do my utmost to support your cause. With Lu Zhenan's agreement, Professor Wang's heart soared with joy as he clasped his fists in gratitude. Thank you, Lu Lao. Downstairs at the hotel, old Master Bai was propelled by Ing Tian, cursing from the 70th floor down to the first. Old tortoise. Old bastard. You ingrate. Ungrateful wretch. I won't let this go. It wasn't until they exited the hotel that old Master Bai, having exhausted his tirade, finally fell silent. He then patted his wheelchair and, with unwavering resolve, declared, No, I must make Lu Yiging agree to my request. It seems I alone cannot persuade him. I must summon another old comrade. I refuse to believe that with his involvement, Lu Yiging will remain unmoved. Having spoken, old Master Bai, with the support of his family, settled into the car. Meanwhile, at the Lu family villa, that night, Lu Chen did nothing but peruse the tome cardiac surgery. As the clock struck 1 in the morning, his proficiency in cardiac surgery saw a marked improvement. Cardiac surgery skill LV4, 82 experience. Proficient. At this rate, I should reach maximum level by tomorrow morning. With a satisfied stretch, Lu Chen reclined onto his bed, and soon, he was sound asleep. The next morning, as dawn broke, the alarm was about to ring. Lu Chen swiftly extended a finger, silencing the alarm with such speed that it left a blur in its wake. He then proceeded to rise, freshen up, enjoy breakfast, and resume his reading. Today is Sunday, and with an appointment to attend to a patient at 2 in the afternoon, Lu Chen found himself with ample time in the morning to enhance his skill levels. Thus, he immersed himself in the tome surgical techniques in cardiac surgery, nearly burying his face within its pages. By noon, the long-awaited system notification finally echoed in his ears. System notification. Cardiac surgery proficiency is maximized. You may acquire substantial longevity and mysterious rewards through the following means. 1. Rescue the dying. 2. Impart cardiac surgical knowledge. 3. Publish papers related to cardiac surgery. Upon hearing this announcement, Lu Chen rolled his eyes in sheer delight. It was exhilarating, another unique skill unlocked. Glancing at the time, he realized it was nearly time to attend to his patient. He then picked up a language book and proceeded to the Grand Theater of Yuhai City. Upon arriving at the theater's entrance, Lu Chen was astonished to find it already surrounded by a throng of individuals seeking medical assistance. Lu Chen. At that moment, Li Jingya cheerfully approached him. Bored with her work at the hotel, and with her supervisor reluctant to assign her additional tasks, she decided to lend a hand. Let us proceed as planned, Lu Chen replied nonchalantly. Given the overwhelming number of patients, they decided to issue consultation numbers to maintain order. When a number was called, the individual holding that number would approach for a consultation. This system ensured an orderly process, preventing potential stampedes. As Lu Chen entered the Grand Theater, he was struck by its magnificent and imposing architecture. At the center lay a vast stage, adorned with a red curtain measuring over 20 meters in width. Below the stage, seats were meticulously arranged, accommodating over 2,000 individuals. Lu Chen walked directly behind the curtain, where a table and a small stool awaited him. Without hesitation, he seated himself and began to read his language book. The perfect blend of reading and healing. A dual endeavor to significantly enhance my longevity. This is simply delightful, he mused. Jingya, stop bustling about. Let the theater staff distribute the consultation numbers. We must not waste our investment, Lu Chen remarked coolly. Having rented the theater for a staggering 500,000, he had also discreetly given each staff member a 10,000 yuan red envelope for their confidentiality. Understood, Li Jingya replied, taking the microphone and standing on stage, awaiting the proceedings. Before long, the clock struck 2 in the afternoon. As the theater doors swung open, patients bearing consultation numbers began to enter in succession. Meanwhile, at 0 Point Hotel, a mother and her young daughter passed by the entrance. Suddenly, the little girl appeared frightened, pointing toward the door, exclaiming, "Mommy, there's a ghost over there." The mother dismissed her with a laugh, saying, "Silly child, there are no ghosts in broad daylight." However, as she followed her daughter's pointing finger, she beheld Dr. Shin, battered and bruised, resembling a swollen pig's head, squatting at the hotel entrance, a cigarette in hand. His hair stood in disarray, dark circles beneath his eyes resembling ink, emanating an aura of sheer resentment. My goodness, a ghost. The mother, taken aback, swiftly grabbed the little girl and fled like a kite soaring at 80 miles per hour. Ghosts? Where could they possibly come from? Dr. Shin curiously glanced around. Upon catching a glimpse of himself in the hotel entrance mirror, he gasped in horror and plopped down onto the ground. Just then, the elevator doors on the first floor slid open, revealing Lu Chen, Lu Yun, and Professor Wang stepping out. Seeing this, Dr. Chen promptly discarded his cigarette and slid on his knees to Professor Wang's feet. Master, I have erred. Please forgive me. I have lost my job, and no other hospitals in Yunhai City will accept me. For the sake of our years of mentorship, I implore you to show me a path forward. Dr. Chen wept, wiping his nose in tears. Professor Wang, startled by this sudden turn of events, trembled. I cannot forgive you. He composed himself, his demeanor stern as he stated, when you became my disciple, I emphasized that a healer must be rooted in compassion. Yet you succumbed to greed, exploiting the common people for profit. What you face now is the consequence of your own actions. Do not seek me out again. With that, Professor Wang turned his back, joining Lu Jinan and his grandson in a car bound for the Yunhai Grand Theater. Witnessing his mentor's callousness, Dr. Shen's gaze hardened as he watched them depart. Upon their arrival at the Grand Theater, Lu Jinan, Professor Wang, and Lu Yun each collected a numbered ticket at the entrance. Once inside, they were taken aback by the scene before them. The auditorium was filled to capacity, with even the corridors overflowing with people. On stage, Li Jingya held a microphone, calling out, "Patient number 1, Han Bing, please come to the stage for consultation." Lu Yun gasped at the sight. Jingya? Hearing her words, Professor Wang and Lu Jinan cast curious glances her way. "Do you know her?" they inquired. Lu Yun nodded, explaining, "She is a student from the 13th high school. Hailing from a modest background, she often takes on various part-time jobs to support her family." Upon hearing this, the two elderly men nodded in understanding. They had assumed Li Jingya was merely another worker at the venue, not realizing the depth of her circumstances. Unable to enter due to the crowd, the trio opted to stand at the periphery, straining to catch a glimpse inside. As Li Jingya called out the number, a man, accompanied by his wife, approached the curtain. Through the dark silhouette behind the curtain, they could discern the esteemed healer seated with a book in hand. Soon after, voices began to rise from behind the curtain. "Esteemed healer, my husband contracted pneumoconiosis while working in rural education. He is inherently good-hearted and does not deserve to perish. I beg you, save his life." The healer, while flipping through the pages of his book, retrieved several packets of medicinal herbs from a drawer, instructing, "Take these, steep them in warm water, 1 packet a day, and he shall recover in 2 days." The couple cried with overwhelming emotion, exclaiming, "Divine Doctor, we cannot thank you enough. We have traversed numerous hospitals across the nation in vain, seeking a cure for pneumoconiosis. You have bestowed upon us the hope of life and granted my husband a second chance at existence. Thank you." With that, they knelt on the ground, bowing deeply. The divine doctor hurried forward to assist them in rising. Subsequently, the couple, their eyes glistening with tears of joy, emerged from behind the curtain. At that moment, Li Jingyao produced a numbered card and called out, "Patient number 2, Wang Xiaohua, please come forward for consultation." As her words echoed, everyone turned to see who the patient was. In the front row, a young girl with an unusually swollen head slowly approached the curtain, cradled in her mother's embrace. "Divine Doctor, my daughter has a tumor in her brain, and she cries in pain every night. I implore you, prescribe some medicine for my daughter. Each time I hear her heart-wrenching cries, my heart shatters into pieces, sobbing." Upon hearing these words, the divine doctor retrieved 2 packets of herbal medicine and placed them on the table, stating, "A tumor is an organic disease requiring surgical intervention. These herbs can only alleviate your daughter's headaches and inhibit tumor growth. Therefore, I urge you to take her to the hospital as soon as possible." Upon hearing his words, the woman did not take the medicine and leave. Instead, she bowed her head, her figure appearing somewhat dejected. After a while, she lifted her head again and slowly asked, "Divine Doctor, is there no remedy that can directly remove the tumor? My husband and I have sold our house and car to pay for our daughter's treatment, and we now carry a debt of 200,000. We are truly destitute, and my husband is working 3 jobs just to repay the debts." Upon hearing this, the divine doctor looked up. He then took out a card from his pocket and placed it in front of the woman, saying, "There is 1 million in this card. Take your daughter for surgery. Should it be insufficient, return to me. If there is any surplus, use the remainder to pay off your debts." To Lu Chen, money was merely an ephemeral object. The essence of life held far greater significance. As the crowd bore witness to this scene, their eyes widened in astonishment, all gazing in shock at the stage. Even Lu Jinan and Professor Wang looked on in disbelief at the figure of the divine doctor behind the curtain. What an extraordinary tale is this? The divine doctor not only rented the venue to provide free medical assistance, but also drew from his own pocket to fund the surgeries of his patients. Such magnanimity and compassion. How many doctors in the world can truly achieve this? Were it not for witnessing it firsthand, I would scarcely believe that such a doctor exists. Not merely a divine doctor, but a veritable sage devoted to alleviating the suffering of the world, his actions profoundly moving. More than a sage, he is akin to a living bodhisattva, a living Buddha among us. The audience in the theater buzzed with admiration, each person displaying an expression of reverence. At this moment, a man adorned with a gold chain around his neck and a lavish watch on his wrist stood up. He stood out like a crane among chickens and addressed the audience in the theater. The divine doctor has already provided free medical consultations for everyone. So how could we expect him to pay? I have a suggestion. If anyone is in a more favorable financial situation, they could willingly donate to assist those who cannot afford surgery. I shall contribute 1 million. With that, the man ascended the stage and pressed a bank card into Li Jingya's hand. Li Jingya stared at the card in her grasp, momentarily taken aback. Chapter 76. To the Lu family. Seeking medical aid. With a man leading the way, many in the audience began to respond fervently. Since we have gathered here to seek the divine physician for remedies, it is akin to a second rebirth, signifying that we are brothers and sisters born on the same date. I shall donate 500,000. I may not possess such wealth, yet I can contribute a modest sum. I shall donate 100,000. I shall give 50,000. As the number of donors swelled, tears streamed down the faces of those in the theater, particularly those suffering from ailments akin to the girl with cancer. Some even knelt down in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you. To encounter you all is indeed a stroke of extraordinary fortune." In response, the donors declared, "No, you ought to express your gratitude to the divine physician. Indeed, were it not for the divine physician, we would not have gathered here, nor would we have been granted a new lease on life." As these words resonated, the crowd turned towards Lu Chen behind the curtain, bowing deeply. Meanwhile, Lu Chen, engrossed in his literature book, was taken aback by the scene. What is this? A pyramid scheme? He pondered. Am I being implicated in illegal fundraising? I am not in need of money, but merely wish to extend my life. What if word spreads and Uncle Hat captures me? Consequently, Lu Chen summoned Li Jingya and whispered a few words into her ear. Upon hearing his words, her admiration for him reached an unprecedented zenith. Subsequently, Li Jingya emerged from behind the curtain, returning to the stage with a microphone, proclaiming, "Our divine physician has stated that he absolutely does not require every penny from all present. For patients unable to afford surgery, the divine physician will consider their financial situation until they are healed. If you truly wish to donate, consider contributing to the construction of schools or aiding those outside who cannot afford medical care." As Li Jingya concluded her speech, an eerie silence enveloped the theater, leaving everyone speechless, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Moments later, the entire auditorium erupted into a cacophony of sobs. "Divine physician, oh divine physician, great sage, you are indeed a reincarnation of the bodhisattva. Woe is me. What noble deeds must I have performed in my past life to encounter such a benefactor in this one? Divine physician, in my next life, I shall toil for you." Without hesitation, all present were utterly enraptured by the divine physician, bowing in reverence. Even Lu Jianan and Professor Wang were completely dumbfounded. After a brief pause, Professor Wang exhaled deeply, exclaiming, "Noble, truly noble. How can there exist such virtuous individuals in this world? Not only is he noble, but his medical skills are unparalleled. A true masterpiece in the medical field. Such a sage, I must take him as my mentor," Professor Wang declared with unwavering resolve. A conviction more fervent than when he pursued his wife years ago. Beside him, Lu Jianan and Lu Yun were equally moved, astonished that such a magnanimous figure could exist in our great nation, not for wealth nor for fame, but solely with the earnest desire to heal the sick. Upon returning, I shall certainly petition my superiors to recognize this miraculous doctor as one of the 10 most inspiring figures in the Dragon Nation, Lu Jianan expressed earnestly. As the consultation progressed, patients received their prescriptions and departed one after another. Approximately 4 to 5 hours later, the audience that once numbered in the thousands dwindled to merely a few dozen. At this moment, Li Jingya announced, "Number 144. Upon hearing this number, Lu Jianan, glancing at the ticket in his hand, felt a tremor within. It was his turn to ascend the stage. "Lu Lao, please go and converse with the divine physician. I shall join you shortly." Professor Wang waved his ticket numbered 145. "Very well." Lu Lao exhaled deeply. The thought of soon meeting the healer who had saved his life twice filled him with anticipation and anxiety. as he stepped onto the stage and approached the curtain. Upon seeing Lu Chen's visage, he was instantly taken aback. When Lu Chen beheld Lu Chen's youthful appearance, he was momentarily stunned, followed by an expression of astonishment. Good heavens! I never expected such youthfulness in a divine physician. At such a tender age, possessing such medical prowess, your potential is boundless. Hearing the flattery, Lu Chen raised his head and, straightforwardly, inquired, "What ailment do you suffer from?" In response, Lu Chen clasped his fists respectfully and replied, "In response to the divine physician, I previously suffered from lung cancer and liver cancer, which you have miraculously cured. I have come here today solely to witness your esteemed presence and to express my gratitude." As he spoke, Lu Chen bent his knees, preparing to kneel and bow. Lu Chen, realizing that he was the grandfather of the netizen Lu Ruyan, hurriedly stepped forward to assist him, gently stating, "To save lives is the essence of a physician's duty. There is no need for gratitude. Elder, since you have seen my appearance, if there is nothing further, please make your departure. There are still many waiting behind you," he continued with a hint of urgency, aware of the time constraints in extending his lifespan. However, Lu Chen shook his head, saying, "Divine physician, before I take my leave, I have words I wish to impart to you. Your character and medical skills, if left unrecognized in this world, would be a grave loss. Yet, if you are willing to impart your knowledge to others and elevate the practice, it would not only benefit all the citizens of the Dragon Nation, but also ensure your illustrious name is celebrated for generations to come." Upon hearing his words, Lu Chen furrowed his brow and responded, "There is no need. I am disinterested in such trivial accolades. Elder, you may depart. Should you feel unwell in the future, you can still seek my treatment. Fame does not grant longevity. Even if the entire world were to know me, what would it matter?" Lu Chen intended to hasten the elder's departure. Unexpectedly, Lu Chen displayed an apologetic smile and continued, "Oh dear, look at my memory. Divine physician, you are of noble character. Viewing fame as mere dust. It was an unfortunate slip of the tongue on my part. I hope the esteemed physician can forgive me." Lu Chen is preparing the black fish. This old man certainly talks excessively. He simply lowered his head to read, disregarding the other person. Upon noticing that the physician was ignoring him, Lu Chen finally observed that the book in question was high school Chinese literature. A look of utter astonishment spread across his face, causing his beard to stand on end. How could a renowned physician still be merely an unschooled high school student? It was simply astonishing. Lu Chen, seeing that the other person did not leave, raised his head and inquired, "Shall I take my leave so you can attend to your patients here?" Upon hearing this, Lu Chen hastily waved his hands, saying, "No, no, no. The esteemed physician is jesting. I shall take my leave at once." With that, Lu Chen stepped out from behind the curtain and returned to his seat. Once seated, he sighed and said to Professor Wang, "The physician is exceedingly aloof. In his presence, I feel like a mere mortal tainted by the mundane world. I have done my utmost. It is now up to you to persuade the physician to emerge from seclusion or perhaps recruit him to Qingbei University." Professor Wang felt a surge of anxiety wash over him, akin to the trepidation one feels before proposing to a beloved. "Patient number 145, Wang Duan. Please come forward for consultation," announced Li Jingya as she called out the number. Professor Wang's heart skipped a beat, and his legs trembled slightly as he approached the stage. Upon reaching the curtain, he gazed at Lu Chen's youthful visage, displaying an expression of shock akin to Lu Chen's. He then bowed deeply, respectfully greeting, "Greetings, esteemed physician." Lu Chen, without raising his head, replied, What ailment do you have?" Professor Wang, sweating nervously, responded, "Esteemed physician, I am not ill. Like the old gentleman earlier, I have come to witness your brilliance. May I request a photograph with you?" He took out his phone, his face filled with anticipation. Lu Chen furrowed his brow. Were these two here as if they were at a zoo? He was no giant panda. What was there to see? Although slightly annoyed, Lu Chen nodded and, with a stoic expression, said, "Yes, after the photograph, please leave and do not delay the treatment of others." Upon hearing this, Professor Wang's face lit up with joy. He aimed his phone at himself and Lu Chen, pressing the shutter button. "Esteemed physician, look here, say cheese." In that instant, as the flash illuminated the scene, Lu Chen abruptly raised his head, flashing a radiant smile that resembled the sun. Once the picture was taken, his expression drooped, returning to his usual demeanor. Professor Wang gazed at the photo on his phone, overwhelmed with excitement. Initially intending to leave after the photo, he hesitated for a few seconds before stammering, "Esteemed physician, I am the dean of the medical school at Qingbei University. I have long heard of your remarkable medical skills. Might you truly not consider imparting your knowledge to the world?" If you agree to step out of seclusion, I would gladly relinquish my position to you and become your disciple. Professor Wang spoke with sincere earnestness. Lu Chen responded, goodness gracious. After a long while, my lifespan has even increased by a second. The two individuals, indulging in flattery and taking photographs, were merely wasting their own time in business. Please leave, Lu Chen stated without lifting his head. At that moment, the remaining patients in the theater expressed their discontent. If you are not here for treatment, kindly refrain from disturbing the divine physician, they exclaimed. It is already arduous enough for the divine physician to attend to our ailments. Your presence only drains his energy. What does it matter if you hail from Qingbei University's medical school? Can your institution provide free medical care and personally finance surgeries for patients like the divine physician does? Depart at once. Upon hearing their remarks, Professor Wang's face flushed with embarrassment, and he sheepishly retreated behind the curtain. Once back in his seat, he wore a troubled expression. Lu Chen observed this and sighed. It seems that persuading the divine physician to take action is no simple task. Let us first go out for dinner. Once the divine physician has completed his treatments, we shall approach him to discuss our matters. Agreed, Professor Wang nodded, walking out while glancing at the photograph on his phone with a sense of satisfaction. At least I did not leave empty-handed. I have a photo with the divine physician. Lu Chen, noticing this, scoffed. How trivial. It is merely a photograph. Send me a copy as well. The elderly Lu Chen pouted, having been too engrossed in conversation to capture a photo with the divine physician earlier. Haha, I knew it. Professor Wang chuckled as he sent the photo to Lu Chen. Outside the theater, the three emerged, intending to find a nearby restaurant for a quick meal. Meanwhile, not far off, Dr. Shen sat atop a motorcycle, his gaze vacant and expression indifferent as he fixated on the theater entrance. Upon spotting Professor Wang, his demeanor remained impassive as he gripped the throttle and revved the engine. Roaring like a beast, the motorcycle erupted with a thunderous growl. Old boy, since you show no mercy, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Prepare for annihilation. Dr. Shen bellowed, releasing the clutch, propelling the motorcycle towards Professor Wang with the speed of a rocket. Simultaneously, a taxi came to a halt several meters away from Professor Wang and the others. As the passenger opened the door to exit, the next moment, a deafening crash resounded. The passenger stared at the solitary door handle in disbelief. What happened to the door? He gasped. Looking up, he witnessed the door and motorcycle flying several meters away. In the sky, a dashing figure clad in a helmet performed a free fall reminiscent of a hula hoop. Incredible flying hero. At that moment, all onlookers gazed upwards, captivated by the astonishing spectacle. Dr. Shen executed a flawless 2.5 backflip, his movements graceful and seamless. Following that, he performed a 180-degree leap, fluid and elegant. Finally, with a resounding thud, he crashed to the ground, meeting his fate in the northwest. The first-level headlock was transformed into 2 half-level headlocks, marking the definitive end of a nefarious life. Is this a new street performance from the theater? How thrilling. It feels so realistic, as if someone truly met their demise. Yet, it must be said, it is undeniably spectacular. The performance is commendable. Let us have another. Several passers-by encircled Dr. Shen, cheering and applauding fervently. At this moment, outside the theater, Lu Chen, Lu Yun, and Professor Wang were also drawn to the commotion. They turned in unison. But before they could discern what was happening, Professor Wang suddenly emitted a chilling scream. Hearing this, Lu Chen and Lu Yun hastily turned back. Before them lay Professor Wang, his chest riddled with shards of glass from a car window, blood gushing forth like a spring. Old Wang. Witnessing this scene, Lu Chen was struck with alarm, even without medical knowledge. The sight of blood spraying from Professor Wang's chest like a fountain was enough for him to realize that if this continued, Professor Wang would surely bleed to death. Yun, quickly call for an ambulance. I will take Professor Wang to seek the divine doctor. Lu Chen exclaimed in a panic. Lu Yun, equally pale with fear, hurriedly dialed the emergency number. Hello, is this the Central Hospital of Yuhai City? My location is. Inside the theater, Lu Chen was still preparing medicine for patients. At that moment, Lu Chen burst onto the stage, cradling the blood-soaked Professor Wang. Divine Doctor, my friend has been injured by glass. Please save him. Lu Chen shouted in a frenzy. Upon hearing the commotion, Lu Chen promptly emerged from behind the curtain, observing the glass embedded in Professor Wang's chest. Lu Chen furrowed his brow and spoke urgently. The wound is too deep. If we do not act within 10 minutes, he will succumb to excessive blood loss. I have some powdered medicine that can slow down the bleeding, allowing him to survive for another 3 to 4 hours. Although it is not a long time, It should suffice to rush him to the hospital for emergency treatment. With that, Lu Chen retrieved a packet of medicinal herbs and ground them into powder. He then knelt down, swiftly extracted the glass from Professor Wang's chest, and blood gushed forth. Lu Chen immediately sprinkled the pre-prepared powder onto the wound. Miraculously, the once torrential flow of blood seemed to hit a slow-motion button, oozing out drop by drop. "Thank you, divine doctor. I am eternally grateful for your immense kindness." Lu Jianan expressed his gratitude before hastily carrying Professor Wang and dashing out of the theater. After they departed, Lu Chen returned behind the curtain to continue preparing medicine. "Please, patient number 162, Qi Tian, come up for consultation," Li Jingya announced with the microphone. 10 minutes later, at the Central Hospital of Yuhai City, in the operating room, the president, the head of surgery, and all the attending surgeons had gathered. Gazing at the sizable wound on Professor Wang's left chest, they were drenched in cold sweat, trembling. They understood better than anyone the significance of Professor Wang's status. Even after being imprisoned by a foreign power for 2 years, he had resolutely returned to his homeland to impart medical knowledge, benefiting the citizens of Longhua. In contemporary times, renowned scholars have proliferated across the nation's top-tier hospitals and universities. Such a national treasure, if it were to perish within their institution, what dire consequences would ensue? The answer is self-evident. The head surgeon gazed at the wounds on Professor Wang with a trembling voice, stating, "In several decades of establishing this hospital, I have never encountered a case quite like this. The wound is alarmingly vast, nearly reaching the heart. There is simply no way to commence the surgery." In response, the director, his voice shaking, pressed, "I ask you, can you save him?" The attending physician, visibly panicked, replied, I cannot make any guarantees." Upon hearing this, the director's voice turned icy. If Professor Wang were to die in our hospital, the repercussions would be clear to all. At that point, none of us would escape unscathed. We would all be held accountable from top to bottom. Just then, a nurse rushed in, brandishing her phone, exclaiming, "Director, there's a call for you. It's the president of Longhua Hospital." Upon recognizing the identity of the caller, the director's heart sank. He dared not delay, swiftly taking the call and pressing the answer button. Before he could utter a word, the caller spoke with urgency. "I am the president of Longhua Hospital, and I demand that you initiate a live video stream immediately. Our hospital will assist in the treatment of Professor Wang throughout the procedure." The director, in a cold sweat, stammered, Yes, I will do so right away." Just as he hung up, another call came through. The director pressed the answer button again, and an elderly voice resonated. "I am Chen Xinlong, the president of the School of Medicine at Longhua University of Science and Technology. I request that you promptly initiate a remote conference. We will provide full assistance during Professor Wang's surgery." "Understood, President Chen." The director hung up, drenched in perspiration. Yet, what heightened his anxiety lay ahead. Leaders from esteemed institutions such as Modu Medical University and Longhua University of Traditional Chinese Medicine began to call in, inquiring about Professor Wang's condition while demanding remote assistance for the treatment. In that moment, confronted by such an assemblage of esteemed figures, Professor Wang was nearly overwhelmed with anxiety. When the remote video conference commenced, the faces of numerous medical luminaries appeared on-screen, each accompanied by their hospitals or medical schools' most elite thoracic surgery teams. Upon witnessing Professor Wang's injuries, each one was gripped with profound trepidation, their scalps tingling with dread. They immediately began formulating a treatment plan for Professor Wang's condition. However, 10 minutes later, everyone bowed their heads, at a loss for what to do next. In the video conference, these experts gazed at Professor Wang on the operating table, their eyes reddening with emotion. For them, Professor Wang was not merely a teacher of medicine, he had imparted the wisdom of humanity, serving as a guiding light on their journey through life. They yearned to exert every effort to save him, yet the severity of the wounds was insurmountable. The director, upon realizing the futility of the situation, exited the operating room and tremulously conveyed the outcome to Lu Jianan. Upon hearing this, Lu Jianan's face darkened like ink, and he fell into a prolonged silence. After a long pause, he gritted his teeth and declared, "No, I must find that miraculous doctor. Perhaps only he can bring old Wang back from the brink of death." Beside him, Lu Yun, with reddened eyes, remarked, "But that doctor practices traditional Chinese medicine. How could he perform a Western surgical procedure? I cannot concern myself with such details." Lu Jianan insisted resolutely. "Under no circumstances will I stand idly by while old Wang succumbs in the operating room." With that, Lu Jianan hurriedly dashed downstairs, closely followed by Lu Yun. The grandfather and granddaughter hailed a taxi at the entrance, racing towards the theater. However, upon their arrival, they found the venue utterly deserted. Gazing at the vacant seats and stage, Lu Chen felt as if all strength had drained from his body. He nearly collapsed to the ground. Sitting on the steps, he stared at the photograph sent by Professor Wang, featuring himself and the miraculous doctor. Gently tracing his finger over Professor Wang's face, tears streamed down his cheeks. At that moment, Lu Yun caught sight of the miraculous doctor in the photograph and her eyes widened in astonishment. Covering her mouth in disbelief, she exclaimed, "How can that doctor be him? Do you know him?" Hearing this, Lu Chen lifted his head to inquire. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yun, her voice trembling, replied, "Grandfather." The miraculous doctor beside Professor Wang is none other than Lu Chen, the future heir of the Lu family. At these words, Lu Zhen's pupils dilated in shock. As if struck by a thunderbolt. What? He could scarcely believe it. The benefactor who had saved him twice, the doctor who treated patients free of charge, revered by many as a living bodhisattva, was indeed a descendant of the black-clad family he had despised for half his life, the Lu family. In that instant, Lu Chen sprang to his feet. To the Lu family. Seek the doctor. Lu Zhen's gaze was resolute. Meanwhile, at the Bai family estate, in the living room, old Master Bai was pacing back and forth like an ant on a hot pan, his face a portrait of anxiety. He frequently glanced toward the front door, seemingly awaiting something. Just then, a butler rushed in and announced, "Master Bai, a group of people wishes to see you. About a dozen individuals claim to be your comrades." Upon hearing this, old Master Bai's excitement surged. "A dozen people? Quickly, show them in," he urged with fervor. He had only invited one comrade to persuade Lu Chen, yet now a dozen had arrived. With so many petitioning on his behalf, he could not believe Lu Chen would remain unmoved. "Yes, sir," the butler replied. Shortly thereafter, under the butler's enthusiastic guidance, a dozen elderly men with graying hair entered the Bai family estate, chatting and laughing merrily. Chapter 77, Expel him. Upon witnessing the scene, Elder Bai and Bai Yingtian personally stepped forward to greet. The foremost of the old comrades, upon seeing Elder Bai, smiled and said, "Old Bai, do not blame my loose lips. Upon learning of your situation, all the brothers insisted on coming to your aid, and I could not deter them." Elder Bai, his face brimming with joy, responded, "Old Joe, you flatter me. I am overjoyed that my old comrades are here to lend a hand to the Bai family. In the future, should any of you require assistance, the Bai family shall be at your service." These venerable gentlemen were once soldiers under the command of the late General Lu from Lu Town South, harboring deep affection for their former leader. After the war, they chose to remain in the capital to nurture their respective families. Now, they had all achieved great renown and held significant positions of power. Upon hearing Elder Bai's words, the old comrades chimed in, "Old Bai, do not be so formal. Why speak such pleasantries among brothers? We were comrades who faced life and death together. What essay little assistance?" One added, "In my view, there is no need for the old commander to intervene. Just our presence at the Lu family will make that rascal Lu Zhixiong tremble." After their collective expressions of camaraderie, old Zhou waved his hand and declared, "What are we waiting for? Let us head straight to the Lu residence for some tea. We must not only facilitate the rekindling of the engagement between Lu Chen and Ware, but also compel him to produce a lithography machine to fulfill Tion's lifelong aspiration." Upon hearing old Zhou's words, Bai Yingtian was overwhelmed with excitement, flashing a broad smile. "Thank you, Uncle Zhou." Elder Bai, equally moved, expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "I am deeply appreciative. This kindness shall not be forgotten." With that, the group made their way to the entrance and boarded the dedicated vehicle arranged by the Bai family. Soon, a convoy of several luxurious Maybachs set forth towards the Lu family villa. Meanwhile, at the Lu family villa, Lu Chen returned home, reclined on his bed, and activated his system panel. Host, Lu Chen physical condition, perfect remaining lifespan, 151 days to 14 hours, 26 minutes, 33 seconds. Martial arts mastery, LV10, max. World class. Mathematical proficiency, LV10, max. World class. Physical science proficiency, LV10, max. World class. Chemical knowledge, LV10, max. World class. Biological knowledge, LV10, max. World class. Pharmaceutical knowledge, LV10, max. World class. Cardiac surgery skills, LV10, max. World class. Linguistic proficiency, LV7, 28 experience, master. English proficiency, LV4, 91 experience, proficient. Skills, golden eyes, lithography machine fabrication, master of disguise. Backpack, none. Side quest, in progress, establish a university or become the president of a university. Indeed, this week proved to be remarkably fruitful. The combination of reading, treating patients, and the acquisition of knowledge from lithography machine papers has extended my lifespan by a remarkable 102 days. Splendid. Upon reflecting on the prospect of inching closer to his modest goal of living a century, Lu Chen was overwhelmed with excitement, brimming with determination. He promptly retrieved his Chinese language textbook and reclined on his bed to delve into it. Outside, Lu Zhixiang and Lu Guolan pressed their ears against the door, their brows furrowing as they overheard Lu Chen's exuberant exclamations. What could our son possibly be enjoying in there? Lu Guolan expressed her concern. What else could he be doing? Young men at this age are generally rather unproductive, Lu Zhixiang replied with a serious demeanor. Just then, the steward hurriedly entered the room. Sir, madam, the Bai family. He began, but halted abruptly upon noticing Lu Zhixiang and his wife eavesdropping. The atmosphere turned awkward in an instant. Startled, the couple composed themselves and strolled over to the sofa in the living room, casually inquiring, what brings the Bai family here this time? I'm not sure. But let them in for now. Lu Zhixiang nodded at the steward, signaling him to open the door. Yes, sir, the steward replied respectfully. Before long, the elder Bai was ushered in by Bai Tian, followed by a dozen elderly gentlemen. Observing the assembly of senior figures before him, Lu Zhixiang queried with confusion, Elder Bai, what does this signify? My home is not a retirement home. We do not accommodate the elderly. In response to Lu Zhixiang's remarks, Elder Bai donned a veneer of polite amusement as he introduced his old comrades. This is Elderly, who oversees various industrial and commercial affairs in the capital. This is Elder Lu, responsible for maintaining public order and stability. And Elder Gao, who, Elder Bai continued his unflappable introductions. As he detailed the identities of these distinguished individuals, Lu Zhixiang's eyes widened in astonishment, and he gradually rose to his feet. The individuals before him wielded considerable influence over the entirety of the capital's departments. In that moment, he finally grasped that Elder Bai had come to showcase his influence. Though internally astonished, Lu Zhixiang maintained a composed exterior and remarked, Elder Bai, if there is something you wish to discuss, please do so directly. There is no need for such formality. Upon hearing this, Elder Bai revealed a cryptic smile and responded, the head of the Lu family manages the Lu group with remarkable proficiency, exhibiting capabilities that rival those of your father. And he certainly understands how to navigate the prevailing circumstances. As you can see, my old comrades are all exceptional individuals of considerable stature. If our families were to continue their union, both the Lu and Bai families would surely thrive, with a promising future ahead. Lu Zhixiang began to comprehend the underlying motive. This was indeed a proposal for continued alliance through marriage. I have stated before that certain matters are for Xiao Chen to decide. If he does not consent, I am powerless to change that. After uttering these words, old Zhou scoffed, pointing at Lu Zhixiang as he continued, head of the Lu family. Do not assume your son is of extraordinary merit. To my knowledge, an organization has been formed in the capital specifically to combat the Lu family. I trust you have already experienced their formidable capabilities. This organization, coincidentally, has ties to our old commander. The former leader, however, shows little concern for the innovations your son has developed, whether it be a lithography machine or a foot bath. His focus lies solely on the past misdeeds of the Lu family. Moreover, your son's creation of a lithography machine has not been submitted to the state. In such circumstances, what pride can the Lu family truly hold? Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhixiang felt a heaviness in his heart. How could he forget the events that transpired at the 0-point bar? That had been the only instance in many years where he felt utterly helpless and panicked. Who is your esteemed former leader? Lu Zhixiang inquired earnestly. The Lu family of the capital, Lu Zhenan. At the mention of this name, Lu Zhixiang's eyes widened in astonishment. The rivalry between the Lu family and the Lu family had been ongoing since the era of his grandfather, with the Lu family narrowly escaping defeat at Lu Zhenan's hands on several occasions, had it not been for the latter's severe illness. It is doubtful whether the Lu family would have reached its present standing. Please, everyone, take a seat. Butler, serve the tea. Lu Zhixiang recognized the gravity of the situation and altered his demeanor accordingly. Old Zhou observed this transformation with a knowing smile, exuding satisfaction as he remarked, Lu family head, your ability to change your demeanor is truly remarkable. Just moments ago, you were indifferent, yet now you are radiating warmth, truly the Lu family I know. At this comment, Lu Zhixiang's expression darkened. This was, in essence, a verbal assault akin to being publicly insulted. Yet, In pursuit of clarity, he restrained his anger and forced a smile, saying, "Uncle Zhou, you jest." "Humph." Old Zhou scoffed, arrogantly taking a seat on the sofa. The elder Mr. Bai and his fellow veterans followed suit, settling onto the couch. At that moment, as the servants prepared to pour tea for the guests, Old Zhou initiated a challenge. "I would kindly ask the head of the Lu family to serve the tea personally." The atmosphere instantly became excruciatingly awkward. All eyes shifted to Lu Zhixiong, who wore a grim expression, his anger palpable. It seemed he was on the verge of an outburst. However, after a brief pause, reason prevailed over rage. He took the teapot from the servant and approached the guests to pour tea. Yet, in the next instant, Old Zhou raised his hand and coldly commanded, "Stop." "What now?" Lu Zhixiong replied, slightly dissatisfied. Old Zhou smirked and pointed to the bodyguards of the Bai family at the entrance, saying, "These bodyguards work diligently every day to protect the elder Mr. Bai. It would be courteous for the Lu family head to serve them tea first." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhixiong's expression darkened to the utmost, his teeth clenched in fury, his hand trembling as he held the teapot. The chairman of the Lu group, the head of the Lu family, was being asked to serve tea to a mere servant. If word of this spread, where could he possibly hide his face? With a resounding thud, Lu Zhixiong slammed the teapot onto the table, glaring at Old Zhou in silence. "Heh," Old Zhou chuckled, addressing his comrades, "Gentlemen, I have heard that our former leader's cancer was miraculously cured by a renowned physician. In the present day, not only is he full of vitality, but he is also currently in Yunhaiqing. It is said that several decades ago, the old leader nearly uprooted the Lu family on multiple occasions. One wonders whether the old leader, once his health is restored, will continue to eradicate the Lu family as he did in the past." The comrades, understanding the implication directed at Lu Zhixiong, chuckled and responded, "Of course, the old leader has always harbored a deep-seated animosity towards evil. How could he possibly tolerate a thorn in his side? The old leader is indeed fortunate. We must pay him a visit in the capital soon. Surely." While whispering in the old leader's ear, the Lu family might just vanish in an instant. Haha. Upon hearing these remarks, Lu Zhixiong felt his anger boiling over, wishing he could grab the teapot and pour boiling water over them. At that moment, Lu Guilin nudged Lu Zhixiong and whispered, "Think of Xiaochen." Hearing his son's name, Lu Zhixiong's taut nerves gradually relaxed, and his expression returned to normal. He then picked up the teapot and slowly approached the bodyguard by the door. At that moment, the corners of old Master Bai's mouth twitched with barely suppressed laughter, releasing the pent-up frustration he had felt. Just as Lu Zhixiong was about to pour